I bring forth a remarkable treasure. Do allow me inside. My good sir, this is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, not a treasure appraisal venue. I believe you have mistaken your destination. Nay, I seek precisely this form of medicine. That fellow from the appraisal show lacks discernment. Yet your esteemed lineage in traditional Chinese medicine must surely recognize this. Mingsheng, the Zhou family traditional medicine hall. The acrid scent of traditional herbal medicine permeates the air as a middle-aged man inhales deeply, finding not repugnance, but exhilaration akin to that of indulging in opium. He clutches a black plastic bag tightly, exclaiming, "Who could have thought such a monumental responsibility would fall upon my shoulders? The pressure is immense. Doctor, take heed, the burden you bear is nothing less than the salvation of the world." The patient's nonsensical ramblings fill the air. Seated at an elmwood consultation table, clad in a white coat and exuding a scholarly demeanor, Zhou Yuan remains remarkably composed. Born into a family of traditional medicine practitioners, he boasts a decade of experience by the tender age of 22. What tempest has he not weathered? After all, it is merely a psychological issue. One swift acupuncture needle will surely rectify it. May I inquire your name? I am Li Jing, residing at Qiantang Pass. Having introduced myself, I trust you are now aware of the contents of this bag? The middle-aged man reverently caresses the black plastic bag. Zhou Yuan surmises he is likely dealing with a man who has fallen prey to an elaborate deception, having squandered his life savings on a counterfeit antique. Upon discovering the truth, he succumbed to despair and his mental state faltered. Who, after all, would venture to a traditional medicine clinic to appraise treasures? To manage such patients, one must feign compliance while discreetly contacting their family to administer potent remedies. To gain the patient's trust, Zhou Yuan follows his train of thought, saying, "What you have brought today must be the 7-treasure Linglong Pagoda of the great Li Tianwang." To his surprise, Li Jing responds with a knowing smile, "Incorrect. The 7-treasure Linglong Pagoda, while formidable, pales in comparison to the treasure I possess. It cannot possibly be the Hunyuan silk or the Qinquan circle, can it? You are quite close." With that, he produces from a black plastic bag a stack of ultrasound reports. His tone brimming with pride, he declares, "This treasure is none other than my rebellious son, the reincarnation of a divine pearl, the 3-headed, 6-armed Neza." What is this nonsense? 3 heads and 6 arms. Did the child's mother consume seafood tainted by radioactive waste? Zhou Yuan's eyelids twitch as he takes the reports. Upon reading, he is rendered utterly speechless. Surely you do not refer to triplets as the 3-headed Neza? What nonsense! Triplets? Now it is Li Jing's turn to be astonished, hastily inquiring, "Doctor, what is the probability of your misdiagnosis?" Zhou Yuan stutters, his fists clenching. As someone on the verge of fatherhood, how could he be so unreliable? The child has yet to be born, yet he is already matched with a father destined for imprisonment. Darling, I have told you, there are no deities such as the 3-Tan Ocean meeting, nor is there a giant of light. At that moment, a woman with a slightly rounded belly and a flushed complexion enters the clinic, bowing apologetically. "Doctor, I sincerely apologize. During today's prenatal checkup, my husband adamantly insisted that I am carrying Neza. He keeps murmuring about divine beings arriving and that we are the hope of the world. He claims this pregnancy must last 3 years and that we need traditional medicine to ensure its success, among other absurdities." In Zhou Yuan's live streaming room, thousands of viewers burst into laughter. What the hell? He's pregnant with a mythological figure. This guy is too amusing. His logic is extraordinary. His wife must have hit the jackpot marrying him. Divine beings are arriving. My son is Neza. Brother, you must have read too many novels. Fun fact, Neza is not a son, but a daughter, a brave figure standing against feudal oppression. She is a symbol of our great women. Oh yes, and Zhu Beiji is a woman too, because every time they part ways, they have to split the assets. To give birth to Neza, you can endure 3 years? Li Jing, you are truly a tough man. Zhou Yuan sighs in exasperation. Being a doctor is a challenge every day. He encounters such peculiarities. This plot could easily yield 5 episodes of a science program in his previous life, particularly with a suspenseful flair. Indeed, Zhou Yuan is a time traveler. He arrived 3 years ago, without kin, inheriting a traditional medicine clinic established by his late grandfather. Furthermore, he awakened a traditional Chinese medicine system. By diagnosing patients and curing their ailments, he earned rewards. In his previous life on Earth, this would have been a trivial matter. Alas, the Western medicine industry thrives in this parallel blue star, with clinics every few steps and pharmacies offering promotions that include free eggs. Traditional Chinese medicine, a cherished cultural heritage, has fallen into decline, nearly overshadowed by neighboring countries seeking to claim it as their own. As a result, his clinic often sees sparse patronage, with days passing without a single patient seeking treatment. To enhance visibility and earn system rewards, Zhou Yuan resolves to merge tradition with innovation. In simpler terms, he begins live streaming on a social media platform. Thanks to his somewhat eccentric personality and engaging content, his live streams consistently attract around 1,000 viewers. Gradually, more fans come to seek traditional medicine. Naturally, to protect patient privacy, he posts a prominent notice outside. Only patients willing to appear on camera may enter. Those who prefer privacy can consult him after the live broadcast. Nevertheless, despite the humorous remarks, he must continue to attend to patients. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing the pregnant woman, Zhou Yuan first checks her pulse and earnestly advises, carrying triplets is classified as a high-risk pregnancy. You must exercise utmost caution during these 10 months, avoiding random supplements while maintaining a balanced diet. And do remember to abstain from intimacy. 10 months? Isn't it 3 years? Li Jing appears crestfallen, gesturing towards his wife's belly. Still unconvinced, he exclaims, "Doctor, please take another look. My wife is truly not carrying Neza. Is there a greater chance of her bearing Qiyu?" Qiyu is also depicted as 3-headed and 6-armed. The clinic falls into silence. Do you suppose this is akin to hatching a pet egg? It cannot randomly produce offspring. Moreover, should a normal man not focus on the aspect of abstaining from intimacy? Foolish man, you are unlike others. One cannot, or, at the very least, should not. Wait, how can such a simpleton find a wife? As a doctor, Zhou Yuan silently critiques this absurdity. Yet, he swiftly realizes something amiss. Observing Li Jing's complexion closely, he notes it is turning a deep shade of purple, akin to that of a swimmer from a certain country who has indulged in forbidden substances. Coupled with darkened lips and constricted pupils, his incoherent babbling reveals clear signs of a mental disturbance, likely due to poisoning. Zhou Yuan silently curses his misfortune. Grabbing Li Jing's hand, he begins to take his pulse and inquires, "Have you consumed any potentially toxic food today?" Li Jing promptly shakes his head, a blissful smile gracing his face as he replies, "Not at all. I merely drank the heartwarming, secret restorative soup my wife prepared. It was dark and glistening, emanating steam, and was absolutely delicious." "What on earth? Your wife has poisoned you." The tale has taken a shocking turn. Initially, he assumed the husband was mentally ill, with his wife silently enduring the hardship of love, only to discover it's a modern-day rendition of Darling, Take Your Medicine, a nefarious wife concocting a pot of soup, rejuvenating her husband while transforming him into a babbling fool. Zhou Yuan's expression shifts as he resolves to report this. "Doctor, please do not overreact. I can defend myself." It seems Li Jing's wife, Julie, perceives Zhou Yuan's peculiar gaze and actions, her face turning crimson as she hastily explains, "I have recently been learning to cook, but my culinary skills are woefully inadequate. I often render the dishes inedible. My husband, in a bid to encourage me, always finishes the food, only to silently don a mask of suffering in the restroom." After a pause, Julie continues, "To ensure he eats well, I added a few extra ingredients to today's chicken soup." Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you've added some technological enhancements and a dash of ruthlessness?" Julie hastily waved her hands in denial. "That can't be. I heard from netizens that the giant Shaoqing mushroom is the most exquisite ingredient, so I ordered some online and added it to the chicken soup." "Did you clean it properly? Did you use garlic to neutralize its toxicity? Did you cook it thoroughly?" Faced with Zhou Yuan's barrage of questions, his wife appeared particularly astonished, her expression mirroring that of her husband. "I didn't know. Such an expensive ingredient, and it turns out to be poisonous? That's outrageous." "Well, the cause of the illness was identified mushroom poisoning." Zhou Yuan instantly lost his composure. Do you want to guess why it's called giant shouting? This thing is highly toxic. To be fair, when you made the purchase, the customer service should have warned you. Julie scratched her head awkwardly. I don't usually check prices or customer service tips when I shop. No wonder brother Li Jing managed to marry a wife like this. Apparently, it's true that not all families share the same values. If he could marry someone like her, brother, you've hit the jackpot in this lifetime. As Li Jing's complexion grew increasingly worse, on the verge of succumbing to the poison, Zhou Yuan, prioritizing the rescue, quickly rose to fetch medicine and shouted to Julie, "Stop dawdling. Administer the remedy." She stared blankly, her demeanor somewhat bashful. Huh, isn't that inappropriate? Can I really do that to a man? What are you looking at? I meant you should help him expel it from his throat. Ha ha. Did she think it meant something else? Why is she unbuckling her belt? I'm about to die laughing at this pair of quirky couple. Poison in chicken soup? Stop the act, sister. Your true identity is that of a Chongqing military intelligence agent, a high-level dual agent, codenamed Pangolin. This sister exudes an extraordinary aura, dressed in high-end brands. She probably grew up being pampered, lacking basic life knowledge. Imentias. We thought she was foolish for not knowing mushrooms could be toxic in reality. She simply doesn't need to know. Just imagine if this kitchen black hole suddenly decides to cook, it could endanger the entire family. Inside the medical clinic, beside the medicine cabinet, Zhou Yuan meticulously gathered the necessary herbs for a heat-clearing and detoxifying remedy. Huanglian, Zhishi, Ganqiao. He steeped them for about 10 minutes, then boiled them in a clay pot over high heat until ready. After clearing his stomach and consuming the medicine, Li Jing's condition noticeably improved. Oh my, where am I? Is this still my homeland? Shally, what has happened to me? Li Jing clutched his head, his gaze bewildered. Doctor, it seems my husband has lost his memory? Julie expressed her concern. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, explaining, the patient's brain has been paralyzed by toxins, resulting in confusion. Forgetting things upon regaining consciousness is quite normal. He will recover in due time. Upon hearing this, the guilt-ridden wife felt a wave of relief wash over her. What if her husband suffered long-term repercussions? She would be left a widow, with nothing but a city apartment worth millions, 2 cars, and 5 million in accident insurance to her name. Oh right, once her husband regains consciousness, he will likely forget their visit to the hospital and the revelation of her pregnancy with triplets. Won't he? With this thought in mind, Julie, filled with a sense of compensation, picked up the ultrasound report. Darling, look, these are our babies, aren't they adorable? Li Jing took the report, and after glancing at it, his face blossomed into a radiant smile. 3 heads and 6 arms? My son is actually Neza. I knew my father didn't name me for nothing. Ah, the plot from the Tomato novel is coming to fruition. The myth is descending upon Blue Star, and fierce beasts are invading. I am the protagonist. Zhou Yuan interjected. Increase the dosage. Increase the dosage. His wife retorted, what if we divorce now? Is it too late? The live stream audience surged past 3,000 viewers. Many were on the verge of laughter, witnessing such a tumultuous consultation. Numerous viewers began sharing the stream, even recording it on their phones. So this fellow's thought process is the same whether he's poisoned or not. What a peculiar individual. We've bent over backward as tomato users our whole lives, and it finally snapped. These two have benefited each other in marriage, and they're doing a service to the public. Please, don't let them re-enter the market. Fun fact, many people exhibit mild cognitive impairments, but since they can manage their daily lives, it often goes unnoticed. Left with no choice, Zhou Yuan had to resort to a decisive tactic. Wake up. Think about it. What novel's protagonist could possibly be a 30-something, somewhat greasy middle-aged man? At your age, you'll only serve as a stepping stone for the younger generation, like an old goblin tricked out of its cave by a young knight. The moment those words left his mouth, Li Jing's smile froze instantly. What this young man said struck like a thunderclap, shattering his silence. Indeed, he was no longer young. At 34, nearing 35, approaching 36, and staring down the barrel of 40. Which world-saving protagonist could possibly be a balding, out-of-shape uncle? If his son were the protagonist, that would be even more alarming. Everyone knows that the archetype for protagonists in novels is often that their parents sacrifice themselves. Li Jing was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Supplements. Thank goodness for the present age, at least one wouldn't perish within 3 chapters. Realizing this, he made a decision that contradicted his ancestors' teachings. Chapter 3. How is it that the pot of soup did not poison you? Infatuated soul? Heaven bless, my child is a triplet. It must not be Neza. Li Jing dared not declare his son as the main character, for the sacrifice would be too great. He could not bear the burden of such cause and effect. Upon witnessing her husband finally ceasing to refer to the triplets as Neza, Julie transformed her worry into joy, giving Zhou Yuan a hearty thumbs up. You are truly a miraculous doctor. With just a few words, you have healed my husband. Truly remarkable. Zhou Yuan smirked, clearly pleased, and began to elucidate. Countless historical facts attest that emotional turmoil can indeed cure ailments. Back in the day, when Boss Chow suffered from headaches, he was so thoroughly chastised by Chun Lin's scathing missive that he felt his affliction begin to heal. Subsequently, Boss Chow personally led an army of 300,000 to repel the Eight-Nation Alliance, marching northward to the Mississippi River, where he took the charming Elizabeth Queen as his own, reveling in his fleeting glory. Thus, Huatuo came to be known as Little Chun Lin. Goodness, your northern expedition seems a tad excessive, reaching the North American continent. Dude, is your focus solely on the northern expedition? Given Boss Chow's nature, he only claimed one married woman? That is utterly illogical. Host, did you learn history from a canine history teacher? The circle has been completed. No wonder Zhuge Liang needed to borrow the Eastern Wind intercontinental missile. Otherwise, he truly could not contend with Chow Chow. Inside the medical clinic, Li Jing scratched his head and turned to Zhou Yuan. He immediately began to articulate some extraordinary statements indicative of his recovery. The feeling of hallucination. How wondrous! I encountered numerous talking animals, including a great white goose adorned in white garments and lipstick. Ultimately, I met a sharp-tongued pug that approached me and said something which startled me awake. That dog was indeed a real dog. He smacked his lips, seeming to linger on the hybrid world conjured by his visions. A sharp-tongued pug? Who exactly are you implying? Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. Julie, I shall prescribe you some human essence. Once home, you can administer it a few more times, ensuring a complete cure. He solemnly promised himself that prescribing human essence was not a matter of personal vendetta. It was all for the sake of the patient. Oh, and there's one more thing. Zhou Yuan turned to Julie and advised. I have reason to suspect that Li Jing's body has developed a remarkable resistance to the poison due to your previous culinary offerings. Promise me, never step into the kitchen again, all right? Your husband's life is at stake. Julie, filled with shame, covered her face, her voice trembling with remorse. I'm sorry. Dear husband, let us hire a cook from now on. Li Jing, feigning embrace of his lovely wife, reassured her. It's all right. Who could resist loving you? Little Li's cooking is delicious, and I adore everything she makes. You are so kind to me, my love, she cooed, overwhelmed by affection. This sudden display of romance caught Zhou Yuan by surprise, leaving him with a face full of questions. His sensitivity to romance made him averse to witnessing others revel in affection. It's still all right. Little Li can cook anything delicious. Brother, do you really prioritize romance over your life? How is it that the pot of soup did not poison you, infatuated soul? Despite the playful banter, Zhou Yuan felt genuine joy at having saved another for suffering. This feeling was akin to a farmer's bountiful harvest of golden rice, a student achieving full marks on an exam, or fans meeting their cherished idol after 6 long years. The sense of fulfillment and accomplishment was overwhelming. Thank you immensely, Doctor Zhou. Until we meet again. After collecting their medicine and settling the payment, the couple bowed deeply to Zhou Yuan, preparing to take their leave. No, it was more like a farewell forever. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback, confused. Zhou Yuan smiled gently, gesturing toward a couplet on the wall. It boldly proclaimed, "May all people in the world be free from illness. What care for dust to settle on the medicine?" The horizontal inscription read, "The heart of a healer." Seeing this, both of them felt a deep sense of respect. In today's medical environment, physicians who genuinely care for their patients are exceedingly rare. Most are merely profit-driven merchants, recklessly prescribing ineffective medications, fixated on performance rather than healing. The integrity exhibited by Dr. Zhou, remaining unsullied amidst corruption, is indeed commendable. As they stepped outside, Julie, carrying the herbal medicine, remarked, "We paid only 200 yuan for 3 prescriptions. What a bargain. That's less than the registration fee at a large hospital. My dear husband, we must ensure that such a hidden gem of a medical clinic does not fade into obscurity. You must help promote it." Li Jing nodded in agreement. "I just happen to have a partner in real estate who struggles with infertility. After trying numerous Western medications without success, I'll recommend he come here." Within the traditional medicine clinic, just as one patient departed, Zhou Yuan was met with a series of cold, mechanical notifications in his ear. "During your treatment, you spoke candidly and successfully cured the patient of their poisoning symptoms. Rewards are being issued you have earned. Expert-level pulse diagnosis skill. The effectiveness of live streaming for promotion is undeniable. At long last, he received a reward." Zhou Yuan exhaled slowly, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. Previously, Capital had proliferated rumors branding traditional medicine as pseudoscience. Coupled with unscrupulous practitioners deceiving the public, many genuine and talented traditional physicians had passed away, leading to a growing distrust among the populace. This escalating phenomenon made it exceedingly difficult just to maintain the normal operations of his medicinal shop. Thankfully, he now had the system's assistance, advancing his medical skills, prying open a niche from the mouths of Western medicine practitioners, and even allowing traditional medicine to re-enter public consciousness. There was indeed hope. Western medicine may be formidable, yet the thousands of years of heritage embodied in traditional Chinese medicine should not be underestimated. However, for the moment, no patients had come through the door. Eager to test the system's reward mechanism, Zhou Yuan picked up his phone, preparing to interact with the audience in his live stream and seek out patients online. To his astonishment, the live stream audience had surged to over 5,000 viewers, a significant increase from the usual mere 1,000. Various comments and gifts flooded in continuously. Zhou Yuan engaged with the audience, expressing gratitude to those sending gifts. "Thank you to Swallowing a Gourd for the 50 beers. Bro, your username ignites quite the imagination. Thanks to Little Ma's Elbow Strike for the crystal love. Wow, your username is so outdated. Spicy Hot Pot Chicken Woe. Are you serious? Almost got banned." Amidst this vibrant exchange, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of kinship and camaraderie. It was ironic, considering his own username on the platform was Sakura's eggs are not sold in boxes, emphasizing authenticity. At that moment, a comment floated across the screen. "Doctor, can you treat male issues? I live in Los Angeles, not far from you. I can come right now." Ah, today he might save another suffering soul from male-related ailments? Zhou Yuan rejoiced and promptly responded, "Of course I can treat that. If you're worried about privacy, you can wear a mask. In a live stream, it's all guys, why wear a mask? Wait for me." 20 minutes later, a man with a wolf tail, not particularly tall, and weighing at least 200 pounds, pushed open the door to the traditional medicine clinic. Chapter 4. The Young Girl Who Can Dance the Mambo? Upon entering, he confidently introduced himself. "Good day, Dr. Zhou, and esteemed netizens. I am Sun Hui, a national server Ma Chao from the King S area, an avid fan of Naruto, and a dedicated player of the game 3 Kingdoms Kill. In my spare time, I also enjoy playing Eggy and Genshin Impact. I swear, I'm just a rural player." This individual, with an extraordinary level of enthusiasm, is indeed a rarity in this world. After the introductions, Zhou Yuan gestured for the patient to take a seat, preparing to inquire about his condition. To his surprise, this young man was quite the social butterfly, immediately launching into a lively conversation. "Ahem, Dr. Zhou. How did you know that I'm in an online relationship with a young girl who dances the mambo?" Zhou Yuan, bewildered, responded, "When did I ever know that? Last month, she invited me to meet offline. When I generously accepted, I found that she was merely a tad heavier than her photos." As he spoke, Sun Hui shared a selfie of the stunning young girl with Zhou Yuan and the viewers in the live stream. The girl possessed a youthful visage, clad in a white dress, revealing her slender legs wrapped in white stockings, with delicate pink toes peeking out. She embodied the quintessential innocent charm, a true temptation for any young man. Bragging about a girlfriend like a nouveau riche is so low. How would he do that? I'm already 28 and have never been in a relationship, Sob. I'm so jealous. Why does he get to date a young girl? Yes, indeed. This is how we promote ourselves. We King S players are truly formidable. If I could date a girl who dances the mambo, I would gladly trade my villa and luxury car for that. All right, you're just taking everything. Only Zhou Yuan remained unfazed amidst the excitement. In youth, one may not appreciate the value of an older sister, mistaking a lowly for treasure. What could a young girl offer that could compare to a wealthy, approachable older sister? However, if she could sing the melancholic mambo, that would certainly add to her allure. So what does it hurt? Zhou Yuan inquired. At this, Sun Hui coughed tactically, scratching his head awkwardly, a glint of memories flickering in his eyes. Well, it's a long story. I used to be quite innocent until middle school when our geography teacher asked us to search for maps of Asia on the computer, and I ended up searching for images of Asia instead. This confession resonated with many online viewers. A few years ago, I whimsically searched for wingless birds on Baidu. A kind-hearted boy like me became the daughter of 3 fathers. My experience was worse in elementary school. The teacher asked for a rainy day story, and my sister and I found a rather inappropriate tale online. Enough said. The doctor needs to put a cast on my leg. Do not search for this link. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. You up there, you're awful. How did I end up as a Mate 1 delivery driver? Because of that link, and it even made me accept orders automatically. Dear fathers, I wish to test my vulnerabilities. Please guide me with a link. The lively discussion escalated, drawing 8,000 viewers and over 50,000 likes in the live stream. Modern youth often navigate a treacherous path, where love can lead to ruin and relationships may unravel. Oh, I see, it's a case of kidney deficiency. Zhou Yuan chuckled knowingly, picking up on Sun Hui's narrative. Sun Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fervently nodded. Yes, exactly. Dr. Zhou, save me. Zhou Yuan and Oppo's ability to pinpoint the ailment so swiftly instilled a newfound trust in traditional Chinese medicine within Sun Hui. Who understands this? He will never forget that painful day. To illustrate, during a training match of King S glory, he soared to victory, not losing a single life in half an hour. However, when it came to the actual competition, he was swiftly defeated by a wild monster within 3 minutes. It was utterly humiliating. Zhou Yuan took a pen from the pocket of his white coat and began documenting Sun Hui's condition in his medical record. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the importance of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Throughout their conversation, Zhou Yuan had casually assessed Sun Hui's complexion. His pallor was sallow, dark circles prominent, tongue coating white, and his skin was oily and marked with acne, indicators of excess indulgence leading to kidney deficiency. I recall a prescription left by my grandfather specifically for this condition. It included angelica and cinnamon. Zhou Yuan pondered the family remedy, inadvertently causing Sun Hui to misunderstand his silence. As the saying goes, one need not fear a smiling doctor, but rather a doctor with furrowed brows. The jovial Dr. Zhou suddenly appeared serious. Dr. Zhou, is this condition easy to treat? Please say something. If you can't help, I'll consider visiting a urology clinic. He swallowed hard, anxiety rising in his throat. If the treatment fails, his life. It's merely a matter of time. It's just kidney deficiency, treatable. Avoid late nights, quit smoking and drinking, adhere to the herbal medicine I prescribe, and take the right return pill. I assure you, you'll find happiness for the rest of your life. Can it truly be cured? Sun Hui's face lit up with hope at Zhou Yuan's words. He even excitedly reached out to shake Zhou Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "Divine doctor, you are truly a divine doctor. My kidney deficiency is finally saved." Not just he, but also many viewers in the live stream were stirred with excitement. Host, you know, I had a friend. Wow, can traditional Chinese medicine really heal this? I've been to urology clinics and received many medications with side effects, but nothing worked. You dare visit a urology clinic? Those are private, money-grabbing hospitals. After spending days in a live stream, I've discovered that traditional Chinese medicine isn't as terrible as portrayed by the media. It can even treat kidney deficiency. Could you explain what kidney yang deficiency means? Is it the same as kidney deficiency in Western medicine? Just then, as Zhou Yuan tried to evade Sun Hui's overly enthusiastic gestures, he froze in place, for a mechanical voice with emotion echoed in his ears. You have accurately stated the patient's condition, and the treatment plan has passed system verification for successful healing. Rewards are being dispensed. The unexpected reward took him by surprise. He had assumed he would only receive rewards after the patient fully recovered. It seemed that was not the case. As long as the plan was validated by the system as effective, rewards could be granted immediately. How considerate! After hearing the announcement, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. If Sun Hui had other health issues, would curing them yield additional rewards? Considering this possibility, his gaze towards Sun Hui became fervent. This chubby young man, nearing 200 pounds, lived an irregular lifestyle, undoubtedly hiding numerous potential ailments. Do you have any other discomforts? I will treat them all. Discomforts? Sun Hui reflexively pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, I feel great. Once I'm cured, I'll call my young girl out. It's going to be a blast. Are you certain? Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. In no time, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his mouth, clearly having unearthed yet another secret within this young man. Sun Hui, under his gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. There's a twinge of insecurity in my heart. Could it be that apart from my kidney deficiency, I truly suffer from other ailments? Dr. Zhou, is it possible that I have serious illness? It is not a grave condition, Dr. Zhou replied, retracting his gaze and shaking his head in exasperation. You young people today truly indulge in frivolities. Chapter 5. How could I possibly have athlete's foot? Sun Hui was momentarily taken aback, rendered somewhat perplexed by the remark. His daily routine was impeccably structured. He retired at 8 in the morning and arose at 4 in the afternoon. He would order a portion of delicately packaged traditional cuisine, dine, and then commence his live stream. The game Honor of Kings initiated. Apart from the occasional days spent with his girlfriend, Xiao Yu, he had not indulged in any frivolities. I am so disciplined, yet you accuse me of indulging? Sun Hui protested defensively, feeling quite aggrieved. This is an injustice. I know several friends whose habits are far more erratic than mine. Zhou Yuan shrugged in resignation. I understand your point, but can you elucidate why there is a fungal infection on your lips? Huh? Sun Hui responded, bewildered. Indeed, he had been experiencing an itch at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by peeling skin in recent days. He had assumed it was merely seasonal dermatitis that would resolve itself in due time. Thus he had paid it little mind. Little did he anticipate that it could be a fungal infection. What was most troubling was that he had no recollection of how or when he had contracted it. Who did this? Who introduced the fungus into my mouth? Zhou Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. You ask me? Are you not aware of your own actions? What actions? Sun Hui pondered. It is well known that fungal infections are predominantly found on the feet, commonly referred to as athlete's foot. Suddenly, he recalled a moment from his last date with his girlfriend, Xiao Yu. In the clinic, the legs of the bench emitted a sharp crack as they scraped against the floor. Impossible. This cannot be true. Sun Hui's corpulent form propelled the bench several meters backward. Thanks to Zhou Yuan's prompting, he finally connected the dots. That evening, he had been captivated by the sight of his girlfriend's delicate, fair feet adorned in sheer stockings, and he had found it difficult to restrain himself. How could this happen? His voice trembled, tinged with despair. Xiao Yu is undeniably a fragrant little fairy. How could she possibly have athlete and oppos? As foot, Zhou Yuan, trained to maintain a professional demeanor, struggled to suppress a smile. Studies indicate that women frequently wear non-breathable footwear, resulting in a significantly higher bacterial presence on their feet compared to men. Indulgence will only lead to your downfall. Observing the chubby fellow showcasing his adorable girlfriend, now rendered utterly embarrassed, the viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. Is it true that the brother has been treating her feet as a delicacy? I used to think those self-proclaimed foot enthusiasts online were joking, but it seems they're quite serious. I often feel inferior because I am not as peculiar as the netizens. Allow me to showcase my delicate feet. Hee hee. Image JPG. Have you tried the new glutinous rice lemon milk tea from Shuaitawang? After glancing at the barrage of comments, Zhou Yuan chimed in, half jokingly, half educationally. Gentlemen, feet should be admired from a distance, not trifled with. After all, they are a breeding ground for various bacteria and fungi, and residual sweat and dead skin may produce a foul odor. Should these pathogens enter your lungs, The consequences could be dire. Upon hearing the doctor mention potential life-threatening risks, Sun Hui immediately panicked. I won't dare anymore. I promise. Initially, he had intended to boast about his girlfriend, aiming to impress his friends. Yet, within mere moments, he found himself utterly humiliated before them. Zhou Yuan retrieved a packet of foot powder from the medical cabinet. If our ancestors were to learn that their remedies for athlete's foot would one day be applied to your mouth, they would surely find it hilariously ironic. In a realm where peculiarities abound, this young man, endowed with a natural talent for martial arts, social engagement, and culinary expertise, was thoroughly shaken. Everyone has abandoned me, leaving me alone in this embarrassment. I cannot face anyone again. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's ears picked up the mechanical voice of the system. Your treatment plan has passed system verification and can successfully cure the patient's athlete's foot. Rewards are being distributed. Reward acquired. Intermediate diagnostic skill to be claimed. Indeed, curing a patient's ailment would yield corresponding rewards. Zhou Yuan pondered, realizing that given the ease of treating athlete's foot and its relatively minor impact compared to other ailments, the rewards were not as substantial as before, only intermediate level. To attain higher rewards, he would need to seek patients with more complex conditions. After a moment of contemplation, he mentally activated both skills. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding acupuncture techniques and human acupoints flooded into his mind, elevating his acupuncture proficiency to an expert level. His diagnostic abilities were similarly enhanced, restoring his previously impaired vision to clarity. As he returned to reality, a subtle glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Upon focusing on Sun Hui once more, the enhanced vision revealed a significant issue. What sort of woman has this fellow entangled himself with? A femme fatale, perhaps? Unbeknownst to Sun Hui, he continued to engage with viewers in the live stream, enthusiastically sharing his romantic escapades. Dating is a breeze for me, with just a slight effort. I exceed your limits. Do not let the beauty of a girl intimidate you. How will you know your capabilities if you do not try? Trying could lead to demise. I would rather not be the jester while Batman keeps thwarting me. She merely takes her time. I have my own rhythm, no need to rush. That man is her distant cousin. Let us have a child, and he can carry my surname. My girlfriend is wonderful. She supports me with $30,000 a month from her wealthy husband. Wow, the experiences shared by netizens are incredibly diverse. In this day and age, nothing surprises me anymore. Sun Hui was about to elaborate further when Zhou Yuan raised his hand, interrupting him. Enough interaction. Come sit properly. I still need to examine your pulse. Sun Hui looked puzzled. Dr. Zhou, I thought I was fine. Why do you still need to check my pulse? Who said you're fine? Athlete's foot and kidney deficiency are merely minor ailments. There are greater concerns ahead. Chapter 6. The title of the last eunuch of the founding era may soon belong to you. Surprises await. Sun Hui's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Clearly taken aback. Anyone familiar with kidney deficiency understands its profound impact on men. The pervasive symptoms such as lower back pain, fatigue, and frequent nocturnal awakenings are but trivial matters. The more serious concerns, such as issues related to male dignity, loom large. Yet, in the mouth of Dr. Zhou, these have been trivialized. Zhou Yuan remained silent, donning a pair of disposable gloves. He pressed his fingers against Sun Hui's pulse points to further ascertain his condition. Thanks to his grandfather's stringent training, his pulse diagnosis skills had reached a point where he could accurately assess a patient's pulse through a layer of plastic gloves. This was not due to a fear of germs, but rather a discomfort with the notion of handling a patient who might be carrying infectious viruses. Dr. Zhou, today is not April Fool's Day. Please do not frighten me. Sun Hui trembled, tentatively inquiring. Am I doomed to a terminal illness, destined for a resurrection match with the underworld? Zhou Yuan replied, while continuing his pulse examination, not to that extent. You won't be meeting your end just yet. That's a relief. As long as I'm not dead, I can accept any ailment, maintaining an optimistic outlook. As Sun Hui exhaled in relief, his anxiety began to dissipate. However, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's next words, the smile faded from his face, and terror took its place, akin to the anguish of losing a beloved family member. Are you aware of the last eunuch of the Huaxia dynasty, Sun Yaoting? If you delay addressing your condition, Kuan may become utterly compromised, and the infection could spread upwards. To preserve your well-being, we may have to resort to drastic measures, akin to a lizard shedding its tail. Zhou Yuan concluded, his voice carrying an ominous tone that felt like a whisper from a demon, leaving Sun Hui with a suffocating sense of dread, particularly in his lower half. He felt an involuntary chill. Sun Hui had to concede that compared to the prospect of decay, kidney deficiency seemed trivial, a mere nuisance. That was an integral part of his bodily domain. How could it simply be severed? No, Brother Ji, I cannot lose you. Sun Hui lamented frantically. At this juncture, the notion of optimism was utterly absurd. For a man, this was a fate worse than death. Ha ha, how boastful he was upon entering. And now he is in tears. Hilarious? Oh my, the poor lad has lost everything. What is the point of living now? What sort of ailment could cause such a disaster? Terrifying to contemplate. Could it be that Sun Hui's youthful girlfriend has transmitted something to him? Considering his appearance and slovenly demeanor, how did he even manage to attract a young girlfriend? What could she possibly want from him? What does she want? To catch a virus, of course. The biological mother's assault is indiscriminate. Observing the patient's psyche teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. A few words of fright were necessary for the patient to learn their lesson. While the ailment could be cured if one does not amend their bad habits, they are bound to suffer from future maladies. His approach aligned with the traditional Chinese medical philosophy. The upper physician governs the state, the middle physician treats the person, and the lower physician cures the disease. The nation's ailments are the concern of politicians and not the subject at hand. As a competent physician, one must not only cure the illness but also reform the patient, aiding in the elimination of detrimental habits. Why do some doctors tirelessly advise against smoking and drinking, elucidating the potential consequences? The rationale lies here. To address the recklessness of this individual, he must first grasp the grave repercussions of his condition. Dr. Zhou, please stop toying with me and give me a straight answer. What exactly is wrong with me? Why must I become a eunuch? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan pondered briefly. This young man was riddled with ailments, and having just been startled, his mental state was precarious. To divulge the full extent of his afflictions might prove counterproductive. A more tactful approach was warranted. It's merely a minor issue, a few blisters, nothing serious. The risk of infection is low. There's no need for undue concern. The profundity of Chinese culture resonated within Sun Hui as he discerned the underlying implications. He began counting on his fingers. As he tallied, tears streamed down his face. Too many, far too many. There seemed to be no end in sight. Damn that game. The matchmaking system is atrocious. I merely wished to experience a sweet romance. And instead, I encountered a viral catastrophe. I can no longer afford to be brave. The brave are the first to perish. Sun Hui was not naive. He had a clear understanding of how he had contracted the virus. It was none other than the delightful and soft young girlfriend he had boasted about. Xiao Yu. Imagine this. You saved diligently to purchase a brand new 4090 graphics card, treating it like a treasure and catering to its every whim. After some time, you notice your computer slowing down, plagued with countless adware. Upon consulting a technician, you uncover the unsettling truth. That graphics card was once a workhorse in a NetCAF, infected by nefarious players. A defective card. Who wouldn't be furious? Just a moment's reflection had Sun Hui's face flushed with indignation. He had intended to showcase his prowess in front of thousands of viewers, yet he had become the butt of the joke. The audience in the live stream was utterly speechless. According to Murphy's Law, the phenomenon known as the Dolly Garden effect prevails. Smiles do not vanish, but merely transfer from Sun Hui's face to that of the audience. What kind of poverty must one endure to forego a protective suit? I can only advise young men to safeguard their dignity when out in the world. Haha! Sun Hui's legendary saga is destined to dominate the internet. This lad is bound to become famous. Who says that being infamously known is not a form of fame? The bicycle he usually neglects was commandeered by a group of people. What a wild scene. Inside the clinic, Zhou Yuan observed Sun Hui's expression of desolation and disillusionment. He opened a drawer and retrieved a box of acupuncture needles, confidently asserting, if you seek treatment elsewhere. You might be doomed, as this virus has a latent phase, and by the time it is diagnosed, it could be in advanced stages. Fortunately, you encountered me. I will employ acupuncture therapy, along with a few ancestral herbal remedies, to ensure your complete recovery. As Sun Hui wiped his tears, ready to express his gratitude, he looked up to see Dr. Zhou holding several silver-white steel needles, each about 10 centimeters long and as thick as half a pinky finger. Instinctively, he recoiled a few steps, now drenched in sweat. "Wait, are you here to heal me or to send me off?" "Dr. Zhou, I just remembered something. I need to check on my grandmother. She is in labor with my father. I must see whether it's a boy or a girl. I can't continue treatment today." Chapter 7. Something is off with this young man. Seeing the young man so frightened that he could hardly articulate his words, even contemplating a hasty retreat, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He swiftly pulled him back and said, "Where do you think you're going? I'm not some villain." Despite the apparent bulk of the acupuncture needle, if the technique is sound, you won't feel a thing. In fact, it may even bring you a sense of relief. Sun Hui cast a dubious glance at Dr. Zhou. Is it truly painless? Of course. But if you're too timid to endure it, then you might as well wait to become a biochemical specter and continue serving as a sycophant for the mother entity, Zhou Yuan retorted. Although the technique may be common, it is undeniably effective. Initially hesitant, Sun Hui's resolve strengthened upon hearing this. "Then let us proceed. I was blinded by fear before, but now I swear to oppose the biochemical mother entity with all my might. Once I recover, I shall broadcast a live stream showcasing the true essence of a Sigma male to her." "You're delusional. What kind of Sigma male has athlete's foot on his tongue? At best, you're akin to a McDonald's mascot, the backbone of Gotham City." Zhou Yuan shot him a disapproving glance while continuing to sterilize the acupuncture needles. With the expertise of an adept acupuncturist, he had thoroughly mastered the knowledge of human acupoints. Coupled with his solid medical foundation, treating a patient like Sun Hui, plagued by myriad ailments, was a task he approached with confidence. He began with acupuncture, stimulating the inner side of the lower leg at the Senyinjiao point, 3 inches above the ankle, as well as several other acupoints, including the Shuahai point, located 2 inches above the knee. This would invigorate blood flow, dispel stagnation, replenish vital energy, and enhance the patient's immunity. With a few additional herbal prescriptions, recovery was guaranteed. Soon, as Zhou Yuan performed the acupuncture, the traditional medicine clinic was filled with Sun Hui's anguished cries. Tell my mother I am not a coward. Originally feeling faint from the needles while watching live streams at my boyfriend's place, I am now even more dizzy from the needles. Seeing this needle, my back no longer aches, my legs are pain-free. I feel as though all ailments have vanished. And oppose. He broken out in a sweat, brothers. I need to pick up my grandfather from school. I must take my leave. I once tried acupuncture. It wasn't painful, just a sensation of soreness. And it was remarkably effective. Isn't this just a scam? If you're unwell, go see a Western doctor. I refuse to believe that a few needle pricks can resolve health issues. You'll know whether it works once you try it. But be sure to seek out a reputable, century-old establishment. There are plenty of quacks in traditional medicine. For those doubting, some practices have endured for thousands of years for good reason. Meanwhile, at the Medical University of Luocheng, in the Xiang Flower Girls dormitory, room 601, Lin Yu was intently focused on her computer screen, murmuring to herself, "Traditional medicine has its merits. It seems to possess a certain depth, albeit limited. For treating these ailments, patients should promptly visit a hospital for diagnosis and medication." What she was watching was Zhou Yuan's live stream on a popular social media platform. Lin Yu hailed from a family of Western medicine practitioners. Her grandfather and grandmother were professors in medical fields. Her parents ran a pharmaceutical company. Not to mention countless relatives who were department heads and hospital directors. Growing up in such an environment, she had been indoctrinated with Western ideologies and inherently distrusted traditional medicine, brainwashed by her parents into believing it was a relic of the past destined for obsolescence. The scene unfolding in the live stream made Lin Yu gasp in astonishment. What a hefty, elongated needle. Zhao Xiaoying, who was hanging clothes on the balcony, overheard the commotion and teased, "In the past, when we discussed scandalous topics in our dorm, you would bury your face in your blankets, blushing like a tomato, only to peek out an ear to eavesdrop. Why are you so bold today? Watching a film in the dorm and uttering such risky words? Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, extending to her ears. Mortified, she wished to dig a hole to hide in. She quickly realized that her momentary surprise had led her to unwittingly make a statement that could easily be misconstrued by a certain and amp. Oppos, senior, and amp, oppos. Now, the senior Zhao Xiaoying was inching closer, playfully fiddling with the clothes rack, her face adorned with a mischievous grin, as if to say, "Oh, look at you blushing. Come on, let me see. Stop it, please," Lin Yu exclaimed, desperate to prevent the situation from escalating. To avert further misunderstanding, Lin Yu pointed at the screen and hurriedly explained, "It's not a film. It's a live stream of traditional medicine. I was referring to the acupuncture needles in the doctor's hands." "Needles?" Zhao Xiaoying scoffed. "Aren't they supposed to be thin and short? Just like my ex, utterly useless." "Lin Yu, you're just too innocent. You've never seen the world. Can those needles be? They're indeed long and thick. Are they meant to be inserted all the way into the body?" Upon witnessing the needles Zhou Yuan wielded in the live stream, Zhao Xiaoying was equally taken aback. Using such instruments to treat patients? Won't they end up injuring them? Both of them were students of Western medicine, and in their minds, traditional medicine was devoid of scientific basis, a form of deceitful superstition that misled patients. Such quackery could easily result in severe harm or even loss of life. As compassionate university students, Lin Yu made a swift decision. "I will seek out my grandfather, show him the live stream, and have him contact the chief of the Luochang Police Department. We must act swiftly to halt this charlatan's harmful practices. After all, it is a matter of saving a patient." Zhao Xiaoying, not one to hesitate, urged Lin Yu onto a scooter, and they sped off towards the administrative building. On the third floor of the administration building, in a professor's office, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit with a small mustache appeared earnest as he addressed the elderly gentleman across from him, whose hair was white yet his demeanor youthful. "Uncle Lin, my program, Masters in Every Field, aims to showcase top talents from various professions to the general public. It is bound to be a hit. Please recommend a medical expert for me." Lin Yaoqing took a measured sip of tea and replied, "Qingshan, what do you think about me?" Before he could finish, the office door was forcefully thrust open with a bang. "Grandfather, help! Help me!" Lin Yu gasped, breathless, as she rushed to his side. Lin Yaoqing's words were abruptly interrupted, his expression darkening as he slammed down his teacup. "How many times have I told you to address titles while at school? Lin Yu, you're an adult. Why do you still behave like a child, so reckless and impulsive?" Realizing her fault, Lin Yu quickly corrected herself. "Professor Lin, there's a young man claiming to be a traditional doctor, indiscriminately treating patients. You must see this live stream." Upon hearing the term traditional medicine, Lin Yaoqing's attention was immediately captured, so much so that he neglected to correct her form of address. "Traditional medicine? Is there really a young person who understands it these days?" He instinctively inquired. "What ailment does the patient have? How is he treating them?" Lin Yu gestured with her hands, explaining, "The patient has a contagious disease, and he is wielding a needle of this length, as if intending to turn the patient into a porcupine." "What? This is sheer madness." Lin Yaoqing was infuriated, his face turning red. He was well-versed in traditional medicine. An inexperienced youth using a 15-centimeter-long needle to puncture all of a patient's acupoints? What was the difference from stabbing the patient with a knife? With so many acupoints in the human body, a novice could easily strike a vital point, leading to catastrophic medical errors. Realizing this, the elderly professor acted on his instinct to save lives, pulling out his phone to use exclusive channels to alert the police to contact the live-streaming platform and halt the treatment. Just as he was about to dial, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the screen, displaying Zhou Yuan administering acupuncture. He was immediately taken aback. Something is amiss with this young man. Chapter 8. Your presence in the education sector is a great disgrace to me. Grandfather, something is definitely amiss. Lin Yu clenched her small fists, her eyes shining with clarity. Lin Yaoqing completely disregarded his granddaughter and Appo's naive remarks, his usual calm demeanor evaporating as he focused intently on Zhou Yuan and Appo's actions. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The finesse of the acupuncture techniques and the adeptness in locating acupoints surpassed even that of seasoned practitioners in their 60s and 70s. Could this young man truly be the legendary, innate genius of traditional Chinese medicine? Although Lin Yaoqing was a revered figure in Western medicine, he had once dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine during his youth. What prompted his shift in profession? It was an ill-fated acupuncture exam where he inadvertently caused himself to suffer from paralysis after 3 needles. His master had been frantic, administering over 80 needles to remedy the situation. In the aftermath, his master had said, "Shaoqing, while your actions do not pose a threat to my status in traditional medicine, your presence in the education sector is a profound disgrace to me. Change your course. And remember, if you cause any trouble, do not say I taught you." With this regrettable history, Lin Yaoqing's immediate reaction upon witnessing Zhou Yuan performing acupuncture was to call the authorities and halt the treatment. This young man mirrored his younger self. And what if something went awry for the patient? However, reality proved his concerns unfounded. Zhou Yuan's medical prowess was exceptional, and he was destined for a promising future. Such talent could be harnessed. "Grandfather, are you in shock? Hurry and call the police," Lin Yu urged. Lin Yaoqing shot his granddaughter a glare and playfully tapped her on the head. "You almost misled me. Stop consuming so much sensationalized content. Who told you that traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience? This gentleman's acupuncture technique is first-rate, a beacon in the realm of traditional medicine, and even I find myself envious. You should learn from him." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiaoying, Li Qingshan, and Lin Yu, who was cradling her head, were all taken aback. Who was Lin Yaoqing? A pillar of the medical community at Luoqing Medical University, a titan of Western medicine, where securing an appointment with him was a fortune. Yet, this esteemed individual was genuinely praising a junior in traditional medicine, and there was even a hint of envy in his tone. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Lin Yaoqing couldn't help but chuckle at their astonishment. "Are you all truly shocked? The higher-ups in Huaxia are gradually recognizing the significance of our indigenous culture, and their strategic policies are shifting away from blind adoration of foreign practices." He paused, gesturing towards a prominent document on his desk that advocated substantial support for traditional culture and the establishment of a Chinese medicine major. "If I were to tell you that I intend to offer a monthly salary of 100,000 to recruit this practitioner as a distinguished teacher at our school, would that terrify you?" 100,000, Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She could not fathom that this somewhat delicate-looking practitioner would receive such immense recognition. If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in Luocheng, prompting many to seek treatment in traditional medicine establishments. Li Qingshan discreetly stroked his mustache, secretly delighted. He had finally found a candidate for the last slot on his variety show, Masters in Every Field. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was grappling with her beliefs. Her parents, both involved in pharmaceuticals, often spoke disparagingly of traditional Chinese medicine while promoting their latest Western drugs. Growing up surrounded by such notions, she naturally developed a preconceived bias. Now, her grandfather was asserting that traditional medicine could not only heal ailments, but also warranted future support. Who should she believe? Nevertheless, the resolute Lin Yu did not dwell on her doubts. A great figure once proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. She resolved to visit Zhou's traditional medicine clinic shortly, feigning illness to explore the merits of traditional medicine for herself. At Zhou's traditional medicine clinic, Zhou Yuan remained blissfully unaware that his casual display of acupuncture skills had triggered a chain reaction. At that moment, Sun Hui lay on the bed, transformed into a porcupine, or rather, to be precise, a puffed-up fugu. Sun Hui's face bore no signs of pain. Instead, he radiated tranquility and contentment. This was the response elicited by stimulating the qi and blood acupoints with the sizable number 28 needle. Zhou Yuan employed the acupuncture techniques passed down from his grandfather, skillfully alternating the needle types to suit the patient's acupoints. To onlookers, his fluid movements appeared effortless and relieving. Finally, a fine needle was inserted into the Bai Hui acupoint atop Sun Hui's head, marking the completion of the treatment. Zhou Yuan exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of satisfaction. Pouring himself a cup of chrysanthemum tea to quench his thirst, he glanced at the barrage of comments streaming in. The host technique is incredibly impressive, and Sun Hui's complexion visibly improved. It seems acupuncture is physically demanding. One must not only focus intently on locating acupoints, but also control the pressure without any deviation, which is quite laborious. I'm tempted to try our traditional culture. Does the host have time today? Count me in. I heard acupuncture can treat tenosynovitis. I want to give it a go. Don't even think about it. Doctors have limited stamina. If you all rush over, won't you exhaust Dr. Zhou? Indeed, support characters in games typically have low health but high healing output, requiring protection from teammates. This host is seriously lacking. Who says I'm weak? Zhou Yuan retorted. You historical illiterates are insufferable. Throughout history, the realms of medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Physicians often train their bodies to enhance their combat abilities. Do you believe that if Huatuo lacked skill, he could navigate the chaos of his era? This reminded him of a humorous anecdote. The image of Confucius as a refined, frail scholar was far from the truth. In reality, he was a towering figure, muscular and robust, often leading his 3,000 disciples across various states, indulging in food and drink. The Analects were merely the rules of the road. As their conversation continued, Zhou Yuan noticed a surge in viewership, steadily surpassing 10,000. At that moment, a user named Xiaoyu Run fast sent a comment that caught his attention. May I ask where the address of the herbal medicine store is? I wish to seek treatment. Another opportunity for business was at hand, and it seemed the user was a female. Chapter 9. Fair Maiden, do not weep when your defenses are breached. As the foot traffic in the live streaming room increased, many newcomers seeking consultation were unaware of the precise location of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and began to inquire. With a spark of inspiration, Zhou Yuan decided to post the address and contact information on the homepage, and then reiterated it verbally. In Luocheng, Deong District at number 102 Chuyang Road Alley. Be sure to recognize the Zhou's traditional Chinese medicine hall, a century-old brand. I am adept in treating various complex ailments, infertility, orthopedic massage, colds, fevers, and even enhancing lactation and breast augmentation. Families in need, feel free to seek my assistance. The individual named Xiaoyu, who had initially expressed a desire to speak, abruptly exited the live stream. Perhaps the patient felt the distance was too great, making travel inconvenient. Zhou Yuan dismissed the thought, as it was likely that Sun Hui's acupuncture appointment was approaching, and he intended to prepare some herbs to take with him. Just as he gathered the prescription, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Your treatment plan has passed system verification and can successfully cure 5 ailments of the patient. Rewards are being distributed. You will receive the following rewards. Huaxia coins, 100, 000, taxed through legitimate channels. Expert level psychological prediction and master level pulse diagnosis Wikingxi, original true version. Zhou Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and clicked to claim each reward. The bounty from the system was astonishing. Just the monetary sum alone could significantly enhance his current living conditions. One does not comprehend the cost of living until they are in charge of it. After accounting for rent, utilities, and sustenance, he still needed to procure high-quality medicinal herbs, which is no small sum. His storeroom was already lacking in several essential herbal ingredients. The expert-level psychological prediction and master-level pulse diagnosis would undoubtedly bolster his medical skills, propelling him closer to the heights of renowned practitioners. As for the Wikingxi, that remains to be seen. The system's offerings are assuredly of premium quality. The Wikingxi, original true version, is likely not just the common exercise routine that everyone knows. It probably contains genuine and substantial techniques. Zhou Yuan planned to delve into it after concluding the live stream. Once the needles were removed, Sun Hui felt an immediate sense of lightness and clarity wash over him. It was akin to reclaiming the vitality of a youthful body. Dr. Zhou, I adore you. You are truly my rebirth, he exclaimed. If you do not mind, may I adopt you as my godfather? Upon saying this, he excitedly prepared to kneel and pay respects. Zhou Yuan, however, did not wish for an unsolicited filial relationship and hurriedly gestured to stop him. No. Who doesn't he know that being a godfather is a high-risk occupation? Are you attempting to express gratitude or stab me in the back? Just pay the 500 and we'll call it even. Rejected in his attempt to adopt Zhou Yuan as his godfather, Sun Hui, realizing he could not secure a powerful ally, opted to pay promptly, adding an extra 500 as a token of gratitude. Zhou Yuan could not decline, interpreting it as an acknowledgement of his medical skills, and accepted it. At worst, he could prescribe additional invigorating remedies for the next visit. He then added, acupuncture requires a week of treatment. Remember to come back tomorrow. Sun Hui nodded, raising his fist in determination. Dr. Zhou, I plan to call the biological mother out shortly to give her the real deal. Await my good news tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt an ominous premonition. With this fellow's unpredictability, one could only speculate the abstract scenarios he might conjure. Just as he contemplated giving a cautionary word, Sun Hui, embodying the swiftness of a character from a video game, had already dashed out the door, disappearing from view. After a bustling morning, noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan locked the clinic door, activated the live stream, and ventured outside for a simple meal. Upon returning, he noticed two lovely figures standing outside the clinic. The visitors were none other than Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaoying, the medical students eager to challenge Zhou Yuan and explore the nuances of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Yu was adorned in a light green floral dress, complemented by knee-high white socks accentuating her long, fair legs, exuding an air of innocence akin to a pure white moonlight. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoying, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, radiated the charm of a mature elder sister, reminiscent of a ripe peach. As the two stood there, the live stream's comment section erupted with enthusiasm. Oh my goodness, this is a first. The hostess clinic has never seen such young beauties before. I'm all for the girl in the floral dress. Her gaze is so deep, reminiscent of my first love. Firstly, she is looking at the camera, not you. Secondly, those are peach blossom eyes, and they could look deeply at a dog. Fun fact, only children notice beauty at first glance. Once you've driven a few times and become a seasoned driver, your gaze shifts from the face to the figure. I concur, a good figure is paramount. If you disagree, check out the oppos, turning lights on and off and oppos. Challenge on a certain platform. You'll thank me after. Not so, my friend. Are you really choosing? Only children make choices. Adults desire them all. Something felt amiss. Why were there so many patients seeking consultation today? Zhou Yuan mused, unlocking the door and stepping inside while inquiring, which of you is feeling unwell? She. Both girls chimed in unison. Who exactly is it? Zhou Yuan pondered. I am. Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaoying raised their hands simultaneously, their expressions revealing a naive innocence, as if they were in a classroom. Zhou Yuan concluded. You two must be university students, correct? How did you know? They responded in perfect synchrony, reminiscent of early Pacific Rim pilot synchronization training. Realizing she had forgotten to confer with her friend about who would feign illness, Lin Yu pulled Zhao Xiaoying aside and whispered, Xiaoying, I recall you often suffer from dysmenorrhea, right? Use that as bait to entice him into prescribing you herbal medicine. Then we can scientifically debunk his methods and see how he responds. As Lin Yu whispered, Zhou Yuan observed the two closely. It felt as though these two Na'vi students were not genuinely seeking treatment, but rather intending to provoke him. Just then, the system rewarded him with expert-level psychological prediction skills, which he decided to employ. He recalled the girls' demeanor since entering the clinic. Through their actions, expressions, and tone, he quickly deduced their psychological state: guarded, skeptical, disdainful, and condescending. Upon seeing the doctor, their pupils slightly constricted, an instinctive reaction when encountering a handsome individual. Zhou Yuan noted their emotional release and realized they were not there for treatment, but rather to challenge traditional medicine, akin to critics aiming to disrupt his practice. All I wish is to heal and lead a good life, and yet you intend to jeopardize my livelihood? Zhou Yuan felt a surge of indignation. Just then, a pair of delicate, white arms rested on the pulse pillow. Doctor, I suffer from dysmenorrhea, intermittent insomnia, and stomach issues. Can your pulse diagnosis and herbal treatment be effective? How does it compare to Western medicine? Zhou Yuan met Zhao Xiaoying's somewhat provocative gaze and, upon closely observing her complexion, nearly burst into laughter. Faced with such a brazenly challenging inquiry, he saw no reason not to seize the opportunity. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Western medicine treats symptoms but neglects the root cause. The efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine is undoubtedly superior. However, my pulse diagnosis is quite accurate, so if you find yourself overwhelmed, do refrain from shedding tears." Chapter 10. How can we play with such a setup? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying scoffed. "Please, it's just a matter of checking a pulse. How effective can it be? Is it possible that the results could surpass those of advanced Western medicine? Absolutely not." She recalled news reports that equated pulse diagnosis to the charlatanry of fortune-telling, where vague suggestions mislead individuals into believing they are ill, only to be duped into consuming ineffective medications. Such tricks are merely the tactics of quack doctors. Given her skepticism towards traditional Chinese medicine, Zhao Xiaoying extended her wrist with a sense of ease. "Go ahead and diagnose. Whoever falters is the fool." At that moment, Zhou Yuan was akin to a walking expert in psychology, his keen eye capturing every micro-expression. "Excuse me, but what is the meaning behind that disdainful gaze of yours?" Clearly, this patient harbored significant misconceptions about traditional Chinese medicine. It was imperative to enlighten her and dispel her misunderstandings. With this thought, Zhou Yuan aligned his 3 fingers on Zhao Xiaoying's pulse points, Taiyuan, Guan, and Siyuan. The mastery of pulse diagnosis was set in motion. All ailments and detrimental habits would be unveiled through the rhythm of her pulse, laying bare every secret before him. Moments later, a smile crept upon Zhou Yuan's lips, his gaze deepening with insight. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoying felt an uncanny sensation, as if she were stripped bare before him. It was unsettling. Lin Yu, curious, inquired, "So, what did you find out?" Zhou Yuan turned to the patient. "Speaking candidly, the issue is rather substantial. Your menstrual cramps are not ordinary, are they?" Zhao Xiaoying hesitated before nodding in acknowledgement. Each episode of pain felt akin to childbirth. Remedies like hot water or ginger tea proved futile. Only painkillers offered relief. Her reliance on medication had bred a tolerance, rendering even painkillers ineffective now. Zhou Yuan suddenly remarked, "This is purely a consequence of your poor lifestyle choices. You drank last night beer mixed with white and red wine. Not only that, but you indulged the night before and even more the day prior, leading to 2 bouts of vomiting. A little drink may be enjoyable, but excessive consumption is detrimental to your health. It's best to drink sparingly." Zhao Xiaoying straightened in disbelief. Over the past few days, her melancholy had driven her to drink more frequently. Yet, how could this doctor possibly know? She mused. "Did you install a surveillance device on me? How do you know all this?" Zhou Yuan remained silent, exhaling with a sigh, his fingers still pressing on her pulse while continuing his diagnosis. "Not only do you have a habit of skipping breakfast, but your smoking addiction is considerable. 2 packs a day, I presume?" His expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Ah, I see. You've been spending your breakfast money on cigarettes. While I understand your smoking may be an act of patriotism, I recommend you temper your enthusiasm for national defense. If you continue at this rate, you may find yourself funding the medical and funeral industries." Zhao Xiaoying opened her mouth to retort, but found herself unable to counter any of Zhou Yuan and Appo's assertions. They were all too accurate. Take, for instance, the recently launched Dongfeng 31 intercontinental missile, which travels at a staggering speed of 30 Mach, surpassing even Ultraman and Appo's speed, and with pinpoint accuracy that outmatches the legendary Archer Ho-E. With just one launch, it silenced the world, rendering nations like the United States and Japan docile. Wasn't this all a result of their smoking habits, consuming 2 to 3 packs a day? However, Zhao Xiaoying understood that such indulgences should only be pursued when in good health. If a doctor advised against smoking and drinking, one ought to heed such counsel. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. At this moment, Lin Yu began to feel a chill run down her spine. She shared a close bond with Zhao Xiaoying and had an inkling about her friend's private life, a typical drinker, a chain smoker, and a lover of risky jokes. Zhou Yuan had impeccably pinpointed their vices, despite it being their first visit to this establishment, and she had only inquired about it via her account in the live stream. How could Zhou Yuan possibly know? Seeing the two women stunned by his revelations, Zhou Yuan chuckled inwardly. Is this all? I've merely scratched the surface of the diagnosis. There's much more to unveil. Do not be too astonished. I also know that both of you are medical students, he added. Zhao Xiaoying felt as if she wanted to retract her hand from the pulse pillow. Internally, she lamented, how could my identity be exposed through a simple pulse diagnosis? I've heard of electronic devices revealing secrets, but never of a pulse doing so. At that moment, she regretted accompanying Lin Yu to debunk traditional Chinese medicine. In just 2 minutes, this doctor had not only uncovered her drinking habits and her tendency to forego breakfast in favor of cigarettes, but had also laid bare her identity as a medical student, rendering her utterly transparent before him. If compared to Western medicine, what could possibly rival this? The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Could pulse diagnosis truly reveal not just ailments but also professions? The host had never demonstrated such a skill before. Can someone explain how the host deduced their professions just from a pulse check? Isn't it simple? After 20 years as an electrician, I can tell if a wire is live just by touching it. I studied massage for over 10 years, but got fired for my ineptitude. I was merely touching women. I've been installing air conditioning for a decade, and when asked about my profession, I momentarily froze. Host, I'll gift you a popular item if you can explain this. I'm so curious. As the audience clamored for answers, Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaoying stood there, equally eager to know. Zhou Yuan, however, took his time, savoring a sip of tea. The more he kept them guessing, the more impactful his eventual revelation would be, showcasing his profound expertise. Zhao Xiaoying, lost in thought, speculated. Could it be that I'm on the verge of death from drinking at a bar, and this is some form of redemption fantasy? It seemed the only plausible explanation for how this doctor seemed to know everything about her. Chapter 11. Young girls must exercise restraint. Wait a moment, Xiaoying. Your words are too profound. My CPU is overheating. Allow me a moment to process this. Lin Yu felt an itch in his head, as if he were on the verge of enlightenment. Zhou Yuan nearly spewed his drink. Is this the last fantasy literature before death? The imagination of young people is indeed boundless. Seeing that the timing was right, he no longer hesitated. Clearing his throat, he revealed the truth. Firstly, I diagnose you with intermittent insomnia, experiencing 2 sleepless nights each week, accompanied by symptoms of anxiety. Secondly, I notice both of you have thinning hair, severe hair loss, and pronounced dark circles under your eyes. University life is relatively carefree, which can foster idleness. Only fifth-year medical students would exhibit such anxiety. He continued, moreover, there's only one medical school nearby, and the mental state of student from other disciplines differs vastly from that of medical students. Endless professional courses, towering stacks of medical texts, incomprehensible assignments, and biweekly tests make it even more arduous than high school. Zhou Yuan placed his teacup down, his tone nonchalant. If one is to toil endlessly only to find their grades languishing at the bottom of the class, how could they not be anxious to the point of hair loss and insomnia? The two distressed medical students felt their spirits deflate. The adage that one should avoid studying medicine is no mere jest. Especially for Zhao Xiaoying, it struck a nerve. Do you intend to wound the heart as well? She thought, being the very one who was perpetually exhausted and had failed 3 courses at the end of the semester. Coupled with the current dismal job market, some medical students even resorted to working for pay. Her stress was immense, which led her to develop habits of smoking and drinking. To alleviate her pressure, she even harbored a small, secret hobby. Thankfully, it had not been diagnosed by any doctor. If they were to discover that hobby, it would surely lead to social demise. Zhao Xiaoying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Encouraging someone to study medicine invites disaster, while advocating for law leads to 1,000 cuts. Both paths are overly competitive. To succeed in medicine, one must endure until their 30s before reaping rewards. No wonder there are constant reports of hospital personnel being caught for financial misconduct. After enduring such hardship, who wouldn't want to indulge a little once they ascend? The healthcare system truly requires reform. Fortunately, I dropped out in middle school to pursue hairdressing. Now, Running my own shop earns me a decent monthly income. Though it's not extravagant, but it's relatively stress-free. The margin for error in life is astonishing. Excelling academically in school does not guarantee success in the real world. Society demands well-rounded talents. Well-rounded? In simpler terms, one must be adept at navigating social intricacies. Just take your time to learn. Zhao Xiaoying's internal musings could not escape Zhou Yuan's keen observation. The patient still clung to a sense of denial. It seemed imperative to articulate the matter clearly to guide her towards correction and away from illness. Thus, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table and stated, "In truth, young girls must exercise restraint." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying's hand, which had been resting on the pulse pillow, recoiled as if electrocuted. As a seasoned driver on the Autumn Name Mountain, she instantly comprehended the doctor's implication. Had even this little hobby been discovered? Zhao Xiaoying felt shattered. My bank card password is 12,614. My parents are divorced. My mother is my confidant, and I dream of becoming a master of the walnut. My measurements are 93-68-104. Please spare me. If anyone were to approach her with claims that traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience, a mere trick of the trade, she would not hesitate to deliver a sharp slap and drag them into Zhou's traditional Chinese medicine clinic for judgment. Seeing Zhao Xiaoying dispel her misunderstandings and embrace the notion that traditional Chinese medicine is not a scam, Zhou Yuan felt quite pleased, having conquered yet another individual through his medical prowess. However, it appeared she had developed some psychological shadows. What could this mean? Regardless, as long as misunderstandings were cleared, he could effectively treat her and reap the rewards from the system. Rubbing his hands together, he cheerfully announced, "Now let us discuss your issue of kidney deficiency." "What? I have kidney deficiency?" Zhao Xiaoying's immediate reaction was akin to a startled cat. "I can eat whatever I like, but don't speak carelessly. I might just sue you for defamation." Lin Yu chimed in, "How could a girl like Xiaoying possibly have kidney deficiency? You must be a quack." Zhou Yuan was somewhat at a loss. "You're in such a state, and still unwilling to acknowledge it? If I were to place you two in an incinerator and burn you at 600 degrees, you'd still be defiant." Patients exhibiting defiance likely have been struck at a sensitive point, prompting an acute psychological response. This is, in fact, quite common. In the subconscious of many, the notion of kidney deficiency is shameful, and they are reluctant to accept it. In his view, this issue was easily resolvable with just a single statement. Zhou Yuan declared, "I can treat it." As expected, upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying's demeanor shifted instantly. She excitedly grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "You are truly a miraculous doctor." Lin Yu interjected, "Wait a moment, is this transformation too rapid? Who could possibly keep up with this?" Just moments prior, had this wallflower been swayed by the doctor's influence? However, even Lin Yu herself found her previously rigid impressions of traditional Chinese medicine beginning to alter. This discipline indeed possessed merit. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Yu's mind. She recognized a glaring flaw in the seemingly flawless consultation process. Crossing her arms, she scrutinized the two. "Did you both conspire to deceive me?" Zhou Yuan and Zhao Xiaoying exchanged confused glances, their expressions embodying the quintessential emoji. What had this foolish girl concocted in her mind? Meanwhile, a newly minted editing blogger, Yuqing, stumbled upon Zhou Yuan's explosive live stream while surfing the internet. Amused by the live content, he casually clipped segments where a man, having been knocked out by his wife, insisted that his triplet sons were deities, showcasing his inability to impress the audience, only to become infected and transform into the five poisons holy body. These two segments were edited and posted across various short video platforms. Upon release, the videos sparked continuous twists and turns, evoking both laughter and incredulity, quickly generating a frenzy online. Within half an hour, they amassed millions of views and a flurry of comments. "I'm dying of laughter." This national server Ma Chao seems to be a small streamer from the Dragon Ball platform. For a decade, no one cared, and suddenly, he is known worldwide. When visiting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, one must go alone. There is a tradition of frankness that can lead to social demise with a single careless remark. Is this real? The plot of the novel Urban Supreme Divine Doctor is unfolding in reality? I didn't expect traditional Chinese medicine to still exist. This streamer is hilarious. May I ask where he is live streaming from? Previously in the living room, now probably in the bedroom. A plethora of viewers, having wandered through various misguided paths, finally flooded into Zhou Yuan's legitimate live stream. The moment they entered, they were met with an electrifying revelation. Lin Yu, her cheeks flushed, clapped her hands twice, producing two crisp sounds. To my knowledge, Xiaoying broke up with her boyfriend 6 months ago and has remained single since. She has also continuously lived in the dormitory, never having stayed out overnight. So where does her kidney deficiency stem from? Chapter 12. Hex Technology Products. At this juncture, Lin Yu displayed an expression of knowing understanding, choosing to leave it unsaid. According to investigations, there exists a stark contrast between the dormitories of male and female students in universities. In the male dormitories, evening lights extinguished. Conversations often commence with discussions about beautiful girls or teachers from distant lands. As the topics delve deeper, they transform into debates on military politics, historical facts, and even the mysteries of the universe. One can never be certain if a bold roommate will unveil outrageous opinions that could lead to dire consequences. Conversely, in the female dormitories, the discourse begins with fashion, cosmetics, and leisure activities, gradually escalating to more provocative subjects. What one might perceive as innocent and demure young ladies. In the company of their close friends, they morph into seasoned veterans of life. The adage birds of a feather flock together rings true. After being influenced by her friends, Lin Yu found herself somewhat tainted by their discussions. For instance, how on earth did Zhao Xiaoying become and Oppos? Kidney deficient and Oppos. Is it possible for one person to be so? Lin Yu found herself utterly perplexed. Coughing slightly, faced with Lin Yu's relentless inquiries, Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Surely, he could not divulge everything, lest the live stream be shut down. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Xiaoying, silently urging her to answer for herself. However, as the person in question, Zhao Xiaoying found it even more difficult to speak. Lin Yu, oblivious to the exchanges, was convinced of her suspicions. With her head held high in an air of confidence, she spoke with a tone reminiscent of a lazy sheep. "Come clean. When did you two start your affair? Thank goodness I am a clever detective. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by you both. There is no such miraculous method of pulse diagnosis. Is there? Astute? I think you might be somewhat challenged," Zhou Yuan thought, recognizing Lin Yu's hidden intentions to question his medical expertise. This was absolutely intolerable. With a sympathetic glance towards her, he carefully chose his words. "Allow me to enlighten you with a contemporary understanding. There are many types of boyfriends. The domineering CEO type, the sunny, warm-hearted type. And then there are high-tech products, like the Purple Mood. It's merely a kind of toy. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was left utterly dumbfounded, her mind momentarily rebooting. This revelation was maddeningly clear. With this sufficient and necessary condition, everything seemed to fall into place. Embarrassed by the comedic misunderstanding, Lin Yu sheepishly stuck out her tongue, attempting to lighten the awkward atmosphere. "My apologies, Xiaoying. I never imagined you were a diligent gold miner. I misjudged you." Zhou Yuan swore he did not wish to laugh, yet he found it utterly impossible to contain himself. He had exerted his utmost intellect to grasp the abstract, only to be outdone by Lin Yu's heartfelt admission. Was the heavens mocking him? The viewers in the live stream were evidently amused, their barrage of comments multiplying. "Haha, this girl is definitely a prodigy in abstraction. With a single sentence, she has reached a pinnacle that others cannot surpass. Golden miner, so you enjoy mining? Is it amusing? All I see is a desperate female pilot. Is this the innate body of abstraction? How infuriating! Why doesn't the universe bestow me with such a talent? Let her live stream to earn a living. I do not envy her at all. Her thought process is simply extraordinary. This world is a vast abstraction. I can hardly believe it. Who understands?" I was watching the live stream in class and couldn't help but laugh, leading my teacher to think I was possessed. Zhao Xiaoying would eternally remember this painful day, the moment she developed a fear and aversion to traditional Chinese medicine. "And that rascal Lin Yu? She would return home to binge-watch Detective Conan, 10 Crimes, Night of the White Knight, and the complete works of Sherlock Holmes. She was fuming and determined to clear her name. While her mind concocted hundreds of ways to annihilate the world and erase the evidence at her core, Zhao Xiaoying was merely a girl who cherished a peaceful life. In action, she would never resort to extreme measures. "Doctor, where's your gas cylinder? I happen to have a lighter." Her expression remained stoic as she retrieved a lighter from her pocket, exuding an aura of, "You wish to ruin my social standing? Very well, let us face doom together." It is well known that the flower language of gas cylinders signifies explosive revelations. In the face of Zhao Xiaoying's determination to leave no trace of her innocence, Zhou Yuan remained calm and composed. Young people must learn to remain composed. This is entirely human nature. Studies show that 90% of people have experienced this. What is there to feel ashamed of? Lin Yu interjected curiously. What about the remaining 10%? Are they exceptionally pure and devoid of desires? Zhou Yuan shook his head. No, the remaining 10% are simply in denial, refusing to acknowledge. Zhao Xiaoying. 6 Lin Yu. Damn, why do I feel like Dr. Zhou is revealing my identity? The host speaks the truth at work. I am a serious employee, but secretly, I am quite the veteran. Ahem, regardless, before I die, I shall definitely delete all my browser history. No matter how serious a person is, there are secrets on their phones. They just refuse to admit it. In the midst of this banter, Zhou Yuan prepared the herbal medicines, advising, take your medicine 3 times a day, quit unhealthy habits, and avoid spicy or cold foods. Your ailments will naturally improve, and your health will flourish. The total is 500. Upon receiving the medicine package, Zhao Xiaoying felt as though she had struck gold and promptly scanned to make the payment. As she prepared to leave, her mind whirled with thoughts of retaliation. She mused, I can't let you bully me. I must exact revenge before departing. With this in mind, Zhao Xiaoying spoke in a melodious tone, as enchanting as a siren. Dr. Zhou, brother Zhao has entrusted me with a favor. Blushing, she hastily exited the clinic, leaving Zhou Yuan in a state of bewilderment. What has happened? I suggest the riddle maker vacate Gotham. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly smacked his thigh. Goodness, I have just been flirted with. Chapter 13. The unspoken secrets of a female college student within the confines of the Zhou Traditional Medicine Clinic. The system had just confirmed the treatment plan that could effectively cure patient Zhao Xiaoying's kidney deficiency. As the rewards were being distributed, a notification gleamed on the screen. Congratulations! You have received expert-level bone-setting technique. Once again, the system had bestowed a reward upon Zhou Yuan. Upon clicking to claim it, a wealth of knowledge regarding human anatomy flooded his mind. In just half a day, he had amassed multiple practical rewards, and the popularity of his live stream surged exponentially. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, and the future appeared bright. With a smile, he opened his phone to check unread messages. Your savings account ending in 8046 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on October 4th at 11 o'clock a.m. Current balance, 108,000 yuan, Lingtong Bank. The system's reward of 100,000 yuan now lay enticingly in his account, providing ample funds for purchasing medicinal herbs. Regrettably, he realized that he had never truly grasped how thick a stack of 100,000 yuan could be, a gap in his knowledge. After all, practicing traditional Chinese medicine was not particularly lucrative, and the medical industry was not as excessively profitable as some might believe. Yet, this raises a question. Why do some doctors thrive, amassing wealth, driving luxury cars, and residing in opulent villas? The answer is straightforward. They possess a certain ruthlessness and know how to exploit the unwary. As the clinic experienced a lull in patience, Zhou Yuan engaged the audience by recounting abstract case studies and sharing intriguing medical trivia. He successfully drew the viewership to an impressive 50,000. Only after becoming a doctor did he truly comprehend the eccentricities of humanity. The world resembled a vast, chaotic stage. In their village, there was an Uncle Li who, while foraging for herbs, was bitten by a snake on his leg. Fearing the venom would take effect before reaching a hospital, he resolutely severed his leg with a saw. Later, it was revealed that the snake had bitten his left leg, yet he had amputated the right. And as if that were not absurd enough, Uncle Lee pondered why he had not succumbed to the snake's poison, leading him to consult Zhou Yuan's grandfather. Upon examination, it was discovered that the snake which had bitten him was, in fact, non-venomous. As the live stream's popularity soared, viewers reacted with laughter and disbelief. After entertaining viewers until 3 in the afternoon, the clinic finally welcomed patients once again. Outside, a young woman pleaded, "Mom, I don't want to see a traditional Chinese doctor. Please, don't make me go in." "No, Xiao Xue, you must listen. Old Mr. Zhou is exceptionally skilled. He has kept your father alive despite his confusion. He will surely cure your minor ailment." A poised, attractive woman in a professional outfit entered, accompanied by a timid college student clad in a high school uniform. Lu Schwerer was in a state of panic. She wasn't genuinely ill. She merely wished to avoid school and feigned a depressive episode to escape her responsibilities. Why depression, you ask? It was easy to feign. Influencers seeking redemption often fabricated tales of mental illness to garner sympathy, and astonishingly, many believed them. Visiting a doctor typically involved answering a few questions, undergoing some physical examinations, and engaging in casual conversation. With sufficient acting skills, one could easily secure a diagnosis of depression and acquire a medical record. However, Lu Schwerer had not anticipated that her mother would deviate from the expected path. Her mother navigated the car erratically, bringing them to this century-old traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Lu Schwerer was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the elderly practitioner. 2 years prior, her father had been afflicted with a peculiar illness, declared terminal by multiple hospitals. In desperation, he had sought the help of Zhou's clinic, where the seasoned physician seemed to possess clairvoyant abilities, revealing her father's past escapades, secrets, and even quirks, ultimately administering a few herbal prescriptions. Remarkably, her father, once condemned to die by Western medicine, made a complete recovery. This epitomized the adage, Western medicine may lead you to a clear demise, while traditional Chinese medicine may keep you in a state of uncertainty, yet alive. Lu Schwerer felt a twinge of fear if the elderly doctor unveiled her charade. Her ruse would be over. Noticing her daughter's pale complexion, Qin Shuya, her mother, assumed the depression had resurfaced and called out, "Mr. Zhou, are you here? Please, take a look at my daughter." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Yuan emerged from the pharmacy, his voice low and measured. "He has departed from this world. It is a bittersweet farewell." Qin Shuya felt a pang of sorrow and expressed her condolences, preparing to leave with her daughter. Wait. At that moment, both Zhou Yuan and Lu Schwerer spoke in unison. "I have inherited my grandfather's legacy and can treat various complex ailments. Should you have any concerns, feel free to consult me," Zhou Yuan declared. "Yes, Mom, let this older brother treat me," Lu Schwerer chimed in, harboring ulterior motives. The elderly gentleman was no longer present. The young doctor before her appeared to be in his early 20s, not much older than herself. At this age, even losing a video game could dampen one's spirits. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of medicine? A few casual remarks would surely suffice to navigate this situation. She was confident in her acting prowess. Qin Shuya hesitated, scrutinizing the young man before her. The grandson of the esteemed Mr. Zhou was indeed handsome, resembling a fresh graduate. If he shed his white coat and donned casual attire, one might mistake him for a trainee in the performing arts. Yet society often claimed that in the medical profession, age equated to experience. A middle-aged man with reading glasses was typically perceived as a source of reassurance for patients. Could this youthful individual truly possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Sensing her mother's indecision, Lu Schwerer grew anxious. "Mom, we can't seek help from another experienced traditional practitioner. This is the only place to go. Only he can treat me without exposing my ruse." Rolling up her sleeves, she placed her arm on the pulse pillow and insisted, "Mom, since we're here, let's prioritize my treatment." From an outsider's perspective, it was evident that something was amiss. Does this girl harbor a secret? She seemed reluctant upon entering. Yet once she realized the elder was absent, she eagerly sought treatment. "I suspect she believes the young host lacks medical knowledge," another viewer remarked. Who hasn't concealed a wild escapade from their parents? Another shared. Zhou Yuan discerned the abrupt shift in Lu Shui's demeanor. Initially, she had appeared fearful, likely believing her grandfather was still present, but upon learning that he was not, her countenance brightened with eagerness to seek treatment. It was clear that she harbored undisclosed secrets and did not regard his medical acumen with the respect it deserved. Very well. If you underestimate my abilities, I shall demonstrate that I am a capable and dedicated physician. Any concealed ailments may become apparent, and should you face consequences from your mother, do not blame me. With a devilish grin hidden behind a warm smile, Zhou Yuan said, "First, please fill out a patient intake form and briefly describe your condition." Chapter 14. Your little cabbage has been surmounted by a yellow-haired rider. Lu Shui and Oppos are truthfully filled in her name and physical condition. In the section for illness, without a hint of embarrassment, she boldly wrote down the 3 characters for depression. Upon seeing this, Qin Shuya let out a sigh. It was all her mother's fault for being overly career-oriented, believing that providing several thousand yuan each month would bring happiness, while neglecting the love and education needed for her child. The burden of this illness lay heavily on us as parents. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes, unable to empathize with such sentiments. What high school student, with a monthly allowance of several thousand yuan, could possibly lack love? Someday, I shall rid the world of you affluent elites and share the spoils with my brothers. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. In traditional Chinese medicine, depression falls under the category of stagnation disease. It arises from dysfunction of the internal organs or imbalance of the 7 emotions: joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock. Generally, high school students suffering from this ailment do so due to academic pressure, family issues, or heartbreak. As long as the root cause is identified, it can be treated effectively. While pondering this, Zhou Yuan skillfully placed 3 fingers on Lu Shui's pulse, only to be taken aback. What was happening? The pulse was so weak, it resembled that of a corpse. Surely, Lu Shui, a living being, was not on the brink of death? Her complexion did not match such a dire scenario. Seeing the doctor's initial reaction, both mother and daughter became anxious. Was there a serious issue with her daughter's health? This was all my fault. No, please don't discover that she isn't ill at all. Zhou Yuan contemplated for a few seconds, then reached toward Lu Shui's wrist, immediately feeling relieved. I see, your daughter has a reverse pulse, indicating a pulse located near the back of her hand. In ancient times, this was a sign of wealth or nobility, a heavenly mandate of imperial stature. Realizing she had not been exposed, Lu Shui felt elated. No wonder I despise my teachers at school, resent my superiors at work, and harbor disdain for my grandmother at home, anyone who tries to suppress me. It turns out I possess an imperial demeanor. I've heard that those with reverse pulses, unique pupils, or hearts situated on the right side, are considered natural prodigies in ancient times. What an imperial demeanor, and it can be interpreted this way. You think so? Our fortune tellers, traditional medicine practitioners, and strategists in Huaxia possess an enchanting way with words. I can attest that my work troubles stem from my psychological fragility, while fortune teller claimed I'm beset by petty misfortunes. But if I endure, I shall achieve great wealth. At work, I find my boss insufferable and often contravene rules. The psychologist diagnosed me with a princess complex, while the fortune teller declared I possess a rebellious spirit and leadership qualities. Indeed, classical studies suit us Huaxia children far better. Let the foreign influences be cast aside. After a brief interlude, the pulse diagnosis resumed. Once Zhou Yuan adjusted his position, he casually asked, "How many boyfriends have you had?" Lu Shui, basking in her earlier joy, was suddenly taken aback, her mind drifting back to the scene of her father being questioned by Zhou Yuan's grandfather. She vaguely remembered her grandfather's first words. "In your youth, you must have played cards with many women, at least 30. Oh, you've truly lived a fulfilling life." This remark had triggered her mother's rage, who had been ready to retaliate against her father. And today, this grandson was doing the same. Could it be a tradition in the Zhou family? Lu Shui stammered in response, "No, I haven't dated." Qin Shuya, standing nearby, gradually eased her furrowed brow. It was for the best if she hadn't dated. She didn't want her precious daughter, raised for 18 years, to be led astray by a yellow-haired boy. Afterward, would that yellow-haired boy taunt her, saying, "Old dang, when did my ghost ride stop?" Oh, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, exuding a strong sense of authority. You haven't dated? Surely, you must have had your share. Under the weight of the doctor's piercing gaze and assured tone, coupled with the lingering fear of being dominated by his grandfather, Lu Schwerer began to panic. She feared he had discerned the truth through his observational skills, and the pressure became unbearable, prompting her to blurt out, "Not many, just 2 or 3. As soon as the words left her lips, a chill crept down her back. Her mother stood beside her, arms crossed, with a look that could kill. Awakened, it was a moment of reckoning. "Lu Schwerer, how audacious you are. Just 18, and you've already had boyfriends? You're almost catching up to your father." Seeing her mother ready to remove her shoes and spank her in public, Lu Schwerer, in a moment of desperation, used her father as a shield. "Mom, my dad privately scolds me for being unambitious, claiming that at my age, he had at least 5 ex-girlfriends. With the one he's currently dating, he can't even count them on 2 hands. He even calls himself the master of love. I can't compare to him." Qin Shuya was furious. "Your father, having played around too much in his youth, has ended up with all sorts of ailments. If it weren't for old Zhou's miraculous skills, he would have long met his demise. And now, he is passing this mindset on to you? Just wait until I get home and settle the score with him." Although after marriage, Lu Schwerer's father, Lu Yanxi, a once celebrated star renowned for his looks, had retreated from the entertainment industry to lead a peaceful life, legends of his exploits still circulated in the world. Qin Shuya regretted marrying him more than once. Their daughter, inheriting not only the advantages of their appearances, but also her father's carefree disposition, was merely a reflection of poor upbringing. Lu Schwerer temporarily escaped this crisis, secretly sighing with relief. "I'm sorry, Dad. At worst, I'll burn a few paper figures for you in atonement when you pass away." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan's curiosity ignited. Just who was Lu Schwerer as father? He seemed like a protagonist straight out of a thrilling novel. Soon, the omniscient internet users satisfied his curiosity. Internet users are a curious breed. Aside from their struggles with romance, they can unearth any gossip, old stories, or scandalous news. I see a resemblance between this girl's features and a certain male celebrity who has dated over a dozen female stars and was embroiled in a scandal. Lu Yanxi, right? I've seen that set of photos. Many of my favorite actresses were in them. I was utterly shocked. A saying circulated back then, "Be like Lu Yanxi, take the wildest photos, live the most." Ahem, the rest is left to your imagination. The timeline and surname match. Turns out she is the daughter of a bygone figure. Wow, so my parents' generation was that wild. Fun fact, the post-2000 generation is the most conservative. It's just that the 70s and 80s had underdeveloped networks, which prevented widespread publicity. After diagnosing Lu Schwerer's pulse and considering the illustrious past of her father highlighted in the comments, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but think. Like father, like daughter, Lu Schwerer is indeed a force to be reckoned with. To prevent her from repeating her father's mistakes, I must relay the truth to her parents and take precautions. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze toward Qin Shuya and said, "Lu Schwerer's mother, are you aware that your daughter's boyfriend is a reckless yellow-haired rider?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuya's face drained of color. "No, my little cabbage has truly been overrun by a yellow-haired rider. Luxuaire is délicat phosphorose. You charlatan doctor, you couldn't possibly truly understand traditional medicine. Could you?" Chapter 15. The essence of humanity is double standards. Xiaoxue, is what Dr. Zhou said true? Your partner has yellow hair? Qin Shuya urgently inquired. Women possess an extraordinary capacity for imagination. She could already envision the unfolding drama. The yellow-haired individual swaggered in, with Lu Schwerer boldly taking a seat on the sofa. He produced an ultrasound report along with a pregnancy test that displayed 2 lines. "Old dang, as this is our first meeting, I have nothing to offer you but a child." If the couple were to forcefully intervene, Lu Schwerer would inevitably utter that classic remark, "Mom and Dad, you don't understand anything. He is different from others." The revelation would send old Deng into a frenzy, lamenting, "What a sin!" Upon witnessing her mother Yuan's ashen face. Nearly black with fury, Lu Shui'er finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If she did not navigate this crisis skillfully, she would surely face severe repercussions, an unrelenting dual assault. In moments of peril, the human brain operates at astonishing speeds. Lu Shui'er swiftly concocted a clever strategy to divert blame and adamantly deny any wrongdoing. She pointed at Zhou Yuan and exclaimed, "Mom, do not listen to this Dr. S nonsense. He isn't too much older than I am. What medical expertise could he possibly possess? I have no idea who this yellow-haired person is, and he has no evidence." Hearing this, Qin Shuya began to regain her composure. Initially flustered, she now reflected on the absurdity of deducing her daughter's romantic involvement solely through pulse diagnosis. Was traditional Chinese medicine akin to fortune-telling? "Dr. Zhou, surely you must be mistaken. My daughter is suffering from depression. How could she possibly be preoccupied with a yellow-haired youth?" Noting Lu Shui'er's futile struggles and her skepticism towards his professional acumen, Zhou Yuan resolved to satisfy her demands. "You seek evidence, do you? I certainly have it." After a brief pause, he turned to Qin Shuya. "Has her daughter been frequently leaving around 6 in the afternoon, returning home quite late?" Qin Shuya, taken aback, replied, "Yes. She claimed she was going to a classmate's house to do homework." Zhou Yuan smirked and continued, "Lu Shui'er possesses a predominantly yang constitution. She has hardly ever caught a cold and is in excellent health. Yet recently, she has been experiencing symptoms such as a runny nose and sneezing. Am I correct?" Qin Shuya was astounded. Zhou Yuan's insights were eerily accurate, as if he possessed a divine intuition. She was compelled to reassess the young doctor, her tone now tinged with newfound respect. "Dr. Zhou, could it be that my daughter caught the flu from a classmate?" "What a foolish notion," Zhou Yuan retorted. "Lu Shui'er's pulse is weak. It is indicative of a floating pulse caused by an invasion of wind and cold. For someone with such an exceedingly young constitution to contract wind and cold, combined with the pulse indicating surges of adrenaline over recent days, suggests she has encountered some rather exhilarating circumstances. The answer is quite evident." Zhou Yuan's hands were clasped beneath his chin, his gaze profound. "Is it possible that Lu Shui'er has been racing late at night with a yellow-haired individual on the highway, thereby contracting this ailment? Indeed, that souped-up car must be capable of extraordinary speeds to leave her in such a state. An embodiment of speed and passion." He continued, "And tell me, can I, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, discern whether or not you are still a virtuous maiden?" Upon hearing this, the livestream chat erupted in a frenzy of comments. Night racing on the highway, an altered vehicle, a beautiful girl in the passenger seat. This guy must have yellow hair, or I'd be suspicious. Oh dear, is he only 18 and already playing with motorcycles? His life is bound to be cut short. Wow, I envy this spirited youth who can claim the first blood. I want to be a spirited youth too. I've followed 20 motorcycle enthusiasts over the past year, and only 4 are still alive. I once saw a video where a spirited youth collided with a truck, and his gear exploded everywhere. I've come across videos showing spirited youths racing at night in various locales. Could this young lady be among them? Thank goodness Lu Shui'er's mother took her for a consultation. Otherwise, this girl would be in dire straits. The essence of humanity is indeed double standards. Had Qin Shuya given birth to a son, and he had found a beautiful girlfriend at a young age, perhaps even presenting her with a grandchild, she would have been elated, praising him with a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Son, you're remarkable. Truly a testament to your father's fine genes. But daughters are a different matter altogether. You dare to lay a hand on my precious girl? You are courting disaster. The city would soon witness a heinous crime. The police would ask, 'Are you saying this yellow-haired individual arrived in pieces?' To which Qin Shuya and her husband would affirm, 'Indeed, officer, that is correct,' though somewhat exaggerated. Many with daughters, sisters, or even nieces can relate to this sentiment. With a heart filled with indignation, Qin Shuya turned to seek an explanation from her daughter, only to discover that the chair which had held Lu Shui'er moments ago was now vacant. At that moment, Lu Shui'er, seizing the opportunity, stealthily attempted to slip away unnoticed. It was then that Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. "Ah, It seems your daughter is feeling guilty and attempting to flee. Where could she possibly go? Surely not into the arms of that yellow-haired boy for solace. Qin Shuya's temper flared instantly. Lu, Shui, yeah. Inside the clinic, the thunderous roar of a lioness filled the air, followed by Lu Shui's heart-wrenching cries. Mom, we're live streaming. Have some decency, don't hit me there. It will break. The scene of maternal devotion and filial piety was unfolding before Zhou Yuan, who watched with rapt attention, wishing for popcorn and soda to enhance his viewing experience. The guiding principle of the Zhou family in healing was that one could be unscrupulous, but never devoid of medical ethics. How peculiar humanity can be. Anyone who has lived on this earth knows it well. Traditional Chinese medicine heals individuals. If some patients do not learn a lesson and merely have their ailments treated without consequences, they will inevitably find themselves in trouble again. For instance, this rebellious girl, without a few lessons, she is bound to stray down the wrong path. Having imparted enough wisdom, Zhou Yuan suggested gently, parents, perhaps it would be best to refrain from further punishment and focus on the consultation instead, not out of compassion, but because if a patient were to be harmed within his clinic, who would dare seek treatment thereafter? Thus, he added, using the sole of your shoe won't hurt much. When you return home, have her father administer a proper lesson. This will save you both trouble. Witnessing Zhou Yuan's medical prowess, which rivaled that of his grandfather, Qin Shuya's demeanor softened significantly. She obediently retrieved her footwear and, with determination, pinned her daughter to the chair, delivering a stern warning. You dare deceive me by claiming you were at a classmate's house doing homework while sneaking off to race with that unsavory yellow-hair boy? You should feel fortunate that I did not don my black stockings and high heels today. Hilarious. I feel the host's incitement skills are top-notch. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. I think the provocation is warranted. Without a few lessons, who knows what Lu Shuer might become. I'm sweating profusely, instantly recalling a time I stole money from home, only to be chased with a stick by my parents, running around the village before tumbling into a cesspit. I've smoked a pack of cigarettes, and still can't fathom why yellow-haired boys are so appealing to girls. You laugh at yellow-haired boys for having to pay in installments, while they laugh at you for being wealthy, yet failing to attract a single sister. Liu Xue wept, her tears resembling the delicate blossoms of a pear tree, her eyes swollen and red, and her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, coupled with her exquisite features. She exuded an aura of a shattered beauty. At that moment, she felt as if she were perched not upon a mere stool, but upon a seat of revelry, as if she could ascend to the heavens at any moment. With each passing second, the discomfort beneath her intensified, inflicting upon her a torment that was unbearable. The adage, "Do not judge a book by its cover," resonated within her. Who could have anticipated that a young physician's skills could rival those of seasoned practitioners? Lu Shuer glared at the architect of her misfortune. You, wretched doctor, I shall remember this grievance, just wait. Before she could finish her fierce declaration, a sharp sound echoed as her scalp met with a sudden strike. Qin Shi's brows furrowed in disapproval. Do you dare to threaten Dr. Zhou? Were it not for him, your life would have been irrevocably altered. Typically, when one sought out Western medicine, how many doctors would dare to risk incurring resentment by speaking so candidly? After reprimanding her daughter, she turned her gaze toward Zhou Yuan, speaking earnestly. Dr. Zhou, I regret underestimating your medical expertise. Please assess my daughter's condition. Is her depression treatable? Financial matters are of no concern. Zhou Yuan scratched his head, observing, I sense that you still do not truly understand your daughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuer instinctively tensed, teetering on the brink of tears. What kind of mischief was her father concocting now? Surely he wouldn't strip her of her dignity, would he? Chapter 16. He is merely lustful, and he is despicable. Impossible. Who could possibly understand my daughter better than I? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Qin Shuyan felt a twinge of defiance. It is said that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. She had watched Xiao Xue grow from infancy. Even the slightest gesture from the girl could reveal her intentions. For instance, she adored scrambled eggs with tomatoes, loathed salty tofu pudding, cherished her pink lingerie, and harbored dubious browsing history on her computer. What more could there be that she did not know? Zhou Yuan remarked coolly, for instance, "Are you aware that your daughter has a rather low character and enjoys cursing?" Qin Shuyan was taken aback. How is that possible? Xiao Xue is well-behaved at home and never uses foul language. That is precisely why I say you do not truly understand her. Feeling the scrutiny and doubt in her mother and Appo's gaze, Lu Xuan and Appo's sat uneasily. The facade of the obedient daughter she had carefully maintained at home was about to shatter. In front of her elders, she was her mother's little darling, a well-mannered girl. Yet, outside, among her peers, she was reverently addressed as Sister Dao. Behind the scenes, she was a renowned pianist from Zhuan, a daring adventurer, her words dripping with honeyed charm. The more animated her avatar, the sharper her tongue. However, this time, Zhou Yuan had hit the nail on the head. She could not afford to play the blame game. That would only backfire. All she could do was offer some mitigating defense. "Mom, I admit I enjoy cursing, but to say my character is low? I vehemently disagree. It is all your exemplary teachings that have shaped me, Lu Shuer, into a person of integrity, one who never speaks ill of others behind their backs." A person who never speaks ill of others, yet employs narrative cunning. Zhou Yuan chuckled, adding, "Indeed, if you have a grievance, you confront it immediately. Why wait until behind someone's back?" The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. "My grandpa says this girl is straightforward. She confronts her grievances head-on, never holding a grudge overnight. Quite the commander. Could this sister be involved in some illicit activities? A good girl at home, yet a leader at school? The most terrifying episode from my childhood. This bad sister once burned me with a cigarette, but expected me to thank her afterward. Just a casual occurrence. Ha. Just like my pet dog, De Huang, who acts cute at home, but pretends not to know me when I call him outside. Dog little brother. Who is this person? Why does he keep calling you De Huang? De Huang, irrelevant. Wait, why do I feel that people with such personalities can never suffer from depression?" After a lengthy exchange, Qin Shuyan realized that her understanding of her daughter was merely superficial, never delving deeper. Take Lu Shuer and her reckless racing escapades, for instance. Had she not sought traditional Chinese medicine, she might have remained blissfully ignorant for life. Alas, it was her oversight in education, a mother's failure to teach. Yet, Dr. Zhou, could it be possible that these flaws stem from her suffering from depression? Qin Shuyan inquired, perplexed. At this point, the foolish aunt still believed her daughter was depressed? Zhou Yuan sighed and retorted, "Do you truly think a girl with a generous allowance, striking beauty, and a carefree disposition, one who lives lavishly at home and races recklessly outside, could be depressed? If she were, then other children might as well give up on life. My diagnosis is that she is merely pretending." Qin Shuyan fell into contemplation. Zhou Yuan's analysis seemed quite sound. With her daughter's advantages, she surely surpassed 99 of her peers. How could she possibly be depressed? If Lu Shuer were feigning illness, coupled with her racing antics, it all began to connect, leading to some bold conjectures. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, her expression shifting dramatically. "So, you aim to feign depression to avoid school, taking advantage of your father and me being busy with work, running off to rendezvous with that reckless boy? You might even bring him home." Faced with her mother and Appo's intimidating presence, Lu Xuan and Appo's found herself at a loss for words. Lying was futile, especially with Zhou Yuan observing closely. Resigned, she could only muster an awkward smile, choosing to endure. "Mom, congratulations on your correct guess. Too bad there's no reward. Do you think you're funny?" Qin Shuyan seized her daughter's ear and twisted it with a fierce expression. "From now on, I will forego all my work commitments to keep an eye on you, ensuring you do not fall into the clutches of that boy and stray from the right path." Lu Shuer winced in pain, her eyes brimming with tears, mentally cursing Zhou Yuan. She had planned to secure a diagnosis of depression to avoid school and participate in the racing competition in Luoqing. Now, thanks to Zhou Yuan's meddling, not only was racing out of the question, but she would be fortunate to return home in one piece after her parents' combined onslaught. Cursed be that doctor for maliciously sowing discord between patient and family. I shall report you to the authorities and seek to revoke your medical license. Qin Shuyan glared coldly, delivering a few swift kicks to her rebellious daughter, testing her resolve. Do you believe that your reckless boyfriend truly cares for you? A responsible young man would not lead you astray into such foolishness. Zhou Yuan wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. To speak plainly, he does not cherish you. He is merely lustful, and that is truly base. This statement elicited peals of laughter from the viewers. Ha! The host's insight is piercing. He has uncovered the truth. The host has discerned your true nature, exposing your lewdness. The mother-in-law's words resonate deeply. I am a responsible man. Do I stand chance? You, sir, seem rather base yourself. Cough, cough. I am quite the opposite. I crave my boyfriend's physique. I see that the esteemed mother-in-law still possesses her charm. Thank you, doctor. Shall we take our leave now? Upon confirming her daughter was unharmed, Qin Shuyan prepared to pay the 50 yuan consultation fee. Wait, Zhou Yuan interjected, halting the mother-daughter duo. He contemplated that since this consultation yielded no system rewards, he might as well seek some compensation from mother. Upon scrutinizing Qin Shuyan's condition, he was surprised to uncover an issue. Madame Lu Shui and Oppos, you two are unwell. Chapter 17. Madam, this is a classic case of unrequited affection. Qin Shuya was taken aback, her mind still in a state of bewilderment. Am I ill? How could I be unaware of it? If someone dared to utter such words in the past, Qin Shuya would have retorted immediately, you must be the one with an ailment. However, considering that Zhou Yuan had just treated her daughter, showcasing his remarkable medical skills, she refrained from responding harshly. Dr. Zhou, are you certain? She inquired. But I feel perfectly fine at the moment. At 37, Qin Shuya maintained her health through diligent exercise and self-care, appearing no older than 24 or 25. Standing beside her daughter, they resembled a pair of youthful sisters. It is often said that men are attracted to two types of women, youthful maidens and mature women with a youthful spirit. Qin Shuya undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. With such vitality, how can anyone claim she was unwell? Were these words spoken by any other doctor, it would likely provoke an outcry from netizens branding him a quack. Zhou Yuan smiled gently, stating, you often struggle to control your temper, lashing out at those around you, and experience inexplicable feelings of agitation and melancholy, sleepless nights, and irregular menstruation, correct? Gradually, Qin Shuya's eyes widened, her expression filled with astonishment. At that moment, she finally empathized with her daughter. Before Dr. Zhou, there were no secrets to conceal. His description mirrored her daily experiences precisely. Lu Shui, overhearing Zhou Yuan's words, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Exactly. You are absolutely right. My mom has been particularly irritable lately, exploding over the slightest provocation, more intense than anything in Boruto. What on earth is this ailment? Dad and I are being tormented to the brink of madness. Is my mom experiencing a rebellious phase like during adolescence? Well, why not say that our grandmother had her rebellious phase too? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes, gesturing for Qin Shuya to take a seat for further examination. Wait a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shui squinted her eyes, plotting in her mind. Let me check Baidu and see how Western medical experts would respond. If Zhou Yuan's diagnosis contradicts those professionals, it would surely undermine his credibility. After all, a wave of criticism would certainly follow in the live stream. Having just been exposed by Zhou Yuan, Lu Shui was eager for revenge. She promptly took her phone and opened Baidu, typing in keywords related to her mother's symptoms. The wicked plan for retribution was set in motion. Based on my observations, without even needing Dr. Zhou's pulse diagnosis, it seems my mother is experiencing early menopause. Just like my own mom. Back in my teenage years, my mom was going through menopause, and our constant bickering nearly tore the house apart. You think you can use traditional education to manipulate me? Not a chance. How admirable. I particularly envy those who dare to defy their parents. Their viewpoints often suffocate me. By the way, why do I feel? Lu Shui seems to be smiling rather wickedly. She wouldn't be plotting something, would she? If she is, I'm all for it. I adore live streams with dramatic flair. What else could she possibly do? I refuse to believe she can pull off anything grander. Not disappointing the expectations of a live stream audience. Lu Xuaner's piercing voice soon echoed through the clinic. "Mom, you have cancer." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned. "Your mother has cancer? How was I not aware of this?" "Lu Xuer, what on earth are you up to?" Qin Shuya was furious. "Are you cursing your own mother? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" "Really, this is what the expert on my phone said. You can check it." Seeing her daughter speak with such conviction, Qin Shuya skeptically took the phone and glanced at the screen. The response came from a chief physician at the Sacred Hospital in the capital. His profile picture, adorned in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses and a Mediterranean hairstyle, exuded professionalism, making him quite convincing. When confronted with questions about insomnia and irregular menstruation, this physician decisively responded with 2 words: uterine cancer. Qin Shuya was left dumbfounded. She had merely brought her daughter in for a consultation regarding depression. How did it escalate to cancer? It is well known that cancer is one of the most challenging diseases to cure in the 21st century. Millions succumb to it annually, including celebrities and affluent individuals. How could an ordinary person not faint upon hearing such news? "Mom, please don't die. I promise to behave and study hard." "You absolutely cannot have anything happen to you," Lu Xuer cried, embracing her mother, her voice tinged with desperation. Upon hearing the online expert's claims, Dr. Zhou also confirmed that she was indeed unwell. Qin Shuya began to believe she might genuinely have a terminal illness. Overcome with emotion, she began to prepare for her last rites. "Darling, if I pass away and you miss me, please burn some paper money for me. If your father finds you a wicked stepmother, remember to tell me. Even as a ghost, I will not spare him." "Stop! Stop!" Zhou Yuan could no longer bear to watch and spoke with exasperation. "Consulting Baidu for medical advice? Cancer is the least of your worries. Everything written there is false. You shouldn't take it seriously. The most unreliable thing in the world is seeking medical advice online, especially from so-called experts. If you eat too much and feel bloated, they'll diagnose you with stomach cancer. It's hard to believe that the person answering the questions is even human." "False?" Qin Shuya asked, her uncertainty palpable. "So, I don't have cancer? What about coronary heart disease or other life-threatening ailments? Goodness, do you think the atmosphere was so charged that it would be inappropriate not to diagnose a terminal illness?" Zhou Yuan rubbed his temples in frustration. "Your condition is easily treatable. A few herbal remedies will suffice. Stop overthinking." The mother and daughter exchanged glances, both aware of the awkwardness hanging in the air. Lu Xuer spoke first. "Could we skip the punishment this time and choose another location?" "Absolutely not," Qin Shuya replied. "Slap, slap, slap." Lu Xuer yelped in pain. "Mother, that hurts." Another scene of maternal care and filial piety unfolded before the audience, the comical turn of events leaving many netizens in stitches. Laughing so hard. Consulting Baidu about cancer is just the beginning. If you check on TikTok, you better prepare a coffin. Ha ha ha. Baidu entries can be edited by anyone. Who would believe that nonsense? Once, I had a sore throat, and after consulting Baidu, it claimed I had throat cancer. I panicked and spent thousands at the hospital, only to find out it was nothing. Fun fact, not going to a proper hospital and asking random questions online is a form of insanity. I heard cancer cells aim to lead humanity to immortality, but unfortunately, other cells in the body can't keep up. Wait, I'm particularly curious now. What exactly is Lu Xuefei's mother suffering from? Is it serious? My mother has triggered my Munchausen syndrome. Why can't I be like Chow Chow and take the wise of the world? In the clinic, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. "All right, have you calmed down? Please extend your hand. I will reassess your pulse." Soon, the consultation process was brought back on track. After a meticulous series of examinations and inquiries, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. "The issue is clear. I will prescribe a few herbal remedies for you, and I assure you, they will resolve your ailments." Qin Shuya and Lu Xuer looked at Zhou Yuan with eager anticipation, both asking in unison, "Dr. Zhou, what exactly is my mother's illness?" "Ahem." Well, Zhou Yuan coughed strategically and then replied with utmost seriousness, "Madam, you are exhibiting a classic case of unrequited affection." Chapter 18. How wonderful. In Napos. Essay Doctor. We are saved. A proposal dissatisfaction? Upon hearing this remark, Lu Xuer, freshly chastised, suppressed her laughter, determined to evade her mother's wrath. She nearly transformed into an expression meme. Ultimately, however, she could not contain herself and burst into uncontrollable laughter, her lips curling upwards more stubbornly than an AK. How could her father not seize the opportunity, married to such a charming and beautiful woman? Thankfully, her mother was a traditional and conservative lady. Otherwise, Uncle Wang next door would have long since scaled the wall. Though still young, Lu Shuer was remarkably mature. For instance, as a child watching Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, she discerned a peculiar inconsistency. Big Head Son bore no resemblance to Small Head Dad, yet looked strikingly similar to Uncle Wang next door, even sharing a similar hairstyle. To little Lu Shuer, her mother in an apron was quite the formidable character, hiding her depths well. Meanwhile, when someone suddenly brought up a sensitive subject, Qin Shi's face flushed crimson. A wave of disarray washed over her. Although naturally beautiful, she was raised by strict teacher parents with conservative values. In truth, her husband had long succumbed to his youthful excesses, rendered useless. However, she felt too embarrassed to broach such intimate matters. It was simply too awkward. Zhou Yuan noticed the lovely lady's discomfort and reassured her, "Do not feel shy. There is no gender in front of doctor. Even obstetrics has male doctors, so what are you afraid of?" Qin Shia bit her lip, mustering the courage to speak hesitantly. "At night, when I cannot sleep, I do feel a void within me, an indescribable discomfort throughout my body." Alas, that deadbeat-at-home sigh. The implications within the beautiful woman's melancholic sigh were unmistakable. The online audience erupted with excitement. LOL. If Lu Yinxi knew his wife was secretly mocking him like this, he would be utterly defenseless. It's either drought or flood. Why must I play the role of the captain? What is the price of youthful indulgence? This ailment requires no Zhou doctor. I can treat it myself. I have experience as a plumber, repairman, mover, and home visit teacher. Annie, I can help too. I might even pay for it. Thus, bolstered by the beautiful woman, a new wave of viewers flocked to the live stream. In truth, most were imbued with the spirit of Wei Wu and the essence of Jianan, their motto being, "Do not know the lady, yet tonight, would you join me at the same table and pillow?" The heat of the live stream gradually reached an unprecedented peak. With 70,000 viewers online, Zhou Yuan cleared his throat and stated, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Excess and deficiency both lead to ailments, while moderation is key. Madam, your condition stems from excessive restraint, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang. Based on your description, the root of the illness lies with your deadbeat husband." Lu Shuer, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration and spoke urgently. "How splendid! A doctor, we are saved. Quickly, provide a confidential prescription for my father. I cannot bear this torment any longer." Qin Xia shot a warning glare at her mischievous daughter, then turned to Zhou Yuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. It would be disingenuous to claim she did not wish to remedy her husband's condition. Zhou Yuan sighed in a bittersweet manner, shaking his head. "As for the prescription, I cannot provide it just yet." This statement seemed abrupt, leaving both mother and daughter perplexed. Given Zhou Yuan's demonstrated medical expertise, such a situation should not arise. He had diagnosed the ailment and delineated a clear course of action. How could he not provide a prescription? Who would believe such a claim? Was he attempting a game of allure and retreat? The host is ramping up the drama again. Truly knows how to keep us on edge. Can someone explain why Zhou Yuan is withholding the prescription? If this were Western medicine, wouldn't he just state the symptoms and prescribe medication? Isn't Chinese medicine similar? You don't understand. Nowadays, securing someone's assistance often requires a gift. Without it, how can one demonstrate sincerity? My grandfather fell ill, and to expedite surgery, my father slipped a 50,000 yuan red envelope to the deputy director, and he successfully cut the line. Oh, I see. So the host is looking for a bribe. Cunningly, Lu Shuer opened her phone and glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, drawing insight from the eloquent and charming remarks of the netizens. She suddenly realized the necessity of gifting. The world is not merely about conflict. It is also about human connections. Fortunately, I, as a woman with experience in society, am well versed in the art of gifting. Quickly, Lu Shuer leaned closer to her mother and whispered, "Mom, when seeking assistance from capable individuals, one must not only offer compensation, but also provide additional benefits." Additional benefits? Qin Xia nodded, somewhat understanding, pondering. Zhou Yuan's medical prowess was exceptional. His choice to remain in a small clinic inherited from his grandfather, rather than pursuing a lucrative position in a larger hospital, indicated he was benevolent. He held little interest in wealth. What could such a person be offered? After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration flashed through Qin Xia's mind, and she blurted out, "Zhou Yuan, what do you think of my daughter? Would she be suitable to be your fiancée?" Chapter 19. You sent my daughter as a gift? What is this nonsense, a child bride? Lu Shuer felt darkness envelop her vision. "Mom, I asked you to give Dr. Zhou a little present, not to offer me as a gift." She exclaimed, "I wanted you to understand social graces, but not in this manner. In this new era, humanity must firmly reject the oppressive feudal customs that violate human dignity." Lu Shuer struck a defiant pose, almost blurting out, "I, Lu Shuer, would rather leap from this building than become your wife." However, the words were swallowed back down, defeated by her own cowardice. Returning to the matter at hand, despite her grievances with Zhou Yuan, she had to admit that he was quite an admirable young man. Oh dear, how delightful! Zhou Yuan, the subject of this turmoil, was equally agitated, his hands trembling. After all, he never imagined he would encounter such a situation in his years of practice. After casting a glance at Lu Shuer, he suddenly slammed his hands on the table. "Sister Qin, this is quite unkind. I am wholeheartedly trying to treat your ailment and restore your happiness. How can you repay kindness with malice?" A large question mark appeared above Lu Shuer's head. This is not what I expected. Is Dr. Zhou's excitement actually a refusal of my advances? Moments later, she pointed to her own face and said, bemused, "Am I really that unattractive? Should I leave?" Before Zhou Yuan could respond, Qin Shuang's sincere and apologetic voice followed. "I'm sorry, Dr. Zhou. I spoke without thinking. It was not my intention to be rude." Lu Shuer, known for her laziness, wore the same dirty socks for days, and her habit of picking her nose and wiping it under the table certainly exemplified the notion of repaying kindness with ingratitude. Truly, that was a mother in Appo's love. Lu Shuer felt a crushing wave of despair as if her spirit had been shattered. Oxygen tube. Remove, understand? Popularity 100. Popularity 120. Popularity 777. This is hilarious. I thought the streamer was getting all excited over something else, but he just called it repaying kindness with malice. Sigma Chinese medicine. You are my idol. Only such a doctor, who is indifferent to women, deserves to perform my circumcision. From Qin's mother's description, without the beauty filter, Lu Shuer seems no different from an ordinary girl. Of course, boys shouldn't feel inferior just because a girl is pretty. If you like her, just confess and be brave. So after all this, why hasn't Zhou Yuan prescribed any medicine? I need an answer. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Your impatience won't change anything. Within the Chinese medicine clinic, after dialogue ensued, Zhou Yuan clarified the reasons behind Qin's mother's unusual request. It appeared that they believed he was withholding a prescription to seek some form of gift in return, playing the social game. How absurd! Who could possibly withstand the scrutiny of a girl like Lu Shuer? Clearing his throat, Zhou Yuan began to enlighten the mother-daughter duo and the online viewers about why he could not provide a prescription at that moment. There exists a fundamental distinction between Eastern and Western medicine regarding the prescription process. In traditional Chinese medicine, there are no one-size-fits-all remedies like in Western medicine. A competent practitioner tailors prescriptions to the individual, adjusting herbs based on unique bodily constitutions. Some responsible old practitioners even prepare the herbs for you, fearing you might mix them up and brew a pot of ineffectual concoction. Hence, without the root of the ailment in hand, I certainly cannot prescribe anything in advance. The audience suddenly comprehended. They had underestimated his integrity. So, it was necessary to summon her father to proceed with the prescription. This was simple enough. Lu Shuan and Appo's thoughtfully stroked her chin and immediately dialed her father, Lu Yanxi. Little did she know, this action would ignite a surge of excitement in the live stream. Zhou Yuan's clinic was about to gain unprecedented fame. After all, Liu Yinqi had once created a stir with his explosive photos alongside numerous celebrity ex-girlfriends, shocking countless individuals at the time, garnering billions of views. Many love-struck youths idolized him, revering him as a legend of the photo scandal. Ultimately, Liu Yinqi bravely issued a public apology, taking full responsibility and withdrawing from the entertainment industry indefinitely. Compared to many influencers today who cling to fame despite scandals, Liu Yinqi's actions were a refreshing contrast. Since then, he had not reappeared in the public eye. Who could have anticipated that the next news of him would be due to seeking medical attention? On various social media platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, and others, discussions surrounding Liu Shuai and her family went viral. The reckless girl, the unfulfilled mother, the inept husband, a celebrity family's social death in perfect sync. Shocking. Former heartthrob Liu Yinqi makes his first appearance after years away. Due to erectile dysfunction, the conceptual Chinese medicine clinic in Luocheng, where every patient's consultation is guaranteed to cause a social downfall. Qin's mother sending her daughter becomes an internet meme, signifying a mother offering her daughter as a gift, satisfying herself while ridding a nuisance, a two-birds, one-stone expression of maternal love. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a black leather jacket and sunglasses, slightly plump, pushed open the door to the clinic. No need to guess. This was undeniably Liu Shuai's rather unorthodox father, Liu Yinqi. The moment he stepped inside, the live-stream chat erupted with comments. Wow, Liu Yinqi has gained weight. He resembles our company's security guard. Isn't it normal? Men who neglect their physique can change drastically, just like Leonardo DiCaprio. I can relate. I always wonder how my stunning mother fell for my scruffy dad until I saw old photos of him. Sigh. Now I feel like I'm the last bastion of beauty in all of Asia. Seeing Liu Yinqi's current appearance is disorienting. The Uncle Long, Bear Grylls, and Stephen Chow I grew up watching have all aged so much, and now I'm entering middle age too, sobbing. Zhou Yuan watched as the number of viewers skyrocketed, his smile widening. When fortune smiles, it truly cannot be thwarted. Receiving a celebrity family as patients was boosting his popularity immensely, almost turning him into a prominent streamer on the platform. The future of traditional Chinese medicine's resurgence in public consciousness now depended on whether he could seize this wave of attention. Zhou Yuan displayed a warm smile, gesturing for Liu Yinqi to take a seat. Please, Mr. Liu, allow me to take your pulse. Chapter 20. You two are quite ruthless. One refuses to give, and the other resolutely declines. Liu Yinqi, now in the midst of his life, although carrying a few extra pounds, still exuded a confident aura reminiscent of his youth. His mere presence commanded attention. However, this air of superiority was swiftly dismantled by Zhou Yuan's words. Upon hearing the term pulse diagnosis, a peculiar expression crossed Liu Yinqi's face. Instinctively, he lifted his left foot, contemplating an exit, muttering about having forgotten to feed the Paimon at home. Zhou Yuan spread his hands, bemused. I am a healer, not a performer. Why do you look at me as if I were a charlatan? Could it be that Liu Yinqi was haunted by the fears instilled by his grandfather's pulse examinations, a victim of the adage, once bitten, twice shy? To handle those who harbored such secrets and fear diagnosis, Zhou Yuan possessed his own unique set of techniques. With a mysterious smile, he leaned closer to Liu Yinqi and whispered in a heavily accented tone, My dear husband, have you ever watched The Night of Sunflowers, The Withering of Hydrangeas, or Chizuru's Learning Diary? Surely, you do not wish to follow in the footsteps of the tormented, do you? A chill ran down Liu Yinqi's spine. Time was of the essence. He swiftly seated himself at Wenjian's spot, placing his hand on the pulse pillow. Dr. Zhou, please examine my pulse. I need to see a doctor and get some medicine. The stark contrast in his demeanor left everyone astonished. Qin Shuyan regarded Zhou Yuan and her husband with suspicion, uncertain of their antics. Liu Shuai maintained her playful disposition, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, Dad, you truly are a man who once graced the stage. Your flair for theatrics is unparalleled. Due to the low volume of their conversation, the mother-daughter duo was oblivious to Zhou Yuan's Japanese-style dialogue. However, the viewers in the live stream were not so fortunate. They heard everything. Dear doctor, living a comfortable life, Please cease your commentary. LOL. The host has a knack for exploiting the patient's vulnerabilities. I bet if there were a crackdown on vice, the first to be apprehended would undoubtedly be the host. Whispering. I've seen all of these. My favorite is the eerie father. I've seen it too, but I prefer pure love. The first love arc is the pinnacle of anime. Are these animes really popular? I haven't come across them on smaller sites. How do I watch them? I know how to watch. Just search Never Gonna Give You Up on Douyin, and you'll understand everything. Zhou Yuan expertly places fingers on Liu Yinxi's pulse while casually inquiring about any physical ailments. Do you often experience fatigue in your limbs or shortness of breath? Liu Yinxi shook his head decisively. What about frequent urination or split streams? Liu Yinxi pondered for a moment before responding, Not me, but my wife does. Lu Shuer raised her hand. I can attest. I've witnessed the split stream. The clinic echoed with two sharp claps. Qin Shuyan shook her reddened hand. Her face flushed as she gritted her teeth. I asked you to answer your own questions, not to steal mine. Wait, this is slander. I do not have a split stream. Liu Yinxi and his daughter clutched their heads, afraid to speak. To the observant, Qin Shuyan's reaction clearly indicated that the father-daughter duo had exposed a well-guarded secret, shattering her defenses. As Zhou Yuan surveyed the chaotic scene before him, he sighed in resignation. What a family where the upper beam is crooked, causing the lower beam to tilt. Through pulse diagnosis, Zhou Yuan discerned Liu Yinxi's issue, prolonged abstinence. This revelation was utterly astonishing. It is widely acknowledged that the theory of abstinence holds significant sway among men, with some aspiring to achieve self-discipline for a specified number of days, leading lives as austere as monks. Many men subconsciously believe that greater self-restraint equates to greater strength. However, this is a fallacy. Extended periods of abstinence do not alleviate issues such as acne or hair loss. Rather, they can induce physical complications. At this juncture, a viewer posed a question. Host, this seems rather unscientific. Isn't this still traditional Chinese medicine? Isn't the focus on abstaining for health? Zhou Yuan promptly replied, Gentlemen, I speak of scientific medicine. As a man, you possess male hormones that will naturally induce arousal. Are you telling me you wish to suppress such desires? It would be astonishing if your body remained unscathed, particularly for those who cling to the theory of abstinence. Oscillating between restraint and indulgence leads to mental exhaustion. But host, men who can control their desires are truly impressive. Zhou Yuan chuckled, retorting, then why not try restraining your desire for women and pursue male companionship instead? Wouldn't that be even more impressive? The stark contrast between decisiveness in deleting websites and the ensuing clumsiness of retrieval was evident. I'm not joking. I've abstained for a month. And now you're telling me that extended periods of abstinence are harmful? I only have a few decades to live. Do you want me to ignore women? What meaning is there in life then? Those 20-something beauties are enticing. Let me step into the alluring realm. I can't hold back. The host truly understands me. I regret deleting 5 apps last night. With Dr. Zhou, I feel reassured and confident. Ahem. May I inquire how many times you engage in such activities in a day? After addressing several questions, Zhou Yuan offered a final reminder. Remember, moderation is key. Regular exercise is always beneficial. Having listened to Dr. Zhou's insights, Liu Yinxi reflected on the couple's life over the years and suddenly slapped his thigh. He finally understood why he had been struggling. Years ago, when I fell gravely ill, your grandfather advised me to refrain from intimacy during my recovery. Terrified, I adhered strictly to his counsel, not daring to overstep the boundaries. Gradually, due to some marital discord, I became accustomed to it. Years later, I whimsically thought about a romantic candlelit dinner and the idea of starting a family, only to discover I was utterly incapable. Goodness, it can be this way? Zhou Yuan gave a thumbs up. You two are quite ruthless. One refuses to give, and the other resolutely declines. Your marriage has brewed quite a conundrum. Yet neither has strayed. From a certain perspective, this is rather romantic and pure. Having clarified the underlying issue, treatment could commence. Epimedium, walnuts, foxnuts. Zhou Yuan adeptly opened the medicine cabinet and gathered the necessary remedies. Just after bidding farewell to Liu Yinxi and his family, Zhou Yuan's ears perked up at the sound of the system's prompt. Your treatment plan has passed system verification and can effectively treat the patient's ailment. Given that the host has utilized their medical skills to alter Lu Shui's fate, a special reward will be granted. Ah, splendid. A special reward. How delightful. However, what on earth does altering fate entail? Chapter 21. I have reformed. No more homicides. Special reward. Affinity aura. Note: the host will find it significantly easier to garner the favor of those around them, prompting them to inadvertently reveal their true feelings, rendering them unable to conceal their thoughts. What a remarkable skill of a healer. Upon reading the introduction to the special reward, Zhou Yuan was filled with excitement. What do doctors fear most when faced with patients? Is it the lack of funds? Is it a poor attitude or lack of cooperation? No. The greatest fear of a doctor is the deliberate concealment of medical history and ailments by the patient. Such deception can lead to delays in treatment, and in severe cases, one only needs to look into instances where a pregnant woman concealed her HIV status, resulting in the doctor's infection. Never underestimate the malevolence inherent in humanity. With this aura, seeking medical help will become exceedingly convenient, and the efficiency of curing patients and receiving system rewards will undoubtedly increase. However, there was one aspect that puzzled Zhou Yuan immensely. The system indicated that the special reward was due to his medical skills altering Lu Shui's fate. This notion of fate is profoundly enigmatic. He merely prescribed a few tonics to enhance her parents' marital life. How could this have turned Lu Shui's destiny on its head? At that moment, a comment flashed across the screen, capturing Zhou Yuan's attention. Streamer, quickly turn on the television and tune into Luoqing's satellite TV. They are reporting a major news story related to you. Related to me? Zhou Yuan seized the remote control and searched for Luoqing's satellite TV. We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. A significant traffic accident has occurred on Jinfeng Avenue in Luoqing, resulting in 10 fatalities and 5 individuals critically injured and transported to the hospital. Investigations reveal that the cause of the incident was a group of 15 individuals engaging in illegal street racing on Jinfeng Avenue, with numerous vehicles suffering from brake failures due to illegal modifications, leading to this calamity. Here, Shaolei wishes to remind everyone, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Reckless driving can bring tears to loved ones. Never seek thrills at the cost of your life, for such choices will lead to irrevocable regret. Now, we invite our reporter Wang Yu for a live report. The clear voice of the female broadcaster echoed within the clinic. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was struck with realization. No wonder the system claimed he had altered Lu Shui's fate. Lu Shui's feigne depression tout chipscule. Intending to participate in this very street race. And now, all the participants have encountered misfortune. Only Lu Shui, absent from the event, has narrowly escaped disaster. Who would have thought that by dutifully attending to a patient, I could inadvertently change the course of someone's life? A sense of pride welled within Zhou Yuan, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were equally effusive in their praise. Heat 100, 100, 100. This moment truly embodies the saying, a blessing in disguise. Lu Shui, exposed by the streamer, faced severe consequences, yet miraculously regained her life. Thanks to Dr. Zhou's diligence, he didn't simply dispense medication without understanding the patient's condition. Otherwise, Lu Shui would certainly be in dire straits now. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. What great virtue! I sense that if this event gains traction, the streamer's clinic will undoubtedly be overwhelmed with visitors. Quickly, anyone with ailments should seek treatment. Once the streamer gains fame, we may find ourselves unable to get an appointment. Come on, even if he becomes famous, the average person wouldn't dare to visit. It would be too embarrassing. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the sky, the live stream's popularity remained sky-high. After a long day at work, many employees, upon seeing snippets of the clinic's humorous videos, hurriedly arrived to become new fans. Exhausted from a grueling day, they delighted in such entertaining and engaging content. With no patients to attend to at night, Zhou Yuan found himself bemused by the barrage of comments, insisting he continue streaming or risk losing followers. However, he was not one to heed advice. He was a contrarian at heart. If the boss serves dishes, I'll turn the table. if my father-in-law offers a toast. I'll decline. Viewers enjoy watching? I shall not broadcast. Farewell. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to click the end stream button to grab a quick bite upstairs and later engage in a thrilling game, the clinic door swung open. Is anyone here? A gruff voice boomed. A burly man, seemingly in his 40s, bald with a face marred by scars and a sullen expression, strode in. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, one could easily believe he had blood on his hands, a true embodiment of danger. Another patient has arrived. The streamer can't end the broadcast now, but this patient looks rather intimidating. Even from behind the screen, I feel a chill. As a southern potato, I dread such fierce-looking uncles. Just by his appearance, one gets the sense that he is not here for friendly conversation. He would pull out a knife and demand I split a melon. Would he? You can't deny. This uncle does resemble a melon vendor who met a grisly end. Looking at Dr. Zhou's refined demeanor, he might struggle to handle such a person. Could he be frightened? To everyone's surprise, Zhou Yuan remained unfazed, wearing a warm and inviting smile. Indeed, the man appeared quite formidable. Yet who would refuse a patient capable of yielding system rewards? He gestured. Need a consultation? Please take a seat and fill out this medical card. The burly man swaggered over, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan with keen eyes, and remarked casually, I don't know why, but you seem quite familiar. Have you mingled in the underworld before? Familiar? Has the affinity aura already begun to take effect? Zhou Yuan mused internally, then replied with a hint of regret. I never did, and now I somewhat regret it. At the age when I should have been reveling in life, I chose to study medicine, and it seems I have strayed from my path. While others returned from their tumultuous lives at a tender age, with fortunes in the billions, we who studied together, once mocked them as nonconformists, now can't even find jobs, branded as mere test takers from small towns. Before the burly man could respond, the viewers in the live stream were already reeling from shock, collectively breaking down. Oh, come on, streamer, you're breaking my defenses. Front row laborers, back row tigers. If only I had been there when the snow fell at the temple that year. My defenses are shattered. I truly am broken. I missed every opportunity due to this wretched school, and now I'm stuck in this small class, earning a mere 4,000 a month. Choices outweigh efforts. While Ding Laoi smiles innocently, we small-town test-takers can only bow our heads in defeat. What can we say? We've been tainted by knowledge, unable to produce anything of merit. Brothers, we all lead lives. Let us take it step by step. The future is bright. I suspect the future might be a deception. The burly man scoffed dismissively at this. What kind of society is that? Just some spirited youths. What I mean by mixing involves doing business, claiming territory, collecting protection fees, and engaging in real brawls. Goodness, is he a genuine member of the underworld? But wait, didn't the crackdown a few years ago imprison most of these individuals? How did this man slip through the cracks? Could it be he has a protector behind him? Soon after, he introduced himself. My surname is Ma, given name Lei. I came here mainly to see if I could have a smoke. I'm feeling quite unwell. Due to his grandfather's habitual smoking, Zhou Yuan held no aversion to it. He simply chose not to partake himself, and thus politely declined the cigarette offered by Mayor. Tobacco is indeed a fine indulgence. I once managed to abstain for over 20 years, yet here I am, indulging once more. Mayor exhaled a cloud of smoke, reflecting wistfully. You possess the strength to quit for 2 decades, only to succumb to addiction again? Zhou Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Alas, I was imprisoned for life due to past transgressions, but after exhibiting good behavior, my sentence was commuted to 22 years. It was a forced abstinence. What on earth? Zhou Yuan's expression mirrored his astonishment at the revelation of Mayor's past. Mayor, wearing a warm smile, reassured him, Fear not, young man. I have reformed and no longer take lives. Chapter 22. 8 against 1, a fatal counterattack. This statement, when uttered, seemed utterly incongruous with Mayor's amiable demeanor, casting an eerie pall over the atmosphere. Is there anyone who can elucidate what it means to say, it's all fixed now? No more killing? The implication is, prior to this change, he was a remorseless murderer, his hands stained with blood. Zhou Yuan scratched his head. So, was that intentional or accidental? Of course it was intentional. My kill-death ratio is 3-0, a record that can be verified. Mayor nonchalantly flicked the ash off his cigarette. 6. Those familiar with gaming would understand that this signifies 3 kills without a single death. It is worth noting that we reside in the year 2024, a time when the rule of law is robust, unlike the days when human life was as expendable as grass. Most people have never even witnessed the slaughter of chickens, let alone such grotesque occurrences. Viewers of the live stream expressed their trepidation, voicing concerns for Zhou Yuan's safety. After all, Mayor was once affiliated with a gang notorious for resorting to knives at the slightest provocation. If you need to call the police, Zhou Yuan, just blink. A living, roaming murderer? That's rarer than a giant panda. Everyone, do not panic. The big guy claims he's changed. He surely wouldn't suddenly erupt in violence, right? If I could still throw some banter at him through the screen, standing before him would surely leave me trembling. Indeed, the face reveals the heart. He looks just like an escaped fugitive. Zhou Yuan was no fool either. He coldly smirked, pinpointing the flaws in Mayor's words. You truly are like Chow Pai's father-in-law crafting an essay. Zheng Ji's dad could weave a tale. Do you think you can be forgiven just because you reside in a land overflowing with compassion? Our dragon mother is not so lenient. Intentional homicide is still a serious crime, particularly with such egregious circumstances. The sentence would undoubtedly be death, executed immediately. By conventional logic, if Mayor had been fortunate enough to be reborn earlier, he would now be preparing for college entrance exams. Yet curiously, not only was he not dead, but he had also been released from prison. This suggests either he is boasting or there's corruption at play, a hidden transaction. Some astute netizens, inclined towards conspiracy theories, felt they had unraveled the truth. Collusion between black and white forces is a tale as old as time. Nothing new under the sun. Seeing that no one believed him, Mayor took a deep drag from his cigarette, his pupils deepening, and sighed, I speak the truth. As for why I wasn't sentenced to death, sigh, it's just a matter of some trials and tribulations. Trials and tribulations, indeed. Zhou Yuan's response was succinct. Speak plainly. The aura of camaraderie was in full swing. Mayor subconsciously trusted Zhou Yuan and was eager to share his tale. He reminisced for a few seconds, then his forehead began to throb with anger. This happened 20 years ago, and I still feel incensed when I think about it. Back then, I was raking in protection money and took my girlfriend on a trip to Handong. Before heading back to the hotel one evening, we stopped at a barbecue stall, only to find a few tattooed ruffians at the next table getting rowdy. While I was in the restroom, they dared to harass my girlfriend, even trying to drag her off to a hotel room. Though a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, a man cannot stand idly by in such a situation. I initially tried to reason with them, but these little brats were emboldened by their connections, encircling me with knives and steel rods. The leader demanded my girlfriend spend the night with them while I was forced to watch the entire ordeal, or else they would sell her to a nightclub. The hell with that. In our line of work, we live by loyalty, not just to our brothers, but also to our women. My sole thought at that moment was that, even if I were to die, I would ensure my girlfriend returned to her parents unscathed. After some tussling, I received a knife wound on my arm. Adrenaline surged, and I disarmed one of the thugs striking down at him. This little hoodlum was quite the character. Despite receiving a brutal blow, he remained silent. At this point, Mayor paused, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Later, I discovered that in the chaos and darkness, I had severed his vocal cords, hence his silence. Ha ha ha. The sudden humor left Zhou Yuan momentarily speechless. This man certainly had a knack for storytelling. However, he and the viewers were engrossed, eager to learn about the outcome. Do continue. What happened next? Mayor confidently patted his chest, grinning widely. Of course, I emerged victorious. 8 thugs faced me. 3 were dead, and 5 were severely injured. Initially, I was sentenced to death. But upon appeal, with the local community supporting me against those thugs with white-collar connections, public pressure led to a commutation to life imprisonment, which was later reduced to 20 years for good behavior. I struck down 3 out of 8 attackers. Were they merely programmed bots? A stunning reversal. One would expect Mayor to be a bully, preying on the weak, but it turns out he is a man of loyalty and honor. His incarceration was due to excessive self-defense while protecting his girlfriend. How many can face gleaming blades without abandoning their loved ones? Have I misjudged him? I never expected this man to be a true romantic warrior. My blood is boiling. I too wish to shield my beloved, no matter the odds. Who says our kind lacks bravery? He is truly a man among men. My grandfather once shared that while other nations idolize martial spirit, encouraging the way of the warrior and cowboy, we dragon folk have historically suppressed such ideals. Not because we lack courage, but quite the opposite. The Han people are among the most combative globally, despite rulers attempting to stifle that spirit through Confucian and Buddhist doctrines. Throughout history, cries of the emperor is dead. The yellow sky shall rise have echoed. The warrior gene is embedded in every dragon citizen, instilling fear in foreigners who cannot fathom why our stories often depict family annihilation. How amusing, one might ponder why the European continent is fragmented into so many nations, while we have consistently achieved unification. Think about it deeply. After hearing the entire narrative, Zhou Yuan raised his fist in salute. Brother, you are a true man. I am in awe. Indeed, indeed. Mayor's demeanor perfectly mirrored Lu Bu's pouting expression. However, differing opinions began to surface in the live stream. A netizen by the name of Last Whisper expressed an alternative view. Purely reckless behavior, sacrificing everything for a woman, landing 20 years in prison, and upon release, becoming disconnected from society. His girlfriend from back then has likely found another man. Married, and possibly has children by now. He would have been better off fleeing at the time, retreating to find broader horizons. Friends, do not rush to condemn me. Simply ask Mayor where the girlfriend he protected is now. During his 20 years in prison, did he ever regret his choices? Upon seeing the skeptical comments, Mayor was momentarily taken aback, tears glistening in his eyes. To add an element of intrigue, the live stream was connected to a small television in the clinic, allowing Mayor to view the comments. Naturally, this was voluntary. Zhou Yuan would respect patients who preferred anonymity. A man seldom sheds tears unless truly heartbroken. Weakness singumare. A towering figure, nearly brought to tears, Zhou Yuan suddenly regretted enabling the comment section. The current generation of internet users seems to have a penchant for stirring the pot, exacerbating others' wounds. A woman, in the prime of her life, chooses to forego the affections of other suitors in order to await a convicted murderer, ultimately sacrificing her youth for the prospect of a dismal future. Is this truly realistic? Nevertheless, before Murray provides a clear answer, Zhou Yuan and some audience members continue to hold their breath, pondering the possibility of an unexpected twist. Chapter 23. To benefit oneself is self-serving. To share with the people is to benefit the community. At this moment, the internet buzzed with hashtags like Zhou Yuan Clinic receives quirky patients, fear not no longer a killer, such niche vocabulary. EarthOL 3-0 sky high. Performance can be verified. Stunning twist, the devil strufficy stato fa pure love warrior. And it hurts too much. It wastes in prison for 20 years former girlfriend, and upon release is already married. After 2 decades in prison, the Earth is sky high with a record of 3-0 sought medical consultation, igniting significant discussions across various social media platforms. The resultant trending topics soared into the dozens, and Zhou Yuan's clinic was utterly in a frenzy. Simultaneously, within the production office of the talent show masters in every field, Assistant Director Li Qingshan slammed the table in frustration. Zhou Yuan's medical expertise was extraordinary, and the live broadcast had garnered tremendous viewer engagement. The resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine was an inevitable trend of the future. Why, then, did you refuse my proposal to invite him? Qingshan, the investor's brother-in-law, is a foreign-educated medical master's graduate. He is certainly more appealing than your cherished traditional Chinese medicine. The chief director, Su Liqiu, casually crossed his legs, stating, "It's merely one slot. There is no need to upset the investor over such trivial matters. Moreover, their offer is exceedingly generous." Li Qingshan's face flushed crimson, and his characteristic mustache bristled with indignation. He had specifically sought out Professor Lin today to request an elite from the medical profession to participate in the show. By fortunate coincidence, he had stumbled upon Zhou Yuan's live stream. Upon witnessing it, he felt an instant connection. With solid expertise, striking looks, a substantial fan base, and compelling broadcast appeal, It would be a grievous loss for their production team if Zhou Yuan did not join. Yet to his dismay, Zhou Yuan, this short-sighted individual, was willing to forfeit the opportunity for the show to ascend to greater heights for a mere pittance. Are you attempting to create a backdoor for someone else? I have my methods to deal with you. Li Qingshan extracted a Li Kun cigarette from his pocket, igniting it, and pointedly remarked, "This Li Kun cigarette, if enjoyed solely by oneself, is self-serving. If shared with the masses, one for each, then it truly benefits the community." Director Su, would you not say that some individuals, the more they lack something, the more they feel compelled to flaunt it? For instance, those lacking virtue may prefix their names with the virtue, while those self-serving insist on calling themselves. Not performing anymore, are we? Whom are you directing this at? Su Lichio's eyelids twitched. Isn't it merely a small streamer? Without him, our variety show would not fail to thrive. Would it not hinder the team's share of the pie? Li Qingshan retorted without mercy. A small streamer? No wonder you frequently failed your major courses in university. Your vision is indeed limited. Exposing my past? It's not even the Mid-Autumn Festival yet, and you're already lovesick. If an employee happened to pass by the office and overheard the commotion, they would surely be astonished to witness the two directors passionately arguing over a traditional Chinese medicine streamer, nearly on the verge of a brawl. Li Qingshan unlocked his phone and tossed it to Su Lichio. Search for Zhou Yuan's trending topics yourself. See the snippets of the live broadcast. Su Lichio, initially dismissive, began to view the snippets. As he watched, his expression gradually shifted from disdain to incredulity, nearly bursting into laughter. Goodness, the youth of this generation are truly inventive. Indeed, the times are advancing. Hilarious, the plight of medical students is quite severe. What? This streamer-esque banter is impressively crafted. I have seen many live streams. Yet this is the first time I've encountered one with such engaging content. Quite remarkable. With that, Su Lichio began weighing the pros and cons. Although this young man radiated potential, it was a gamble. Should they offend the investor and pay a hefty price to invite Zhou Yuan, only for him to be devoid of engagement on the show? How would they manage? In response, Li Qingshan remained unfazed and offered no explanations, simply stating, "This snippet is merely from this morning. Continue watching." At that moment, the mobile page automatically transitioned to Zhou Yuan's next recorded segment. Su Lichio, in a moment of surrender, continued to watch. "He merely desires your body. He is so lowly. Searching for a cure for cancer? Madam, is this your unfulfilled love plea?" Wow, the once idle Liu Yinshi truly appeared. And it's due to a urology issue? The consultation was filled with constant humor and surprises, creating an explosive program effect. Su Lichio's demeanor had transformed entirely, clearly captivated by the content of the live broadcast. Upon witnessing the latest consultation featuring a self-proclaimed 3-0 record thug seeking medical advice, he stood completely transfixed. Li Qingshan waved his hand before Su Lichio's dazed face, observing his mouth agape, his body unresponsive. One opportunity. He promptly pulled out a spare phone and captured a candid shot of Su Lichio, sending it to the work group while muttering, "What is going on? Is it possible for a somewhat fearsome murderer on the other side of the screen to leave you so stunned?" After a few moments, Su Lichio regained his composure and shot a glare at Li Qingshan. "Of course, it's not because of that. I am merely astonished by Zhou Yuan's program effectiveness. It's as if the heavens are bestowing us with opportunities. Should we extend an invitation for him to join our show, our recognition would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights." Li Qingshan felt a surge of pride as he witnessed the transformation of the director from skeptic to a true admirer. Introducing beloved interests to friends and witnessing their excitement. This sensation was truly exhilarating. That foreign-educated master's candidate arranged by the investor. Foreign-educated? Even if he were a turtle. Our production team's final slot must be reserved for Zhou Yuan. Su Lichio and Oppo's demeanor shifted with astonishing speed. "Investors, please cease your calls. I fear Zhou Yuan may misconstrue our intentions." Li Qingshan, observing Su Lichio relent, quickly urged, "Then let us promptly contact Zhou Yuan and propose an irresistible offer." No, not just yet." "What? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Su Lichio, now visibly captivated by the live stream, Added, the primary task now is to watch the broadcast. I am genuinely curious whether Mare and Oppo's ex-girlfriend has left him. This is crucial. Zhou Yuan appeared utterly engrossed in the live stream, further stating, to demonstrate our sincerity. We shall personally approach him tomorrow for discussions. In this materialistic era, a pure love may rekindle hope in countless souls who have lost faith in romance. Thus, many netizens eagerly awaited Mare's revelation in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, within the clinic, Mare's eyes glistened with tears as he sighed heavily. I have wronged her. Chapter 24. Long live pure love. To be candid, my visit to the clinic was not for my own ailments, but rather to inquire whether I should procure some prenatal medicine for my wife. She has waited for me for 2 decades in the prime of her youth, while her parents passed away without witnessing their daughter's marriage or the arrival of a grandchild. As he spoke, Mare's voice trembled with emotion. Now that we are married and she is with child, being an older expectant mother, I am anxious about potential complications, which is why I sought the counsel of a traditional Chinese doctor. In my childhood, everyone relied on traditional medicine, which is why I hold it in such high regard. Zhou Yuan was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Despite the narrative's typical resolution, I find myself unexpectedly moved. Mare, perplexed, asked, Doctor, what do you mean? Zhou Yuan explained, I noticed tears in your eyes and assumed your girlfriend must have married while you were incarcerated. This notion resonated with the majority of viewers in the live stream. Of course not. Mare bashfully rubbed his bald head, his face alight with joy. Before I turned myself in, my wife kissed my forehead and said, if love endures, does it really matter if it is day or night? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, even a lifetime, she is willing to wait for me. With that, Zhou Yuan thought of 4 words. Long live pure love. In an era dominated by materialism and fast-paced relationships, there exists a yearning for innocence and the beauty of pure love. At this very moment, Mare and his girlfriend's enchanting love story, spanning 2 decades, has vividly embodied the ideal of true love. Thus, art is born. In a live stream, the audience sent forth their most heartfelt blessings. Oh my, unexpected yet perfectly reasonable. Congratulations to you both. Everyone praises Uncle Mare, so I shall commend this steadfast and brave young woman who must have endured immense societal pressures over these 20 years. Is this what happiness looks like? Brothers, let us show our support. Why was he sentenced to 20 years? A few points deducted would suffice. This has made me weep. Tomorrow, I shall burn incense for more university students. My great-grandparents were childhood sweethearts. After marrying at 18, my great-grandfather went off to war and, due to circumstances, lost contact for 83 years, 6 months, 7 days, and 1 morning, ultimately passing away with regrets. What will Mare do after his release? Come work as my bodyguard for $20,000 a month. I have a job opportunity as well. Uncle Mare, are you interested? Brother, set up a donation channel. We'll contribute. Zhou Yuan noticed the enthusiastic viewers eager to help Mare find employment. A man with a 20-year prison record would struggle to find work. No company would hire him. Moreover, human traffickers received only 8 years, while excessive self-defense led to a 20-year sentence. If he and T fought back, both Mare and his wife would have perished. The legal system of that time, compounded by the underdeveloped internet, resulted in such injustices. Following the Kunshan Longbrother case from a few years back, excessive self-defense can now even lead to acquittal. The law must not transcend the basic moral sentiments of the populace. Thus, the viewers felt a profound injustice for Mare and wished to assist him in securing a job. Mare, what will you do after your release? Will you return to the underworld? Mare quickly shook his head. No. I have reformed and would never engage in illegal activities. Besides, in this day and age, the underworld has merely donned a legal facade, masquerading as legitimate. When trouble arises, they feign ignorance, claiming to be temporary workers and getting promptly dismissed. Mare showed a clear understanding of this reality. Due to his criminal record, he could only work as a delivery driver. It may be tough, but is barely sufficient for survival. However, raising a child may prove challenging, yet I will strive to provide a good life for them both. Zhou Yuan, utilizing the advantages of the internet, began suggesting job opportunities for Mare in the comments. Many viewers, who had generously gifted tokens worth over 50 or even 60 levels, were evidently affluent individuals. 1 against 8, and they could turn the tide. That's a ceiling among ordinary folks. Come work with my bodyguard. Young man, I prefer associating with virtuous individuals. Join me in construction for a lucrative salary. I may not have much money, but I'm willing to donate $500 to buy baby formula for Brother Mayor. Work with me. I'm willing to offer $30,000. Soon, those high-level viewers began to compete fervently in the comments. Zhou Yuan casually remarked, "Those interested should contact Uncle Mayor privately to let him choose." He then inquired about the expectant mother's condition. Upon learning there were no significant issues, he advised, "For now, all seems well. For older expectant mothers, it is crucial to have timely checkups at reputable hospitals. Perhaps next time, you can bring your wife along. I will gladly offer free pulse diagnosis and treatment." "Thank you so much, doctor. I felt an unusual warmth from you, and I never expected to find a decent job." Mayor expressed his gratitude before departing with a sense of relief. The day was drawing to a close, and he needed to return home to prepare dinner for his wife. Though this consultation did not yield any system rewards, Zhou Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Psychologically, it is said that helping others brings authentic joy, a joy not derived from monetary gain, but from the fulfillment of the soul, a concept known as the law of conservation of happiness. However, such assistance should remain within reasonable bounds, lest one become a doormat. Zhou Yuan firmly believed in extending a helping hand only when someone genuinely requires it. He resolutely rejected those who sought to take advantage of his kindness. As a representative of the new generation, he refused to engage in self-inflicted conflict. As he concluded the live stream, faced with numerous reluctant viewers, Zhou Yuan decided to share a story his grandfather once told him as a parting gift. "Dear friends, if you were to share 2 apples with an elder, one large and one small, how would you divide them?" The viewers scoffed at the question. "PSH. I've heard this a million times. Con rong yielding pears. Of course, I would eat the smaller one, allowing the elder to enjoy the larger one. My upbringing has taught me to give the larger one to the elder. Absolutely, all parents in our great nation surely instill this principle." Zhou Yuan smiled at the comments. Reminiscing, when my grandfather posed this question to me, I chose the larger apple for myself and the smaller one for him. What? If I dared to choose the larger one, my parents would scold me for being unfilial and selfish, claiming I didn't love them. Same here. Yet, my grandfather praised my choice, stating it was correct. Sharing means giving what is excess to others, not sacrificing oneself by giving away what is needed and thus depriving oneself. Zhou Yuan emphasized, helping others follows the same principle. I noticed some university students, who can barely afford their own living expenses, wishing to assist Uncle Mayor. However, remember, when impoverished, focus on self-preservation. When prosperous, help others. Aid must be within your means. Otherwise, you risk harming yourself. With that, he clicked to end the live stream. Some contemplative netizens remain, carefully savoring Zhou Yuan's words and reshaping their perspectives. Chapter 25, My parents are cousins, and they did it intentionally. The following morning, Zhou Yuan rose early, donned a pristine white training outfit, and stood in the courtyard, breathing deeply and concentrating. Unlike the fluid movements of the Baoduan Jin he was accustomed to, his current motions appeared somewhat awkward and unrefined. This set of movements was, of course, one of the rewards distributed yesterday. The ancient art of Wu Qin Shi, attributed to the legendary physician Huatuo, consists of 5 animal styles: the tiger, the deer, the bear, the monkey, and the crane. By harmonizing the quintessence of these 5 creatures with the forces of nature, one can cultivate strength, enhance health, dispel ailments, nourish the spirit, and ultimately attain longevity. These brief lines left Zhou Yuan feeling somewhat parched. Could it be that mastering this practice could lead to immortality? The obsession with longevity among the Chinese people is profound, as demonstrated by countless emperors from the likes of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of the Han, to Emperor Jiajing of the Ming Dynasty, all of whom spared no expense in constructing palaces, temples, and even tombs in pursuit of eternal life. The inscription on the imperial seal reads, "Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure." Who could resist the allure of such words? Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan, in his early 20s, was not yet of an age to be overly concerned. He planned to take his time. The first exercise, the tiger play, emphasized the use of claws, with fingers extending and contracting freely while the lower body remained as stable as a mountain. Each movement should exude an unstoppable ferocity akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. However, at this stage, Zhou Yuan's attempts appeared less like a tiger and more like a kitten that had just lost its favorite treat. After an hour of practice, Zhou Yuan took a shower and prepared to open for business, promptly activating his live stream. Initially, he had not anticipated a large audience for the morning session. After all, who would watch a live stream at such an early hour? However, he soon discovered how naive he was as a flood of comments poured in. I declare myself the king of late-night owls in Guangdong. Is anyone else out there? The doctor said staying up late is bad for health. So I just pulled an all-nighter. Am I clever or what? That dastardly Wallace. I had a whole chicken meal and spent the night running to the bathroom like a warrior. Good morning, family. Who on earth invented good morning? Who's actually feeling good at this hour? I'm about to collapse from exhaustion and still have to go to this dreadful class. I wish I could stay up all night, too. The temptation of waking up early could fuel 8 evil sort of mortals. It seemed most of the viewers were seasoned night owls. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan, with mischief bubbling within, smiled and remarked, "Actually, staying up late is exceptionally beneficial for your health. Did you know? Staying up late is good for your health?" This unconventional claim immediately piqued the audience's interest. "Streamer, you seem a bit off, like you're reversing the laws of nature. Even though I stay up late, I know it's harmful to health. Don't try to fool me. You're just being ridiculous. Is staying up late really beneficial? I'm starting to question your education. Let me check your elementary school records." Zhou Yuan raised his finger and began to enumerate the 3 purported benefits of staying up late. Firstly, staying up late can enhance your sense of happiness in life. Due to prolonged sleeplessness, your memory will significantly decline, allowing you to forget all your worries. The audience was left utterly bewildered by this logic. How could a decline in memory possibly be viewed as a good thing? The absurdity of his reasoning was astonishing. Zhou Yuan extended his second finger and continued, "Secondly, while studying may elevate you, staying up late can elevate you 3 levels higher, enabling you to overtake others on the curve." Now you might wonder, were these 3 levels? High blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, all of which will launch you into the realm of the 3 highs. 666. Zhou Yuan, you truly understand abstraction. Goodness, I'm calling out in disbelief. Is this really an overtaking maneuver? This is a major traffic accident. Just tell me, are we really 3 levels higher? Is the streamer right? Zhou Yuan smiled, extending his third finger to reveal his final piece of wisdom. Staying up late will also make you mature, freeing you from the troubles of love. After burning the midnight oil, your complexion will darken, making you appear 20 years older, and the pains of love will become inconsequential. The viewers were utterly defeated. It turned out all of this was sarcasm. While many had encountered warnings about the dangers of staying up late, none had experienced such a humorous take. This reverse persuasion was truly lethal. However, Zhou Yuan's words continued to resonate, leaving many vowing never to stay up late again. After a lively discussion, the live stream's popularity surged to over 8,000 viewers, and the comments multiplied exponentially. I'm 40 this year, and I often find myself given a seat on the bus by peers. Guess my profession. What? Sir, please sit. Clearly, you're a software engineer with 20 years of experience. Actually, you don't need to feel guilty about staying up late. Some bad habits are the motivation for living. If not for pleasure, what is the point of existence? Well said. After working hard my whole life, shouldn't I be able to enjoy myself? Let the music play on and the dancing continue. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the clinic, followed by the abrupt opening of the door. Clearly, a patient had arrived. A boy, dressed in athletic attire and appearing quite youthful, perhaps around 16 or 17, burst in, shouting, "Dr. Zhou, something terrible has happened. I discovered a super secret about my family." I couldn't sleep all night after knowing the truth. Noticing the boy's anxiety, Zhou Yuan quickly urged him to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. "What seems to be the problem? Speak slowly." After introductions, Zhou learned that the boy was named Li Wenwu, a sophomore at the number 13 high school of Luocheng. As for his reason for seeking treatment, you believe you have a congenital intellectual deficiency, that you are mentally challenged? Zhou Yuan inquired, astonished. Li Wenwu nodded vigorously, stating, "That's right. If I didn't have an inherent intellectual defect, how could I consistently rank last in my class?" He continued, "It's all my parents' fault. Doctor, if you can't help me, can I call the police and have my parents arrested and imprisoned?" Zhou Yuan studied Li Wenwu's expression and realized he was serious, not joking. Did this boy genuinely wish to send his parents to jail? The absurdity of all was almost laughable. Zhou Yuan sought to comfort him, saying, "Child, there are many uncontrollable aspects of life. For those birds born without the ability to fly, when they attempt to take flight, they have already broken the shackles of fate. Your congenital intellectual deficiency is something your parents did not intend." Before Zhou Yuan could finish his comforting words, Li Wenwu excitedly interrupted, "No, my parents did it on purpose." Huh? Zhou Yuan was bewildered. Then Li Wenwu delivered a stunning revelation that left everyone speechless. "The root cause of my mental challenges is... my parents are cousins. They did it intentionally." Chapter 26. A real-life scenario akin to Yuan Ji Kong. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the medical clinic became eerily charged. Hissing in disbelief, Zhou Yuan gasped, his expression betraying his shock. He never anticipated encountering such a scandalous ethical dilemma in 2025 during a consultation. The world of the affluent is truly chaotic. It is no wonder that Li Wenwu, upon discovering the truth, seethed with indignation, yearning to report his parents for their transgressions, wishing to see them imprisoned. Such behavior is utterly intolerable in a civilized society and must be vehemently condemned. The viewers in the live stream, invigorated by the unfolding drama, shook off their morning drowsiness, straining to catch every morsel of gossip. What a way to start the day. Is the plot of Yuan Ji Kong about to unfold? As a female viewer, I became so engrossed in Yuan Ji Kong that I changed my QQ avatar to that of Chiomei. Recently, my brother's gaze towards me has been rather unsettling. Is this truly happening? This kind of gossip is enough to wake me up. Indeed, with such a plethora of individuals, one can only expect all sorts of peculiarities. Search keywords. "I gave birth to my mother. My grandmother and I are sisters." Absolutely mind-blowing. Wait a moment, the previous comment has set my KTV ablaze. The essence of humanity remains that of eager onlookers. When a sensational story emerges in a live stream, sharing becomes imperative. The headline shock. 17-year-old filial son cries for his parents to be executed. The cause being an incestuous, forbidden love. Those wishing to learn more are encouraged to follow Zhou Yuan's traditional Chinese medicine livestream. This title is irresistibly clickable for anyone who lays eyes upon it. At this moment, Zhou Yuan took a moment to regain composure, cleared his throat, and began to enlighten his audience. Children born from incestuous unions often exhibit two extremes. They may either emerge as prodigious geniuses with astonishing intellect, akin to luminaries such as Einstein, Newton, Darwin, and Beethoven, or they may suffer from severe intellectual disabilities, even conditions like cerebral palsy. Li Wenwu sighed, confessing, "Doctor, I fear I may be the latter. My mental state often resembles that of a machine, able to forget actions almost instantaneously, rendering my mind rather dull. I recently discovered online that it is entirely my parents' fault." Seizing the opportunity, while Li Wenwu spoke, Zhou Yuan scrutinized him carefully. How does one identify an intellectually challenged individual? He possessed ample experience in this realm. First and foremost, they tend to repeat phrases incessantly, exhibiting a penchant for echoing words. Secondly, they struggle to comprehend others' expressions, showing a diminished capacity for information retention. Lengthy notices from teachers are often lost on them, leading them to inquire from classmates instead. Additionally, they may respond irrelevantly or provide confusing replies. In summary, they exude an aura reminiscent of mechanical beings. After engaging Li Wenwu in a few casual topics, Zhou Yuan noted his coherent speech and clear understanding, leading him to conclude that he did not seem to fit the profile of an intellectual disability. After all, many individuals with genuine cognitive impairments remain blissfully unaware of their condition. Upshadabing Libanu. Zhou Yuan surmised that his issues were likely limited to poor memory and a touch of self-doubt. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Yuan inquired. I find it hard to believe you are intellectually impaired. By the way, what is the familial relationship between your parents? Energized by the doctor's question, Li Wenwu began to recount, my father married my grandmother's daughter. Furthermore, my mother wed my aunt's brother. Dr. Zhou, you tell me, is this not a tangled web of relations? A childhood fear resurfaced for Zhou Yuan. As a child, he loathed having to address numerous relatives. The multitude of relatives and the complexity of titles made it nearly impossible to discern relationships without parental guidance. However, he was quite familiar with terms such as grandmother and aunt. Soon enough, Zhou Yuan detected a flaw in Li Wenwu's statement. Upon closer examination, it felt slightly off. Your father did not marry your grandmother's daughter. He must not be marrying your grandmother. Zhou Yuan regarded Li Wenwu with a compassionate gaze, elucidating. Your grandmother's daughter is your mother. There is no issue there. Li Wenwu nodded, his eyes sparkling with insight. Indeed, hence my assertion of their incestuous marriage. My father calls my grandmother mother, and my mother also refers to her as mother. They were originally siblings. Zhou Yuan realized he had acted prematurely in his judgment of Li Wenwu. This boy harbored significant issues. It was precisely because your father married your mother that they became close relatives. In other words, if your parents had not wed, they would share no blood relation whatsoever. With a deep breath, he opened his drawer, retrieving a silver coin, which he handed to Li Wenwu. Bewildered, Li Wenwu asked, Dr. Zhou, what does this coin signify? This coin holds the key to resolving your issue. What? A single coin can cure ailments? This hardly sounds like traditional Chinese medicine. It resembles a form of southern shamanism or incantation. Just as Li Wenwu's mind began to wander, Zhou Yuan continued. You must exit, turn right, walk 1,000 meters to the entrance of the Jia shopping mall. Insert the coin into a Mianjiang ride, and then sit on it. Listen to the familial terms song detailing what to call your father's father and your father's mother. And upon comprehending it, return to me. As it turns out, non-incestuous marriages can also lead to complications, as in the case of this child. He likely stumbled upon a humorous anecdote online, mistakenly believing that his parents were related, and accepted it as fact. At this moment, many viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. I feel my intelligence has been gravely insulted, truly. It took me a full 5 minutes to realize I am indeed a fool. This lad is undoubtedly dim-witted. How has he survived this long? No witties. Li Wenwu has been pondering this all night and remains even more confused than you. I still don't comprehend. I admit my low IQ. Could someone please clarify? A few minutes later, thanks to Zhou Yuan's guidance, Li Wenwu finally grasped that he had been misled by a humorous segment crafted by a female blogger. Enraptured by her beauty and allure, he unwittingly absorbed her words, akin to brainwashing. His outrageous claim that both parents referred to their grandmother as mother, thus alleging a sibling relationship, was entirely derived from the blogger. At this moment, Li Wenwu's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the underbrush. Dr. Zhou, save me. Before coming here, I sent several messages to my parents, berating them mercilessly. My father will undoubtedly come to the clinic to thrash me. If you can heal my uncle, surely you can save me too? Your uncle? Who is that? Zhou Yuan questioned, perplexed. Li Wenwu replied, my uncle is Li Jing. It is because of him that I became your fan and sought your consultation. Good heavens! Zhou Yuan exclaimed. No wonder you possess such an air of familiarity. You are indeed the nephew of an old acquaintance. The notion that one family can produce two distinctly different individuals is profoundly accurate. If an uncle can raise triplet sons as Neza, that is already astonishing enough. Who would have thought there would be a skilled nephew, misled by a joke, believing his parents to be siblings and consequently deeming himself intellectually challenged? Chapter 27. Enlightenment? No, let's just resort to violence. Manuela, Li Wenwu's fata, Li Quan, was furiously pedaling his mountain bike towards the Zhou traditional medicine clinic, gnashing his teeth in anger. As he rode, he muttered incessantly to himself, what a farce of filial piety. This is beyond ridiculous. It's driving me to madness. How dare that ungrateful son spread rumors about me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Recently, the company had encountered some issues, and, as a member of the management team, Li Quan had led by example, working late nights alongside his employees. His mental state was already frazzled. Returning home in the morning, he found his wife, brainwashed by an online female influencer, asking, "Darling, if I turned into a kitten, would you still love me?" His mother, misled by a salesperson, exclaimed, "This health supplement is only 10,000 for 3 bottles, plus 10 kilograms of eggs. What a deal." And his father, lying on the bed, lamented, "Kwanzi, I crave hand-ground coffee." Li Quan felt as though the weight of the world was upon him. A man? Ha, what a challenge. After dealing with the trivialities of family life, he sought a moment of rest. However, upon opening his phone, he discovered a message from his son. "How could you marry a close relative, old man? Are you unaware that offspring from close relatives often suffer from intellectual deficiencies? My poor academic performance and mental issues are all your fault. I'm off to the clinic recommended by my uncle for treatment. If it doesn't work, you can expect to eat from the iron rice bowl." The message included evidence, a comedic skit written by a female blogger. After reading the message, Li Quan felt utterly defeated, his mind racing with indignation. How could his son be so foolish as to believe such nonsense? "If only I had raised you better," he thought, as a prominent figure in the business world. However, Li Quan had a remarkable capacity for emotional resilience. He pulled out a cigarette, hoping to calm his inner turmoil, planning to gently enlighten his child upon his return. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that his last lighter had been stolen. This was the final straw. Suddenly, he felt that enduring the situation was only making it worse. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Enlightenment? That was out of the question. It was time to take action. He resolutely decided to storm the clinic and confront his rebellious son. Pedaling furiously, he reached the clinic in half an hour instead of the usual hour, nearly smoking the mountain bike in his haste. He parked the bike against the wall and, unbuckling his belt with determination, stormed into the Zhou traditional medicine clinic. At that moment, Li Wenwu was racking his brain for a way to escape his father's wrath. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. With a grin revealing his prominent front teeth, he extended a finger and exclaimed, "I have a plan." "Oh, you have a plan?" Zhou Yuan replied skeptically. Li Wenwu chuckled. "Dr. Zhou, just explain to my dad that I was poisoned from eating poorly and hallucinated, which led to my nonsensical remarks. He'll definitely believe you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. What a clever strategy. Who could possibly distinguish between you and Zhuge Liang? However, he gestured towards the door. "But I think you should consider what pose of submission would best earn your father's forgiveness. Surely it cannot be that severe. My father is quite gullible. He is all about the foolish but wealthy. I often tease him about his gaming habits." Li Wenwu said confidently, unaware that his father was slowly approaching, a dark expression on his face and his belt in hand, ready for action. "Foolish and wealthy, are you? Spreading falsehoods about your parents, are you? It seems you need a good thrashing." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Li Wenwu's musings. Without thinking, he retorted, "Who are you? What is it to you? I am your father." As he turned to confront the intruder, Li Wenwu was startled into silence. If one were to chart his feelings, they would reveal a mix of confusion, shock, fear, and deep despair. Zhou Yuan could easily empathize, recalling the heart-stopping moment he was caught by his grandfather during his youth in an internet CAF. As an impending storm brewed, the online audience braced themselves for a nostalgic spectacle of parental discipline. The viewership numbers surged as people tuned in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yesterday, I missed the beautiful mother thrashing the campus diva, but today I can catch the father's belt discipline. Haha, this mischievous child is truly invulnerable. My assessment is that he is too engrossed in his gaming. Here comes the most terrifying episode featuring the Jiangdong heroes. Though it's a bit unethical, watching a child get punished is oddly satisfying. Delightful to watch, and I must share. Reflecting on my childhood spankings, I resented my father until I had my own son. Only then did I realize that without a father's discipline, one must face the harsher realities of society. A gem cannot be polished without friction. Quaking with trepidation, Li Wenwu stammered, "Dad, let's put aside the facts for a moment. Don't you think you're at fault? Punishing children is wrong and illegal. Using a belt on you doesn't equate to punishment. Do you understand? As the esteemed Mr. Lu Sun once said, one must use magic to defeat magic." Li Quan, heavily influenced by this wisdom, swiftly countered, "Your arguments are no match for my resolve." What followed was a familiar scene. The father delivering a thorough lesson to his rebellious son. "Dr. Zhou, save me. I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Nor will I believe those ridiculous internet jokes," ignoring Li Wenwu's pleas for mercy. Zhou Yuan observed the father-son duo with concern. He noted that Li Quan appeared to have gone 3 days without sleep, his eyes sunken and complexion poor, exacerbated by the sudden surge of rage. "Stop. You both need to cease this immediately." Seeing the doctor step in, Li Quan hesitated to continue his discipline in the clinic. "Forgive me for the disturbance. I'll take my son home for a proper lesson and not interrupt your practice." Misunderstanding Zhou Yuan's intentions, Li Quan shook his head. "No, in fact, you should not reprimand your son, but rather be grateful to him. It's fortunate he sent you those messages." Internet viewers were bewildered. "What on earth?" Cowering in the corner, Li Wenwu exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Are you saying I did well in my complaints?" As the aggrieved party, Li Quan felt a flicker of displeasure. He began to suspect that the doctor had received some benefit from his son. Otherwise, how could he speak such nonsense? "Li Wenwu, did you bribe the doctor? This doctor lacks ethics, willing to say anything for a little profit." However, what Zhou Yuan said next caused his complexion to change dramatically, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 28. I seem to have seen my great-grandmother waving. Zhou Yuan pointed to the center of Li Quan's chest, pondering before speaking. "Have you been experiencing frequent pain in the center of your chest lately, perhaps accompanied by shortness of breath? Especially after settling accounts with your wife? Does the pain intensify? And what about digestive issues, swollen gums, and cramps in your shoulders and arms? Have you taken any medication that has alleviated these symptoms?" Li Quan was taken aback. Could it be that Zhou Yuan was a parasite within him? Everything he described matched his recent condition perfectly. He had been pondering whether something was amiss with his health and had intended to undergo a medical examination. Unfortunately, the demands of work had kept him too busy to prioritize it. Li Wenwu gasped, interjecting, "Dad, you haven't been possessed by some evil spirit, have you?" "Enough nonsense. I am a student of a teacher and a staunch materialist, immune to all supernatural nonsense." Li Quan shot a glare at his son before turning to the doctor for clarification. Zhou Yuan candidly replied, "You have been overexerting yourself and staying up late for too long. These are symptoms of an impending illness." "Impending illness? Is it too late for treatment?" Li Quan hurriedly inquired, not wanting to be the foolish antagonist of a novel who questions a doctor at such a critical moment. Regardless of the severity, he wanted to prioritize treatment. With this thought in mind, Li Quan observed the young physician furrowing his brows deep in thought. Zhou Yuan then extended 3 fingers. 3 years? Or 3 months? Please don't say 3 days. I haven't finished my work at the company yet. I need to wrap that up first. It's none of those. Zhou Yuan shook his head and then folded down 1 finger, leaving 2. Li Quan? Even if it's only 2 minutes, I can manage a plank right here. After all, time feels slowest during a plank. How can I already be down to 2 seconds? This absurd thought flitted through his mind, just as Zhou Yuan had estimated. Suddenly, Li Quan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Darkness enveloped his vision, and it felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his neck, making it difficult to breathe. He nearly collapsed. In that moment, he fancied he saw his great-grandmother beckoning him. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan was prepared, swiftly supporting Li Quan and laying him flat upon the hospital bed. Just then, Li Wenwu, who had been scolded and frightened by his father, returned from the restroom to witness this alarming scene. He exclaimed, "Old man, aren't you a bit too old to just fall asleep like that?" Zhou Yuan nearly choked on his own breath. "Your father is on the brink of cardiac arrest. Come help me. I need to perform CPR. Popularity 101. Popularity 233. Popularity 1126. Wow, falling asleep just like that? When will I stop laughing at this trope? It's absurd." Dr. Zhou just finished explaining the dangers of staying up late. And now we see a real case right before our eyes. I'm never staying up late again. A classmate of mine got so worked up playing games late at night that he ended up in the hospital and then passed away. In the electronics factory where I work, 3 people have died from overworking without rest, and we barely earn enough to survive. It's worse than being a beast of burden. The statistics are alarming. I'm posting the data below. In recent years, the incidence of sudden cardiac death in our country has been steadily rising, with the age of onset declining. Approximately 600,000 people die each year, with 43 of them under the age of 40. Alas, the pressure of modern life is immense. Everyone should take care of their health. After all, health is the foundation of revolution. Ever since I contracted a certain virus that I can't mention, my health has been in shambles. Woe is me. While the netizens were engaged in conversation, Zhou Yuan diligently worked to revive Li Quan, explaining each step as he proceeded. Everyone, pay attention and learn how to perform CPR. This skill could one day save a life and even alter the course of your destiny. The method involves placing one palm at the center of the chest, with another palm parallel atop the first, fingers interlocked and elevated off the chest. Keep your elbows straight and your shoulders aligned. Then press down forcefully at a depth of 5 to 6 centimeters at a rate of 100 to 120 compressions per minute. Now, we will begin artificial respiration. The ratio is 30 compressions followed by 2 breaths. Ensure the airway is clear before delivering mouth-to-mouth breaths. Come here, Li Wenwu. Quickly perform artificial respiration on your father. Though he often teased his father, Li Wenwu rose to the occasion in this critical moment, pursing his lips and following Zhou Yuan's instructions to breathe into his father's mouth. With a combination of CPR and artificial respiration, Li Quan's condition improved. Although his eyelids remained shut, his consciousness began to return. What is that smell? How foul? Is that a mix of canned herring, blue cheese, socks that haven't been washed in a week, and a hint of something else? Great-grandmother, I've spent quite a bit on you. Is this what you and my great-grandfather dine on down there? Thinking he was being taken by his great-grandmother, Li Quan was compelled to open his eyes, only to see his son's sausage-like mouth approaching him. Where's my father? You little rascal. Don't you dare accuse me of having an illicit relationship with your mother. In a reflexive reaction, he kicked his son to the ground. The patient had awakened, appearing to be in relatively good condition. Zhou Yuan stroked his chin, observing the lively father-son duo with satisfaction. Li Wenwu felt aggrieved. He had only tried to help and was met with a kick. Why did you kick me, Dad? I was trying to save you. When Li Quan fully regained his senses, he understood what had transpired. He hadn't died. The vision of his great-grandmother had merely been an illusion. Ugh, my apologies for the reflexive reaction upon waking up. Good job, son. But could we please work on our oral hygiene next time? I thought someone had dropped something foul in my mouth. I half expected Zhou Yuan to perform artificial respiration himself. Thankfully, that didn't happen, haha. This was a pivotal episode for the clever Li Wenwu. He saved his father's life and has somewhat redeemed himself. I've learned something valuable. In case of emergencies, I can step up to save a life. This live stream has been incredibly useful. Even if I can't learn it, it's sufficient to keep a defibrillator at home. A few jolts should bring someone back to life. The chances of survival after sudden cardiac arrest are only 5. But thankfully Li Wenwu's father was meant to survive. Zhou Yuan looked at Li Quan with a smile and uttered a remark that left him speechless. One that he could not refute. Chapter 29. A man cannot possess wealth and insecurity simultaneously. How about that? Should you express some gratitude toward your son? If it weren't for his slander, you wouldn't have rushed to the clinic and encountered me. Your life would have been in jeopardy. It is crucial to understand that the golden rescue window for sudden cardiac arrest is a mere 4 minutes. Experiencing a health crisis at home essentially means you've 1 foot in the grave. Upon hearing this, Li Quan's lips twitched uncontrollably, his face flushed. This wretched child must have had his head kicked by a mule to concoct such a ludicrous notion that he and his wife are siblings, and then to promote this in the clinic during the live stream. He nearly caused his father to suffer social death. Originally, Li Wenwu was destined to receive a sound beating. He would be tied to a tree with a rope, while a whip dipped in iodine would be used for both punishment and sterilization. There was love, albeit scant. Yet now, through a twist of fate, Li Wenwu's blunder transformed into an opportunity to save his father. Li Quan found himself not only unable to strike back, but also compelled to praise him. Good son. Well done. Just next time, please retrieve the brain you left at the tomato novel storage and install it before speaking. Li Wenwu felt a pang of injustice. Isn't it your fault for making me so foolish? If I weren't perpetually at the bottom of my class and scolded by teachers as a dunce? Could I have come up with such nonsense? Just yesterday, my homeroom teacher discreetly spoke with several of my friends, advising them to distance themselves from me, claiming I was a poor student and a bad child. I felt quite down, so I believed the online nonsense. At the core, I was merely seeking an excuse to mask my own incompetence. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing Li Wenwu's lack of confidence, largely stemming from his teachers. You merely made a mistake in answering questions, not in your existence. How can educators dismiss someone's entire life based on academic performance? Some individuals truly do not deserve to be teachers. Li Quan, in the role of father, merely smiled disdainfully. Do not concern yourself. Son, everyone believes education is paramount. Yet your mother and I have never pressured you about your studies. Do you know why? Why? Li Wenwu inquired, perplexed. Because your path diverges from theirs. You need not take the college entrance exam. I will directly finance your overseas education. You need not seek employment. Upon returning from your studies, you can simply join the family business. What is the point of competing? Li Quan stepped closer, patting his son's shoulder, his tone gentle. I built my fortune from the ground up, toiling in my youth, all for you and your mother to enjoy a life of comfort and affluence. Your existence is not merely to ensure my legacy or to propagate our lineage. Rather, it is for you to embody our spirit and experience the world. Why would you compete with them? In time, when they fail to comprehend your worth and address you as Li classmate, years later, upon meeting you again, they will instinctively bow and respectfully call you Li President. Li Wenwu seemed to grasp the message. It turns out being a little dim-witted is inconsequential. With a father's love and wealth, there is no need for insecurity. As the saying goes, a man cannot possess both wealth and insecurity simultaneously. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves, inundating the chat with messages. My home is bare. Apart from success, I have no other choice, while you, aside from inheriting millions and several villas, what else do you possess? My parents lack this awareness. They constantly employ guilt-tripping education to manipulate me. I am losing my mind and can only escape to the online world for solace. At 40 or 50, one must strive. Let my parents toil while I wish to relax. At home, I aspire for my father to become a dragon and my mother a phoenix. I'm already 18. Why is my father revealed I'm a rich second generation? This test of time is rather prolonged. Some fools, unable to rise themselves, demand their offspring to soar. When they attended school, they never excelled, yet they force their children to study relentlessly. Indeed, the internet is remarkably advanced. Otherwise, with my background, I might never witness the lifestyle of the affluent. Suddenly reminded of how Sun Gu reverently called master as he grew, the trigger pulled in youth now strikes my brow. Joking aside, while we may not enjoy it, let us enable our children to relish it. Keep pushing forward, brothers. Meanwhile, outside on the street, a Land Rover maneuvered into the narrow alley, navigating through the twists and turns until it halted before the Zhou Traditional Medicine Clinic. From the driver's seat emerged a man, approximately 30, short and stout, with a balding pate. Should an appearance association judge, this man would undoubtedly remain a lifelong bachelor. However, the woman exiting from the passenger seat was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisite, her makeup tasteful, exuding an aura of a socialite goddess. Clearly, the head surgeon had invested considerable effort in his appearance. Indeed, looks are of little value in the face of wealth. She affectionately looped her arm through the man's, casting a disdainful glance at the clinic. Darling, I truly cannot believe the shabby clinic can treat infertility. Let's head to a proper private hospital, recommended by a partner. We've already come this far. Let's at least give it a try first. With that, the man guided his girlfriend inside. Within the clinic, Zhou Yuan had just gathered several herbal ingredients capable of treating qi deficiency and handed them to Li Quan. Do not overexert yourself. You nearly work yourself to death. Moving forward, prioritize rest and avoid late nights. Otherwise, any motivational talk given to your son will be in vain. Li Quan tossed the medicine to his son, grasping Zhou Yuan's hands. Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for saving my life. I oversee all company projects. If I were to perish, My family and the collective staff would face dire straits. You have indirectly saved hundreds of families from ruin. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Here is my business card. As soon as Li Quan made his promise, a long-awaited mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears. Detected that the host utilized medical skills to successfully save patient Li Quan's life and indirectly alter the fate of over 200 employees. The system is dispensing rewards. Your expert acupuncture technique has been upgraded to master level. Your intermediate observation technique has been upgraded to master level. Your master pulse diagnosis technique has been upgraded to master level, granting the skill of 100 twists and 1,000 turns in pulse diagnosis. All previously acquired skills have been elevated to master level, significantly enhancing Zhou Yuan's medical proficiency. However, before he could revel in the bountiful rewards, an unexpected female voice pierced through the clinic. "Oh my husband, this clinic is so rudimentary, and the smell is quite peculiar. No wonder traditional medicine is being eclipsed by Western medicine. This is far too primitive and beneath standard. I shall post a warning on Little Red Book to alert my friends. Who is this XXN? The stench is overwhelming." Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted towards the entrance, instinctively activating his newly acquired master-level observational skills. This is intriguing. Subsequently, a smile graced his lips as he gestured invitingly. "Please, you two, come in and fill out a patient card." For those familiar with Zhou Yuan, witnessing his expression, they instantly comprehended. This pair of unfortunate souls was likely to suffer social death at the hands of the streamer, directly breaking through their defenses. Chapter 30. The Pains of Society. You seem utterly uninterested. I heard from a friend that your medical skills are quite extraordinary, and your live stream has garnered substantial popularity. Surely, it must be a result of marketing, right? To put it succinctly, can you treat infertility? A man strode in boldly, getting straight to the point. Of course. How could Zhou Yuan let a golden opportunity slip away? We possess a time-honored family remedy, specifically designed to address infertility and various perplexing ailments, with absolute integrity. Even the reasons behind your couple's inability to conceive will be revealed to me with a mere pulse diagnosis. This was not mere boastfulness. His pulse diagnosis skills had reached a masterful level, allowing him to discern any ailment with a single touch. Upon hearing this, Li Mengmeng, who stood behind her husband, froze. How could this obscure young physician possibly deduce the cause of her infertility? It felt as if the ground might give way beneath her. Li Mengmeng had once heard a beauty blogger say that young women should date more while they are still young. Hence, during her student years, she had indulged in a whirlwind of romantic escapades. It is a common reality that young love can lead to complications, and such matters are perfectly natural. This was a secret that must never reach her husband. For as long as he can cure it, that is all that matters. Mengmeng was a pristine maiden when she married me, healthy and utterly unblemished. The man spoke with pride. Napoleon once remarked that the first soldier to charge into battle and enter the city should be the one whose head is crowned with blood. It is a tremendous honor for that soldier. However, he then expressed a hint of confusion. Yet, it has been 2 years since our marriage, and Mengmeng's belly remained silent. Could it possibly be my issue? Zhou Yuan extended his tone, casting a meaningful glance at the couple. So, your relationship must be quite harmonious? Certainly. My parents speak highly of Mengmeng, trusting her immensely. They even wish to invest some of their savings in her financial endeavors. Through their conversation, Zhou Yuan gleaned a general understanding of their situation. The man was named Yu's son, 33 years old, running a modest real estate business. The woman, Li Mengmeng, was 10 years younger, having just graduated from university. During her university years, she lived life to the fullest, spending extravagantly and enjoying every moment. Upon graduation, she married a wealthy, honest man, revealing her desire to avoid any societal hardships. Zhou Yuan observed Li Mengmeng with his diagnostic technique while silently critiquing her lifestyle. Meanwhile, as she watched the couple converse about their condition with such ease, a wave of inexplicable fear washed over her. When Yu's son referred to her as a pure maiden, the doctor's gaze upon her felt unsettling, as if he had uncovered something. Coupled with the mystique surrounding traditional Chinese medicine, which could utilize anything from cockroaches to feces, It appeared absurd to the untrained eye. Li Mengmeng's intuition warned her that she must not receive treatment in this clinic. Otherwise, something disastrous might occur. With that thought, she interrupted Yu Sun and whispered in his ear, "Darling, I feel uneasy. Perhaps we should seek treatment at a proper private hospital instead?" Yu Sun was taken aback. "Sweetheart, don't be ridiculous. We're already here. Besides, this clinic was recommended by my business partner, and we can easily afford it. If he finds out we left without consulting him, he might think I look down on medical care." Li Mengmeng immediately grew anxious and pulled out her trump card. "You promised before our marriage that you would never force me into doing things I don't want to do. Do I not have a freedom to choose a different hospital? This is pure male chauvinism." Yu Sun was bewildered by her sudden outburst. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a simple consultation? Why are you suddenly getting defensive? Mengmeng, my parents are aging, and their last wish is to hold a grandchild before they pass. We need to fulfill their desire, right? Let Dr. Zhou examine your pulse first, and if it doesn't work out, we can switch hospitals. Li Mengmeng's mind raced, searching for another moral argument to counter him. At that moment, Zhou Yuan chimed in. Could it be, Miss Li, that you are concealing a secret from your husband, which is why you hesitate to have your pulse examined? His voice was soft, yet it struck with immediate effect. In that instant, Li Mengmeng felt like a dog in a pack, yelping the loudest after being struck by a stone. Beware, quack. You could be accused of defamation. Why is it acceptable for men to voice their opinions while women cannot? Is this not an oppression of women? Darling, I need you to take a stand right now. Will you respect my wishes and seek treatment elsewhere? What madness is this? What does this woman intend to achieve? I'm a chemistry expert. This is pure soda ash. The man has already suggested a pulse examination. If it doesn't work, we can change hospitals. Why is she making such a scene? There must be a significant issue at hand. It's likely that Li Mengmeng has a checkered past and fears the diagnosis. It's evident she wishes to escape the doctor's clinic. Li Mengmeng is merely an exception. Most of our female compatriots are virtuous. Only a few have been brainwashed by outside forces. Does no one find it strange? This woman has the typical influencer appearance. She surely has no shortage of suitors. How could she still be a maiden at marriage? Family shame should not be aired publicly. However, Yu Sun felt that if he yielded now, it would severely undermine his dignity. A man may be submissive at home, but he must exhibit strength in public. Otherwise, it would be utterly disgraceful. Moreover, Zhou Yuan's words sparked insight within him. His wife was usually gentle and accommodating, adept at charming him. Yet, since entering this clinic, she had undergone a sudden transformation, stirring his suspicions. Mengmeng, you aren't truly hiding something from me, are you? Is that why you dread the pulse diagnosis? Feeling the weight of her husband's scrutiny, Li Mengmeng's head spun. If it weren't for that meddling doctor, how could Yu Sun's simple mind have begun to doubt her? Could it be that he bore a grudge because she had made a few sarcastic remarks upon entering? No matter. For now, she would acquiesce to the pulse diagnosis to placate her husband. After all, this doctor might not even possess true skill. She would deal with him later. Achoo! Achoo! Who is gossiping about me behind my back? Zhou Yuan sneezed a few times and looked up to see Li Mengmeng reluctantly extending an arm, angrily threatening him. Malicious slander, jeopardizing my relationship with my husband. Just wait. I will ensure your clinic is shut down. You may not have the opportunity to do so. Through his observational diagnosis, Zhou Yuan had already discerned what kind of person this young woman was. However, he needed to conduct a pulse diagnosis to further validate his observations and gather evidence to convince her husband and the audience. With that in mind, he deftly placed his fingers on her wrist, feeling for the pulse's rhythm. Half a minute later, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted. The pulse was not what he had anticipated. Chapter 31. Your child resides in a haunted house. Withdrawing his hand, Zhou Yuan contemplated for a moment. He decided to first share some simple pulse diagnosis results to build trust with the other party, gradually revealing the more shocking information. After all, this was their first encounter, and complete trust was not to be expected. With that thought, he cleared his throat, adopting a humorous tone. It seems you are indeed quite eager for a child, working diligently in the wee hours of the night. And I see you've consumed quite a bit of cordyceps, deer antler, and ginseng, among other tonics. Hearing this, Yu Sen's eyes reflected a hint of trust, and he sheepishly replied, "You reap what you sow. It's all my mother's doing. I had no choice." I must say, traditional Chinese medicine is remarkable. You could discern our activities just from a pulse. Truly, no past transgressions remain concealed. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener took note. Upon hearing the phrase, past transgressions, Li Mingming stiffened, a chill running down her spine. Could this doctor truly unearth her long-buried secrets through mere pulse diagnosis? Heaven forbid. Observing that Yu San had begun to trust him, Zhou Yuan felt the situation was now manageable. He organized his thoughts and spoke. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Yu San stifled a laugh, his face alight with excitement. "Are you suggesting that the good news is that there is no bad news, and the bad news is that there is no good news? I anticipated that. Haha. Hey, why aren't you all laughing? I thought my sudden joke was quite amusing." The unexpected quip left the attendees speechless. Zhou Yuan remarked, "The opposite of a chaotic table is the absurdity of Deng Ziqi's music." Li Mingming retorted, "Your level of humor is stuck in the past. Like a grandparent referencing outdated memes. There's no need to force it." An anonymous netizen chimed in. "It turns out that people do indeed laugh when they're at a loss for words. Wait a second, I often get my construction crew laughing until they're doubled over. So why doesn't T at work here?" Faced with the crowd's teasing, Yu Sun was perplexed. However, he prioritized his wife's pulse diagnosis results. "Dr. Zhou, please share the good news first. I prefer to start on a positive note." Zhou Yuan nodded and began to explain Li Mengming's pulse condition. In layman's terms, her pulse was stronger and more fluid than normal, akin to marbles rolling smoothly, indicative of joyful tidings. What? Joyful news? The sudden revelation left Yu Sun momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of elation as he gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Doctor, you truly are miraculous. After over 2 years of marriage with no progress, my wife happens to conceive while seeking your diagnosis. I must reward you handsomely." Upon learning of her pregnancy, Li Mengming's expression starkly contrasted her husband's exuberance. She appeared utterly bewildered. Her physical condition could support pregnancy? How astonishing. Good heavens, everyone anticipated Zhou Yuan to unveil some scandalous secrets about the wife, but instead, the plot twist is a joyous family reunion with a pregnancy? Oh my, I've already disrobed, and the host presents this to me. If this sister is unhappy, I shall never believe in money again. At 50, I married a 41-year-old wife. After 2 months without menstruation, the family rejoiced, believing she was pregnant, only to find out at the hospital that she had entered menopause. Something feels off. Why does Li Mingming appear bewildered upon learning of her pregnancy? If her pulse indicates joy, she should be aware by now. What an intriguing detail. Is there some hidden truth? Hey, are you all fish? Only possessing a 7-second memory? Zhou Yuan still has a bad news to share. All right, what is the bad news? I desire a daughter. Dr. Zhou, could you ensure I have a daughter? While a son would be acceptable, a daughter would be more delightful. Someone to grow into my little darling. Seeing Yu Sun enthusiastically proclaiming plans to secure a house for his future daughter and prepare an education fund, Zhou Yuan felt a tinge of helplessness. "My friend, I am a physician, not a sorcerer. How could I conjure a daughter for you?" Yet he understood the emotions of a first-time father. However, the next piece of news would still need to be delivered. "Calm yourself. I still have some troubling news to share. Prepare yourself mentally." Yu Sen, still basking in the joy of impending fatherhood, waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. Psychological studies suggest that the joy from good news can soften the impact of bad news. Go ahead. Whoever falters is the loser." Seeing the confidence in his response, Zhou Yuan felt reassured. Initially, he had considered offering some high emotional intelligence consolation to soften the blow for Yu San, but he appeared as resilient as a superhero. "The bad news is, your child resides in a haunted house, and it's quite malevolent. It may not be able to survive." A haunted house? Yu Sen's mouth fell agape, his mind racing. As the term suggests, a haunted house implies a location where death has occurred. The implication here, wait, are you suggesting that I am driving a cursed vehicle, one that has seen its share of fatalities? Zhou Yuan counted on his fingers and continued the conversation. Indeed, approximately 5 red soul rings, You've truly married a wife with a history of 5 past lives. Upon hearing this, Yusen's demeanor shifted dramatically. His wife had experienced multiple miscarriages, 5, to be exact. What a toll that must have taken on her body. Li Mengmeng, too, shuddered momentarily. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, preparing to turn the situation around. Husband, don't listen to his nonsense. This doctor is simply a troublemaker. Call someone to smash his shop. Are you unaware of my past? I was still a pure maiden when we met. Not at all. I'm merely speaking truthfully to help my friend avoid pitfalls, while also earning a system reward. You refuse to amend your mistakes, and now you seek to retaliate against my livelihood? I want to hold back. Zhou Yuan exposed her completely. You were never a pure maiden. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe that. How do you explain the existence of that window paper? Yusun personally tore it asunder. Plastic surgery clinic repairs, of course. A mere few hundred each time. Nonsense. It wasn't that cheap. I spent over 30,000, and that didn't even include insurance. No, wait. Li Mengmeng, in her moment of excitement, nearly revealed her true feelings. Quickly retracting, she decisively shifted the topic. Before we married, I proactively underwent a premarital checkup, and the results were flawless. The equipment in Western hospitals is far more accurate than relying solely on your hands. With that, she proudly raised her chin. Take that. You cannot break me. I undertook extensive preparations to secure a wealthy partner. I even attended a socialite training course. Chapter 32. The host has completely lost control, even turning against allies. Yusun was deep in thought. When he initially wed, he never entertained the notion of undergoing a marriage health examination. It was only at the insistence of Meng Meng that they hastily arranged to have one done. However, an incident from that time still perplexes him to this day. He had intended to visit the city's premier hospital for the examination, conveniently located near their home. Yet, Li Mengmeng concocted numerous excuses to divert them to a private facility named wards. Being newly enamored, he was utterly captivated by Li Mengmeng and indulged her whims, ultimately acquiescing to her choice of hospital. In hindsight, her preference for a private institution, coupled with her current desire to evade this medical establishment, seems to suggest hidden secrets. Seeing her utilize the marriage examination to vindicate herself, Zhou Yuan scoffed derisively. To safeguard privacy, physicians often conceal the medical reports of the party with issues, even withholding information regarding serious infectious diseases like HIV from their partners. He then turned his gaze toward you, Senator. Was the hospital you visited legitimate? Did you ever scrutinize the actual report? Furthermore, private hospitals are known to fabricate reports. I would advise you to seek a re-examination at a reputable tertiary hospital. However, I fear someone might be too apprehensive. The audience watching online was now electrified. They reveled in the unfolding drama of a genuine villainess. Who wouldn't be entertained? Zhou Yuan, the hero, is about to unveil the true face of the femme fatale. Wait, did you catch that? In such a significant matter as a marriage examination, the hospital might choose to conceal the truth for the afflicted party? I believe excessive privacy protection is a double-edged sword. HIV has become rampant in universities, akin to a game of werewolf. Do you think this issue is distant from you? Search HIV 2-hour interruption in the Green Bubble app. You'll see several friends have utilized it. There's a senior at our school who, after contracting HIV, sought revenge by seducing countless members of various clubs, resulting in hundreds being affected. Only the introverted members of the anime club escaped unscathed. Honestly, individuals with a clear conscience would have no qualms about seeking medical assistance. It's those with guilty consciences, likely Meng Meng, who dread consultations, fearing exposure. Yusun interjected, Meng Meng, to prove your innocence, why not undergo another examination? If the results affirm your purity, don't you adore the newly released Ferrari? I shall purchase it for you as an apology. Would that suffice? Li Mengmeng bristled at his suggestion. You dare to doubt me. I am your wife. How can you let the words of an outsider sow seeds of suspicion in your heart? I desire not a car, but the respect of your family. As an independent woman, I demand dignity. At this moment, Li Mengmeng was deeply distressed. She certainly felt the weight of his doubts. The private hospital where they had undergone their marriage examination was owned by the same person who ran the socialite training institution. It specialized in providing falsified medical reports for newly minted socialites to deceive wealthy suitors into marriage. A re-examination at another hospital would expose everything. It was an absolute no-go. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yuan retorted, "Your financial dependence does not negate your need for respect. You cannot expect to reap all the benefits while treating your husband as a burden. Logically speaking, if you were innocent, a quick examination would suffice. The result could earn you a new sports car, and your husband, out of guilt, would treat you better, granting you greater agency in the future. Why would you shy away from such a risk-free endeavor if you had nothing to hide?" This argument left Li Meng momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Deep down, she recognized the validity of Zhou Yuan's assertions. If she were truly innocent, she would eagerly seek the examination, subsequently wielding her newfound authority over her husband. "I have already discerned your true nature through my observations." Zhou Yuan continued his relentless pursuit. "Mr. Yu, are you familiar with the story of the Calabash brothers?" Yu Sun, puzzled, replied, "I have seen it, but what relevance does it have at this moment, Dr. Zhou?" Zhou Yuan smiled knowingly and patiently elucidated. "Do you recall the tale of the 7 Calabash brothers battling the snake spirit? Your wife embodies that very snake spirit. Thus, her health is compromised, rendering her nearly incapable of conceiving, and any pregnancy would likely end in miscarriage. This was evident even before she realized she was pregnant. The absence of her menstrual cycle for several months went unnoticed, clearly indicating a serious issue. She had long since grown accustomed to irregularities." His words flowed seamlessly, devoid of flaws. Li Meng was metaphorically struck down in that moment. The viewership in the live stream surged dramatically. Was there not a prophet among us? Li Meng's ignorance of her pregnancy indeed signals a grave concern. "I am an expert in breeding. This woman is akin to a hen. This is utterly outrageous. Dear heavens, may these unscrupulous women not infiltrate the dating market. I refuse to be a rebound. Brothers, I can only advise those in university relationships to seize the moment. Having expended a fortune to marry a woman of dubious character, I fear this poor fellow's world is about to collapse." Yu Sen's mind spiraled into chaos. He finally comprehended that he had been manipulated by a faux socialite, ensnared in a trap designed for his ruin. The most disheartening aspect was that he had been oblivious, swelled with pride, believing he had wed a virtuous woman. Now, as he reflected, the initial claim of Meng's purity had transformed into a boomerang, striking him squarely in the face. Her fade of virtue was merely a ruse, and her inability to conceive was the bitter truth. The only genuine aspect of her was her intent to seize his family's fortune. Contemplating his parents' plans to invest their hard-earned savings into Li Meng's ventures filled Yu Sun with trepidation. Fortuitously, a friend had recommended this traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Otherwise, all that they had worked for would have been siphoned away by this woman. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, glaring at Li Meng, his hand poised to deliver a slap. "Wretched woman, what do you have to say for yourself now?" Li Meng's eyes glistened with tears, biting her lip, her expression exuding a sense of pitiful vulnerability. "Husband, I am carrying your child. What if our daughter grows to learn that her father is an abuser? How will she perceive men? Will she lose hope and fear marriage? The thought of my precious daughter being raised in such a toxic environment infuriates me." Though Li Meng bore significant guilt, the child was innocent. Yu Sen felt a pang of sympathy for the unborn child. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Yuan descended like a divine being, completely unhinged. "Brother Yu, do not grieve. This child is not yours, and you needn't concern yourself with it. Yu Sun, how could you even turn against your allies?" Chapter 33. The language is rather obscure. Is this truly Chinese? As one traverses the path of life, unexpected calamities may descend from above. The series of unexpected twists left everyone astonished. Li Meng was on the verge of being utterly bewildered. Zhou Yuan's resolute tone and piercing gaze left her, the very subject of this turmoil, feeling utterly insecure. How could Dr. Zhou ascertain whether this child belonged to Yu Sun? For heaven's sake, she herself was unaware of the child's paternity. How could he claim to know? After all, She was wed to a construction mogul who rarely returned home due to social obligations. It was only reasonable for her to have several male friends. Remaining passive in this dire situation was not an option. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingming resolved to take a gamble. She would transform her bicycle into a motorcycle. In matters of infidelity, as long as one is not caught red-handed, one can simply deny everything. What if her husband insisted on a paternity test? That would be straightforward. Given her constitution, it would be quite difficult for her to carry this child to term. A deliberate miscarriage would suffice to evade any paternity test. Thus, from the current circumstances, she still held considerable advantages. Even in the event of a divorce, she could claim a significant portion of the marital assets. After all, she inherently possessed advantages in legal matters. Li Mingming turned to Zhou Yuan and declared, "Nonsense. This child is undoubtedly my husband's. I admit I made some foolish mistakes in my youth, but that is all in the past. I genuinely wish to build a life with my husband." Still playing the role? Is it only when faced with the grave reality that one reveals their true self? Zhou Yuan remained silent, merely gesturing for Yu Sun to extend his hand. His fingers found the pulse at the wrist, and the masterful art of pulse diagnosis commenced once more. Instantly, a flood of feedback related to the patient's physical condition surged into his mind. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Zhou Yuan finally spoke. "Based on your husband's complexion, he exhibits signs of congenital energy deficiency. The most apparent indicator is that despite being in his prime, his hair is sparse and discolored. Such an inherently weak constitution makes it exceedingly difficult to conceive. Coupled with your own traits, the odds of you two having a child are virtually non-existent. Your husband simply cannot father children." Yu Sun, already on the brink of a mental breakdown, became even more irate. If he could not produce offspring, then the paternity of this child became glaringly obvious, didn't it? It was undoubtedly the child of the neighbor, old Wang. Fooling around before marriage was one thing, but infidelity after tying the knot? How could she dare to place such a burden upon him? No wonder she flinched and recoiled whenever he tried to be affectionate. It seemed she had forgotten her vows. Yu Sun, gritting his teeth, seized Li Mingming by her hair. "Li Mingming, you truly cannot change your nature. Whose child is it? Speak." "I don't know," Li Mingming cried. "At this point, you still dare to deny it?" "No, I am not denying it. I genuinely do not know. I have so many friends. How am I supposed to find the child's father? Perhaps I should consult your big brother." Yu Sun spat in frustration. "The language is too obscure. Is this truly Chinese?" In that moment, Yu Sun experienced a revelation. There was no such thing as a powerful man. Rather, it was the overwhelming presence of cunning women that compelled men into such roles. Merely hurling insults would not suffice. Action was required to assuage his wrath. Li Mingming, having been violently beaten, collapsed to the ground, her cheeks marked with red welts. The expensive cosmetic surgery she had undergone to achieve a small, perky nose had now become crooked, making her already incongruous features appear even more distorted. In a fit of exasperation, she screamed towards the live stream. "Family, who understands? When you look for a husband in the future, make sure to keep your eyes wide open. Is blood relation truly that vital? I have endured 10 months of hardship. Does it really matter whose child it is? My interactions with other men were merely fleeting moments, not an intrusion into my life. Why must it be such a big deal? Women's safety." Yu Sun felt a chill run down his spine. How had he ended up with such a creature? People can wear masks. One must be vigilant when dating or marrying. Damn it. If I give you a few more slaps, will you dare to act out again? With both hands and feet, he unleashed a torrent of blows. Soon, the clinic echoed with her pitiful pleas for mercy. "Stop. Please don't hit me anymore. I realize my mistakes. I won't do it again." Originally a loving couple, they had transformed into bitter adversaries upon entering the clinic. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of melancholia. You are not realizing your mistakes. You are merely cognizant of your impending doom. The livestream audience offered no sympathy for Li Mingming's plight. Instead, they cheered in approval. "Stop. Please don't hit her anymore. She won't die from this." I can relate to Yu Sun's perspective. My grievances could rival those of the evil sword immortal. The host's words are astute. She only understands that she is doomed. Damn, this is so satisfying. I want to take a cab to the clinic and kick this woman myself. Do you know what is truly infuriating? If they divorce, Li Mengmeng will walk away with a substantial sum of money. This beating seems worth it to her. Please, do not generalize Li Mengming's behavior to all women. The majority of good girls remain untainted. Merely a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Indeed, there is no inherent conflict between men and women. It is merely some who muddle the waters, obscuring the true class struggles. After venting his frustrations, Yu Sun regained his composure. Dr. Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. You have truly saved my life. This woman thinks she can exploit our family's hard-earned legacy through marriage? Absolutely not. I will hire the best lawyer to sue her for fraud and have her imprisoned. Striding triumphantly into the clinic with his lovely wife, he now faced the prospect of disgrace. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears, retrieving a business card from his pocket. If you wish to purchase property in Lo City or wish to open more traditional medicine clinics, you may contact me. I will offer you prices below market value. I would like to befriend you. If anyone acquainted with Yu Sun were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by his willingness to sacrifice his interests for the sake of friendship. As the future chairman of Tianhong Construction, the leading building company in Lo City, he was courting this friendship. Normally, people would go out of their way to curry favor with him. Yet here, he was seeking to ingratiate himself with another. Zhou Yuan, unaware of Yusan and Appo's background, would not have taken it to heart even had he known. Casually tossing the business card into a drawer, he remarked, "Once you settle your personal matters, return to me. I can restore your health and enable your parents to embrace a grandchild." Upon hearing this, Yusin nodded appreciatively, feeling somewhat reassured. He grasped the still yelling Li Mengmeng and swiftly exited the clinic. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan and Su Liqiong were en route to Zhou's traditional medicine clinic in Lo City. As loyal patrons of Zhou Yuan, they passed the time watching the live stream in the car. Li Qingshan spoke first. Isn't this a bit absurd? A powerful and influential family deceived by a faux socialite? Su Liqiong scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. What do you know? These socialites are organized, complete with specialized training programs. The organization even assists in fabricating their identities seamlessly, specifically targeting wealthy families. In our entertainment industry, there's a certain big shot who, after filming a successful drama, rewarded himself with a role in a Klitsch CEO romance. He was duped by a female socialite and demanded billions in a settlement after their breakup. The driver, intrigued by the gossip, leaned in to listen. Director Su, who are you referring to? With such obvious hints, I feel you must surely know. Honestly, I can't seem to guess. I do not wish for your opinions. I desire my own. If you are still unaware despite the obviousness of the situation, refrain from gossiping and simply focus on driving your vehicle. Chapter 34. The shields and armor may be impervious to harm, yet the guns. Oh, the guns deliver critical strikes. Soon, the vehicle approached the vicinity of the medical clinic and came to a halt in the parking area. As soon as he alighted, Li Qingshan's gaze fell upon a somewhat familiar car, also parked not far from the clinic. Upon recognizing the occupant, he immediately urged Su Likun to dash into the clinic. Lin Yaoqing, accompanied by his granddaughter Lin Yu, was heading over to vie for Zhou Yuan. We must hurry to seize the opportunity. Su Likun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. Then we must hasten and secure the contract first. With all the female students at Luoqing University, Zhou Yuan, being such a lecherous man, is bound to take the bait and teach there. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, a grin spreading across his face. Back in our school days, we were champions of the relay races for 3 consecutive years. No one could surpass our speed. This contract is as good as signed. Who would have thought you still remembered? Our duo was a force to be reckoned with back in the day, nearly becoming national athletes. As they ran, the two reminisced about their glorious past. Then, they witnessed a scene that would forever remain etched in their memories. The driver, who had started off several seconds late, seemed to soar past them like a galloping horse, creating a gust of wind as he sped ahead by at least half a body length before easing off. Director, why are you running? Who was that prominent star? Can you just say their name? I'm so anxious. The insatiable thirst for knowledge can indeed push one beyond their physical limits. The two were genuinely taken aback, almost in unison exclaiming, "How are you running so fast?" With a hearty smile, the driver replied, before my discharge. I serve as a mechanized infantryman. Don't get me wrong, not on a motorcycle. On the motorcycle, Li Qingshan and Su Likun could only express their astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoqing, who had just parked his car, noticed two figures dart past and felt a twinge of familiarity. Why does that person seem so familiar? Xiaoyu. Where are my reading glasses? Lin Yu, with her clear vision, immediately recognized Li Qingshan. ISNT that the little mustached man who came looking for you yesterday? He seems to have started running only after noticing us. Grandpa, that little mustache man is trying to outpace us to snatch Zhou Yuan. Let us hurry and catch up. With that, she attempted to pull her grandfather forward. However, given his age and frailty, Lin Yaoqing was unable to keep up. Besides, he had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he wore a knowing smile and said, Xiaoyu, let me show you today what it means that experience is the best teacher. I reviewed all of Zhou Yuan's live streams last night. I found that he appears serious on the outside, yet possesses a rather lascivious nature. Mere money won't suffice to win him over. In an instant, Lin Yu understood and shyly covered her face with her hands. Grandpa, are you suggesting sacrificing your beautiful granddaughter? To which she playfully added, oh dear, although her words suggested rejection. Her expression hinted at a flicker of anticipation. Lin Yaoqing shot her a disapproving glance and bluntly replied, you are not worthy. I have other candidates in mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan remained blissfully unaware that two factions were scheming to win him over, employing various tactics. With no patience at the moment, he busied himself engaging with online viewers to expand his following. Thank you for the bunny hearts sent from my mind will be tragic. Thank you for the hot air balloons sent from pure love. Thank you for the dream castle sent from I have a question to ask. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan realized that the individual who sent the dream castle seemed eager to pose a question. Feel free to type your inquiry on the screen. I can address any questions related to traditional Chinese medicine. Before long, the generous viewer sent a message. Can the host connect via voice? Zhou Yuan promptly agreed, listening attentively. On the other end, a man's voice emerged. Dr. Zhou, my roommate is a delicate boy, the kind with a petite figure and a soft voice. He looks no different from a girl. A few weeks ago, I noticed his gaze towards me was quite peculiar, and he began to act intimately. I found it hard to accept, yet he is so beautiful and caring, unlike any girl. Last night, he confessed that he likes boys and even asked me about it. I find myself quite fond of him, but he is a boy. I am truly conflicted and do not know how to proceed. Upon hearing the story, Zhou Yuan revealed a mischievous smile. Generally speaking, if a group of girls discovers a homosexual relationship, their reactions are akin to, oh, how delightful. They would inquire about holding hands while shopping together. However, if a group of boys were to find out about male affection, their expressions would be more like, damn it, if anyone dares to approach me, I shall shoot them down. Yet, if it were someone like Xiao and Liang, it would be a different matter, given their feminine appearance. The viewers watching the stream began to chime in eagerly. A boy is unacceptable, but if he is a delicate boy, that could actually be quite nice. Baby, your hand are so small. How come you're so much fairer than me? You smell lovely, and there are stars in your eyes. The presence of a delicate boy fulfills my wish. How wonderful it would be if my brother were a girl. Compared to those exquisite delicate boys, I feel like I'm a less appealing version of Zhang Fei during her period. Delicate boys are like jade. The more they resemble glass, the more valuable they are. If they're mere glass, they are worthless. Brothers, can you recommend some attractive delicate boy streamers? Thank you. After reading several comments encouraging him to try dating a delicate boy, the caller hesitated. Zhou Yuan promptly helped him make a decision. How about this? I have a friend studying Western medicine who specializes in psychology. He can provide you with psychological counseling. If, after the counseling, you still cannot let go of your roommate, you might as well give it a try. After all, we live in an era of free love. Without a moment's hesitation, the caller agreed. Zhou Yuan retrieved his spare phone and dialed. Soon, the call connected, revealing a voice filled with exasperation. Let me confirm once more, young man. Are you saying you slipped while cleaning and ended up sitting in a pile of vegetables in the kitchen, and coincidentally, a cucumber appeared? All right, wait, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan thought to himself. Having treated numerous patients, He had never once lost his composure. Yet today, he found himself breaking down. Guolin Hao, just discuss the patient's condition seriously. Why are you taking calls now? And why did you shout my name? Isn't that likely to cause misunderstandings? At that moment, Li Qingshan and Su Likun excitedly pushed open the clinic in Oppo's door, ready to finalize the contract and collaborate with Zhou Yuan, transforming their dream of creating a top-tier variety show into reality. They could almost see the dawn of victory on the horizon. However, upon entering, they heard a voice tinged with skepticism. All right, Zhou Yuan. This was all orchestrated by Zhou Yuan. Su Likun's mind momentarily stalled. Lin Yaoqing and Lin Yu arrived shortly thereafter. Although they were a bit late, they had caught wind of the conversation. Lin Yu was taken aback and gave his grandfather a thumbs up. Indeed, age brings wisdom. No wonder you believe I am unworthy of trading my appearance for advantage. There are other candidates. It seems you have long perceived the schemes of Zhou Yuan, desiring a strategist to immerse himself in the fray, to barter his allure for a chance to vie for Zhou Yuan, to claim a significant position. Grandfather, who could possibly distinguish between you and Liu Bowen? Feeling the peculiar, suspicious, and encouraging gazes from Su Liqiu, Li Qingshan, and Lin Yu, Lin Yaoqing felt a desire to disappear. No, please do not regard me with such eyes. I have not. Chapter 35. The East Wu's affection for Lolis, the Shu Han's love for bromance, the Chao Wei's admiration for good wives hearing a commotion outside the door. Zhou Yuan turned to see a group led by Lin Yu, gazing at him with intriguing eyes. Just when he thought it was impossible, someone indeed entered the clinic at this moment. He would stake Guolin Hao's life on the fact that these individuals had ulterior motives. Lin Yu waved in greeting, accompanied by a mischievous grin reminiscent of a fangirl. Dr. Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so discreet. Stop. Zhou Yuan had no desire to engage in such frivolous banter. He quickly made his point, using his phone as evidence to dispel any misunderstandings. Upon realizing it was all a misunderstanding, Li Qingshan and Su Liqiong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhou Yuan had been somewhat dubious, they certainly lacked the audacity of Lin Yaoqing to entangle him with male charm. Let me clarify. My earlier praise of my grandfather intending to engage Zhou Yuan for his own purposes was not a rumor. Ah, no. That is a rumor. Please don't believe it. Sensing her grandfather's murderous glare, Lin Yu seized the moment to clear up any misunderstandings about him, attempting to restore his reputation. Unfortunately, due to her nervousness, she misspoke. Lin Yaoqing's anger flared, and he clenched his fist, ready to deliver a blow to his granddaughter's head. How dare you spread such rumors? I genuinely want to hammer you for this. Laughing out loud, Lin Yu is undoubtedly the most entertaining patient to have ever visited for treatment. Salute to the legendary meme creator, Lin Yu. What should I do, brothers? Today I tried to help an elderly gentleman move things, but accidentally said, "Old man, let me help you move." How embarrassing. It's okay, brother. I often ride my old grandmother through red lights. Laughing out loud. There's already a trending topic about the secret between Zhou Yuan and cucumbers. Whereas the promised psychological counselor. How did he become a proctologist? By the way, who are the three individuals with Lin Yu? Are they all patients? Meanwhile, the call was still ongoing. Zhou Yuan instructed Lin Yu and her companions to wait a moment. He then resumed his conversation with psychologist Guolin Hao. Old Gua, weren't you a psychological counselor in Chengdu? Why the sudden switch to proctology? Guolin Hao sighed on the other end. The Sichuan region has always been a bit peculiar. This tradition has persisted since the Shu Han period. I had no choice but to take on a part-time job in the popular proctology department to earn some extra cash. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. The East Wu's affection for Lolis, the Shu Han's bromance, the Chao Wei's admiration for good wives. Thousands of years have passed, and the people of these regions still cling to their traditions. A caller chimed in. As a psychological counselor, I think I've developed feelings for a cute boy in my dorm, but I'm afraid of societal judgment and hesitant to take that step. What should I do? Why hesitate? He possesses the beauty of a woman and the soul of a man, understanding you better without the inconvenience of menstruation or pregnancy. A true gem. Guolin Hao entered his professional mode, continuing to counsel. Moreover, there is no need to worry about your orientation, as surveys show only straight men and women tend to prefer feminine boys. I have a question for you. You'll know the answer yourself. If a person with a masculine appearance were to act cute and flirt with you, how would you feel? Without a moment's thought, the caller responded, "It's disgusting. If he dares to touch me, I'd kill him." Guo Linhao clapped his hands, producing a crisp sound. There you have it. You're not at all inclined. You're perfectly normal. You're discharged. The caller suddenly felt enlightened, like a cloud lifting to reveal the sun. He promptly rewarded Zhou Yuan with several extravagant gifts. "Thank you for your guidance. I've realized it. I'm going to confess to my roommate now." With that, he disconnected the call. Could this be considered a misstep? Zhou Yuan pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the phone. "What the hell? Are you saying yet another patient has coincidentally encountered a mishap? Never mind. Source God, I'll handle it. We can chat next time." The line went dead with a busy tone, perfectly aligning with Zhou Yuan's preconceived notions about Chengdu. "I initially came to Chengdu to meet girls, but unexpectedly, I became one. Brothers, if you see a buzz-cut man with a round face, beard, white socks, and a fitness enthusiast in Chengdu, make sure to befriend them. They're really nice. Hey, you netizens are being too presumptuous. Chengdu is just very inclusive. So there are more men with feminine traits, but not everyone is like that. To the one above, are you one of those feminine men? Yes. Would you like to exchange contact information? Shyly. Oh my, this is utterly entertaining. Zhou Yuan is destined to become a sensation," Su Liqiong exclaimed, watching the frenzied barrage of comments. After witnessing Zhou Yuan resolve the emotional dilemma of a top-tier patron, he hurried over to introduce himself. "Dr. Zhou, hello. I'm the chief director of the variety show Every Profession Has Its Master. I sincerely invite you to participate in our program. The premise of the show is simple. We select 18 elite individuals from various fields and broadcast their work live online. I can offer you an appearance fee of 5 million. And if you earn the title of the most popular professional, there's an additional bonus of 10 million. Zhou Yuan initially showed little interest in Su Liqiong's pitch. However, when he heard the figure of 5 million, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Such generosity? Could this be a scam? People join the program today, arrive in northern Myanmar the next day, and lose their kidneys by nightfall, ending up as neutrinos by midnight. A clear-cut arrangement. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed the elderly Deng, who was beside Lin Yu, approaching with equally enticing offers. "Doctor, I am Lin Yu's grandfather, a professor at Luoqing Medical University. I would like to hire you as a lecturer in the traditional Chinese medicine department." Although the salary was not as high as the previous offer, it promised stability with benefits, including housing allowances and social insurance. Moreover, our university has many beautiful female students. Simply being around them is a delight. If you join us, I'd be happy to introduce you to one of my female disciples. She has an exquisite figure and a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Was this old man also extending an olive branch? Zhou Yuan found it somewhat absurd. Why were these two suddenly appearing out of nowhere, inexplicably offering him a job that would make ordinary people envious? Moreover, they seemed poised for a conflict. Su Liqiong struck first. "Old Lin, that's rather unkind of you. You know Dr. Zhou is a lecher yet still offers such benefits. Clearly malicious competition." Lin Yaoqing remained unfazed. "Why should I not, when I have a beautiful female disciple? Your kind of show can't possibly help him find a partner." Su Liqiong vito. "I can increase the appearance fee by another 1 million, and we can settle it now." Lin Yaoqing sneered. "I can introduce Zhou Yuan to an exceptional girlfriend. Your show cannot. I have connections to invite top-tier celebrities to boost Zhou Yuan's popularity, elevating his status further." Lin Yaoqing. "Yet you are still unable to introduce a partner for Zhou Yuan, whereas I can. Old Deng, are you merely a parrot? Can you not speak in a human manner?" So this is the sensation of witnessing others quarrel for one's sake? Quite exhilarating indeed. Zhou Yuan observed with great interest, yet felt something was amiss. Of course, watching a show without munching on sunflower seeds is hardly satisfying. Just as he turned to fetch some from the room, he suddenly heard Lin Yu's piercing shout. "Su Likun, you lack martial ethics. You ambushed my grandfather, a man over 60, and now he is unconscious." Chapter 36. To deceive and ambush this elderly comrade in his 60s. In just a few short minutes, upon returning with sunflower seeds, Zhou Yuan discovered that Lin Yaoqing lay motionless on the ground, utterly unresponsive. Ma Liqian raised both hands above his head, feeling as though he could not cleanse himself even if he plunged into the yellow river. "Why didn't he do anything? I would never harm someone so elderly. He is over 60. I wouldn't be so cruel as to mistreat an elder." The old man's words were exceedingly harsh. I merely intended to frighten him with a punch without ever making contact, yet he collapsed instantly. This was clearly a case of staged victimhood. As Lin Yu frantically pressed on the old man's acupoint to revive him, she loudly accused, "My grandfather was perfectly fine. How could he just fall asleep like that? It's your doing." She continued, "You promised fair competition, Zhou Yuan. Why did you resort to violence?" The eyes of several individuals instantly turned toward Zhou Yuan. He exclaimed, "I was merely munching on seeds and had no idea what transpired." Fortunately, the live stream was active, allowing them to review the footage. The video revealed two individuals exchanging banter, clearly a bit too heated. Lin Yaoqing challenged, "Do you dare to spar with me? Back in Northwest. They call me the king of the Northwest Hammer. Do you believe I could defeat you?" Su Liqian did not respond, but instead threw a punch as a threat. However, his fist merely grazed Lin Yaoqing's nose before retracting. Subsequently, Lin Yaoqing seemed startled, his pupils constricting before he fainted. "See? You claim you didn't deceive or ambush this elderly comrade. No sense of martial ethics." Su Liqian felt more aggrieved than Dou Yi. With a clear conscience, he protested, "I only intended to scare him. I didn't even make contact." Is Zhou Yuan truly a succubus? How could he incite a battle between two men? "The old man is frail. I wouldn't touch him. Just the force generated from my punch could knock him down." I genuinely didn't expect Lin Yaoqing, who appears so cultured, to be so wild. Isn't it normal for scholars to fight? Their insults can be even more vulgar than yours. Let us prioritize saving him. Lin Yu is unreliable. Zhou Yuan must intervene directly. Could it be possible that the old man is feigning unconsciousness? Perhaps telling him a joke would reveal whether he laughs. Enough noise. We must prioritize saving him. Help lift him to the bed. At this moment, Lin Yaoqing remained in a state of unconsciousness, his complexion pale. Zhou Yuan pressed his thumb against Lin Yaoqing's acupoint, while the remaining four fingers supported his chin, applying pressure to stimulate the acupoint that treats sudden fainting. At that moment, Zhou Yuan noticed dark purple bruises emerging on Lin Yaoqing's neck and arms. "What is this?" Before he could investigate further, he heard Li Qingshan's trembling voice. "Goodness, why does Lin Yaoqing have post-mortem lividity? Li Qian, did your punch scare him to death?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was infuriated. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your grandfather has not died." Li Qingshan pointed at the dark purple area on Lin Yaoqing's neck. The others' attention shifted to the same spot. Those familiar with criminal investigation films knew that post-mortem lividity appears purple and signifies death, occurring after blood circulation ceases. Lin Yu's mind raced, nearly overheating. "Grandfather, you've only been unconscious for a few minutes. How could lividity appear so soon?" This lividity resembles that in zombie films. It's terrifying. Could there be some supernatural occurrence at play? Su Liqian suppressed his inner turmoil, striving to remain calm. If the old man truly passed away, he would face criminal responsibility. There would be no escaping incarceration. However, fortunately, Zhou Yuan was present, perhaps with his exceptional medical skills. He could save Lin Yaoqing from the brink of death. "Dr. Zhou, do you think there is still hope for Lin Yaoqing? Do you think Dr. Zhou is some sort of deity capable of resurrecting the dead? My grandfather already shows signs of lividity. How could he be saved? We should prepare a coffin for him to rest in." Lin Yu sobbed, genuinely filial, tears streaming down her face. "Stop with the nonsense." Zhou Yuan glared at them, his thumb continuing to apply pressure. Half a minute later, Lin Yaoqing slowly opened his heavy eyelids, immediately spotting his granddaughter sitting nearby, quietly weeping. He curiously asked Xiaoyu, "Why are you crying?" "My grandfather is dead. How could I not cry?" "Nonsense. When did I die? How could I be unaware of it?" Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, she suddenly recognized the familiar voice. Turning around, she was astounded. "Oh my heavens, the old man has returned from the dead." Startled, she leaped backwards, as if propelled by a spring, diving behind Zhou Yuan. Li King Shen, aquali astunisha, mutarat, avil spirits, baguna. Evil spirits be gone. Following the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Yaoqing noticed the bruises on his body. Doubt crept in. Isn't this lividity? How did it appear on me? Could I genuinely have died and returned as a zombie? In Luocheng, where traditional customs are deeply rooted, annual rituals such as deity parades and shamanic ceremonies are held, leading locals to be quite superstitious. The realm of metaphysics is quite delicate. While authorities advocate for belief in science, the numbers 110, 119, and 120 correspond to the concepts of governance, fire, and illness, respectively. Additionally, the naming of places like Huashan Mountain and Leishan Mountain, along with associated symbols, resonates with the mystical. There are even legal stipulations against using celestial stems and earthly branches for stock predictions thus. It is not surprising that these individuals believe in supernatural events. However, this situation can be explained scientifically. Stop overthinking. Lin Yaoqing is merely ill. Zhou Yuan began to clarify. Chapter 37. At last, old man, you've fallen in my hands, he. This bruise, resembling a post-mortem lividity, is caused by an acute reduction in platelets. Old Lin fainted just now due to this ailment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoqing scrutinized the bruises on his body. When he awoke moments ago, his mind was somewhat foggy, misled by Lin Yu and his companions, and he thought he had entered a death-like state. Now that he looked closely, he realized it was merely a case of acute thrombocytopenia. Having been a physician for so many years, he would never mistake it. Wait a moment. The next second, a sharp cry echoed in the clinic from Lin Yaoqing. Quickly remove anything that could cause me to bump or bruise. I must not sustain any injuries. Lin Yu, call for an ambulance. Hurry. The others, caught off guard by the old man's outburst, were somewhat bewildered. Isn't this a clinic? Why call for an ambulance? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Isn't this a clinic? Why does the old man need to call an ambulance with such a healthy person like Zhou Yuan around? Does he distrust traditional medicine? I wonder, what exactly is thrombocytopenia? Is it serious? It must be quite severe. Otherwise, why would this Western doctor react so dramatically? With lividity already appearing, it's quite alarming. Honestly, if I were there, I would have been startled too. It's like witnessing a corpse from the Qing dynasty come back to life. I just Googled it. Platelets are blood cells that play a crucial role in clotting. Zhou Yuan acted swiftly, handing Lin Yaoqing a packet of glucose powder to replenish his energy. He then educated the group. The presence of bruises akin to lividity indicates that the platelet count in the body has plummeted to a dangerously low level, resulting in subcutaneous hemorrhages. Without platelets, the body resembles a mere bag of blood. If a wound occurs, blood could pour out uncontrollably, leading to dire consequences. Therefore, the optimal response to this condition is to sit quietly and await the arrival of the ambulance. Lin Yu, a freshman, had never encountered such matters and was left in a daze. Suddenly, a pressing question arose in her mind. What if a girl experiences a decrease in platelets during her menstrual period? Wouldn't that be a double whammy? Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, but unless the platelet count drops to 0, one generally survives. Recovery is possible. At this juncture, someone posed another query. What if the platelets do drop to 0? Zhou Yuan humorously addressed himself. Rest assured, that scenario is virtually impossible. Even the blood of the deceased retains about 5 platelets. If your count were to drop to 0 and you were still lively, my dear child, you would be invincible. Another question arose. Dr. Zhou, is this ailment difficult to treat? If your skills can't remedy it, must we resort to a major hospital? Zhou Yuan, taken aback, exclaimed, what can I do? This condition requires platelet transfusions. I can't just give him my own blood. Moreover, do not question my medical skills. That is a sensitive topic for me. Approximately 20 minutes later, the ambulance from the nearest affiliated hospital of Luoqing Medical University arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the patient, the previously calm expression on the rescued doctor's face shifted dramatically. Isn't this Professor Lin? I'm Yu Haiyang, one of your former students. What happened? Is there any risk to life? Zhou Yuan could barely contain himself and cautioned, my friend, tone it down. Your expression seems to declare, old man, you've finally fallen in my trap. Yu Haiyang gasped in astonishment. Wow, How did you articulate what I was thinking? Was I that obvious? Lin Yaoqing recognized the loquacious student, recalling how, at the sound of the class bell, this foolish university student would dash for food. Now, as he officially began to save lives, a sense of quiet despair washed over him. However, Yu Haiyang appeared to be quite dependable. He signaled the stretcher-bearers to lift Lin Yaoqing into the ambulance. After grasping the basic situation, he declared, "Thrombocytopenia this severe? Understood. I will notify the hematology department to prepare immediately." Then, when no one was watching, Yu Haiyang quickly typed a message to the work group and alumni chat. "Everyone, listen up. Today, during ambulance rescue, guess who I encountered? Lin Yaoqing. He's currently lying on a stretcher. Which department do you think he'll be admitted to?" Responses flooded in swiftly. "Take a picture. Let me see. Oh no, I'm on duty in the emergency room. He won't test me with questions while I'm treating him, will he? If I can't answer, will I be sent back to school for a retake? What's going on? Professor Lin should be quite robust. I saw him teasing a square dance lady just a few days ago. Curious. I'll bring a fruit basket later to check on him." Meanwhile, as the ambulance prepared to depart for the hospital, viewers were in a frenzy. "Show me the follow-up. If you don't, I'll keep making a fuss. Host, follow the ambulance. I want to see what unfolds. I also want to see just how low this platelet count can go. A professor visiting the affiliated hospital of his own university? The follow-up must be thrilling. Hurry and stream the live footage. Oh yes, I believe the department staff will be trembling, just as the situation was about to reach a climax. The thought of no follow-up would be an anticlimax. Zhou Yuan picked up the phone for the live stream and followed suit. I must emphasize that his intent was not to simply indulge in gossip. Absolutely not. The doctors in the ambulance were generally interns, whose primary responsibility was to ensure the patient did not perish en route. Given Lin Yaoqing's unique situation, with such severe bleeding points, his platelet count would undoubtedly plummet to alarming levels, possibly necessitating admission to the ICU. Consequently, Zhou Yuan followed to prevent any unforeseen complications. After navigating several intersections, the ambulance arrived at the hospital, halting directly beneath the inpatient department. "Professor Lin, are you all right? A bed has been arranged for you. Follow me." Several eager students had already gathered outside upon hearing the news. Yu Haiyang assisted Lin Yaoqing into an elevator, which ascended directly to the 6th floor, leading them into the ward. As they passed through various departments, Lin Yaoqing spoke up, "I'll go to the department to prescribe some medication first. Then I'll head to the bed." The accompanying doctor hurriedly replied, "Master, let me handle that. You should rest." Lin Yaoqing wore an incredulous expression. "You're one of my mints. I know you all too well. On your 3rd day of internship, you forgot the medication for a patient and opened Baidu in front of them to look it up. The patient was visibly displeased, and both you and I received complaints. I'll prescribe the medication myself. I feel more secure that way." Chapter 38. A platelet count of 0? What kind of monster is this? The patient remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Dr. Lu Bin, accompanying him, was flushed with embarrassment. "Ahem, that is all ancient history. Why do you still remember it?" "Ha! I am now a junior physician. Master, please leave me with a good impression in front of everyone." The others accompanying him were nearly doubled over with laughter, especially the intern who followed Lu Bin. Despite Dr. Lu's stern demeanor, it seemed he had once stumbled just as they did when he first entered the profession. "Mr. Zhou, besides these medications, do you require any additional supportive treatments?" Lin Yaoqing, seated at the computer, turned around, his tone laced with a hint of trust. Lu Bin's mouth slightly agape. He was taken aback. He had just noticed a detail. Prior to consulting this young man, Master had actually used honorifics. This was indeed a rare sight. Not only was he not permitted to prescribe medication, but he was also summoning someone younger than himself to seek their opinion. Was this not indicative that, in Master S. eyes, he, a graduate with a master's degree, paled in comparison to the young man before him? The others in the department were also casting curious glances at Zhou Yuan, especially after Zhou Yuan spoke a few words and Lin Yaoqing displayed an expression of realization. Everyone was suddenly struck by a singular thought. Wow, Lin Yaoqing, nicknamed Lin Outyen, was notorious for his arrogance and straightforwardness, never one to yield to others. Otherwise, he would not merely be a professor now, but rather the director or even the secretary of the institution. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Bin turned to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, what's the matter with your grandfather? Why does he hold this young man in such high regard? Lin Yu had gradually transformed from a skeptic to a fervent admirer of traditional Chinese medicine. When it came to praising Zhou Yuan, he spared no embellishments. Of course, his name is Zhou Yuan, but everyone loves to call him the master of traditional Chinese medicine. He hails from a century-old family of traditional Chinese medicine, possesses remarkable skills, and can diagnose illnesses merely by feeling the patient and Oppo's pulse, often with greater accuracy than our Western medical devices. Let me share a secret. Don't tell anyone. My grandfather nearly came to blows with others just to recruit Zhou Yuan as a lecturer at the school. Lu Bin was left speechless, utterly astonished. Was there truly such a remarkable figure in the world? He must ingratiate himself. If he could learn even a fraction of Zhou Yuan's expertise, he would gladly trade 30 more years of life for that knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was assisting Zhou Yuan with the mobile phone for the live broadcast. Their conversation was being overheard by countless online viewers. Ha ha ha, this girl is too entertaining. Zhou Yuan is nearly being praised to the heavens. Director Lu's astonished expression doesn't seem feigned. He truly believes it. Ha ha, I don't think it was that exaggerated. Zhou Yuan's skills are indeed commendable, but he can easily put patients on edge. For some reason, seeing these Western doctors show such respect to Zhou Yuan gives me immense satisfaction, because traditional Chinese medicine is genuinely impressive. Many ailments that Western medicine struggles with can be treated effectively by TCM. Lin Yu's skills are exceptional. She is elevating Zhou Yuan to the stars. To the person above, I suspect you're being sarcastic, but I have no proof. I do. The tire marks on my face are irrefutable evidence. On Zhou Yuan's end, he recommended several herbal remedies for supportive treatment to Lin Yaoqing, after which Yu Haiyang took the elderly gentleman away. It must be said that Lin Yaoqing seemed knowledgeable, likely having studied some principles of traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine addresses symptoms swiftly but often fails to eradicate the root cause, while traditional Chinese medicine targets the essence of the ailment, providing a more comprehensive cure. Neither approach is superior. Rather, the choice depends on the patient's specific circumstances. However, a new concept has emerged, integrative medicine, which combines the strengths of both Western and traditional Chinese medicine for enhanced efficacy. After prescribing the medications, Zhou Yuan prepared to retrieve the mobile phone for the live broadcast, intending to grab a meal before returning for the results of old Master Lin's blood tests. Just then, Lu Bin approached him with great enthusiasm, extending his hand. Master of traditional Chinese medicine, I am Lu Bin. It's an honor. I've long heard of a physician in Luocheng with extraordinary skills, and I never expected you to be so young. Zhou Yuan stood there perplexed. What did you just call me? Aren't you known as the master of traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Bin's exuberance was palpable, and Zhou Yuan thought, are you a monkey sent to entertain us? Who would use such a juvenile name? Wait, my grandfather did seem fond of such titles, observing Zhou Yuan's awkward yet polite demeanor. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Lu Bin, in turn, was exhilarated, quickly opening the group chat to share the news. I've successfully befriended the master of traditional Chinese medicine. Brothers, plans have changed. A senior title is no longer my ultimate goal. It seems Director Lao Deng has sat in that position for far too long. It's time for him to step down. Don't rush to criticize. Let me share a secret. Professor Lin nearly got into a fight over this talent, which speaks volumes about the value of the master of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, in the blood sample testing room, the intern was preparing to finalize the urgent blood report for patient Lin Yaoqing. However, the platelet count read 0. What the heck, bro? Is this correct? Did the testing equipment malfunction? A platelet count of 0? This patient should be dead, right? No. Even the deceased would have some numerical value. Why are we testing blood on a corpse? We R&T, the forensic department. Suddenly recalling workplace guidelines from a short video, the intern decided to consult a superior rather than make a hasty decision. He called out, Jean Jia, come take a look at this. Something seems off with this person's platelet count. Jean Jia, upon hearing this, set aside her phone and approached. Indeed, the report indicated a count of 0. She too was uncertain and said, How can the platelet count be 0? It might be an error in your handling, causing a malfunction of the equipment. No worries. Just retest. We have backup blood samples. The intern nodded in compliance and proceeded to retest the patient's blood. 10 minutes later, the lab was filled with 2 sharp beeping sounds. Is it truly 0? What kind of nonsense is the inpatient department receiving? Chapter 39. Dead, yet alive? Sister Jin's mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. She was utterly bewildered. One eerie sight. It is well known that when platelet counts fall below 50, spontaneous bleeding, bruising, and petechiae may occur. A count below 20 is dire indeed. The patient's life hangs in the balance, becoming fragile and vulnerable. A mere misstep could lead to intracranial or internal bleeding, resulting in immediate demise. Yet here lay the elderly Lin Yaoqing, his platelet count an astonishing 0, maintaining a semblance of life. Is he alive? His physical condition mirrors that of the deceased. To declare him dead? Yet, he remains vibrant and animated. Fortunately, Sister Jean, having dedicated 20 years to the laboratory, was well equipped to handle emergencies. To ensure the inpatient department received the news promptly for urgent intervention, she swiftly grabbed her phone and dialed the hospital. Inpatient department. Of course, the patient was alive and well, just prior to Professor Lin's arrival. He had nearly engaged in a scuffle with another individual, brimming with vitality. What nonsense! A platelet count of 0. Are you certain there hasn't been a mistake? Goodness. Isn't this akin to a zombie? Exclaimed the doctor who answered Sister Jin's call, his voice instantly drawing the attention of other on-duty physicians. Several nurses, passing by, transformed into curious spectators, eagerly leaning in to listen. Human beings possess an inherent tendency to gossip, and hospitals are often the epicenters of the most sensational tales. Missing out on even a single rumor could diminish one's daily excitement by 5%. For instance, a man caught in a web of infidelity, discovered by 3 women, who conspired to exact revenge. There is nothing our species cannot conceive. The discussions among physicians rapidly spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Professor Lin from our hospital has been admitted. His platelet count is now 0, lower than that of a corpse. Professor Lin is a 0. Yet he was admitted after being punctured by a 1? This is scandalous. What on earth? Professor Lin has died in the hospital? He is dead, yet still alive. At least he can walk and talk. My goodness, this is the very definition of zombie. Astonishment gripped the hospital as news of the first zombie case in long was spread, all centered around bed 101. As the truth was still donning its shoes, rumors had already traversed the globe. Thus, when Zhou Yuan concluded his lunch and returned to the ward to check on Lin Yaoqing, he was met with a remarkable scene. A throng of healthcare workers, seizing the opportunity of their break, lined up to enter room 101, each face radiating curiosity, excitement, and eagerness, as if something unprecedented awaited them inside. Hey, are you here to witness Longwa's first zombie? Someone called out to Zhou Yuan. What a zombie! The patient in room 101. Rumor has it his platelet count is now 0. He is transformed into a zombie. 0 platelets, even with prior preparation. Zhou Yuan was startled upon hearing Lin Yaoqing's platelet count. Reflecting on his earlier calm demeanor while waiting for the ambulance to take Lin Yaoqing away, he thought, had he known the count had plummeted to 0, he would have forcibly carried him to the hospital. The online viewers, entertained by this jest, were equally struck by the shocking news of Lin Yaoqing and Oppo's platelet count of 0. Zhou Yuan navigated through the crowd, eager to ascertain the truth of Lin Yaoqing's condition. Thanks to Dr. Liu Bin's efforts, most were aware that this young man was held in high regard as a master of traditional medicine by Professor Lin. Thus, Zhou Yuan, devoid of a white coat, faced no hindrance as he walked through. As he approached, he overheard several doctors discussing the visible bruising on Lin Yaoqing's body. The classic symptoms of acute thrombocytopenia, identical to the textbook illustrations. Remarkably standard. If only all my future patients could present their ailments as textbook perfect. Professor Lin, are you truly in good health? May we take a picture? It's my first encounter with someone whose platelets are at 0. Ahem, an individual. Old Lin, your survival is indeed miraculous. At this moment, Lin Yaoqing lay on the hospital bed, and 4 bags of blood suspended beside him, continuously infusing plasma into his body. Observing the stream of doctors coming in to study his case, he felt a twinge of despair. Previously, he had led teams to examine typical cases, summoning all to observe the patients. Now, the tables had turned, and he was the subject of scrutiny. The sensation of being watched by numerous eyes, feeling awkward and self-conscious, was profoundly uncomfortable. Yet as a physician, he couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of his condition. How could he still be alive? Perhaps his deceased parents had sent offerings to the king of hell on his behalf. A curiosity to dissect himself crossed his mind. At that moment, Zhou Yuan approached, placing 3 fingers on Lin Yaoqing's pulse. After 2 minutes, he withdrew his hand, relieved. There truly isn't anything amiss. With proper treatment and timely medication, a few more days of observation in the hospital should suffice. Lin Yaoqing felt a surge of gratitude. Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so concerned for an old man like me. Returning just to check my pulse. Zhou Yuan shrugged, exasperated. How could I not be concerned? After all, you had an incident in my establishment. If you were to die, what would happen when the police arrived to seal off my shop? Lin Yaoqing, the other doctors present, witnessing Professor Lin's moment of vulnerability, struggled to contain their laughter, their expressions betraying their amusement. In the affiliated hospital, Professor Lin was notoriously known for his stern demeanor, often leaving others feeling awkward. Finally, someone had emerged capable of putting Professor Lin in a position of discomfort. Chapter 40. Have I become a part of your play? As Zhou Yuan made his way back to the clinic, he noticed a comment in the live stream. Today, both sides have offered high prices to recruit you. Have you decided which side to join? Did this require an answer? Only a child would make such a choice. Adults want it all. Upon reflection, he realized that the invitations from both parties were not mutually exclusive. Participating in the Masters of Various Trades program was not fundamentally different from his current live streaming. It merely transitioned from Douyin to a multi-platform broadcast across the internet. This could even serve as an excellent opportunity to attract more viewers. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan had his own considerations regarding becoming a teacher. Re-establishing the glory of traditional Chinese medicine was not just an empty slogan for him. By encouraging more people to study traditional medicine and apply it in their lives, he could help strengthen their health and save lives, thus ensuring the legacy and expansion of this ancient practice. Importantly, whether participating in a variety show or teaching traditional medicine, both avenues would allow him to encounter more patients and unlock greater system rewards. This was a truly virtuous cycle. Upon returning to the clinic, Zhou Yuan brewed a cup of tea. Just as he took a sip, he heard a girl's frantic voice from outside. Help. Doctor, my boyfriend is in trouble. As the words fell, a young couple rushed through the door. The girl appeared anxious, supporting the boy as they approached Zhou Yuan. The boy's face contorted in agony, resembling one wearing a mask of suffering as he limped forward. Zhou Yuan remarked, "Young friend, you seem to be in quite a predicament." The boy, struggling to suppress his intense pain, replied, "Doctor, do you know my story?" Zhou Yuan assessed him with a glance and sighed. "I don't, but your body tells a tale of misfortune. Could you provide a brief account? If it's inconvenient, let your girlfriend share." The girlfriend, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, confessed, "I accidentally kicked my boyfriend in a sensitive area, and he recoiled, losing his balance and falling down the stairs." A collective wince echoed among the male viewers in the live stream, as the pain from such an incident could make one question the very essence of life itself. In the realm of unregulated brawls, there exists a saying, when outnumbered, target the opponent's lower body first. Many have likely experienced the haunting shadow of such an injury in their childhood. After hearing his girlfriend's account, the boy expressed indignation, countering by Yujia, "That was no accident. You did it on purpose. You told me to act that way. And then you kicked me." By Yujia, feeling guilty, coughed, and explained, "I truly had a physiological reaction. Everything requires a build-up. You caught me off guard." She continued, "You suggested I play a delinquent while you played a schoolgirl. Of course, a delinquent must employ unconventional methods. Should I have announced my intentions?" Zhou Yuan was bewildered by their exchange. What sudden and obscure dialogue was this? The boy, equally frustrated, gathered his thoughts and recounted the events. My girlfriend and I have been together for 5 years. The initial spark of pure love has dulled, and we sought to rekindle excitement by role-playing. Today, I was cast as a rough delinquent, a role that inherently demands a more assertive demeanor. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, nodding instinctively at the boy and Appo's explanation. With the doctor and Appo's tacit support, the boy felt even more grieved. See, the doctor agrees there and Appo's no issue, yet you retaliated against me. That kick nearly cost me my happiness for the rest of my life. Bai Yujia, acknowledging her fault, still sought to defend her innocence. It's not my fault. You were just too convincing in your performance. I genuinely thought you were a thug. Zhou Yuan, now slightly annoyed, muttered. So I've become a part of your play? Have I? This couple is truly skilled at their antics, even engaging in role-play. One cannot help but wonder if their quarrel was merely a scripted event. The comments from the viewers flooded in. Is this how couples date? I want to date too. I had no idea relationships could be this fun. If only someone had told me sooner, I would have escaped singlehood long ago. Single dogs are drooling with envy. I can't look at role-playing the same way again. I remember a childhood friend. We often played house and imitated our parents. Those were truly nostalgic times. The couple, feeling embarrassed by Zhou Yuan's words, lowered their heads in shyness. Their argument had overshadowed their pain, and suddenly, the boy recalled, oh right, the pain. His body, now overwhelmed by acute discomfort, cried out, Doctor, please help me. I feel like I'm breaking apart. Zhou Yuan, possessing masterful bone-setting skills, approached the boy and asked where it hurt. The boy, seated, pointed to his thigh, yelping in agony. Here, my leg hurts. He then touched his ankle, yelping again, and here, oh no, my knee, my back, my elbow. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by the absurdity of the boy and Appo's antics. Come on, Don and Appo's. Do you play games at a time like this? The boy protested. I and Appo's am not joking. I genuinely hurt everywhere. What if I and Appo's damaged my brain and my central nervous system is sending false pain signals? All over? Zhou Yuan pondered, observing the boy's articulate demeanor. He hardly seemed like someone with multiple fractures. This was indeed puzzling. Resolved, Zhou Yuan decided to examine him personally. With that thought, he began to assess the boy's body, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue as he felt the boy's bones beneath his hands. Chapter 41. Your bone is fractured. That's why everything hurts. Wherever this lad claimed to feel pain, there were no signs of injury. Everything appeared perfectly fine. Logically, he should not be in pain at all. Yet, Zhou Yuan possessed psychological foresight and an aura of empathy. He discerned that the boy's expression of discomfort was genuine, not feigned. Could it be that my bone-setting skills had failed? No, something must have been overlooked. I need to observe further. Doctor, is my fracture severe? Am I going to be paralyzed? Upon seeing the doctor's hesitant expression, the boy's fear intensified, trembling as he reached to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. In the next moment, he cried out in pain. Ouch! Why is my head starting to hurt too? Could it be contagious? It seems I truly knocked my head. Yujia, let us never engage in cosplay again. It's far too perilous. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan instinctively glanced at the boy's hand, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. A complex smile tugged at his lips. Child, may I ask your name? I'm Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang. I found myself questioning my medical skills, yet I never suspected you might be a fool. Your extraordinary insensitivity to pain is utterly remarkable. Yi Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Zhou, I'm not quite following you. What do you mean? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan seized Yi Xiaoyang's wrist, applying pressure with deftness. Before anyone could react, he had completed the adjustment and released the boy's wrist. Try touching it now. Does it hurt anywhere? My elbow, my lumbar disc. My patellar tendon hurt. How could treating my hand possibly? His words trailed off abruptly as he touched the previously painful areas, realizing the discomfort had vanished. Why is it that when you treated my hand, my entire body feels fine? Am I dreaming? He skeptically pinched his thigh. Ouch! Why are you pinching me? That hurts. I see now. You're taking revenge. I'll make you play a eunuch next time, while I'll be the master of cleansing. It was only when Bai Yujia gasped that Yi Xiaoyang realized this was no dream. He knew traditional Chinese medicine was remarkable, But could it truly work such wonders? To fall down the stairs, suffer fractures and a head injury, and be healed by merely touching his hand? What sorcery did Dr. Zhou employ? Popularity 111111. I didn't even notice what Zhou Yuan did. He merely tugged Yi Xiaoyang and Appo's wrist, and he was healed. Traditional Chinese medicine may be niche, but it can't be that miraculous. Such skillful healing. I barely saw anything, yet treatment was completed. He deserves every penny. This must be scripted. There's no way traditional Chinese medicine can be that extraordinary unless the host can heal my kidney deficiency from afar. The script group continues to diligently contribute. You fools, I've already figured out how Dr. Zhou healed him. It's quite obvious. I'm not quite grasping this. Could someone explain? The more observant viewers had already caught on to the clues. However, the couple in front of them, along with some from the Mongolian ethnic group, had failed to identify any inconsistencies in Yi Xiaoyang's actions. Zhou Yuan, with a smirk, remarked, "Is it possible that your hand is fractured, which is why you're feeling pain everywhere?" Bai Yuja burst into laughter, entering a mode of unabashed ridicule. You suspected everything but your own hand. Yi Xiaoyang's face turned a deep shade of crimson. The level of embarrassment was akin to singing a Michael Jackson number at a class New Year's party, especially in a dance rendition. Meanwhile, fresh hot search terms emerged. Shocking. Young couple's playful antics nearly led to tragedy, while others won awards for their acting. He lost his manhood for his realism. Zhou Yuan, I doubted my medical skills, yet never considered that his head might be abnormal. Young man touches his body, only to discover a fractured hand. On the day blood platelets reach zero, the zombies return. Marketing accounts cleverly crafted eye-catching headlines, drawing numerous onlookers to comment. Playing cosplay with his girlfriend nearly got him killed? Hilarious. I'm rolling in laughter. Sigh. Why doesn't my girlfriend play like this with me? Is it because she's deflated? Ha ha. Look at the host's expression. He even doubted himself. Never once suspecting Yi Xiaoyang was up to something. At the same time, in a villa within the Bailanhai estate. Ha ha. This live stream is so entertaining. I haven't laughed like this in ages. Zhou Yuan is so absurd, always making outrageous statements with a straight face. On a plush bed, a girl in her early 20s with delicate features was fixated on her phone screen, occasionally letting out giggles, her fair legs kicking about, causing the sheets to tumble and the comforter to fall to the floor, utterly devoid of decorum. Bai Xiaolu was a guest on the variety show. There are masters in every trade. With her exquisite face and lively demeanor, her profession was not hard to guess. She was a star. Her discovery of Zhou Yuan's livestream was no coincidence. She had just been informed by director Su Likun that she would collaborate with a renowned online traditional Chinese medicine host, visiting a clinic for a pulse diagnosis, creating mutual publicity. Initially, she had declined, not due to any secrets to conceal, like being pregnant by a wealthy patron, dabbling in forbidden substances, or undergoing cosmetic surgery, but rather because her schedule was tight, as she was due to guest star in a comedy shoot the next day. At her core, Bai Xiaolu was a comedic performer, known for her low humor threshold and frequent blunders. Seeking amusement was her utmost pleasure. However, after being persuaded by Su Likun, she changed her mind. Rather than joining a comedy crew she was unfamiliar with, it was far more enticing to engage with Zhou Yuan. Bai Xiaolu paid no mind to her cunning nature, remaining fixated on the live stream, eager to witness the unfolding antics of the young couple seeking treatment. Indeed, after treating Yi Xiaoyang's fractures, the consultation was far from over. Chapter 42. One must acknowledge your tenacity. Inside the Zhou Traditional Medicine Clinic, Kuan could only take some anti-inflammatory medication and wait for self-healing. Otherwise, how could I treat you? These herbal ointments are meant to reinforce your hand injury. Apply them 3 times daily. Zhou Yuan packaged the prescribed medicine and handed it to Yi Xiaoyang. After receiving it, Yi Xiaoyang, lost in thought, spoke up. Dr. Zhou, since I'm here, could you also get me 2 boxes of the Appo's, Zissengupai and Appo's bags? Let us settle the payment together. What? This is a traditional medicine clinic, not a department store. Where'd I have those bags? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes. Yi Xiaoyang scratched his head. I assumed a hospital would stock such items. My apologies, doctor. We shall take our leave now. Just as they were about to exit, Bai Yuji leaned in close to her boyfriend and whispered, "Wait, Xiaoyang, I think you're right. Since we've come all this way, why not check my pulse and see what is up with my health?" "Oh, you mean that?" Yi Xiaoyan responded. "Indeed, I sense that Dr. Zhou is quite professional. Perhaps he can discern the issues I'm facing." The two exchanged hushed words for a moment, and then Bai Yuji stepped forward and took a seat for the consultation. At that moment, Zhou Yuan was oblivious to their return, engrossed in reviewing the rewards awarded by the system for treating Yi Xiaoyang's fracture. "Your treatment plan has passed system verification and can successfully cure the patient's fracture. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations! You have obtained Rare Disease Compendium, Illustrated Edition. Note: upon receiving the item, the contents will automatically enter the host's mind, never to be forgotten. Should the host encounter patients with rare diseases during their practice, they can complete the compendium for an additional reward." A compendium of rare diseases? Although there are extra rewards, it seems rather impractical. After all, with billions of people nationwide, what are the odds of encountering a rare disease? "Dr. Zhou, are you asleep? Wake up." A voice pulled Zhou Yuan back to reality. He opened his eyes to see Bai Yuji gazing at him eagerly. "Dr. Zhou, can you treat those somewhat rare ailments?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan perked up, confidently assuring her, "Feel free to tell me. I will provide treatment with utmost precision and clarity." Bai Yuji fidgeted with her hands, her voice tinged with shyness. "Well, I'm 21 this year, but I've never had my period and my physical development seems a bit delayed. My boyfriend often teases me, calling me the flat princess." "Delayed physical development?" Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. "Haven and Oppos, to your family taken you for examinations before? Have you undergone any similar checks?" Bai Yuji lowered her head, remaining silent. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang abandoned his previous nonchalance, tightly grasping his girlfriend and aunt, Oppo's hand. "Yujia is an orphan. She grew up in a welfare home. We were classmates in high school, and she was thin and unremarkable back then. I often brought her food from home or took her to my place to eat, gradually helping her gain some weight." Zhou Yuan chuckled, teasing, "You've certainly nourished her well. You've cultivated a beauty. The saying holds true. The more care you give to a loved one, the more radiant they become." Indeed, Bai Yuji had blossomed into a stunning young woman, standing around 175 centimeters, with an elegant figure and a keen sense of fashion. Perfectly complemented by her sophisticated makeup, she was the kind of beauty that turned heads on the street. How sweet. He nurtured his girlfriend into a beauty. "I'm shipping this couple hard." Cough. "I'm starting to hesitate because I have a bit of a bad luck charm. Every couple I root for seems to fall apart." Wow, you could write a book about your journey of nurturing a romantic partner. Alas, it's a pity she suffered from malnutrition during her elementary and middle school years, which hindered her development. Otherwise, I could easily give her an 8 out of 10. Wait, you're grading her now? Have you looked in a mirror to see if you're worthy of such a score? You get it too. If we focus solely on observation without pulse diagnosis, Bai Yuji appeared healthy, with a rosy complexion and a voice full of vitality, indicative of someone who regularly exercises and pays attention to their health. It seemed necessary to employ pulse diagnosis for a deeper examination. With this thought, Zhou Yuan gestured for Bai Yuji to extend her hand and place it on the pulse pillow. After assessing her pulse, he noted that it corresponded with her appearance, indicating robust health. There were no detrimental habits, and her lifestyle and diet appeared quite normal. "So, you're a university student? I must say, you truly are a remarkable individual," Zhou Yuan praised, lifting his thumb in admiration. Anyone who has attended university knows the discipline it entails, waking promptly to the blaring alarm in winter, adhering to a routine of timely breakfasts, never being late for an 8 a.m. class, and abstaining from takeout. The tenacity of those who wash their clothes in cold water without a washing machine and never take their phones to the restroom is truly commendable. Bai Yuji embodied these traits, maintaining her health even during the slacker days of university. Given her constitution, how could one believe she was experiencing developmental issues or that her period had not yet arrived? It seemed implausible. Yet, the almost perfectly symmetrical front and back of her physique proved otherwise, an undeniable testament to her developmental delays. Could there be conflicting issues with her constitution? Even Zhou Yuan, who had traveled extensively with his grandfather treating countless patients, found himself puzzled. Just earlier he had received a system reward titled Rare Disease Compendium, which might hold the key to understanding her condition. With this thought, Zhou Yuan connected with the system and opted to claim the reward. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, momentarily disorienting him, forcing himself to concentrate. He skimmed past several peculiar diseases until he finally encountered one that perfectly aligned with Bai Yujia's symptoms. Upon reading it, Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted, and a dull ache settled in his head. Well, Bai Yujia, I believe I've discerned your ailment. However, allow me to give you both a precautionary warning. This condition is no trifling matter. You two might even consider parting ways because of it. Chapter 43. How did I, a delicate little wife, become a man? Dr. Zhou, have you ever heard the saying that the more unconventional the play between couples, the stronger their bond, making separation increasingly difficult? Breakup? I could never part ways with Yu Jia in this lifetime. In mere seconds, Yi Xiaoyang conjured a multitude of thoughts. The fact that the doctor uttered such words indicated that Yu Jia's ailment was quite serious and exceedingly costly to treat. Typically, few individuals possess the means to exhaust their life savings for a partner afflicted with an incurable disease. Instances of couples parting ways over dowry disputes are all too common. Yet, they were each other's first love, the cherished memory of youth. This kind of affection is something that many wealthy individuals cannot simply purchase. With this in mind, Yi Xiaoyang gazed tenderly at his girlfriend, his tone resolute. Yu Jia, rest assured, no matter what illness you face, we shall not part ways. If your treatment demands a fortune, I will toil to earn the money, and if that is insufficient, I shall seek aid from my family. Initially, Bai Yujia felt a surge of panic upon hearing Dr. Zhou's words. Being a girl, she was prone to overthinking. However, upon witnessing her boyfriend's demeanor, her tumultuous heart began to find calm. The two clasped each other's hands, turning their gaze to Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou, please, speak plainly. We can withstand the truth. What a divine love. Why can't I encounter a boy like this? My demands are modest. I only wish for someone to take me out for a meal. Jealousy causes me to fragment. I am merely a mouse envious of others' happiness. Pure love enthusiasts express their delight. We crave more of such romantic narratives. I wish with my 20 years of life that all lovers may ultimately become kin. My cousin's girlfriend was diagnosed with leukemia. He sold his house and car to raise $800,000 for her surgery, only for her to run off with someone else after recovery. He lost both love and fortune. Why does Dr. Zhou's expression appear so peculiar? I sense that what is about to unfold may astonish everyone. Bai Yujia's illness may not be ordinary. This young couple is likely to separate. The final comment was posted by Bai Xiaolu, an actress with a modicum of understanding regarding facial expressions. At that moment, Zhou Yuan wore a mischievous smile, as if anticipating an amusing turn of events. Once Bai Xiaolu's comment was posted, several individuals quickly retorted, "Are you incapable of witnessing others' happiness? Why wish for their breakup?" Does the commenter above lack reading comprehension? Yi Xiaoyang's words are crystal clear. They will not separate over financial issues. Unless Bai Yujia suddenly transforms into a man, they truly cannot part ways. I stand by this. Their separation is impossible. Bai Xiaolu pouted, huffing softly. It is essential to remember that truth resides in the hands of the few. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, within the Zhou Traditional Medicine Clinic, Zhou Yuan observed the young couple, hand in hand, gazing at each other with such intensity that the atmosphere felt almost tangible. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhou Yuan would wish them well. However, in the case of Yi Xiaoyang and Bai Yujia, this was love between individuals of the same gender, an unconventional affection. Yet, they had professed their ability to endure all hardships, suggesting they were somewhat prepared for the revelation. Zhou Yuan decided to be forthright. Bai Yujia, in truth, your real gender is male, truly masculine. This statement bore an overwhelming weight, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Before them stood a strikingly beautiful woman. How could Dr. Zhou suddenly declare her a man? Yi Xiaoyang reacted immediately, voicing his disbelief. How is that possible? I know Yu Jia better than anyone. She has no Adam and Oppos. As apple. Her hands are soft, and her voice lacks any masculine tone. How could she possibly be a man? Zhou Yuan anticipated this reaction. It was unlikely for anyone to readily accept such a claim. After all, who would admit to pursuing a relationship with a man? He presented evidence, methodically outlining his points. First, your girlfriend's illness is exceedingly rare, with few cases worldwide. It is known as pseudo-hermaphroditism. Bai Yujia's exterior appears feminine, yet internally she possesses male anatomy. The absence of an Adam's apple, her soft voice, and gentle physique are simply manifestations of her condition, which is yet to fully develop. As Zhou Yuan spoke, several online commenters chimed in. Indeed, I once masqueraded as a girl in my youth, often seeking older brothers online to buy me snacks. It seems plausible. Does this imply Bai Yujie embodies a male essence while presenting as female? If Yi Xiaoyang's orientation is typical, they could indeed be facing a breakup. Yi Xiaoyang must feel as if the sky is collapsing. After pondering how to earn money for his girlfriend's treatment, he discovers she is transformed into a brother. This dramatic turn is delightful. Can we have more such twists? Zhou Yuan continued. You previously believed that Bai Yujie's frailty stemmed from malnutrition? No, this is simply due to her being male, devoid of estrogen. Furthermore, while femininity is characterized by yielding attributes, Bai Yujie possesses an abundance of vitality, exhibiting strength comparable to that of males. You must have noticed this, right? Yi Xiaoyang fell into deep contemplation. Dr. Zhou's assertions were not without merit. Yujie excelled in physical activities among her female peers, demonstrating greater stamina than most men. It made sense that they had never quarreled over their 5-year relationship. Enjoying harmonious companionship and indulging in various cosplay activities that left their friends envious. Realizing that Yujie was indeed a man, Yi Xiaoyang instinctively released his grip on Bai Yujie's hand, taking a step back. Bai Yujie, momentarily stunned by Zhou Yuan's astonishing conclusion, regained her composure only after feeling the release of her hand. Are you serious about stepping back? Such a small gesture carries such weight. Where's the music? Must it be so fitting? Bai Yujie felt utterly disoriented. Zhou Yuan closed the music player, offering an awkward smile. With the background music, one could easily envision an idol drama, where the protagonists faced a significant decision in their relationship. So what will your choice be? An awkward silence enveloped the air as Bai Yujie and Yi Xiaoyang remained mute, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 44. Offline Social Anxiety. Online social terrorists. It is difficult for a just official to resolve domestic affairs, let alone such an absurd domestic dispute. The viewers of the live stream found themselves at a loss, as anyone in their position would be utterly bewildered. However, Bai Xiaolu, who was lurking in the live stream, was filled with excitement. He speaks. Louder, I can't hear you. Am I accurate in my predictions? Are they likely to break up? Keep calling out. In the pond, there are 10 lotus flowers, and I only desire one, so you all. Gather 9. The earlier netizens who had confronted her were now silenced, struck by the boomerang effect. By the end of the live stream, Bai Xiaolu was overjoyed. This interactive format, where she could engage with the bullet screen and the audience, was far more enjoyable than traditional entertainment shows. After all, those scripted variety shows had a predetermined storyline, while Zhou Yuan's live stream. The director would never conceive such an outrageous plot. Now, she found herself eagerly anticipating the collaboration following the variety show and Oppo's premiere. With this thought in mind, she hastily contacted her agent to cancel her scheduled visit to the comedy troupe and instead arrange a visit to Zhou Yuan's traditional Chinese medicine clinic for the collaboration. Meanwhile, inside the clinic, Yujie, I don't know how to express this. Yi Xiaoyang scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Shall we chat via phone? Bai Yujie pulled out her phone. No, you two are face to face, yet you're using your phones to communicate? What a novel way to tune the strings. However, Zhou Yuan could discern that although Yi Xiaoyang appeared dejected, he still harbored feelings for Bai Yujie deep within. Their relationship, which had spanned from high school to nearing graduation, had endured. It was merely the sudden turn of events and the constraints of traditional masculinity that rendered him unable to accept the situation immediately. As for Bai Yujie's mindset, it was rather predictable. The series of events had arisen due to her illness, placing her in a vulnerable position. Yet, due to her affection, she would certainly respect her boyfriend's choices, making it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. With this analysis, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the moment for him, the mediator, to step in and resolve the couple's conflict. Better to steal 10 towers than to ruin a marriage. If the two still harbored feelings for each other after learning the truth, he would be more than willing to assist. Moreover, having just witnessed a friend's psychological intervention for an online viewer, Zhou Yuan felt he had acquired some useful rhetoric and was itching to put it into practice. Clearing his throat, he began, "Young man, always look on the bright side. Remember your previous concern about safety, fearing to cause a tragedy? You even contemplated buying a descendant's burial pouch, didn't you? Now that you know the truth, you need not worry about that anymore." And, however, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xiaoyang. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for your kind intentions, but there's no need for your guidance. We've already reconciled. No, we never broke up. Ah, Don and Appos, be so narrow-minded. Reconcile? Wait a moment. Have you finished your discussion?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. His guidance had just commenced, and he had several phrases he had yet to share. How could their hands be intertwined again so soon? This reconciliation, via mobile phone? It was as if the previous emperor's counsel had been abruptly cut short. It is no wonder a meme exists stating that many individuals are two extremes online and offline, exhibiting a stark contrast. Offline, they suffer from social anxiety, speaking in hushed tones and avoiding public spaces. Online, they become social terrorists, articulating thoughts with clarity and engaging in discussions on various unconventional topics. As for Yi Xiaoyang and Bai Yujia, they had already demonstrated considerable social prowess offline. One could only imagine what they had discussed on their phones moments ago. Bai Yujia waved her phone, revealing a blissful smile. "Dr. Zhou, my boyfriend said that he loved me just as much before, and he still does now. Everything remains unchanged. He loves me for who I am, not for my gender." Zhou Yuan probed. "Have you considered that in the future you will grow old and may wish to have children? You cannot bear children." Yi Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "As long as I can be with the person I love for a lifetime, even adopting a child would bring us joy. But if it is merely to appease my parents and marry someone, I do not love to bear children, even if I had a whole soccer team. I will not find happiness." Bai Yujia lowered her head, shyly stammering, "Actually, I am quite a traditional girl." "You do not wish to adopt a child, fearing it would sever your lineage?" "No, I mean I could accept having multiple wives. If Xiaoyang wishes to have another sister, I wouldn't oppose. I can raise the children. After all, there is nothing wrong with 3 of us together." 1,000 critical hits. Zhou Yuan clutched his chest, feeling profoundly wounded. Is this reasonable? Not in the slightest. Are there truly such traditional girls? Bring me more. Yet, it truly echoed the earlier sentiment. The more bizarre the play, the harder it is to part ways. No, is this the kind of tradition we're talking about? This is utterly absurd. Allow me to share a historical tidbit. Kang Yue, who advocated for monogamy, had numerous wives and concubines. What a complete hypocrite. Is this the same Kang Yue from the 100 Days Reform? My goodness, I thought he was a good person. Well, it's quite normal. Many wealthy individuals have multiple wives, and the primary wife often chooses to endure for the sake of wealth. I recall reading a news article about a fallen official who had dozens of mistresses and even purchased an entire neighborhood to house them. ISNT, that just the life of an emperor? At this moment, the live stream's popularity surged, breaking yesterday's record and reaching 750,000 viewers. However, what delighted Zhou Yuan even more was, you have diagnosed pseudohermaphroditism, and the reward for your achievement is being distributed now. Chapter 45. Someone pursued for 3 years? Apologies. It took just 3 hours. You have received a pet. White fox. Pet introduction. A little fox endowed with considerable spirit, possessing a keen sense of smell capable of identifying herbs, equipped with a certain level of pharmacological knowledge, and remarkably sensitive to the sense of precious medicinal materials. Moreover, no one can resist the charm of an adorable little fox. Note, accompanied by a complete set of legal and compliant breeding procedures. Zhou Yuan was quite taken aback that the system would bestow upon him a pet. As an avid internet user, he often found himself enchanted by short videos showcasing cute kittens and puppies snuggling up to their owners, often dreaming of whisking one away in a pink bag. Unfortunately, previously constrained by financial limitations, he could barely support himself, let alone a pet. But now, fortune smiled upon him, and the system generously gifted him a spirited little fox. After bidding farewell to Bai Yu Jie and Yi Xiaoyang, who had redefined the term feudal tradition, Zhou Yuan eagerly ascended to the second floor to claim his reward. With a flash of blue light, a stunningly beautiful white fox appeared before him. Awu the little fox padded over and nestled against Zhou Yuan and Appo's pant leg, its slightly squinted peach blossom eyes glistening with what seemed like tears. It is no wonder that ancient mythologies depicted foxes as shapeshifters, capable of causing chaos and becoming enchanting beauties. One can only say, question the tyrant, understand the tyrant, and become the tyrant. Zhou Yuan crouched down and extended his hands, and the white fox, understanding his gesture, leapt into his embrace. What a good little creature. With its snow-white fur, perhaps I shall name you Snowball. Cool me. Let us return to continue our live stream. As he descended the stairs and re-entered the streaming room, the chat exploded with messages. Where have you been, streamer? Hurry back and keep the fun going. Hey, Dr. Zhou, is that a white dog in your arms? And it's so well-behaved, unlike my dog. Which one, T? Let me hold it, and even bites me. Of course it's not a bother, no matter how long Dr. Zhou holds it. It won't T complain or bark because it's a fox. Wow, I didn't T expect a streamer to have a white fox. It's stunning, truly a pet that bears the weight of ancient infamy. If cute cats are the lowly girls among humans, then foxes are the tall, exquisite succubi. Honestly, where did you find such a fox? Be careful, it might be a feral beast. Zhou Yuan gently stroked the little white fox while leisurely responding to the barrage of questions. Its name is Snowball, not a feral beast. Rest assured, all documentation is in order. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic cannot always be bustling with patients, so during this lull, I can't assist those sending messages with their ailments. Anyone in need can connect for free. Soon, a flurry of inquiries flooded in. Among the hundreds of questions, one caught Zhou Yuan's attention. Streamer, I'm a university student from the neighboring city. I've noticed my roommate has been acting strangely these days, frequently mumbling about becoming a Taoist, immersing himself in an infinite cycle of reading and wanting to find the spring and autumn cicada to return to the past. It has terrified everyone in our dorm. Could you help analyze what is going on? Zhou Yuan selected this query from the multitude because when a patient experiences mental distress, there is often a tendency toward violence. If left unchecked, it could pose a threat to innocent individuals nearby. Could you elaborate a bit more, my friend? What events led to this change in behavior? It's difficult to convey everything in just a sentence or two, so this user, who goes by the name Super Tyrannosaurus Warrior, opted to connect live. After Zhou Yuan consented, a voice came through. Dr. Zhou, let me introduce myself. My name is He Li, and my roommate is Tian Zhongwen. He was originally a studious and somewhat shy boy. He Li hesitated, then continued. His mental state began to deteriorate about 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the girl he pursued for 3 years announced her relationship with an athlete and even shared hotel records on social media, accompanied by a mocking caption. Someone pursued for 3 years? Apologies, it took just 3 hours. Tian Zhongwen, unable to contain his frustration, confronted the girl, who had kept him dangling for so long, not only using his money, but also alternating between warmth and coldness, providing him with intermittent hope. During the confrontation, he remained composed, merely seeking an apology. However, the girl, growing impatient, summoned the athlete to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, the group of roommates felt enraged, seizing weapons and teaming up with brothers from neighboring dorms to confront the couple. At that moment, it was Tian Zhongwen who restrained them, urging calmness, arguing that letting anger dictate their actions could lead to losing credits through school sanctions, which was not worth it. They had thought he had come to terms with the situation, but it seemed otherwise now. Zhou Yuan sighed, feeling pity for the boy. Brothers, do not be swayed by women. If you must have women on both sides, do not hang from the same tree. My preliminary diagnosis suggests that this is likely a case of emotional turmoil leading to mental disarray. Treatment is necessary. Just then, an eerie laughter echoed from the other end of the call. Hee, my son has also turned to chaos? Then do not blame me for being ruthless. Tian Zhongwen, why are you back early? I'm currently connecting with a streamer. Wait, who has your son? The commotion indicated that the mentally distressed Tian Zhongwen had returned. His speech was laced with a hint of mania. It appeared he was quite ill. Zhou Yuan rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the interaction. As always, when dealing with a patient suffering from mental illness, it is essential to align with their thought process and earn their trust first. Tian Zhongwen, if I call your name, would you dare respond? From the other end came Tian Zhongwen's response, tinged with madness yet a hint of calmness. By Mile 1, it's the 21st century. Your tricks are outdated. Your skills are lacking. Go home and be a hermit. After this, he dismissed Zhou Yuan, seemingly lost in his own world. About a minute later, amidst a cacophony of noise, Healy's scream resonated throughout the clinic. That's a place for urination. You can't do that. Whimsy. Crazy. Dr. Zhou, this child has completely lost it. He's trying to shove his head in the toilet. In a dire situation, can you come to us for a consultation? I'll send the address via private message. Moments later, the screen displayed that the connection had been terminated. Popularity 1111111. Is it really that extreme, just for being dumped? This is unbelievable. That wretched girl has hurt Winzy deeply. He has spiraled into madness. Let us not blame the victim here. This isn't Tian Zhongwen's fault. Even if he was dumped, he merely sought to reason with her. But she was utterly unreasonable. Had it not been for that girl, Tian Zhongwen might have been an excellent boyfriend, a loyal friend, and a promising university student. Alas, all has been ruined. After watching Dr. Zhou's live stream for 2 days, I've truly experienced the diversity of humanity. There's a fool in our village who went mad because he scored 3rd in the province during the college entrance exams, only to find his admission spot was taken by the son of a mayor. Outraged, he went insane. Alas, it seems the ailment is quite severe. Acupuncture may be necessary. Zhou Yuan shook his head in lamentation while tidying up his belongings, preparing for an external consultation. In ancient times, traditional Chinese physicians frequently ventured outside to attend to patients. Thus, the medical hall would be equipped with a specially designed medicine chest filled with various tools for healing. Remarkably, this marks the first occasion since his live broadcast commenced that he is to embark on an external consultation. Chapter 46. My life has been a delicate balance. Do you think I can reach the other shore? Jiangcheng Normal University, Building B3, Dormitory 501. Upon receiving the address, Zhou Yuan shouldered his medical kit and prepared to set off. Just then, Cyber Huatuo leaped onto Zhou Yuan's shoulder, expressing a desire to accompany him. You want to come too? If you don't suffer from motion sickness, then let's go together. Zhou Yuan entered an old Volkswagen left behind by his grandfather and addressed the viewers in his live stream. As a streamer, I must lead by example and adhere to traffic laws. I cannot use my phone while driving, and since I do not have a mount, if I go silent while live streaming, I would receive warnings for negative broadcasting. Therefore, I will pause the stream for a while. See you later. With that, Zhou Yuan decisively ended the broadcast, activated the navigation system, and began his journey to Jiangcheng. This decision caused considerable dismay among some aspiring streamers who had been observing Zhou Yuan and Oppo's style, hoping to emulate him. In a chat group dedicated to studying popular streamers, one remarked, "Is Zhou Yuan foolish? Why would he end the stream when he has such high engagement?" Another chimed in, "He could easily drive with one hand while chatting on his phone with the other. If he gets caught by the traffic police, he would just pay a fine. The gifts he received during this journey could cover hundreds of fines." Someone else added, "If I had his level of attention, I would have hired a driver long ago. And I could even target those who annoy me online." They concluded that the only reason for his success was divine favor. Otherwise, his foolish streaming style would never have gained traction. The group fervently debated Zhou Yuan's actions, dissecting them from various angles and deeming them a manifestation of his ignorance regarding live streaming. Little did they know, Zhou Yuan remained oblivious to their discussions. And even if he were aware, he would dismiss them with contempt. He did not perceive himself as exceptional or privileged to flout the law, unlike certain influencers with millions of followers who believe themselves above the ordinary. Such a mentality, exemplified by one particular blogger who threatened to expose ordinary people online, was despicable, something Zhou Yuan would never stoop to. To his surprise, the very act of shutting down his live stream inadvertently aligned with the strategy of scarcity marketing. Rather than diminishing the enthusiasm in his live stream, interest surged even higher. A new trend emerges. I will redefine the feudal girl. I am now a Taoist. A young man exclaims. Is the truth of 1999 finally unveiled? Dr. Zhou's latest patient sparks public outrage. Isn't this bullying the innocent? Zhou Yuan and Oppos. S first time was actually with him? Jiangxing Normal University. What happens next? Zhou Yuan, please resume the stream. I want to see what follows. Thanks to this explosive rise in popularity, Zhou Yuan's live stream remained offline. A multitude of bored viewers eagerly awaited his return, scouring the internet for various promotional memes, inadvertently drawing in unsuspecting users. Consequently, the buzz intensified further. 30 minutes later, Zhou Yuan arrived at the entrance of Jiangxing Normal University. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he spotted a fair-skinned young man approaching him. Dr. Zhou, I am Tian Zhongwen's roommate. You must come check on him. He is becoming increasingly unhinged. What is he saying now? Something about mixing spaghetti with concrete to attract talents from the Trisolaris to build the Shanghai fortress? And then there was Lin Daiyu pulling down the willow branches and Wu Song drunkenly confronting the tyrant. Zhou Yuan discerned that the earlier erratic behavior of this boy had devolved into complete incoherence. Since it was the weekend, the campus gates were open, allowing Zhou Yuan to pass unimpeded. Soon, he arrived at the door of dormitory 501 and began his live stream. What a precarious existence I led. Do you think I can reach the other shore? Tian Zhongwen sat upright on the bed, his expression grave as he uttered these words. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan noted that the situation was intensifying. He quietly approached the dormitory, positioning himself beside Tian Zhongwen to closely observe his demeanor. To his surprise, the boy displayed no signs of madness. His posture was normal, his expression akin to that of an ordinary person. Had he returned to sanity? Was it merely an intermittent episode, or perhaps a dual personality? You must be Dr. Zhou. Please, have a seat. There's a chair available. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, Tian Zhongwen took the initiative, rising to pour tea into a disposable plastic cup for him. Following this, he performed a deep 90-degree bow, expressing contrition. I sincerely apologize for having summoned you unnecessarily. I was merely feigning illness to frighten my roommate. I never expected them to take it seriously and invite you here. I am truly sorry. A prank? Zhou Yuan regarded the cup of tea warily, his expression guarded as he scrutinized Tian Zhongwen. Individuals with mental health issues could be quite adept at deceit. However, drawing upon his years of experience treating patients alongside his grandfather, he currently found no evidence of any disorder. He Li, another dorm resident, also bowed slightly in apology. Tian Zhongwen has just expressed his regret. It is indeed unfortunate that you had to come here for no reason. The fair-skinned young man who had accompanied Zhou Yuan sighed in relief upon hearing this. Well, as long as he is fine, it's all right. As long as he can move past the shadow of his breakup, a little mischief among friends isn't a problem. Thankfully, Yi Tingting and Lei Dashin don't know, or they would surely have something to say behind your back. The other dormitory residents also relaxed, but Zhou Yuan remained vigilant. He had noticed that upon hearing the name Yi Tingting, Tian Zhongwen's demeanor had changed dramatically. One intriguing turn of events. Chapter 47. The streamer must flee. I am a multiple personality. Upon hearing the name Yi Tingting, Tian Zhongwen, suddenly agitated, erupted into a loud outburst. If one day you marry, do not forget that marrying you has been my lifelong dream. My princess, I take my leave. This departure may last a lifetime. His comical reenactment of a viral meme from years past elicited uncontrollable laughter. Zhou Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine from the awkwardness of it all. Yet, he realized one undeniable truth. There was a trigger for this boy's split personality. Merely uttering that name would send him into a frenzy. Such cases were indeed rare. Within the live streaming room, viewers were on the verge of laughter. Though I know this is unethical, I simply cannot help but laugh. This kid is too funny. Competing against such a naturally gifted performer is futile. Clearly, absurdity is an innate talent. I guarantee if Tian Zhongwen pursued a career in the internet industry, he would undoubtedly succeed. Keep it up, and the streamer might just cut your battery. I'm dying of laughter. One moment he is a serious, top-performing student, and the next, he is a lunatic. Thinking back, I once said something similar to my ex-girlfriend, and now I'm cringing all over. Fun fact, this joke originated in 2018, and 8 years have since passed. Those who don't understand are still mocking, while those who do are already in tears. In truth, mentally ill individuals are not fools. They are often quite intelligent. There was a man in our village who would scream about showing off his big treasure. If you believed him and followed him to a secluded spot, you'd receive a resounding slap. Don't ask how I know. I've been on the receiving end. At that moment, Healy gestured for the other 2 roommates to help restrain the frenzied Zhou Yuan. He shouted to Zhou Yuan, "Dr. Zhou, his strength is overwhelming. We can barely hold him down. You must use your skills to save him." Though Zhou Yuan's body was under control, his mind was still in disarray, thrashing about and attempting to rise. "Why are you holding me? I must ascend to the throne and become the ruler of all. In that case, I shall reward you as princes." At this juncture, acupuncture could lead to accidental needle placement, and if his fellow suddenly lashed out, Zhou Yuan would be in peril. A wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. For the sake of safety, he devised a clever plan. Mentally ill individuals possess logic. If certain words provoke his episodes, there must also be phrases that could soothe and calm him. After some contemplation, Zhou Yuan approached Zhou Yuan, crouching down to meet his gaze. If the trigger for your episode is the departure of that troublesome woman, Yi Tingting, then consider this. Zhou Yuan, Yi Tingting has come to see you. She may wish to reconcile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan ceased his struggles, resembling a robot whose battery had been removed. He calmed completely, his eyes sparkling anew. She cannot let go of me. Her relationship with Lei Dashin is merely a pretense, intended to provoke me. If reconciliation is possible, I shall lend her money for a new LV handbag. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth to voice a retort, but decided against it. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to indulge him a little longer. They could address everything once he was better. After a few minutes, Zhou Yuan sat up and let out a heavy sigh. "Dr. Zhou, I am at a loss regarding my condition. My mind feels uncontrollable, almost like a split personality, causing me to act irrationally. Am I now considered mentally ill? After all, mentally ill individuals are not held accountable for murder, right?" Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What are you implying?" Zhou Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. "If I am diagnosed with a mental illness, I shall take action against those 2 despicable individuals and restore peace to the world. They have bullied honest people for far too long." Billy gave a thumbs up. "Brother, that's the spirit." Zhou Yuan doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. "Enough nonsense. His extreme multiple personality disorder means he cannot distinguish between friend and foe during episodes and may even experience hallucinations. Immediate treatment is essential." Multiple personalities? The other roommates exchanged bewildered glances. This peculiar condition was something they had scarcely heard of. Only a few avid watchers of crime dramas or horror novels had encountered such symptoms in related works. The viewers were even more perplexed. The closest they had come to multiple personalities was in the game Identity V. Seeing their confusion, Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to enlighten them. Multiple personalities serve as a protective mechanism for the mind. When an individual faces overwhelming external stimuli, they may attempt to create an alternate personality capable of adapting to the new environment. This psychological disorder is more common in modern society than one might think, though many remain unaware. For instance, when entering a new work or study environment, newcomers often exhibit behaviors that starkly contrast their previous selves in order to fit in. Once they acclimate, they revert to their original demeanor. The persona displayed during this adaptation period is, in essence, another aspect of their personality. Many may resonate with the experience of initially meeting a new friend and finding them exceptionally agreeable, only to later discover a different side of them. This is simply the result of their attempt to adapt to an unfamiliar individual, revealing a second personality that may not reflect their true nature. Upon hearing this, many viewers felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath them. "So, I have a dual personality? I thought I was just naturally contradictory." Personality 1, irritable. Personality 2, abstract. Personality 3, mysterious. Personality 4, humorous. Personality 5, activated. You over there, your map of Yin Kingdom is quite extensive. It feels like the streamer is reading my identity record. I am like this, docile at home, terrified of revealing my true self to my family. But out in the world, my true nature emerges, singing karaoke, bar hopping, and flirting with younger men. Goodness, I just logged onto the internet, and now I'm diagnosed with dual personality. Flee, streamer, flee. I have multiple personalities. Quick, flee. Zhou Yuan deduced that Tian Zhongwen must have been humiliated by Yi Tingting and Lei Dashan, and upon the knowledge becoming widespread at school, he, feeling too embarrassed, found himself unable to face his upcoming campus life. In this moment, his mind resorted to a protective mechanism, birthing a super social butterfly persona unfazed by ridicule. However, due to the emotional trauma he had suffered, this persona had become excessively erratic, resulting in a split. Let us commence treatment. This condition is serious and requires acupuncture to stimulate the brain's tissues. During this period, Tian Zhongwen may exhibit extreme reactions. Ensure he is held securely. Additionally, find a few classmates to guard the door, preventing any uncontrollable distractions during the treatment. As he finished speaking, the door to the dormitory was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A man and a woman entered. The male was dark-skinned, muscular, while the female, adorned in vibrant makeup, exuded a green tea persona. Yi Tingting, Lei Dashan, what are you two despicable individuals doing here? Chapter 48. A vicious beating for the scoundrels. Yi Tingting spoke in a sweet, delicate voice, imbued with the essence of a pure young girl. It was no wonder that Tian Zhongwen, this Navi boy, had become utterly infatuated with her. However, despite the pleasantness of her voice, her words were far from charming. Oh, little Tian, why have you become so pathetic after just a few days? I heard you went mad after I dunked you. How pitiful. I know you're trying to morally blackmail me by pretending. By the way, Yi Tingting rolled her eyes. I will never return the money you spent on me. After all, I earned it through my own merit. Why should I get it back to you? You once claimed you were doing it willingly and that you wouldn't complain no matter how I treated you. Yet, you failed to uphold your promise. Today, we are here to inform you that your pathetic act of feigning illness to portray yourself as a victim and incite public outrage against me will no longer work. If you refuse to take the hint, well, at that moment, Lei Dashan curled his lips into a mocking smile, stepping forward and flexing his muscles. Classmate, you understand, right? If you don't want to be left searching for your teeth and crying for your mother after I'm done with you, then do stay quiet and avoid causing a scene. The situation was intolerable. Tian Zhongwen's other roommates clenched their fists, their eyes reddened, ready to engage in a fight. The online spectators were equally incensed. I swear, don't hold me back. I must take down this couple of scoundrels. Good-natured people are often taken for granted. Any man would find this unbearable. Seeing Tian Zhongwen in this state, and this woman thinks he is faking, it's infuriating. Is there anyone nearby who can take care of these two? I'll shower the streamer with gifts if they take them down. Never bully an honest person. If pushed too far, they can do anything. I recall a case where a capitalist oppressed an employee, hoarding their emergency funds for a year, and that employee returned with a knife, wiping out the entire family. Only Zhou Yuan remained composed, casually eating sunflower seeds while watching the unfolding drama. Did Yi Tingting genuinely believe Tian Zhongwen was merely pretending? How amusing. Tian Zhongwen's split personality had reached a point where just hearing Yi Tingting's name would provoke a severe reaction. Even 4 or 5 individuals might struggle to contain him. Now that he faced the source of his torment, who would be the unfortunate victim? It was hard to tell. Zhou Yuan felt fortunate about one thing. Thankfully, he had been slow to heal Tian Zhongwen. After all, if he had healed him, not only would his combat prowess diminish, but he would also be bound by the law. Presently, in his fractured state, Tian Zhongwen existed beyond the confines of rules, an unselected version. Yi Tingting continued to mock him, believing he was still the submissive person he used to be. Do you know why I sat beside you in that elective class? I thought you were easy to manipulate, a fool who could be taken advantage of. I had no idea that my casual words of concern would send you into a frenzy, as if you had discovered a rare treasure. You even swore to love only me for the rest of your life. How cheap. Finally, Lei Dashan wrapped his arm around Yi Tingting's waist and said, "It's good that we're clearing the air. You shouldn't hold on to unrealistic fantasies about her, nor feign illness anymore. Honestly, you're not losing out. Consider it a lesson learned, right? Haha. Wait, I still want to apologize. Zhou Yuan said coolly as he stepped forward. Others who heard this looked on helplessly, resenting his weakness. Only Zhou Yuan understood this was the calm before the storm. Oh, Yi Tingting lifted her chin haughtily. Then hurry up and apologize. If it weren't for you, would I have been ridiculed by my roommates for days? In an instant, a glint of madness flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes as he kicked Yi Tingting in the abdomen. I truly apologize for allowing a wretch like you to live until now. I shall correct my mistake. Though Lei Dashin was muscular from sports, he was somewhat slow-witted. By the time he realized Zhou Yuan had slapped Yi Tingting twice, he finally reacted to help. No one expected the usually submissive Zhou Yuan would suddenly lash out. However, even though he succeeded in his surprise attack, the disparity between him and Lei Dashin, who stood at 185 centimeters of solid muscle, was insurmountable. The others could only watch helplessly as Lei Dashin's fist descended towards their friend, unable to intervene. Just then, a sharp sound cut through the air as a marble whizzed by, striking a pressure point on Lei Dashin. He winced in pain, stepping back and shaking his arm to alleviate the sharp ache. What a perfect opportunity. The others seized the moment, rushing forward to restrain Lei Dashin. They couldn't hold back any longer, leaping up to land a few punches, testing whether he would dare to act so arrogantly again. On the other side, Zhou Yuan had completely lost his senses. Use me? Apologize to you? You think you can make me return the money I earned? Come, let my fist show you why. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Yi Tingting cried out, her face stinging with pain, bruised and battered, utterly devoid of her previous arrogance. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Yuan smiled as he played with the remaining marbles in his hand. How satisfying it was to deliver a beating to these scoundrels. Most importantly, Zhou Yuan was mentally unstable. He was not acting unlawfully. This was merely Yi Tingting reaping what she sowed, after all. She was the one who had driven Zhou Yuan to such a fractured state. The chaos in the dormitory delighted the online viewers. Yes, that is how you do it. Beat him to a pulp. Give me a punch. Hit that green TCH hard. Left hook, right hook, knock her out. This is the most cathartic moment I've ever experienced. It feels better than crafting, viciously beating the scoundrels. Chapter 49. Could it be that you have a secret crush on me? Today, the antics of Yi Tingting and Lei Dashin have incited widespread ire. The law does not punish the masses. With dozens of us participating, how could we all be penalized? Brothers, as long as we all join in, Zhou Yuan will face less punishment. If trouble arises, we shall bear it together. What about the dorm supervisor? We must ensure he remains oblivious. Otherwise, he may report us. Nonsense. The old man has lived for over 70 years and has never encountered such a woman. It drives me mad. Go ahead and beat them. Just don't kill them. My legs aren't nimble. Any kind-hearted lad, please lend me a kick. Hearing the rallying call, several neighboring dormitory residents grabbed their makeshift weapons and rushed over. Even the duty supervisor was stirred, yet he chose to stand with the students. Inside the room, cries of anguish echoed. Stop hitting. Please stop. The two pleaded. Brothers, no. Esteemed fathers, show mercy. My muscles from the gym can't withstand your collective strength. A few times, they nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet with Zhou Yuan, the doctor, present, they were revived, and the beating continued. As they tended to their wounds, thoughts of despair crossed their minds. Zhou Yuan, exhausted yet relieved, felt a sense of lightness he had never experienced in over 20 years. Releasing his pent-up frustration had indeed lightened his spirit. At that moment, the counselor arrived, punctually calling out everyone disperse. I will handle the remaining matters. He Li, Yu Xiaochun, please take these two injured individuals to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, Lei Dashin and Yi Tingting exchanged terrified glances and quickly waved their hands. Aside from Zhou Yuan, these two had struck the hardest, leaving them with deep-seated fears. How could they dare let these two take them to the infirmary? No, we can manage. We're fine. We can walk there ourselves. Zhou Yuan, observing that the situation was under control, quietly turned to leave, concealing his contributions. A small snowball on his shoulder let out a cry, nuzzling against Zhou Yuan's face as if conveying some message. The viewers in the live stream also chimed in. Dr. Zhou, have you forgotten your purpose? You came to treat ailments, yet you are leaving without addressing Tian Zhongwen's condition? What if he causes harm again? Fortunately, I reminded him, perhaps I have indirectly averted another catastrophe? In response, Zhou Yuan patiently explained, as the ancient said to untie the knot. One must be the one who tied it. Tian Zhongwen's affliction stemmed from Yi Tingting. Today, he vented his frustrations by giving her a sound thrashing, thus alleviating his woes. Medication and acupuncture are merely remedial measures. A true master of traditional medicine can heal without the patient ever realizing the method employed. This aligns with the principle from Sun Tzu's Art of War. A skilled warrior achieves without the glory of fame, and a skilled physician remains nameless. You think I haven't treated Tian Zhongwen? I have indeed cured him. With that, Zhou Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, relishing his own cleverness. He imparted knowledge, enhancing his esteemed image among the crowd. Oh, how the ignorant viewers should admire him. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaolu, watching the live stream out of curiosity, had her gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan, observing his subtle movements. She promptly sent a comment that undermined his FAAD. I understand the reasoning, but isn't the host a bit cunning? Using marbles to ambush Lei Dashin, robbing him of his fighting capacity. Was that your method of treatment? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened upon reading the comment. Everyone had been focused on Tian Zhongwen. How could his stealthy maneuver be discovered? His initial plan was to use acupuncture to stimulate Tian Zhongwen's brain, nerves for emotional relief. However, that method was slow and unstable. When he witnessed Yi Tingting and Lei Dashin's confrontation, inspiration struck him. Zhou Yuan was relieved he had prematurely used needles to calm Tian Zhongwen, as it would have hindered his more advanced approach. The root of the issue lay in Yi Tingting's unscrupulous behavior. Thus, she would serve as the outlet for Tian Zhongwen's frustrations. Was there anything wrong with that? The only obstacle to this therapeutic process was the towering Lei Dashin, who stood like a fortress, intimidating anyone from intervening. Therefore, Zhou Yuan discreetly assessed the surroundings, locating a few marbles on the table. He subtly incited the situation, seizing the moment to incapacitate the athletic student. The ensuing chaos was what everyone witnessed. Coughing, Zhou Yuan had intended to play it cool, but some astute viewers caught on. In such a dramatic scene of mockery from a femme fatale towards her current partner, how could anyone focus their attention on him? You don't have a secret crush on me, do you? To that, the viewer named Lin Shunbu Jianlu was the true hero. Zhou Yuan quipped in jest. The viewers found it amusing, flooding the screen with comments about a secret crush. Bai Xiaolu blushed, hastily clarifying, no. Your comment makes me feel awkward. I can't explain it clearly. Calm down. I merely gave a casual remark. Why are you so startled? Zhou Yuan chuckled. Although discovered, he felt no concern. At worst, his virtuous reputation would diminish slightly. After all, treating ailments through physical confrontation sounded absurd and unethical, bordering on a dark joke. However, he certainly had many supporters, much like the timely arrival of the counselor. The common people's inherent values naturally breed disdain for individuals like Yi Tingting, akin to the centuries-old scorn for Pan Jinlian, even though Pan Jinlian was quite virtuous in historical records. A good thrashing not only serves as treatment, but also brings great satisfaction. As Zhou Yuan walked, an idea struck him. Right? Since we're out, we might as well replenish the herbal remedies from the apothecary and introduce a few tonics for our brothers. And we shouldn't neglect the ladies. There are beauty-enhancing herbs as well. This suggestion met unanimous approval. They had long been intrigued by traditional medicine, and learning some herbal knowledge while entertaining themselves in the live stream was splendid. Soon, Zhou Yuan appeared at the largest herbal wholesale market in Luocheng. Has anyone watched Jinhuan Zhuan? This is the red flower that Hua Fei gave to the empress. Dried safflower promotes blood circulation, alleviates pain, and relieves menstrual discomfort. It can be brewed as tea for those symptoms. Wow, don't flood the comments with absurd claims that men will become old hags after consuming this. Zhou Yuan was about to scoff at the outrageous comments from the viewers when his attention was drawn to a suspicious figure nearby. A tall, thin old man brushed past him, a sack tucked under his arm, approaching the apothecary owner. I have a rare batch of goods that will surely excite you. I guarantee you've never seen anything like it. Chapter 50. Could it be that this is someone's ex-girlfriend? Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy boss became intrigued. It is well known that Lausanne is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, harboring numerous treasures within. In the past, when regulations were lax, there were even instances of smuggling tiger skins, tiger bones, bear paws, and bear bile. Although protective zones have since been established, restricting access to certain areas, the hunters residing in the mountains can still procure many valuable items, such as aged Ganoderma and snake skins. What is it? Open it up and let me inspect the goods. The tall, thin old man opened a burlap sack and carefully placed a pink, block-like substance on the table. Hiss! What is this? The boss, having been in the business for decades, was truly perplexed by this item. The old man, with an air of mystery, revealed the truth. I found this while hunting in the mountains. I was pursuing a wild rabbit when I tripped and tumbled down a slope. When I got up to survey my surroundings, I discovered that not only had I knocked the rabbit out, but this item was also beside me. I had fallen from a height of over 3 meters, yet I emerged unscathed, having stumbled upon a treasure. The old man, in his 60s, smiled, revealing a few missing teeth, which made him appear particularly benevolent. He gently caressed the mysterious block and said, I consulted the village's centenarian, and he claimed this as Tai Sui, which is extremely valuable. Tai Sui? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan leaned in closer to examine the object intently. It was soft and bouncy, marked with knife cuts, indicating that someone had already savored its essence. Zhou Yuan was adept at healing, but identifying unusual medicinal materials was not his forte. Nonetheless, though unfamiliar with it, he had often come across auction cases related to Tai Sui while browsing the internet. 3 years ago, there was a news story about a Tai Sui that was fought over, where a coal tycoon spent $3 million to acquire this rare treasure. Oh man, while yours is smaller, it could still fetch around $1 million. Hunting in the mountains and discovering a $100,000 treasure, this left the brothers, who toiled daily for a meager salary, feeling quite envious. Old man, you must be a lucky charm. How could someone stumble upon such fortune just by hunting? Is this the Tai Sui that one dares to disturb? Not only did you catch a rabbit, but you also found Tai Sui. You seem to have all the good fortune. I just searched, and this Tai Sui is quite rare, commonly known as meat Ganoderma. It is neither an animal nor a plant. It can be harvested endlessly, expanding when soaked in water. Could it be that this is a remnant from a previous civilization? Streamer, bring us closer so we can truly appreciate this. Honestly, I have never seen this thing in my life. Yes, zoom in a bit more. Let us see what this exorbitantly priced Tai Sui looks like. The old man, having received such unexpected joy, was in high spirits, making him quite accommodating. Not only did he agree to allow Zhou Yuan to take close-up shots with his phone, but upon learning that Zhou Yuan was a streamer, he cheerfully greeted the online viewers. My surname is Ma, and I am Man Yolan, 64 years old. For the past few days, my family and I have been slicing off small pieces of Tai Sui to brew tea. After consuming it, I genuinely feel invigorated while hunting. My legs no longer ache, and my back is pain-free. It is said that consuming this can prolong life, allowing one to live over 100 years. I might just become the second centenarian in my village. If anyone is interested, you're welcome to come and taste it. This thing continues to grow, so there's more than enough to go around. Zhou Yuan promptly pointed the camera at the Tai Sui. At this moment, the shop owner, curious, began to handle the mysterious object, muttering to himself, if experts authenticate this as genuine, I would be willing to purchase it at a high price. Seeing the shop owner fidgeting with the Tai Sui, an odd sensation arose within Zhou Yuan. He stared at the pink, elastic object, and his expression slowly deteriorated. This thing looks remarkably like a holy grail. With this preconceived notion, Zhou Yuan found it increasingly difficult to watch the shop owner, an old man Ma, fondling the Tai Sui. However, he had only heard of the Holy Grail War, but had never participated or used one. He had merely caught a glimpse of his roommate as Holy Grail in college, leaving him without any authority on the matter. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan moved to the corner, 100 meters away from the shop, and posed a question to his viewers. Brothers, do you find this Tai Sui a bit peculiar? It resembles something that men would understand. Huh? Men understand? Why don't I get it? Am I a woman? Wait, I hadn't thought of that angle until Dr. Zhou mentioned it. Hiss. It really does look like it. My holy grail mistaken for a local Tai Sui? If I heard correctly, old man Ma mentioned consuming it daily? Ha. Another hellish joke added to the mix. What riddle are you boys trying to solve? We genuinely don't understand. Can someone explain? What is this if not Tai Sui? Laughing my head off, is someone else's world collapsing? He tossed this into the deep mountains, only for a legendary hunter to retrieve it. I use my holy grail to assess it, and it's about as likely that this is Tai Sui as it is that the campus beauty would accept my confession. After numerous confirmations from holy grail users, Zhou Yuan gained confidence. This is certainly not Tai Sui. Old man Ma, does this thing truly have the power to enhance virility? May I cut off a piece to taste? Absolutely. It's quite effective, though a bit unpalatable. You could dissolve it in water to make it more palatable. Upon returning to the shop, the dialogue between the two left Zhou Yuan, now aware of the truth, on the verge of tears. Observing the eager shop owner about to indulge in the Tai Sui-esque flavors, he quickly shouted out, "Wait, don't eat that. It's not Tai Sui. It's toxic." Old man Ma, upon hearing this, became somewhat irritated. Toxic? I eat this every day without issue. Besides, what else could it possibly be? Could it be that this is someone's ex-girlfriend? Chapter 51. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. Zhou Yuan spoke with utmost conviction. This holy grail had been cast into the depths of the mountains by someone, far from home, to prevent any acquaintances from discovering it nearby, leading to an utter social demise. Wasn't it just his ex-girlfriend? The thrill of purchasing it was exhilarating, but the shame of discarding it was profoundly humiliating. His mind conjured vivid images of the expressions on the faces of those who might stumble upon the Holy Grail, as if they had unearthed a treasure buried in a 3-bedroom apartment. Young man, perhaps you should articulate your thoughts more clearly. Us older folks find it difficult to comprehend. Grandpa Ma and the shopkeeper exchanged bewildered glances. Why was someone's ex-girlfriend so significant? Could it be that a deranged murderer had turned his girlfriend into some grotesque artifact and discarded it in the mountains? Grandpa Ma, drawing from the legal dramas he had watched on television, let his imagination run wild. In this strange world, bizarre events were commonplace, such as the chilling case of 4 individuals stitched together into a human snowman. Having lived for over 60 years, Manulan had witnessed and heard of numerous oddities, and he remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of thrill. The shopkeeper, however, was wide-eyed. Uncle, your mindset is truly remarkable. If what you say is true, then this object is a fragment of humanity. Wait, you consumed a piece of humanity, and now you feel invigorated enough to go hunting without any fatigue? The more he spoke, the more unsettling it became. The shopkeeper recalled an anime he had watched with his daughter, his expression transforming dramatically. My God, after consuming a piece of humanity, one becomes increasingly spirited. This is akin to being a ghoul. The pharmacy owner quietly stepped back, hiding behind Zhou Yuan. Grandpa Ma quickly realized his blunder, stamping his foot in anxiety. No, mispuka. I'm old and my thoughts are muddled. I didn't eat it. I swear I didn't dare touch it. Please, esteemed officer, take note. You must admit, your grandfather is indeed your grandfather. He has quite the imagination. Hunting yielded little game, so instead, he consumed a piece of humanity. What a psychological burden to bear. Do not mock the elderly. Zhou Yuan quickly revealed the truth. Although it is quite humorous, alas, their antics deprived the host of a chance to explain, and this ex-girlfriend is not easy to clarify. Zhou Yuan must ponder his words. It's normal. As one ages, it becomes challenging to keep pace with the times. For instance, when I'm engrossed in a game, my mother often interrupts me, expecting me to pause. I cannot pause for trivial matters, and when I try to explain, she doesn't listen and becomes upset. It's not solely age. Once one halts learning, their thoughts stagnate. The older generation often believes they understand everything, yet the younger generation perceives them with far greater clarity. The blue surpasses the blue. Those whose thoughts are stagnant wish to constrain the youth, all under the guise of concern for their well-being. How laughable and tragic. Calm down, Grandpa Ma. This is not a piece of humanity. Zhou Yuan pondered for a while before deciding to speak the truth. Ahem, This is a silicone product, specifically designed to address certain physiological issues. Oh, well that's acceptable, Grandpa Ma sighed in relief, but soon turned sharply to Zhou Yuan. Physiological issues? Pray tell. Do not tell me this is. Zhou Yuan gestured with his left hand, forming a 1, and his right creating a circle, the two intersecting perfectly. Ugh, oh heavens! This is worse than a piece of humanity. Grandpa Ma retched slightly. Zhou Yuan brought his hands together in a gesture of understanding, nodding slightly. Dear viewers, please refrain from laughing. If one considers a girl sharing her drink with a boy to be an indirect kiss, what does your grandfather's action signify? Reflect on that. Having lived this long, Manyolan regretted his actions deeply. Young man, can you edit that part out? If the people in my village learn about this, I will become the subject of endless gossip from the nosy old ladies. Oh, is this the village where a sheep died and the rumor reached the other end that a woman perished? Zhou Yuan expressed his dread. In his hometown, there was a woman who, despite being a graduate student from a prestigious university, had been gossiped about by the aunties as someone studying how to conceive in a bar. Do not fear, my grandfather passed away long ago, and I have not returned home in ages. In the village, I have already been executed for 2 years. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's similar plight, Manyolan felt a sense of relief. Moreover, hypothetically speaking, on the day he found the Tai Sui, he had boasted extensively in the village, and many had partaken. Wait a moment, Manyolan slapped his forehead. This matter must not be disclosed to the villagers. It could lead to disaster. We have only one centenarian in our village. We cannot afford to lose him. Our belief in this being Tai Sui stems from the guarantee of that elderly centenarian. Everyone trusts the words of the older generation, hence half of the village has consumed it. If it were to be revealed that this is some repugnant thing, wouldn't half the villagers be in a frenzy? Ah, when I grow old, I too shall go out and spout nonsense, The villagers would say, it hurts. So much pain. A 90-year-old grandpa claims his secret to longevity is smoking, drinking, eating fatty foods, and admiring beautiful women. I find his words quite reasonable. I shall follow suit. Longevity is unpredictable. For instance, a health expert who exercised daily lived only into his 50s, while the notorious Zhang Xiaoyang indulged in every vice and lived well into his 90s, even having heard Jay Chou songs. Wait, my CPU is overheating. Are you suggesting that Zhang Xiaoyang, the Northeast King, listened to Jay Chou songs? Indeed, as confirmed by his steward, time has certainly warped. Louis XVI was his pen pal, wasn't he? Louis XVI? The one who was beheaded? Do you know why no one cried out for him? Because every grievance has a root. Can we please refrain from the Louis XVI jokes? A jest ought to have a conclusion, as the comment section delved into dark humor. Zhou Yuan could not help but share a few jokes. Do you know what the tornado in Huzhou is called? A crackdown on crime. If people turn into stars upon death, then Shangyang would become General MacArthur, the 5-star general. The people of the beautiful nation truly adore Lao De to commemorate him. They even specially prepared the Luo Mountain Chicken at 4 in the morning. Whether the audience laughed or not was unclear, but Grandpa Ma was guffawing. My father and grandfather were both martyrs who perished at the hands of foreign devils. I have loathed them my entire life. Let us curse those devils more. I love to hear it. Any tales from the land of cherry blossoms? Why has the anime industry in the land of cherry blossoms flourished? Because as early as the mid-20th century, they were already original. Grandpa felt an instant kinship with Zhou Yuan. Ah, today's youth speaks so eloquently. Each one is a talent. At this moment, the shopkeeper posed a question. Young man, I see you have come to purchase traditional Chinese medicine. You must be a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, correct? What do you think about old Ma and the people in his village? Do they perhaps have pica? How is it that after consuming this silicone product, they still feel an improvement in their health? This question left me somewhat perplexed. Old Ma, slow to realize, finally grasped the situation. After consuming this Tai Sui, he indeed felt invigorated, capable of hunting without even a hint of breathlessness. Both men turned their gaze toward Zhou Yuan, awaiting his explanation. Chapter 51, What Idealism? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan posed a question to Grandpa Ma. Grandpa Ma, when you consumed this, what was the texture and flavor like? Grandpa Ma smacked his lips, reminiscing. It was dreadful, bitter. Not a single villager could stomach it. Yet the centenarian claimed it was beneficial for health and could prolong life beyond his own. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and wash it down with water. This reveals the villagers' profound yearning for longevity. It must have been exceedingly difficult to swallow. Yet they forced it down for the sake of a longer life. Thankfully, we didn't consume much. Otherwise, the entire village would have ended up in the hospital due to that centenarian's advice. Zhou Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth and remarked, "That does not constitute pica. Generally, individuals with pica find peculiar items enticing and delicious. Your behavior indicates a complete lack of genuine desire for the taste of food, purely a pursuit of the bizarre. One person dares to claim it, while a multitude dares to consume it. What can be done? As for why, after consuming such a thing, they still felt effects akin to taking a miraculous elixir." Zhou Yuan recalled a psychological phenomenon prevalent in medical psychology. This is known as the placebo effect. The placebo effect? The crowd was puzzled, having never encountered such a term before. This placebo effect refers to patients who, despite receiving ineffective treatment, feel or believe in its efficacy due to their trust in the physician, leading to genuine alleviation of their symptoms. This phenomenon is termed the placebo effect. The shopkeeper, somewhat understanding, interjected, so because they trusted that centenarian and believed his words, they convinced themselves they had ingested true treasures, resulting in perceived changes in their bodies? Zhou Yuan nodded. Indeed, human nature is quite peculiar. Some medications on the market are utterly ineffective, merely water mixed with glucose, yet once marketed effectively, individuals find them beneficial. This psychological phenomenon is often exploited in the health supplement industry, having been particularly rampant in earlier years, with advertisements frequently promoting such products, like magnetic waistbands or brain platinum. They primarily capitalize on idealistic beliefs. This explanation was clear and comprehensible, and even Ma Nyolan grasped it. Ah, we've uncovered a new function of the human body. Who knew it could be utilized in such a manner? Zhou Yuan chuckled and continued to enlighten the audience. In fact, this effect was discovered by Western scholars in modern times, yet our ancient ancestors were already aware of it. Take Hong Xiuquan, for instance. He proclaimed himself the Son of God and the brother of Jesus. He asserted that entering his Taiping heavenly kingdom would grant divine protection. Before soldiers went into battle, he would bless them and distribute talismans. Those who received blessings and talismans believed they were endowed with power and luck, thus charging into battle with fervor. This is a quintessential example of leveraging the placebo effect to inspire courage. At this moment, some viewers began to voice doubts, sending comments. Wait a minute, people do die in battles. If they received divine blessings and talismans yet still perished, wouldn't that prove the ineffectiveness of such claims? Exactly. While ancient times were steeped in superstition, people weren't fools. Such rhetoric would soon be debunked. Don't rush. Dr. Zhou hasn't finished his explanation yet. Let's continue listening. Zhou Yuan glanced at the comments, chuckling. Do not underestimate the intellect of those who carve their names into history. People may recognize the pitfalls, yet they will patch them up. The patch being that only those with sincere faith can truly benefit from the blessings, thus rendering the claim virtually unassailable. In every battle, some will inevitably survive, leading the survivors to believe they were blessed, further reinforcing this narrative. Meanwhile, the deceased have no means of refuting it and will be labeled as lacking in faith. Grandpa Ma gave a thumbs up. Ah, the wisdom of our ancestors. It's a pity that Hong Xiuquan never toppled the Qing dynasty. If it weren't for that cursed Qing and the detestable Empress Dowager Cixi, my father and grandfather would not have perished so early. I harbor hatred for foreign devils and this damned Qing dynasty. Zhou Yuan, as the most respectful host of the Qing dynasty online, quipped, our ancestors were the ones who invaded the Han. They were bound to be punished. The emperor guards a nation, while the monarch dies for the state. The Qing dynasty, however, boasted and oppose. Those who offend us, even from afar, shall pay and oppose. The Han excelled in warfare, the Tang in poetry, the Song in economics, while the Qing specialized in literary inquisition and territorial concessions. Empress Dowager Cixi was the foremost opponent of Qing. With the entire court sustaining the great powers, she singularly dismantled a once formidable empire. Upon finishing this statement, the live chat erupted. The Qing dynasty was indeed strong. Don't unfairly criticize them. They faced immense challenges in their time. Am I delusional? Is there really a Qing dynasty supporter here? When the Song dynasty fell, the young emperor leapt into the sea to avoid humiliation, and Ming Chongjin practiced his ancestral teachings, choosing death to assert his resolve. While the Qing faced foreign invasions, what did they do? Nothing much to say, except that Yongzheng was a relatively good emperor. When Zhuozongtang reclaimed Xinjiang, he had no support. It was only through his own perseverance that he succeeded. If it weren't for Zhuozongtang, where would we get raisins or melons? Due to the lively discussion, Grandpa Ma even regarded Zhou Yuan as a close friend. He immediately asked for Zhou Yuan's phone number, promising to supply him with any good herbs or game he found on the mountain in the future. He even enthusiastically offered to introduce his granddaughter to him. Zhou Yuan, with no choice, accepted everything. After this interlude, he selected all the medicinal ingredients he needed and moved them to the trunk. At that moment, Director Su Honglei sent a message that caught his attention. Mr. Zhou, please prepare. We have invited the star by Xiaolu to your clinic on the first day of the show. Just, when taking her pulse, could you be gentle? I'm afraid you might turn the entertainment industry upside down. Zhou Yuan's response was succinct. No. Chapter 52. It's truly unbearable in the Bailanhai Villa. The air was thick with concern. Dear, perhaps you should refrain from guest starring at that Zhou's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. East's sister implored, her tone earnest as she counseled her star client. I've watched several live streams, and Zhou Yuan seems akin to a harbinger of doom. Wherever he goes, calamity follows. Besides, it's a live broadcast. I worry you might falter in maintaining your public persona. As Bai Xiaolu's manager, East's sister was genuinely worried. Bai Xiaolu had debuted for 2.5 years, adored for her pure and sweet demeanor. She had starred in numerous youth idol dramas and held significant sway among the new generation of actors. The studio had crafted a fitting persona for her, portraying her as a composed, eloquent, and intellectually ambitious beauty, exuding an aura of sophistication. However, the reality was starkly different. Originating from Feng Tian, when Bai Xiaolu spoke in her natural voice, elegance was the last thing one would associate with her. Behind closed doors, she lacked any semblance of grace, instead emanating a rather unrefined charm. She was a boisterous, straightforward individual with a penchant for humor and a knack for unfiltered comedy. East's sister harbored a genuine fear that Bai Xiaolu's participation in the show could lead to the collapse of her carefully constructed persona under Zhou Yuan's influence, potentially leading to her downfall in the entertainment industry. Truth be told, that would be a relatively mild outcome. If Zhou Yuan were to fall prey to bribery from Bai Xiaolu's competitors and begin to spew slander during the live stream, it would send shockwaves throughout the industry. Rest assured, I've observed Zhou Yuan closely these past few days. Aside from his slightly flirtatious demeanor, he possesses commendable character. Bai Xiaolu reassured, patting her not-so-ample bosom, her expression serious. I promise I will uphold my persona and keep any unrefined traits out of the broadcast. With that assurance, East's sister finally exhaled. Yet, being a motherly figure by nature, she still took out her phone to contact the director, hoping to ensure that Zhou Yuan would temper the broadcast's intensity. After ending the call, East's sister felt a twinge of melancholy. Her intuition warned her that this collaboration would undoubtedly create a stir. But whether the outcome would be favorable or disastrous remained uncertain. Within Zhou's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the crew of experts in every field busied themselves setting up lights and props in preparation for the impending collaboration. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan had arranged the herbal ingredients and sat leisurely on a stool, petting his fox. Word had already spread online that his collaboration with Bai Xiaolu was imminent. In the live stream chat, viewers were ablaze with excitement, eagerly anticipating the consultation segment with the star. Oh my, Bai Xiaolu is visiting the clinic. I absolutely adore her. I was so overwhelmed by the promotional blitz that I left my homework unfinished just to catch this live stream. I'm beyond excited. A celebrity. This is a milestone for the host, being able to treat a star. If I were Zhou Yuan, I'd be ecstatic. No, even Zhou Yuan himself must be thrilled. However, as the person facilitating the consultation, Zhou Yuan felt none of the fervor his viewers imagined. In fact, he remained rather unperturbed. Celebrities were merely professionals, ordinary individuals at heart. Yet, some irrational fans would often project an air of privilege onto them, viewing them as a superior class. While others may indulge such delusions, Zhou Yuan refused to coddle them. Thus, when director Su Honglei texted him, urging him to tone down his demeanor, he promptly declined. Maintaining his commitment to honesty regarding his patient's conditions and offering sound advice was his unwavering principle. Dr. Zhou, I'm back. Let us continue with the acupuncture. At that moment, Sun Hui, who had been infected by a biochemical entity and humorously dubbed the Emperor of Foot Worship by netizens, burst through the clinic's doors. The young man appeared vibrant and in good spirits. You won't believe it, Dr. Zhou. After I left yesterday, I boldly claimed I would confront that biochemical entity. And I actually did. Oh, Zhou Yuan said, preparing needles while sanitizing them. What was the outcome? Please tell me you didn't ultimately forgive her? Of course not. I gave her a thorough scolding and demanded she pay me for the breakup. But she had no money, so, as a gesture of apology, she offered to introduce me to her friend. Sun Hui then pulled out his phone and showed his friends a picture of the woman in question, a striking figure clad in black stockings and a chi pao, exuding a captivating allure. What do you think? I'm meeting this beauty tomorrow. I feel there is potential there. Are you coming back again? Zhou Yuan shot him an exasperated glance, feeling his previous warnings had been insufficient. Having just dealt with one biochemical infection, he now faced another potential upheaval. Seemingly sensing Zhou Yuan's disdainful gaze, Sun Hui quickly defended himself. Host, I'm not foolish. I've learned my lesson. Our date is at your clinic. You have the discerning eye. If you deem her suitable, I'll pursue her. If not, I'll instantly block her. Everyone, including Zhou Yuan and the viewers, was taken aback. Is this truly a viable strategy? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, incredulous. You're treating me like your overseer in matters of romance. Outside the clinic, you son, having successfully dealt with a troublesome partner and safeguarded his assets, overheard Sun Hui's words. He had come to the clinic for treatment and to experience acupuncture. But he had unexpectedly gained wisdom. Emperor of Foot Worship, you speak the truth. Had I consulted Dr. Zhou initially, I would not have fallen victim to that deceitful woman. In future, I shall seek Dr. Zhou's counsel when pursuing relationships. Turning, he caught sight of a familiar face. Isn't that the cuckold king? He recognized Yusun from the previous live stream and felt a pang of sympathy. Both men had endured similar tribulations, akin to puppets in the hands of treacherous women. Do not be disheartened, brother. I am far worse off. I faced the wrath of a deceptive woman, coupled with a host of ailments. Not at all. My plight was more severe. I not only suffered infidelity, but almost lost my fortune and am unable to bear children. Nay, my suffering surpasses yours. Not so. I suffer more. Popularity 11111. This is hilarious. How did it turn into a lamenting competition? Honestly, I still feel Yusun's situation is more dire. He nearly lost his fortune. Humorous indeed. Sun Hui's plight was life-threatening. Are these two here for acupuncture treatment or a competition of woes? They all assert that before seeking a girlfriend, one should consult the host. I wholeheartedly agree. Under Dr. Zhou's discerning gaze and skilled hands, no ailment can escape scrutiny. Dr. Zhou, why not consider a side gig? Your primary role could be healing, while your secondary could involve matchmaking. Ah, the wretched psychology of comparison, where even misfortune becomes a contest. Zhou Yuan helplessly spread his hands. However, soon enough their complaints ceased, for they had been transformed into hedgehogs by Zhou Yuan and Appo's acupuncture needles. Teacher Zhou, our show is ready to commence, by Xiaolu announced. Having already initiated the live broadcast and was on her way over, a staff member chimed in with a reminder. Zhou Yuan nodded, making a slight adjustment to his attire in preparation for the camera. The program, featuring skilled professionals, employed a method of installing 360-degree hidden cameras within the studio, eschewing the presence of a cameraman in an effort to authentically recreate the working environment. Thus, Zhou Yuan sat at the consultation desk, as usual, awaiting the arrival of his guest. Before long, Bai Xiaolu entered the clinic, adorned in a pristine white dress, her demeanor cool and composed. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of online viewers, she greeted Zhou Yuan with the poised elegance she had cultivated on screen. Then, her gaze shifted, spotting the two individuals who had been transformed into hedgehogs, quietly competing over who had it worse. Sun Hui and Yu Senator as a fan of Zhou Yuan's livestream. She was well aware of their antics. Bai Xiaolu swore she had mentally revisited the most harrowing experiences of her life, yet it was simply irresistible to stifle a laugh. Chapter 53. Don't cry when you break down in accordance with the persona crafted for the screen. Bai Xiaolu diligently immersed herself in her work, leaving no room for distractions. It was unimaginable that she would take the time to watch Zhou Yuan's livestream. Hence, within the confines of her character's design, it was clear she had never glimpsed Zhou Yuan's online presence. Such ignorance was essential to maintain her facade. However, who could have anticipated the presence of the infamous green hat guy and foot-licking emperor? Their tales, viewed from the perspective of bystanders, were a blend of tragedy and absurdity. As they were metaphorically pricked like porcupines, one lay sprawled on a bed, stubbornly recounting their past misfortunes in a competition of who had suffered more. This only heightened the amusement of those in the know. Bai Xiaolu, who had meticulously cultivated her refined persona, faltered within mere seconds of entering the room. At that moment, the online realm buzzed with hashtags. The strongest collaboration ever. Bai Xiaolu teams up with Dr. Zhou. Bai Xiaolu suspected of being possessed absurd. Has the goddess's persona crumbled? Is this still the Bai Xiaolu I know? Why is she laughing? Could it be that Bai Xiaolu has watched Zhou Yuan's livestream? On the extent of human embarrassment. Cracking up on camera. Dr. Zhou's traditional medicine clinic, suspected of transforming into a matchmaking service, evaluating partners' playfulness, all without a whisper. Upon her entrance, Bai Xiaolu gracefully greeted Zhou Yuan. Yet, in an instant, she burst into laughter, only to revert to her aloof demeanor within seconds. This clip, skillfully edited by marketing accounts, rapidly circulated across the internet. Viewers began to speculate. What is happening? Could it be that my sister Lu is also a ninja from the village? Why the sudden change in expression? I could hardly process it. How did she suddenly laugh? Of course she laughed. I was nearly in stitches watching Yu Sun and Sun Hui. Those two are comedic geniuses. Indeed, quite amusing, but Bai Xiaolu must be incredibly busy. She doesn't strike me as the type to watch Zhou Yuan's live streams. Oh, this is intriguing. Bai Xiaolu looks stunning when cold. Yet her sudden smile truly touches my heart. I must check out this show. Absolutely. Bai Xiaolu typically portrays mature roles, so her sudden laughter gives off a charmingly youthful vibe. As the video of Bai Xiaolu seemingly possessed spread online, her manager, Dong Jie, felt engulfed by darkness. Hadn't they agreed to maintain her persona without revealing any flaws? Merely seconds had passed, and she had already faltered. Gritting her teeth, she donned an expression of disappointment. No, Bai Xiaolu was ill-suited for such variety shows. Their pursuit of resources was far too reckless. Perhaps they should cancel this collaboration to safeguard her image. Resolutely, she decided that even if it meant incurring a penalty for breach of contract, preserving Bai Xiaolu's persona was paramount. There would be future opportunities to profit. Just then, her assistant timidly interjected, Dong Jie, you should see the surge in viewer engagement in Bai Xiaolu's livestream. It has increased over 8-fold, seemingly drawing an audiences due to her sudden laughter. Those are just casual viewers who will soon leave. Wait, how much did you say? 8 times? No. It has now reached 10 times. Moreover, our follower count on Weibo is rising. These casual viewers might convert into fans. Dong Jie's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Truly, this was the star she had nurtured, possessing an innate talent for seizing the spotlight. Bai Xiaolu had made an excellent choice in this program. She had known she would excel. Her assistant, puzzled, replied, Sister, you weren't saying that just a moment ago, and your expression looked like you were about to devour someone. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Was there something amiss with this Bai Xiaolu? Initially entering with a cold demeanor, she had suddenly erupted into laughter, her face betraying an effort to suppress her amusement. Utilizing his psychological analysis skills, He discerned this indicated a relaxed state of mind upon encountering something familiar. Did this celebrity frequently watch his live streams? Though curious, he refrained from asking outright. Miss Bai, please take a seat. I hear you wish to consult me at my clinic. What seems to be troubling you? Bai Xiaolu settled herself, steadied her thoughts, and stated indeed, one of my purposes for this visit is to dispel certain rumors. The internet is rife with so-called evidence suggesting I have undergone multiple cosmetic surgeries or that I am pregnant. Some media outlets exploit these rumors to attack my fanbase and my family. I wish to seize this opportunity to have Dr. Zhou examine me and clarify these misconceptions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan activated his diagnostic gaze and observed her keenly. To his surprise, he detected a hint of something delightful. Very well, but I must forewarn you. If you falter, do not weep. Chapter 54. My goodness, has something gone awry in the danger zone? In the wake of Zhou Yuan's disclaimer, those in the know displayed knowing expressions, instantly comprehending the implications. A wave of excitement rippled through the audience. For newcomers to Zhou Yuan's livestream, let me enlighten you. The moment Zhou Yuan wears that expression, it is highly likely that his patient is about to face calamity. Bai Xiaolu, run for your life. Beware of the impending disaster. Personally, I believe Bai Xiaolu's health is probably in good shape. At the very least, it's certainly not like previous patients who faced issues like having had an abortion or infectious diseases. ISNT that stating the obvious? If there were such problems, the team would never let Bai Xiaolu come here to meet her doom. There is also a possibility that Zhou Yuan has been compromised and will adhere to a script. That is absurd. I'd rather believe Zhou Yuan has fallen so low as to sell himself in a brothel than think he would follow a script. What was evident to the other viewers was equally clear to Bai Xiaolu, a devoted fan who had spent time in Zhou Yuan's live stream and showered him with gifts. What? Zhou Yuan and Appos. S expression seems off. Could it be that I truly have an ailment that could leave me vulnerable? Doubt began to creep into Bai Xiaolu and Appos' mind. Her earlier confidence stemmed from her healthy lifestyle. Once there was a top paparazzo in the entertainment industry named Wei. He had amassed a trove of scandalous information about popular stars, leveraging it to extort substantial sums of money. That year, during the Chinese hip-hop craze, unfortunately, Na Liang lost his home. Currently, his ex-husband, who is serving time in prison, was exposed as a notorious womanizer. The marital partner of Demi Mi and a well-known actress were caught discussing scripts for 3 hours in a hotel. These explosive revelations were all unearthed by Wei. Yet, this top paparazzo, after trailing Bai Xiaolu for half a month, was utterly shaken. During her free days, Bai Xiaolu spent her time either shopping for delicious food or playing games at the arcade. When capitalists invited her to dinner parties, she would decline, claiming she needed to catch up on her shows. When a certain second-tier male star attempted to pursue her, she readily exposed his faults, stating she had no interest in mingling with someone who had lost their ideals while serving as a boy toy for 5 wealthy women. Ultimately, Bai Xiaolu delivered a stern lecture to this second-tier star, proclaiming that there were no slaves in the New Dragon Country, and even recommended the Mao Zedong selected works. Truly a righteous act. I refuse to believe he can rattle me. Bai Xiaolu stepped forward. Dr. Zhou, can you determine if someone's face has been altered? How can I assist you? Zhou Yuan, a master of osteopathy and well-versed in human skeletal structure, could undoubtedly ascertain this. However, he suggested, let us not rush. Before we proceed with the examination, could you perform a few simple movements? What? What trickery is this? Bai Xiaolu eyed Zhou Yuan with suspicion. Why perform movements? Is there some underlying logic? Zhou Yuan explained, this is part of the assessment. Just do a few movements. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu complied, executing 2 jumping jacks and 2 chest expansion exercises. Finally, she showcased her flexibility by slowly raising her knee, grasping her ankle, lifting her foot above her head, and performing a full split. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, exuding grace, while her form undulated rhythmically, as if her body were devoid of bones. How is that? Is it still acceptable? Though her tone was casual, a hint of pride flickered across Bai Xiaolu and Appos' expression. Wow, it turns out Bai Xiaolu has a background in dance. This could unlock numerous new positions. Zhou Yuan, You truly deserve to be cursed for making my Xiao Lu perform such movements. Sob sob. Xiao Lu dares to do anything just to provoke me. I'm ready to forgive her now. Brothers, I genuinely wish to find a girlfriend who can perform a split. Whoever secures one will enjoy a life of luxury. The live stream chat erupted in chaos. However, Zhou Yuan's focus was evidently different from the others. He smiled and nodded. That was quite impressive. Next, I will use my hands to assess your facial contours and clear your name. With his expertise in osteopathy, he was capable of discerning whether her face had undergone alterations, such as bone reshaping, rhinoplasty, forehead fillers, facial fat injections, or other procedures, merely through touch. At this, Bai Xiaolu obediently lifted her chin, awaiting Zhou Yuan's inspection. Her decisiveness stemmed from her confidence in her natural beauty, knowing her face was entirely authentic, a masterpiece crafted by the goddess Enhua herself. This visit to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic was not just for amusement. It was also essential to dispel the rumors surrounding plastic surgery and abortion. After all, her family was quite special, and their upbringing was exceedingly strict. If she didn't clarify, her parents would inevitably misunderstand her upon encountering those rumors online. As Zhou Yuan gazed at her fair, supple, and collagen-rich face, he showed no mercy, squeezing her cheeks with force. What on earth? Are you trying to cause me pain? If not for the necessity of maintaining her public image, Bai Xiaolu would have certainly voiced her discomfort. Instead, she could only grit her teeth in silence, enduring the ache while preserving her composure. Indeed, everything is original, devoid of any traces of surgical intervention. Truly a natural specimen, Zhou Yuan remarked, continuing his examination. A bit of discomfort is worth it. At least we can clarify the rumors, right? Just as Bai Xiaolu sighed in relief, Zhou Yuan added, however, there's one area of severe falsification. In an instant, all attention shifted to Bai Xiaolu as the audience attempted to identify the alleged flaw. News outlets monitoring the live stream immediately sprang into action, eager to seize the moment. The buzz of this news was ripe for the taking. Swiftly, a video narrated by an AI voice began circulating online, opening with, "Who understands this? It's outrageous." It turns out, even General MacArthur couldn't help but exclaim. The joint live stream of Zhou Yuan and Bai Lu was merely a promotional prelude for a segment titled Masters in Their Fields, with the actual airing scheduled for tomorrow. Yet, even so, both live streams surpassed an audience of over 100,000, and the official account and Oppo's followers surged by 200,000. Many flocked in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Bai Xiaolu had come to clear her name, but found herself trapped in Zhou Yuan's expos. How utterly fascinating. Inside the clinic, Bai Xiaolu appeared astonished. "Dr. Zhou, what are you talking about? Where have I falsified anything?" Yu Sun and Sun Hui paused their bickering and began to converse. "Green hat guy, is this a celebrity? And it seems she's about to face a scandal." "How would I know? I don't follow celebrities." But she came forward to clarify, only to be countered with accusations. "That seems quite unfortunate." Zhou Yuan gestured with his hands, forming two circles, one larger and one smaller, and calmly stated, still in denial, "Tell me, what distinguishes an apple from pineapple?" Bai Xiaolu was befuddled. Where is the conscience in this? And what on earth do apples and pineapples have to do with anything? "My point of conscience lies here," Zhou Yuan said, pulling her hand toward his. In an instant, Bai Xiaolu grasped the implication, her realization dawning upon her. My goodness, has something gone awry in the danger zone? Chapter 55. The past of Bai Xiaolu in this moment. Bai Xiaolu finally comprehended the true meaning behind Zhou Yuan's references to apples and pineapples. The apple symbolized an A, while the pineapple represented AD. Implicitly, it suggested that she had once been a person of modest means, now transformed into someone of considerable stature. "Dr. Zhou, do not assume I am merely a gentlewoman. If you tread on my sensitive areas, I can be quite difficult to deal with," Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, inquiring whether her face bore any signs of alteration, only to find Zhou Yuan inspecting her entire physique instead. Wait a moment, she thought. Earlier, when assessing her facial structure, he had pinched her skin with considerable force. Now, as he evaluated her sensitive areas, it was evident that he would apply similar pressure. Yet, he had seemingly done nothing before. Had he perhaps forgotten? Zhou Yuan dismissed her subtle anxieties with a wave of his hand, cheerfully insisting, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Simply declare whether there has been any deceit." In an instant, his words stirred a tempest of reactions. Bai Xiaolu, who prided herself on her exemplary proportions, was now embroiled in allegations of physical enhancement. In the entertainment industry, a woman who could not see her toes while looking down was considered a rare beauty. The contemporary flower, Bai Xiaolu, elegant and poised, was now suspected of having altered her physique. Though she was unsure how he discerned this, the deed had been done, and she could only nod in acknowledgement. "This is a tale from long ago, and I had my reasons," she began. "Can you first enlighten me on how you came to this conclusion? You didn't even touch me." Zhou Yuan had anticipated her inquiry. "Do you recall when I asked you to perform a few movements? I deduced it from the amplitude of your gestures. Medicine, after all, is an empirical science. Though I am not a cosmetic surgeon, I have perused numerous borderline videos online, and over time, I have become somewhat discerning." The crowd was astonished. "You can ascertain that merely with the naked eye?" Some seasoned individuals in the field began to elucidate. "Dr. Zhou is a streamer. Some matters are best left unsaid. Allow us to clarify. Whether there are issues with sensitive areas, or even if one has born children, can be determined, though the latter requires a more invasive examination. The nuances are extensive. You might search Douyin or Bilibili, or simply browse terms like how to distinguish genuine from fake breasts for further insights from cosmetic surgeons." I looked it up, and it really is discernible. Brothers, someone help me. Out of curiosity, I imitated Dr. Zhou on the street, and now I am being considered a rogue. Dude, you really are clueless. What a fine example of becoming a skilled practitioner through observation. Bai Xiaolu couldn't help but smirk. She never imagined that Zhou Yuan, with his lecherous reputation, would possess such acumen. In an effort to explain herself, she revealed the story behind her alterations. "Let me clarify. I too have my unspoken struggles." Upon hearing this, even Zhou Yuan exhibited a flicker of interest. What could possibly be so difficult to articulate? "I grew up in a military compound, with parents engaged in official work, leaving my grandparents to watch over me. They harbored traditional views, not out of cruelty, but raised me as if I were a boy, leading to my assertive demeanor. Throughout my childhood, I was the little tyrant of my class, often dominating the boys. During university, due to my masculine attire and short hairstyle, coupled with my slight build, I frequently faced accusations of being a rogue in women's restrooms, sometimes even landing in the police station for no reason." With a heavy sigh, Bai Xiaolu prepared to share her rather absurd narrative. "After being mistaken for a rogue several times, I resolved to change. I adored basketball, and my sun-kissed skin made me appear indistinguishable from boys. I had two options: wear skirts and feminine clothing, or grow my hair long. Those familiar with such matters would understand that as a tomboy, I instinctively resisted the idea of wearing such frilly attire. As for long hair, that would be akin to inviting my opponent to exploit my weaknesses in a fight. At that moment, a brilliant idea presented itself." Bai Xiaolu raised a finger, mimicking the expression of someone who had just had a stroke of genius. "My dear friend suggested that my androgynous appearance stemmed from my lack of curves. If I enhanced my figure, I would no longer be mistaken for a rogue. Upon hearing this, it made perfect sense. If I developed a fuller silhouette, any future accusations could be easily dismissed. Thus, I purchased 10 boxes of papaya and consumed them daily. After 2 months, I looked in the mirror and, while I hadn't grown any larger, my complexion had certainly darkened. Yuan's son and son, we could no longer contain their amusement. What a revelation! So the papaya breast enhancement was a myth? It was difficult to ascertain whether the issue lay with the fruit or if Bai Xiaolu's growth was simply delayed. Regardless, her plight was indeed pitiable, being mistaken for a rogue in women's restrooms. "Indeed, Bai Xiaolu's situation is more unfortunate than ours," one remarked. Bai Xiaolu, dismissing their banter, helplessly raised her hands. The subsequent events became increasingly surreal. Since the papaya method proved ineffective, my friends in the dormitory decided to crowdfund for a surgical enhancement. You heard correctly. My friends collectively contributed to transform me from a cherry into a pineapple. Reflecting on it now, she realized that her rise to fame owed much to their support. Chapter 56. Has the house collapsed, yet become more popular? After listening to this narrative, Zhou Yuan scrutinized by Xiaolu with a measure of perplexity. She stood tall, approximately 168 centimeters, with exquisitely striking features that bordered on enchanting. Her pair of clear, autumn-like almond eyes added a touch of innocent charm. Observing by Xiaolu in her current form, one could hardly imagine that she had once been mistaken for a rogue in the women's restroom. A tomboy? Noticing Zhou Yuan's lingering disbelief, Bai Xiaolu placed her hand over her heart and swore to the heavens. I speak nothing but the truth. There is an ancient saying, a woman changes greatly by the age of 18. I cannot fathom why, but I blossomed into my current appearance. In my junior year of college, I was scouted by a talent agent and successfully debuted as a star. Bai Xiaolu continued her complaint. Honestly, I was initially resistant. However, my family raised me as a boy and insisted on elite education. After I was accepted into college at 18, they cast me out to fend for myself. My life was a relentless struggle for survival. That talent agent seduced me with promises of wealth, claiming that as a star, I could afford endless bags of Lay's lime-flavored taro chips. You all know, who could resist an infinite supply of those delicious snacks? Thus, I succumbed. The marketers and bloggers lurking in the live stream room immediately grasped the situation. Shocking. Bai Xiaolu forsook her dignity for the sake of chips and consented to capital's demands. How far will a girl go to become a star? A dormitory pooled money for breast augmentation to debut, utterly lacking in standards. Absurd. Bai Xiaolu's persona has seemingly crumbled into ruins. In no time, a plethora of fresh, trending keywords flooded the internet. An increasing number of curious netizens rushed into the live stream, sending barrage comments. It all began when Zhou Yuan, with his discerning gaze, swiftly uncovered Bai Xiaolu's fabricated persona. In an attempt to salvage the situation, Bai Xiaolu had no choice but to disclose the details, which signified the complete demise of her previously cultivated image. Who could have imagined that the elegant, aloof beauty was once a tomboy, mistaken for a rogue in the restroom, who enjoyed brawling with others and had undergone a humorous breast augmentation funded by her dorm mates to avoid being seen as a tomboy? It was utterly ridiculous. Oh dear, I should never have clicked into the live stream. The Bai Xiaolu of my dreams has perished, and standing before me now is a different version entirely. Laughing out loud, I feel that Bai Xiaolu should never have adopted the aloof persona. She possesses a natural comedic talent. The contrast is astounding. Bai Xiaolu dares to speak, while I can hardly bear to listen. It must be Zhou Yuan who saw through it all with his sharp insight. Oh no, after this self-revelation, I fear Bai Xiaolu's popularity will plummet. Not at all. I find this genuine side of Bai Xiaolu rather endearing. Whether you like me or not, I cannot say, but Bai Xiaolu's manager is undoubtedly emitting sharp cries of despair, regretting this turn of events. As Bai Xiaolu observed the flurry of comments, it dawned on her, wow, it seems my facade has collapsed. In a moment of weakness, her mouth spoke without her mind's consent, forgetting the persona she had promised to maintain for Dong Jia. Alas, it was no wonder Dong Jia had always advised her against participating in live variety shows. She knew too well Bai Xiaolu's true nature. However, Bai Xiaolu only felt a twinge of guilt for a few seconds before she quickly let it go. Since her true self had been revealed, she decided to embrace it fully without pretense. Let's just lay it all bare. Being a star is exhausting. Attending events requires wearing revealing outfits, towering heels, and speaking in a pinched voice. The most absurd part is, I must maintain a stoic expression, refraining from laughter at amusing incidents. Instead, I have to substitute the urge to laugh with the pain of pinching my thigh. In truth, the celebrity image you see on screen is a far cry from their true selves behind the scenes. As Bai Xiaolu continued to liberate herself, Zhou Yuan recognized that she had been stifled for far too long. Prolonged suppression could lead to emotional turmoil. To assist in alleviating her burdens, he deemed it necessary to intervene further. Shall we discuss some gossip from the entertainment industry? The tales that seldom reach our ears. Would you share them with us? Absolutely. I can do that. This not only helped Bai Xiaolu vent her feelings, but also provided an opportunity to hear some bizarre gossip, which could serve as a captivating hook to draw in a significant audience and boost viewership. A perfect trifecta. However, Only Dong Jie would be left to suffer in this scenario. At that moment, within the confines of Bai Xiaolu's studio, Dong Jie emitted a piercing wail. Bai Xiaolu, what on earth are you doing? I knew it. I believed your nonsense, and thought you were reliable. Hold her chest. Dong Jie nearly choked on her own frustration. Just before Bai Xiaolu entered, she had repeatedly instructed her to maintain her persona. Yet this girl, within 30 seconds of entering, had broken character and laughed uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan's words had pierced through her defenses, and she had taken flight, daring to say anything. Assistant, quickly draft a few sincere apology statements. I'll have Bai Xiaolu post them to regain some of our lost fans. Our current strategy is to apologize, keep our heads down, and wait for this storm to pass before we let Bai Xiaolu reemerge. The internet has no memory. As long as our public relations are on point, there may still be hope. Dong Jie trailed off, realizing that she was merely deceiving herself. The situation had crumbled into ruins, leaving no room for hope. Bai Xiaolu's career might very well come to a premature end. At that moment, the assistant quietly placed a laptop in front of Dong Jie. Dong Jie, stop overthinking. Although Bai Xiaolu has collapsed, she has also become more popular. Dong Jie's face was filled with confusion. Are you even listening to yourself? Can someone explain what it means to have collapsed, yet become more popular? At this point, there was no need for comfort. Bai Xiaolu's downfall and subsequent exile were solely her responsibility. Ah, my dear Dong Jie, you should first look at these comments and statistics before you speak. A string of data was thrust into Dong Jie's face. Just as she was about to respond, her gaze casually wandered to the laptop screen, and she froze in shock. Chapter 57. From rolling pin to police baton and stray dog to police dog. Currently, the program masters in every field has gathered nearly 200,000 viewers in Bai Xiaolu's livestream. Contrary to Dong Jie's perception, the barrage of comments is surprisingly harmonious, devoid of overwhelming criticism. I actually prefer the current Bai Xiaolu. What is going on? In the past, Bai Xiaolu was perceived as a goddess, an exalted star. But now that we've had actual contact, she feels more like a relatable neighbor, much more endearing. I used to think Bai Xiaolu's persona was too aloof, only to be admired from afar. But isn't this new approach much better? Bai Xiaolu has fallen from grace, yet I find myself liking her even more. What's the deal with that? Mainly, her pineapple is just too delightful. No matter her personality, I simply adore eating pineapples. Beneath the peaceful dress, the global situation is fraught with turmoil. Who knows how many are trying to tear apart this peace, and how many wish to shoulder the weight of the world. Upstairs, I sense you're driving. I liked Zhou Yuan when he was still a small streamer, pretending to be hot after receiving a few glow sticks, loosening his shirt buttons. If the fans' comments weren't authoritative enough, Bai Xiaolu's followers across various platforms have already surged by over 110,000, and this number continues to rise. Initially, Dong Jie believed that after this incident, losing 50 to 60,000 followers would be a fortunate outcome. Little did she expect that Bai Xiaolu's persona would crumble into ruins, yet somehow become even more popular. Truly, this world belongs to the youth. I, an elder, can no longer keep up with the times. Nowadays, people are no longer enamored with distant, ethereal flowers, but rather cherish the vibrant and down-to-earth blossoms. Assistant, should we apologize and contact the variety show to pause the program? Pause? Why should we pause? My previous short-sightedness is regrettable. We must now wholeheartedly support this collaboration. Immediately message Bai Xiaolu, urging her to stop holding back and reveal her true self. The more authentic she is, the more the audience will adore her. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family traditional medicine clinic, don't be deceived by my current appearance. In the past, no one ever regarded me as a woman. The only time I heard such tender words as "please don't go" Bai Xiaolu was during a run when the PE teacher said so. The newly authentic Bai Xiaolu speaks with remarkable charm, vividly recounting her past. This revelation brings Zhou Yuan to a realization. Those seemingly inconspicuous classmates from school could undergo a remarkable transformation as adults, evolving into handsome men or beautiful women. Bai Xiaolu is a prime example of this phenomenon. I should reach out to my childhood desk mate who used to have a runny nose. I wonder if it's too late. At this moment, Sun Hui, who is rather unremarkable in appearance, interjects, Dr. Zhou, don't dwell on it. I was never the handsome type. My mother often consoled me, saying I would surely grow up to be handsome. Others blossomed while I just came to terms with it. It's all fate. Brother, not only have you come to terms with it, but you almost became completely jaded, nearly succumbed to despair. Truly unfortunate. Yusun attempts to console his kindred spirit. Subconsciously, he pats Sun Hui on the shoulder in an encouraging gesture. This innocent pat, however, inadvertently aggravates Sun Hui's existing discomfort, causing him to grimace in pain. Come on, green hat guy, are you using the guise of comfort to take revenge on me? Of course not. I merely find your unique appearance rather distinctive, and I wanted to encourage you. The two comrades engage in a playful banter reminiscent of a comedic dialogue, eliciting hearty laughter from Bai Xiaolu. Ha! Is acupuncture really that painful? It seems this little chubby fellow is wearing a mask of agony. Following this, Zhou Yuan glances at the comments and poses several questions regarding Bai Xiaolu's gossip that the audience is curious about. You mentioned you grew up in a prestigious compound, which at least suggests your family's significant background. They actually allowed you to pursue a career in acting? Honestly, with your family stature, not having a respectable position would imply a decline in family fortunes. Bai Xiaolu shrugs her shoulders in resignation. My family is renowned for being both read and specialized. They emphasize that as my daughter, I should not enjoy any privileges. Aside from necessary expenses, they never provided me with any assistance. Without connections, I wouldn't have even made it into the system. My grandparents were high achievers. Uncle studied at Tsinghua, my aunt at Peking University, my brother at MIT, my sister at Stanford, and my younger brother became a national second-tier athlete at 8. Yet, during my first year of high school, I ranked at the bottom of my class for the entire year, unable to surpass even the second-last spot after suffering a concussion. You'd be shocked to hear that my father not only didn't oppose my desire to become an actress, but rather supported it wholeheartedly. This revelation leaves everyone puzzled. In the conventional view, those in positions of political power would likely disapprove of their descendants pursuing such a public career. Actors have historically occupied a lowly status, often looked down upon. Moreover, the entertainment industry is rife with chaos and darkness. Aristocrats have a principle of not marrying actresses. So how could Bai Xiaolu's father endorse her aspiration to act? Bai Xiaolu mimics her father's tone to clarify. Xiaolu, your father supports your acting career. Portraying interesting roles for the public and bringing them joy is a form of serving the people. As long as you don't evade taxes or break the law, I wholeheartedly agree. Also, you cannot leverage my identity for privileges or shortcuts. That is unacceptable. Goodness, no wonder he is so esteemed his field. While others might ponder different issues regarding their daughters entering the entertainment world, Bai Xiaolu's father considers whether it serves the people, reflecting his high standing. Yusun and Sun Hui exchange glances. Wow, this sister has such a powerful background. And here we were joking about her misfortunes. Hope we don't end up in her bad books. Huh, I don't think it's that serious. What do you know? A small act of power can change the fate of an entire region or even the survival of a billion-dollar company. Even minor figures can elevate a rolling pin to a police baton. Good heavens, from rolling pin to police baton. Next, will the village stray dogs be enlisted as police dogs, receiving their share of the royal grain? Zhou Yuan rubs his forehead in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, as the host of the consultation, he quickly regains control of the conversation and steers it back on track. Dear viewers, I have thoroughly examined Bai Xiaolu. Her face is authentic, entirely natural. Only a few areas underwent enhancement for specific reasons. However, hearing Bai Xiaolu's story, let us all forgive her for her past struggles. After all, you wouldn't prefer an insipid Bai Xiaolu, would you? Next, we will proceed to the pulse diagnosis segment to uncover whether the rumors about Bai Xiaolu's alleged addiction to abortions are substantiated or if they are merely malicious gossip seeking attention. The truth will soon be revealed. The clever wordplay and humorous banter elicited gentle smiles from the audience, effectively overshadowing the incident of Bai Xiaolu's visit to the cosmetic clinic. The final remark particularly heightened everyone's anticipation for the forthcoming pulse diagnosis segment. Chapter 58. Even your treatment makes one salivate. The art of pulse diagnosis is indeed remarkable. I have long wished to experience such a wondrous technique from the land of China. In contrast to Western medicine, which becomes nearly obsolete without its apparatus, traditional Chinese medicine stands apart. It can remedy most ailments even in the absence of machinery. The disparity is striking, all thanks to the art of pulse diagnosis. Upon hearing the term, Bai Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have been fascinated by traditional Chinese medicine since my youth and have even perused texts such as the Huangdi Neijing. Oh, you have read the Huangdi Neijing, the earliest medical text of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhou Yuan expressed his surprise. In recent decades, traditional Chinese medicine has suffered a poor reputation, effectively facing widespread rejection. Only recently starting to see a revival. Goodness, Bai Xiaolu even possesses some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. How astonishing. To be frank, were it not for watching Dr. Zhou's livestream, I would still view traditional Chinese medicine as mere quackery. Bai Xiaolu's understanding of it since childhood truly puts us decades ahead. After all, the sweat of our ancestors is far more precious than our blood, immune to the allure of baseless rumors. It seems Xiaolu is quite knowledgeable in this regard. Could you elaborate further? Bai Xiaolu indeed differed from those brainwashed by the media who overly venerate Western medicine. Due to her family's prominence, her grandfather has long advocated for the preservation of traditional culture, including that of Chinese medicine. He has always been incredulous as to why some deem the foreign moon rounder than our own. Seizing the opportunity during the live stream, Bai Xiaolu ingeniously recounted her grandfather's teachings to the audience. We must not allow disparaging remarks from Westerners to instill doubt about our ancestral heritage. We must engage in personal practice. Those Western capitalists harbor ill intentions, fearing that the Dragon Kingdom may surpass them. It would be miraculous if they ever spoke favorably of our culture. Listening to outsiders while rejecting our own traditions is sheer folly. It is even more ludicrous if someone claims that ancient Chinese medicine has caused deaths, using absurd substances as medicinal materials. If one were to truly scrutinize Wuden and Oppos, the practices of Western medicine during the Middle Ages be even more outrageous. Western medicine has its three main tenets. The first is the belief in bloodletting as a universal cure. While traditional Chinese medicine employs a measured approach to bloodletting, Western practices often go to extremes. Some monarchs were subjected to bloodletting of up to 1,600 milliliters, resulting in death from excessive blood loss. The second tenet involves cauterization. If a patient suffers from hemorrhoids, they would apply a red-hot iron directly to the afflicted area, burning at several hundred degrees, an exhilarating treatment indeed. The ailment may be resolved, but at the peril of the patient's life. The third tenet is even more absurd. If someone were afflicted with madness, legendary Western practitioners would tie them down and drill holes in their skulls, subsequently stirring the brain with long nails. The patient would be instantly cured of madness. The reason being quite apparent, as any sane individual would surely suffer from brain damage. After hearing Bai Xiaolu's account, the audience grasped the situation. No wonder they say there are fewer Westerners. It seems they've all been treated to death. A salute to the legendary Western practitioners. They certainly employed all their tricks on the populace. The West has seen the highest toll from plagues, with millions perishing. My spine chills. This is not Western medicine. It resembles a torturer's methods. Mother, I shall no longer complain about the taste of traditional Chinese medicine. At least it won't kill me. Zhou Yuan chuckled. Ah, it is evident that you possess a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Without further ado, extend your arm. I shall directly inform you of your symptoms without beating around the bush. Bai Xiaolu presented her fair arm, resting it upon the pulse pillow, ready to receive his insights. In her mind, she had anticipated his observations. Zhou Yuan would surely pinpoint issues such as late nights, irregular meals, and a tendency to kick off the covers while sleeping, alongside frequent colds. Beyond that, there were no concerns. Her life was simple, devoid of romantic entanglements or nefarious dealings. Unlike some toxic practitioners who resort to sugar crystals for inspiration and to numb their anxieties. Indeed, it appears you often stay up late and have an irregular schedule, which is quite normal for a star. You also tend to skip meals and frequently fall ill. I surmise it is due to your propensity to kick off the covers at night. Zhou Yuan accurately articulated several minor issues, aligning with by Xiaolu's expectations. Her internal assessment was succinct. The human body is quite like a machine. However, Zhou Yuan and Appo's subsequent remark left her somewhat embarrassed. You must be about 26 this year, yet you have never had a boyfriend? A pure-hearted old maiden, quite rare. Wait, could it be that you prefer girls? Upon having her secret unveiled, Bai Xiaolu's cheeks flushed crimson. As previously mentioned, before her debut, she was a complete tomboy, having only brotherly bond without any romantic involvement. After growing up, she entered the entertainment industry. While the men there are undeniably handsome, they often exhibit traits akin to women, with makeup thicker than city walls. And they enjoy playing coy to attract wealthy patrons. Bai Xiaolu's personality simply cannot tolerate such behavior. Hence, to this day, she remains a single, mature Virgo. Oh dear, if you cannot obtain my affection, do not hesitate to find a partner of lesser caliber. Do not force it, Xiaolu. Xiaolu's lack of romantic encounters stems from her youthful infatuation. Upon encountering my roguish charm, it is entirely my fault. Is this a challenge to suppress laughter? Very well, I concede defeat. I shall compete fiercely with you gifted oddballs. How do you all come up with such clever quips? Zhou Yuan did not linger on the topic and continued with the pulse diagnosis. Soon, however, a smile crept across his lips as he identified a significant ailment. Goodness, today I have stumbled upon a major client. Had this condition gone unnoticed for longer, even a successful treatment would have left one salivating. Chapter 59. The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Strike her face to cease the spell. Zhou Yuan continued. After the onset of the condition, you may not yet grasp the specifics of how it will manifest. However, allow me to paint a vivid picture for you. With that, Zhou Yuan confidently retrieved his phone and shared an image. Bai Xiaolu focused intently. The photograph depicted a young man with thick brows and large eyes, flashing a wickedly charming smile, his mouth curving almost into the shape of a Nike logo. Oh my goodness, isn't this the expression of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? How on earth did you summon this ancient deity? Zhou Yuan's voice followed. Have you seen this devilish grin? The Dragon King only reveals this signature smile when showing off. But you, my dear, will be able to sport this wicked smile almost all the time after your condition worsens. What a boon! The downside, however, is that you may drool excessively. At these words, Bai Xiaolu's face fell in horror. I have endured 18 years of feeling unattractive, only to finally bloom into beauty. And now I am to become a crooked-mouthed warrior because of this illness? I cannot bear this mantle. Dr. Zhou, save me. In response to Bai Xiaolu's almost pleading demeanor, Zhou Yuan remained composed. I can certainly help you, but there is one condition before we proceed with treatment. I suspect you may refuse. What condition? As long as it is moral and prevents me from having a crooked mouth, I am open to anything. Excellent. First, you must remove your makeup. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu reacted as if facing a great adversary. I can lose my head, bleed profusely, but I cannot remove my makeup. Zhou Yuan anticipated her reaction. Generally, women cherish beauty, and some value their appearance more than their very lives, adhering to traditions where they refuse to leave the house without full makeup, almost welding their cosmetics to their faces. A humorous anecdote had circulated about a newlywed couple. The husband, upon seeing his wife without makeup for the first time after their wedding night, mistook her for someone else and ran back to his mother-in-law in tears, demanding she return his wife, insisting that she was not that unattractive. Thus, the wife, in resignation, applied makeup again. The transformation from an ogre to a fairy left the husband utterly stunned, exclaiming about witchcraft. While Bai Xiaolu's transition might not be as drastic, her embarrassment was nonetheless understandable. Dr. Zhou, do you know? In ancient times, if a man saw a woman in Appo's feet, he had to take responsibility for her, as feet were considered a woman and Appo's private part. Nowadays, feet can be seen freely, but a girl's bare face is reserved for only the most intimate of companions. So I would rather not remove my makeup. I fear I might frighten you. Zhou Yuan reclined lazily in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. In an Appo's, it's quite all right. After all, you won't lose your head or bleed. It's merely a transformation into a crooked-mouthed warrior. I happen to enjoy watching short dramas featuring the Dragon King. So if you ever star in a female version, do let me know. I'd be happy to promote it. And by the way, don't say I didn't warn you. If your condition worsens and your eyes take on an exceptionally wise appearance, you could even portray a genius. Your acting prospects would be limitless. Bai Xiaolu was momentarily stunned. Following Zhou Yuan's words, she envisioned herself as the female Dragon King, her condition causing one eye to stand guard while the other kept watch, resembling someone of diminished intellect. The image of her crooked smile at a 45-degree angle was absurdly comical. After weighing her options, she concluded that both paths led to doom. Revealing her bare face would result in social embarrassment, while retaining her makeup would transform her into a Dragon King, also a fate worse than death. Thus, she resolved to remove her makeup. By cooperating with Zhou Yuan's treatment, she would at least allow others to see her bare face, which was preferable to appearing as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Xiaolu promptly retrieved makeup remover from her bag and began the process of cleansing her face. Hilarious! Dr. Zhou is truly professional, handling his patients with finesse. I'm curious about Bai Xiaolu's bare face. What will it look like? Will the difference be significant? After all, makeup is one of the 4 great arts of Asia and quite miraculous. I have seen videos where beauty bloggers look like Zhu Beiji without makeup and transform into Chang'e after applying it. It's ridiculous. By the way, what are the 4 great arts? Can someone enlighten us? Kimchi Country S plastic surgery, Siam S transformation technique, Japan S photo editing art, and the Dragon Kingdom S makeup artistry. Just learn it, and you'll master it without saying a word. As Bai Xiaolu removed her makeup, Zhou Yuan exchanged playful banter with the comments. As a man who relied solely on basic skincare, he could not differentiate between lip gloss, lipstick, lip balm, or lip cream. He couldn't even discern the shades of lip products. To him, they all appeared the same. At that moment, Sun Hui, who was undergoing acupuncture, joked, "I can't tell the difference either," much like how women can't distinguish between Ultraman versions. Also, remember, when purchasing lipstick for your girlfriends, choose the expensive, non-toxic ones. After all, we end up consuming it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaolu had entirely removed her makeup, presenting her bare face. Was it just a matter of wiping off lipstick? What is the difference? Did that really require 10 minutes? Let us get on with the treatment. My hands are itching to begin. Zhou Yuan scoffed. You can't see the difference? Wait a moment. What do you mean by your hands itching? As he retrieved acupuncture needles from his medical kit, he explained, your condition is facial paralysis. Your family has a history of hereditary illness. The blood vessels in your body are inherently weak. Coupled with your late nights, high-fat and high-salt diet, and neglecting to cover yourself while sleeping, you allowed the malevolent wind to invade your body, leading to your current predicament. In traditional Chinese medicine, we typically use acupuncture to treat facial paralysis. Zhou Yuan's lengthy explanation fell on deaf ears as Bai Xiaolu's mind fixated on the acupuncture needle in his hand. Wait, you're going to use such a long needle on my face? Fear flickered in her eyes as images of Sun Hui and Yu Sun's earlier misfortunes replayed in her mind. Moments ago, she had mockingly questioned whether acupuncture could be painful. Now, she realized she had been overly confident, standing and speaking without understanding the pain. Can I take medicine instead? I think that would be better. Zhou Yuan appeared puzzled. This illness requires acupuncture. I assumed you understood traditional medicine well enough to know that. There are several prohibitions before acupuncture, one of which is to keep the face clean to prevent infection from the needle. Given your cooperation, I thought you were prepared for the procedure. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Bai Xiaolu lamented. While she could accept being pricked by acupuncture needles elsewhere on her body, the thought of having one inserted in her face was genuinely terrifying. As her tongue began to tingle, she stammered, "Why is my tongue getting so big?" Bai Xiaolu attempted to make one last stand, but the numbness spread, rendering her speech incoherent. Oh no, the female Dragon King is about to descend. Dr. Zhou, don't let her have a crooked mouth, or we're all doomed. Yu Sun and Sun Hui, reveling in the chaos, exclaimed from the sidelines. Chapter 60. The village is quite sinister. Zhou Yuan, suppressing a smile, delicately lifted a sterilized needle and began to administer treatment to Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu, obediently complying, allowed the doctor to inject her face without resistance. Indeed, Zhou Yuan and Appo's claim of a familial history of hereditary ailments was accurate. Her grandmother had suffered severe repercussions from a delayed treatment of facial paralysis. As Bai Xiaolu's tongue began to tingle, it was unmistakably a precursor to an impending affliction. Better to treat it promptly. Pain was a transient discomfort. She could endure for the moment, for relief would follow soon enough. Meanwhile, on the internet, an abundance of humorous anecdotes emerged regarding Zhou Yuan's treatment of Bai Xiaolu. The Dragon King deer emerges. Little medical sage Zhou Yuan pierces Bai Xiaolu's crooked smile with a needle. Evidence of a rule-based traditional Chinese medicine shop. Enter at your own risk. Only Zhou Yuan could compel Xiaolu to undertake such a task. Endure a little, Xiaolu. Comfort shall soon follow. Who understands the agony of such a sizable needle piercing your face? I might faint. In a dilapidated two-story building, Ho Wanli was engrossed in Zhou Yuan's live stream, occasionally muttering to himself. It seems that Dr. Zhou possesses both skill and virtue. Quite commendable indeed. The most crucial aspect is the affordability of his services. Perhaps I should consult him about my own ailments? As he spoke, Ho Wanli glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His hair appeared discolored, his face marred by numerous oily blemishes, and his skin had taken on a sallow hue. The most troubling aspect was that just a year ago, he had not looked this way, since his entrepreneurial venture in the city had failed, leaving him with substantial debts. He had thought to return home and take on a more relaxed job for a while. Yet, his health had progressively deteriorated, as if the village itself were cursed against him. Strangely, since his return, his grandfather had been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, his grandmother with late-stage gastric cancer, his uncle with late-stage liver cancer, and his second uncle with late-stage pancreatic cancer. Not only his family, but several elderly villagers had also been diagnosed with terminal cancer, often passing away within mere months of their diagnosis. In the past year, the crematorium in the village had never ceased its operations. A few superstitious elders believed that their village was haunted by some malevolent force, and had even hired masters to perform rituals, yet to no avail. Those destined for a cancer diagnosis continued to receive it. The nature of cancer itself is enigmatic. It often presents no symptoms in its early stages, only to be discovered in advanced stages upon examination. Initially, Ho Wanli had approached the villagers with youthful bravado, seeking to dispel their feudal superstitions. However, as his own health began to falter, once able to run several kilometers without fatigue, he now found himself winded after just a few steps. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be that the village was indeed afflicted by something sinister? He had contemplated visiting a hospital, but reconsidered. The costs of treatment at a Western medical facility were exorbitant. Just to register and undergo a few tests would cost several hundred yuan. For many families, that amount might equate to just a few days' wages. But for Ho Wanli, who was in debt, he wished to spare his already impoverished family further hardship. Grateful for big data, Ho Wanli soon stumbled upon Zhou Yuan's live stream. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out traditional Chinese medicine. After all, consultations with TCM typically do not necessitate extensive testing and could cost as little as a few dozen yuan, affordable and accessible. He hoped that Dr. Zhou could diagnose his condition. Oh, dear grandfather, grandmother, and uncles, all of you succumbed to cancer. May your spirits protect me from such a fate. As he voiced these thoughts, Ho Wanli started his car and set off toward the address where Zhou Yuan was practicing, his heart heavy with apprehension. On another front, the humor was not lost on Sun Hui as he beheld Bai Xiaolu's face, adorned with acupuncture needles. Oh, my heavens! Who could be worse off than you? We merely endure a few needle pricks, but your face is a veritable pincushion. Unable to contain his laughter, Sun Hui's amusement was shared by you, senior. You mocked us earlier. Now you know the pain of being pierced. I believe the misery competition has concluded. Bai Xiaolu is undoubtedly the most unfortunate among us. Bai Xiaolu, her face punctured with dozens of needles, found it difficult to speak. Yet, if looks could kill, those two would have met their demise long ago from her glare. The world suffers not from scarcity, but from inequality. Seeing Bai Xiaolu's plight lifted the spirits of Yusun and Sun Hui, who now considered her a comrade in shared suffering. At that moment, Sun Hui had a sudden inspiration. Our stories are so tragically intertwined. I feel it is fate. In ancient times, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei forged a brotherhood in the Peach Garden. Why not emulate them and form our own bond? He proposed. I think that is a splendid idea. As for who will be the leader, we need not concern ourselves with age. Let us determine our hierarchy based on the severity of our misfortunes. Zhou Yuan, entertained by the unfolding drama, wholeheartedly supported this notion. Bai Xiaolu, already in a foul mood, felt further aggrieved. Was her only misfortune being caught for augmentation surgery and exposed as a former tomboy without suitors? It hardly seemed catastrophic. How dare these two simple-minded fellows drag her into their pity party? Sun Hui, not only are you a perverse enthusiast of prison guards, but you're also suffering from kidney deficiency, mouth ulcers, and a plethora of ailments, just shy of acquiring a terminal disease. Bai Xiaolu retorted, I may be a facial paralysis patient, but I cannot compare my misfortunes to yours. We are not even on the same plane. Upon hearing this, Sun Hui's wounds were reopened, leaving him somewhat withdrawn, while Yu Sun, witnessing his friend's distress, stifled a laugh. Brother Yu, are you truly so shameless as to laugh? The wealth accumulated by your family over 2 generations was nearly siphoned away by a fortune seeker. Chapter 61. The Great Age of the Internet, where everyone is like a dragon. At this moment, Bai Xiaolu licked her lips, pondering that she might just succumb to the venom. Her petite mouth seemed to spew forth poison, unleashing a torrent of words. You treat a second-hand, dilapidated bicycle, left behind by others, as if it were a treasure akin to a foolish admirer, played with at the whims of a woman. You have brought disgrace upon your ancestors. You too persist, but who could possibly outlive you? This verbal onslaught pierced through the defenses of the two men, inflicting a staggering amount of genuine emotional damage. Yu Sun and Sun Hui exchanged glances, astonished. Is this woman's offensive prowess truly so formidable? They had initially hoped to numb their spirits with humor, but Bai Xiaolu's incisive remarks shattered their resolve, leaving them utterly deflated. Seeing that they had surrendered, Bai Xiaolu adopted the posture of a conqueror, proudly lifting her chin. You dare to challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Observing from the sidelines, Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly and remarked, Ah, as the saying goes, only those who truly know you can utter words that strike at your core. It seems that Dragon King Xiaolu has been paying close attention to my streams, articulating this duo's social demise with remarkable clarity. No wonder when you first entered my clinic, your expression twitched as if you were suppressing laughter. So, you were merely putting on an act. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu froze. She had been momentarily incensed by the two fools and had lost her composure. Prior to her visit to the clinic, she had claimed to have never followed Zhou Yuan's streams, insisting on maintaining a persona dedicated to her career, aloof and detached. With her composed facade now shattered, Zhou Yuan's revelation dismantled her carefully crafted image. It is well known that aside from newcomers, those who can persistently follow a live stream must possess a certain level of abstraction. They often post comments that I wouldn't dare to read, some of which even face strict scrutiny. Bai Xiaolu, you wouldn't happen to be one of them, would you? Feeling Zhou Yuan's discerning gaze upon her, Bai Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat. Yet, she felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, she had been surfing Zhou Yuan's streams under a pseudonym, Lin Shunbu Jianlu, ensuring her true identity remained concealed. If it were to be exposed, she would be utterly ruined. In the anonymity of the chat, she had posted numerous audacious comments that could only be described as social suicide. Oh, I'm so moved. Bai Xiaolu is following me, engaging with my favorite streamer just to create common ground with me. Diabetes is on the horizon. Don't let that guy upstairs savor the sweetness. By the way, who can unearth Bai Xiaolu's pseudonym? I wish to see her remarks. Is there a hacker who can dig this up? I'm curious if Bai Xiaolu has ever made abstract comments. Brothers, I might get caught. I just hacked into Douyin's backend and discovered a mutual friend of Bai Xiaolu on her private following list under the name Lin Shunbu Jianlu. After checking both accounts' IP addresses, I found they matched and were logged into the same device. Thus, this account must be Bai Xiaolu's pseudonym. I've now stolen this account, enabling everyone to view her comment history. Brothers, the officials have caught on. I suspect the police will be arriving soon. So I'm off. Go check out by Xiaolu's secrets. This is my final wave. Low emotional intelligence. The world is vast, and truly, every kind of bird exists. High emotional intelligence. In the great age of the internet, everyone is like a dragon. Amidst the barrage of comments from eager netizens, this zealous hacker made his exit. However, the treasures he left behind illuminated the path for all. Bai Xiaolu was utterly taken aback. Wait, you lot really can uncover everything but a partner, can't you? I concealed this pseudonym so well, yet you managed to find it? Zhou Yuan, too, felt a twinge of fear. If the hundreds of terabytes of study materials in his cloud were unearthed by netizens, he would face social ruin as well. Yet at that moment, the most pressing matter remained the revelation of Bai Xiaolu's pseudonym. Lin Shenbu Jianlu? That ID rings a bell. It indeed belongs to an active fan. Soon, Bai Xiaolu's account was laid bare for all to see. Lin Shenbu Jianlu, a level 16 fan in Zhou Yuan's streams, had spent over 10,000 yuan on gifts and was quite vocal in the chat. Her recent comments included, "Wow, Bai Xiaolu is collaborating with Zhou Yuan? By the way, who understands Bai Xiaolu's mischievous charm? She is so beautiful that I'd gladly be her lifelong admirer. The lady upstairs. Those people indulge you because they wish to exploit you. But I'm different. I'll criticize you every time I see you, like a true admirer. Beetle nut should be banned. I once mistook it for dog droppings and chewed it, only to realize my mistake afterward." Just by reading these first 3 comments, the viewers were utterly astounded. A master of self-promotion, a linguistic virtuoso with a rough tongue, the king of social faux pas. Zhou Yuan was equally astonished. He had merely surmised that Bai Xiaolu might consider streaming, but he never anticipated she would spend so much money, nor that she would be his top supporter. If one were to solely consider these comments, no one would suspect that the abstract woman, laughing heartily behind the keyboard, could possibly be the aloof Bai Xiaolu. What stark contrast! Dr. Zhou, who has placed these statements on my pseudonym, is this not a malicious defamation? Are you admitting this is your pseudonym? Bai Xiaolu wailed, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp, tears streaming down. The floor of the clinic was nearly gouged from her distress. After finally discovering a live stream that resonated with her, allowing her to express her true self, how could this be exposed? How terribly ironic, as she had just dealt a blow to Sun Hui and Yusan, causing them to falter, only to be undone by Zhou Yuan. In her heart, she could only scream, "Musk, when will you land on Mars? I'll be the first to buy a house there. I simply cannot remain on this earth. It's too mortifying." Now, if Sun Hui and Yusan were to approach her once more, Bai Xiaolu felt she could truly take on the role of the elder brother. For an ordinary person, having their online comments exposed is already mortifying, let alone for a celebrity. Very well, those who wish to unfollow will unfollow, and those who wish to report will report. Although somewhat humiliating, I am relieved to no longer have to maintain that aloof persona, and that brings me joy. Bai Xiaolu maintained a positive mindset. If one fade crumbled, she would simply construct a new one. However, unexpectedly, while waiting for acupuncture, she checked her account and discovered that her follower count had surged by 50,000 after just one stream. There were no hateful messages in her private messages. Instead, there was an abundance of encouragement. Her manager, Dong Jie, also messaged her, "Xiaolu, you are about to explode. Several advertisers wish to collaborate with us. I see you still holding back in the streams. Don't restrain yourself. Just be yourself." Shortly thereafter, she received information regarding several potential collaborators. They were all high-end fashion and jewelry brands, with aligned cooperative philosophies. In this world of social dynamics, shedding one's mask and embracing authenticity is truly the way forward. These capitalists possess an acute understanding of how to generate profit. In a moment, Bai Xiaolu found herself both amused and bewildered. After completely giving up, she unexpectedly became even more popular than before. This generation of internet users certainly harbors a certain curiosity. An hour later, the acupuncture session concluded. After bidding farewell to the patient, Zhou Yuan began to assess the system rewards that had emerged following the treatment of Bai Xiaolu. She had yet to delve into the details. Suddenly, a young man with tousled hair forcefully swung open the door of the clinic and entered. Chapter 62. An inquiry into the Huaihai entrepreneurial group, Dr. Zhou. I am one of your admirers, having traveled from the neighboring city expressly to seek your medical expertise. Huang Mao entered and took a seat in the consultation area, his voice earnest. Oh my, citizens from a neighboring city are coming to me for treatment? This patient must surely be drawn by my masterful medical skills. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of self-satisfaction, yet humbly replied, Ah, in truth, I am not as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. If it is merely a minor ailment, you need not travel so far to seek my assistance. After all, it incurs additional travel expenses. Huang Mao shook his head and candidly stated, There's no choice, Dr. Zhou. Who could resist your affordable fees? After comparing the hospitals in the city, I found that your services are the least costly, which is why I came here. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. So this fellow was not here for his medical prowess, but rather for his economical rates. What disgrace! This lad certainly had a way with words. He managed to provoke Zhou Yuan's inner turmoil with such a simple statement. Zhou Yuan, self-assured and magnanimous, chose to overlook the topic of affordability and got straight to the point. Please fill out a consultation card. What seems to be the matter? Huang Mao obediently accepted the card, writing as he spoke. My name is Ho Wanli, and as for my discomfort, he gestured to his head of yellow hair. His tone somewhat peculiar. Dr. Zhou, though I am reluctant to admit it during my journey here, I couldn't shake the feeling that our village harbors some sort of malevolence. Anyone who resides there for a while begins to experience various health issues. For instance, my hair was thick and black just 6 months ago, but after living in the village, it has turned yellow. Wait, your hair isn't dyed? It just changed color? Zhou Yuan was astonished. He had heard of hair turning white overnight, but this was the first instance he had encountered of hair turning yellow in such a manner. Moreover, from Ho Wanli's description, it seemed that something was amiss in his village. Zhou Yuan's interest piqued, not out of superstition, but because he sensed an intriguing development. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry. Thus, he resolved to engage Ho Wanli further. Please elaborate on your symptoms and any peculiar occurrences in your village. After a brief pause, Ho Wanli began to recount his tale. I previously ventured into the big city to start business, only to incur significant losses and accumulate considerable debt, which is why I returned to the village. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was no surprise that a man who spoke so bluntly would struggle in business. And then, Zhou Yuan prompted, Then I simply stayed in the village. But my health deteriorated day by day. Many villagers succumbed to cancer. Nearly every household has been touched by this affliction. My grandparents both fell victim to terminal cancer, spending millions on treatment without success. This revelation struck Zhou Yuan as peculiar. Your grandparents spent millions on treatment, yet you are in debt and ran away? There seems to be a disparity in wealth here. As a live-streaming physician, Zhou Yuan remained vigilant during consultations, wary of individuals concocting elaborate stories for attention or pranks. It was essential to clarify any logical inconsistencies. Ho Wanli scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. There's an old saying, those who rely on the mountains eat from the mountains. Those who depend on the waters eat from the waters. The livelihoods of the villagers are closely tied to our local environment. Initially, several villagers fell ill with cancer and lacked the means for treatment, leading to their painful demise due to poverty. If anyone fell gravely ill, they simply awaited death. Eventually, as cancer cases escalated, we banded together to seek solutions for survival. Zhou Yuan, intrigued, leaned forward. What did you do? Our village chief's son had a brilliant idea. He gathered the entire village on a dark night to devise a plan. Zhou Yuan and Apos. S. heart raced. Are you implying that you were plotting some sort of rebellion? This is quite the audacious venture. Is this even permissible to broadcast? He was acutely aware that the most unstable elements in society comprise those without wealth, family ties, or employment, the idle and discontented. When gathered together, they could be described with a euphemism, an entrepreneurial group, especially given their location in the historically significant Huaihai region. One could only ponder the implications of the Huaihai entrepreneurial group. No, it's not quite like that. Ho Wanli quickly clarified, fearing misinterpretation. We are not seeking revolution. We merely wish to earn a living. As for how we intend to do so, through various financial platforms like NEEs and Huabei, monthly payments and loans. Have you heard of them? Chapter 64. Is 70 or 80 the time to venture? The art of war, terrifying indeed. With a single identification card, one can register for over 10 loan applications, with an average individual able to secure approximately 800,000 yuan in loans, allowing a family of 3 to amass 2 to 3 million yuan. Zhou Yuan could no longer contain himself and interjected, however, these unregulated loan applications are predatory, with exorbitant interest rates compounding unreasonably. If one fails to repay, there may be sinister forces demanding repayment. Can you truly manage such debts? Wouldn't this plunge your entire family across 3 generations in a ruin? Zhou Yuan's caution was not unfounded. News of individuals driven to suicide by loan debts is alarmingly frequent. One might borrow, struggle to repay, and ultimately meet their demise while the debt remains. At that moment, Ho Wanli regarded Zhou Yuan with a look of bewilderment. Dr. Zhou, I never expected you to be so naive, Zhou Yuan responded. Our village chief has proclaimed that loans obtained through one's own prowess need not be repaid. When the funds are disbursed, we are indeed grateful to these platforms, as the money arrives with just a flick of our fingers. But when the collection agents come knocking, the villagers promptly forget their principles, arming themselves with hoes, knives, and hammers to confront the debt collectors head-on. In our nation, firearms are prohibited. Thus, we wield cold weapons, making our village invulnerable. No one dares to intrude. With a sigh, Ho Wanli lamented, alas, those diagnosed with late-stage cancer cannot be salvaged, regardless of wealth. The most one can hope for is to prolong life a little longer. Many who borrowed funds in the past have since been laid to rest. The owners of the lending platforms must weep daily. Upon hearing Ho Wanli's words, Zhou Yuan was profoundly shaken. The wisdom imparted by Ho Wanli opened the door to a new realm of understanding. What a brilliant strategist you are, village chief. In tumultuous times, you might indeed carve out a remarkable career. His thought process was akin to playing a game of chess where everyone is bound by the confines of the board. Yet one eccentric player, feeling outmatched, flips the board over, eliminating the opponents entirely. How could that not be perceived as a victory? Zhou Yuan recalled another absurd case. A young man, fresh out of university and eager to start an e-commerce venture, had a brilliant idea the night before obtaining his business license. He appointed his grandfather, a septuagenarian farmer, as the legal representative. Regardless of the legality of the contracts, they were all signed by his grandfather. The grandmother was also enlisted, becoming the company's accountant. With funds flowing through the grandfather's account, the young man quickly liquidated the funds to purchase various gold and silver ornaments, forging ahead. Due to this shortcut, the company's income surged, and soon the authorities took notice, initiating an investigation. To their astonishment, all transgressions were attributed solely to the grandparents, leaving the young man untouched. The elderly couple received 3 years of labor reform. However, due to their advanced age, they were spared arduous tasks and treated with deference by the prison guards, who feared for their safety. The young man profited immensely, even evading the costs of a retirement home, ensuring his elders were well provided for. 70 or 80 is indeed the prime time to venture forth. The art of war, truly terrifying. How deserving they are of prosperity. My limited mind can only conceive of earning through employment, obeying my superiors, and being bogged down by academia. Schools never teach us how to make money. Whether one can soar high depends on individual ingenuity. Our village of loans has received disheartening news. Millions in loans are unrecoverable. Suddenly, I recall an advertisement on an airplane where a comedian casually lent a passerby over 200,000. It is perplexing. So many in this village have succumbed to cancer. Could it be a result of their unkindness, a form of retribution? Brothers, the avenues for profit are all laid bare in the penal code. How one navigates the consequences depends on personal discernment. Returning to the matter at hand, Ho Wanli began to articulate his concerns. Dr. Zhou, I have come to seek your wisdom regarding my health. Why has my once black hair turned to a shade of yellow? Moreover, do I harbor any ailments that might align me with the cancer afflictions seen in my fellow villagers? Speaking of which, Is there a possibility that our village's misdeeds have invoked divine retribution? As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the pulse cushion, inviting Zhou Yuan to examine him. Understanding the unspoken request, Zhou Yuan commenced the pulse examination while elucidating the inquiries posed by his patient. Typically, hair discoloration occurs during childhood due to malnutrition or deficiency in trace elements, leading to yellowing. However, cases of adult-onset hair color change are quite rare. Regarding cancer, it is a condition where cellular mutation occurs, resulting in adverse bodily symptoms. The presence of such symptoms does not definitively indicate cancer. Other issues may be at play. While it is true that your villagers have acted unscrupulously, the misdeeds of those involved in loans are legal. The notion of divine punishment for moral failings is rather nebulous. One should place faith in science. After a moment's pause, Zhou Yuan withdrew his hand from Ho Wanli's pulse, his gaze turning inquisitive. My friend, have you perhaps indulged excessively? How could you become so frail? Limit your exposure to dubious websites. Moderation is key. Now, it was Ho Wanli and Appo's turn to be perplexed. Dr. Zhou, I swear, I regularly assist sisters in need of support every week. How could I be lacking in moderation? I truly do not frequent inappropriate websites. The new world has concluded, and the subsequent narrative has drastically diverged. The updates from the general store and my mother's friend have slowed to a crawl. I've abandoned them. Dr. Zhou, I am being wronged. I am genuinely disciplined and do not stay up late. I do not wish to suffer social embarrassment. After closely observing Ho Wanli's demeanor and tone, Zhou Yuan discerned that he was indeed speaking truthfully. He continued to ask several more questions and found that Ho Wanli was, in fact, quite normal. This was somewhat perplexing. Could it be that this young man was experiencing some internal cellular mutation? Might he truly be afflicted with cancer? At this juncture, it was essential to rely on the instruments of modern medicine to examine Ho Wanli, for pulse diagnosis is not infallible, especially in unique circumstances. Fortuitously, having treated by Xiaolu earlier, the system rewarded him with a diagnostic skill, which would enable him to glean the internal data report of the patient. In the next moment, Zhou Yuan communicated with the system, employing the skill of diagnosis on Ho Wanli. Chapter 65. Startled from the brink of death. The fool is indeed myself. At this moment, the appraisal technique was activated. A product of the system, it promised nothing short of excellence. This diagnostic function meticulously examined Ho Wanli's physical condition from the exterior to the interior, surpassing even the sophistication of Western medical equipment. It could unveil hidden ailments that were otherwise imperceptible. With this newfound skill, Zhou Yuan felt as though he had divine assistance, swiftly grasping the entirety of Ho Wanli's health status. Oh dear, this presents quite a conundrum. The moment Zhou Yuan received the diagnostic report, he furrowed his brow, displaying a countenance of distress as he muttered to himself. This left Ho Wanli thoroughly alarmed. If even Dr. Zhou found it challenging, what hope was there for traditional Chinese medicine across the nation to remedy his plight? If traditional medicine could not help, was he destined to await his demise? As for Western medicine, he had already dismissed it due to his financial constraints. He simply could not afford the exorbitant costs that often soared into the hundreds of thousands. With his credit utterly depleted, he was in no position to pay for such treatments. Oh heavens, I, Ho Wanli, never intended to be malevolent. In this day and age, anyone with a modicum of ambition seemed to incur debts of 100 to 800,000. While I lack the means to repay, must my life be forfeit? At this juncture, a line from the film Dying to Survive suddenly flickered in his mind. There is but one ailment in this world, and that is poverty. Wait, I'm not saying you're going to die. Don't start shouting. Zhou Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Prolonged consultation often led to such situations where patients, upon hearing only fragments of the doctor's words, would spiral into panic. It was not that they were foolish. Under normal circumstances, people tend to lean towards selfishness. While they could objectively advise others, it was an entirely different matter when faced with their own troubles. Those involved are clear, while bystanders remain confused. Concern breeds chaos. Zhou Yuan sighed and inquired, "Has your village been surrounded by numerous chemical factories that discharge vast amounts of industrial waste every night?" Upon hearing this, Ho Wanli was taken aback. Dr. Zhou, Can you really predict the future? How did you know this? Our village is indeed surrounded by chemical factories. The acrid odor is pervasive. Initially, we protested, but eventually, these factories paid us off, and we became complicit. As expected, the issue lay therein. Zhou Yuan spread his hands in resignation and continued, reflect carefully. Did the health of your fellow villagers begin to decline after the factories were established? Ho Wanli gasped, his expression turning peculiar. Observing his reaction, Zhou Yuan assumed he had struck a nerve, only to be met with Ho Wanli's subsequent remark. I cannot say for certain. I've been away for years, only returning now due to a mountain of debt. Zhou Yuan retorted, come on, why feign shock? You must be aware of the gravity of this situation. If these factories are indeed responsible for environmental changes that lead to cancer among nearby residents, and those in power neglect the safety of their constituents for the sake of political achievements and GDP, is it not akin to feasting on the blood of the innocent? In my history classes, I once thought ancient rulers were heartless, treating common folk as mere statistics, and I felt fortunate to live in modern times. Yet now, as I ponder, I realize, startled from the brink of death, the fool is myself. This statement elicited a fervent response from the online community. Wait, do you truly say whatever comes to mind? It seems you are smitten. Why not consume loyalty if you're so eager for absurdity? Seriously, just imagining the scenario is chilling. Picture this. You have a happy family. Though work is exhausting, thoughts of your daughter's laughter and your wife's tenderness invigorate you. Then factories sprout in the city, and everyone claims economic prosperity is just around the corner. You toil away with hope for the future. A decade passes, factories multiply, water quality deteriorates, the sky turns gray, yet your wallet grows heavy. Then one day, you receive a call. Your wife has collapsed at work. A hospital visit reveals late-stage cancer. You quickly exhaust your entire savings. Your decades' worth of hard-earned money vanishing in the blink of an eye. You recall friends and relatives who have also been diagnosed with cancer over the years. And now your wife faces the same fate. Despair envelopes you. Soon, the test results arrive. Like your wife, you too are diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Your family's savings dwindle, making it impossible to afford treatment for two. Perhaps we should forego treatment. Our two children are still in middle school, and chemotherapy poses great risks. I fear losing everything. In response, a small panda emoji appears, uttering simply, MHM. Days later, news breaks that the powerful figure behind the factory initiative has lost his ideals and been imprisoned. Many factories are penalized for illegal waste disposal, and the city, once polluted, begins to flourish again. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, you and your wife await death. Forced to part from your children, becoming part of the sacrifice generation. I opened the history books and found no dates. Each crooked page bore the words of benevolence and morality, and as I lay awake, I discerned two words hidden within: cannibalism. I can only say that the value of Mr. Lu Sun's insights continues to rise. Ho Wanli, you must be from Yangcheng, where factories proliferate and cancer patients abound. Until the matter is confirmed, we should refrain from making assumptions. The cancer afflicting your villagers may not necessarily stem from the factories. Perhaps they have angered some malevolent spirit? This event rapidly garnered widespread attention online, transcending boundaries. The issue of maintaining health is intrinsically linked to every individual. After all, a miserable existence is preferable to an untimely demise. The debate over whether economic prosperity should come at the cost of sacrificing generations' health became a trending topic, sparking discussions among many. Although the evidence seemed overwhelmingly conclusive, Zhou Yuan advised Ho Wanli to consult some of the elder villagers who had resided there since the factory's inception. Inquire whether the villagers' health began to decline following the establishment of the factories. After a brief contemplation, Ho Wanli dialed a number. I shall call my great-uncle. He has always lived in the village and has also been afflicted by cancer. Chapter 66: Learning a foreign language is indeed a worthy endeavor. The phone rang for a few seconds before being answered. A series of women's voices echoed from the speaker. Upon careful listening, it became evident that the language spoken was not Chinese. It seemed to be English. Baby, come on. Oh, yes, FK. Ho Wanli felt somewhat bewildered. How did this lead him overseas? He glanced at his phone screen with uncertainty. It was indeed his great-uncle. Great-uncle? Ho Wanli tentatively ventured. Wanli, why are you calling me? I'm out here, living it up. The rough voice of Li Dongsheng resonated from the speaker. Aren't you undergoing chemotherapy at the hospital? Why do I hear someone speaking a foreign language? Have you gone abroad for treatment? Li Dongsheng sighed and said, Wanli, your perspective is rather limited. What do you consider the most painful experience in life? The most painful experience in life? Ho Wanli pondered for a moment. Being young and in debt for over 100,000, coupled with his girlfriend's abrupt departure, he felt his life was already quite painful. At this moment, a viewer from the live stream expressed their disbelief in a comment. What does that even count as? Just the other day, I discovered that the daughter I raised for 10 years is actually my biological sister. This revelation sent shockwaves through many viewers, and those who grasped the situation exclaimed in astonishment. What do you consider the most painful experience in life? Once the topic was broached, it instantly attracted a multitude of responses. My greatest pain is being too handsome. I'm constantly bombarded with requests for my WeChat. It's utterly exhausting. It must be my size. I'm 18 centimeters, and I'm referring to my width. My life is too perfect. Everything I do is a success, and that's my greatest misfortune. To those boasting, do you really want me to expose you? Just listen. This is Zhou Yuan. I could claim to be Qin Shi Huang. Regarding the most painful experiences in life, Zhou Yuan felt he had a say as well. To alleviate the somber mood that arose from recalling painful memories, he spread his hands and chuckled. Ahem, actually, I'm an orphan. I have no mother. So every time I'm insulted in a game, I can never be chosen. This statement ignited a frenzy in the live chat. Sorry, streamer. I truly didn't mean to laugh. Truly à devoted son. What Zhou Doctor said seems genuinely true. He was raised solely by his grandfather. I can attest to that. Suddenly reminded of a short skit. Villain, He Ting Zhou. I FK your mother. He Ting Zhou calmly replies, I have no mother. You might as well FK your own. Wow, He Ting Zhou is quite the character. Zhou Doctor's inner strength is remarkable. He can speak of his painful past in jest, something I could never manage. I consistently ranked in the top 10 of my class, yet I'm still suffering because I placed 13th this time. It felt like the sky was falling. After watching Zhou Doctor's stream, I feel much better. I 1T let my heart shatter so easily again. Everyone had their own unique answers to the question of life's greatest pain. For Li Dongsheng, suffering from cancer and in his 50s, nothing could be more painful than. Wanli, I believe the greatest pain in life is dying with unspent wealth. I've worked tirelessly for half my life, saving up hundreds of thousands, only to be unable to enjoy it in the end. Just the other day, while scrolling through Douyin short videos, I came across Liu Bang's last words before his passing. Li Dongsheng paused, adopting a relaxed and content tone. I wielded a sword and seized the world. Was that not destiny? Life is decreed by heaven. What good would it do even if BNK were here? He then bestowed 50 gold coins upon the imperial physician, facing death with tranquility. Liu Bang, an emperor who established the Han dynasty and commanded the realm, maintained such a magnanimous attitude towards death. I am merely a commoner, without a harem of beauties, nor vast territories. What is there I cannot let go of? No matter how I treat my illness, the outcome remains the same. Throwing money at the hospital will only grant me a little more time. It's better to enjoy life while I can, to travel and make up for the regrets of my youth. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Fear of death is a natural human instinct. The great terror between life and death reveals a person's true character. Even the formidable Qin and Han emperors desperately sought immortality at the end of their lives. Yet, no one expected this elderly man to express such profound and heart-stirring sentiments. Great uncle. Ho Wanli's eyes moistened as he said, So are you currently traveling the world without regrets? No wonder I heard such fluent English when I first answered the call. Do you need money? Even if I'm committing fraud, I'll help you fulfill this wish. Li Dongsheng waved his hand and laughed. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm still in Yangsheng, 300 meters east of Tinquan Road. There's a place called Heaven on Earth, where 3 stunning supermodels from America just arrived. All 3 are exceptionally beautiful, with legs longer than your life. I ordered all 3 at once. They're currently teaching me English. Learning a foreign language is essential. It's truly wonderful. At that moment, another wave of English erupted from a speaker. Master, Don and Appos, T touch me, Len Appos, S sing for a while. This phrase, roughly translated, meant, Master, stop touching me. Let us sing a song. Ho Wanli suddenly felt tears welling up. So, his great-uncle's idea of living without regrets was to visit a club and indulge with a few foreign ladies? The sudden shift in tone left many viewers bewildered. Li Dongxing's intentions were good, but how did things take such an unexpected turn? Zhou Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. You elaborated on such an optimistic and profound view of life and death, only to reveal that your final wish was to visit a club and indulge with 3 beautiful women? Nevertheless, it must be said that the entertainment value of Li Dongxing's antics was undeniably successful. The interaction in the live stream surged, with likes and gifts pouring in. I'm dying of laughter. So it turns out our great-uncle was being mischievous all along, constantly touching the supermodels. Absolutely, it's all too real. A man remains a boy until the end. When my time comes, I too want to order a few beautiful ladies and learn a foreign language. Learning a foreign language is essential. It's truly wonderful. Ahem, when I used to visit KTV, I often did the same. I only moved my hands away when it was time to sing the friend song. All right, enough idle chatter. If you need anything, hurry up and tell me. I have billions in business to discuss. Li Dongxing issued his final ultimatum. Ho Wanli, succinctly relaying the true purpose of his call, said, After staying in the village for half a year, I've been feeling unwell, so I sought out a traditional Chinese doctor. The initial diagnosis indicated that my illness, along with several villagers suffering from cancer, is not due to any malevolent forces, but rather the pollution from nearby factories discharging wastewater and gas. I simply wish to inquire whether, since the establishment of these factories, the residents of our village have gradually been diagnosed with cancer. Li Dongxing pondered carefully and suddenly realized, goodness, no one had truly paid attention to this matter until you mentioned it. Could it be that my affliction is not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity? Chapter 67. The embrace of 3 enchanting beauties lost their allure. Li Dongxing contemplated deeply, realizing that something was amiss. Just a few years prior, there had been little mention of cancer diagnoses within the village. Even when cases arose, they were merely isolated incidents, unlike the rampant occurrences seen today. Since the establishment of several large factories that recklessly discharged waste and pollutants, the village's water quality had deteriorated, becoming discolored and bitter, while the air became increasingly tainted. Often shrouded in haze, cancer patients began to emerge in droves, as if sprouting like mushrooms after rain. The village head, a scheming man, led the villagers to recklessly take out loans, transforming their home into a notorious hub of debt. In truth, when villagers first noticed the environmental degradation and the lifeless rivers, they gathered to protest. That demonstration had made quite a stir, even making local headlines, though it was confined to the awareness of the townsfolk. The situation was swiftly stifled by unseen forces as the issue threatened to escalate, compounded by the era's underdeveloped internet. In the aftermath, to quell public outrage, the factory owners compensated the villagers handsomely and enlisted experts for assessments. The experts, with great conviction, proclaimed that while the factory did emit some pollutants, it posed no harm to human health, assuring the villagers to rest easy. Many, enticed by the prospect of financial gain, chose to accept the compensation, thinking, why not profit from this? Thus, it was no surprise that many in the village fell victim to cancer. The first thought that crossed Li Dongxing's mind was that perhaps the village had attracted some malevolent force. He succinctly recounted his memories, acknowledging that the rise in cancer cases coincided with the factory's establishment. However, his limited education left him uncertain about establishing a direct correlation between the factory and the illnesses, awaiting a definitive answer from Zhou Yuan on the other end of the line. As expected, upon hearing Li Dongxing's account, Zhou Yuan was fully convinced. The health issues plaguing Ho Wanli and the villagers' cancer diagnoses were indeed the result of unscrupulous factories that, in their quest for profit, relentlessly discharged toxic waste. The test results revealed alarmingly elevated levels of manganese, selenium, and heavy metals in Ho Wanli's body. In short, The villagers have been deceived by capitalists seeking minor gains. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan advised, one cannot place faith in the words of these so-called experts. Not a single punctuation mark can be trusted. It is increasingly evident that your maladies stem from those nearby factories. Yet, he lamented, I am but a physician dedicated to healing. I am powerless regarding the resolution of this factory issue. Zhou Yuan's helplessness was palpable. If the patients had exhibited detrimental lifestyle habits, he could have guided them towards improvement, utilizing his knowledge of traditional medicine to ensure their recovery. However, the village's pressing concern remained the urgent closure of those polluting factories to prevent further environmental degradation and human suffering. Alas, our village is backward. Most children cease their education after middle school to work, lacking awareness of such grave matters. If only someone knowledgeable had been present, we might not have descended into this plight. Ho wanly reflected, both rueful and relieved. Fortuitously, his time spent in the village was brief. Otherwise, he too would have suffered dire consequences. At that moment, the revelation ignited a furious fire within Li Dongsheng. The embrace of the three alluring women in his arms suddenly lost its charm. Initially believing his cancer to be a divine punishment, he now realized it was a catastrophic human error. The notions of acceptance and transcendence he once clung to crumbled into nothingness. Damn it, I will expose them. I will bring this to the central authorities. I shall not rest until justice is served. His voice echoed with rage and desperation. In the live streaming room, viewers reacted. Wow, Zhou Yuan, did you just trigger a major scandal? Will this lead to censorship? Why would Zhou Yuan be censored? Hasn't done anything wrong? Have you heard of Officer Xiong? He investigated a leader and voluntarily guarded the reservoir the next day. Such a significant issue has been unveiled by Zhou Yuan. The factories disregard local safety, discharging immense amounts of waste, causing widespread cancer. Honestly, cancer is the least of our concerns. Have you heard of Minamata disease? Back then, a factory's mercury emissions poisoned the water, leading to bizarre behaviors in cats, and subsequently humans jumping into the sea. I remember studying that in history. It's one of the 8 notorious pollution cases. This calamity is beyond the realm of medical treatment. It necessitates decisive action from the authorities to close these factories. Dr. Zhou, you are not alone in this battle. Countless netizens stand with you. Simultaneously, journalist Li Ping from the Yinjing Chuyang news agency was engrossed in Zhou Yuan's livestream. A fervent idealist, he clenched his fists in indignation, vowing to expose the capitalist's exploitation of the villagers' health for profit. I must draft a news article to bring this issue to light. Li Ping was not alone in his resolve. The influential news platform, Weixing Entertainment, with 10 million followers, also published an expose condemning the factories. Several reputable online influencers joined the chorus, calling for a thorough investigation into the factories. Zhou Yuan's substantial following spanned the globe, as many rallied in support of the beleaguered village, raising their voices for justice. Chapter 68. If there are no torches thereafter, you and I shall be the final light. It is not merely the prominent bloggers and news accounts. Numerous netizens have also fervently surged into the official account of Yangsheng, voicing their support for the victims. However, amidst the crowd, there are always a few who consider themselves enlightened, singing a discordant tune. What is the point of speaking out? You are merely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and be wary of a turn of events that might see you used as a pawn. I concur with the previous comment. The continuous operation of heavily polluting factories indicates their backing from higher powers. The depths of this matter are unfathomable. I advise against getting involved. I quite admire Dr. Zhou, but alas, he is destined for suppression. Do you think you can unveil the secrets of the heavenly realm? You should focus on your healing and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your station. In response to such remarks, Zhou Yuan remained utterly disdainful. A reversal? What a farce! With so many cancer patients in the village, forced to take out loans due to their inability to afford treatment, the entire village has become a haven for debtors. Can such a case possibly flip? Moreover, he had employed systematic diagnostic techniques and discovered that Ho Wanli's body was severely burdened with heavy metals. As for the netizens suggesting that he refrain from engaging in matters unrelated to medicine, such a notion was utterly preposterous. In Zhou Yuan's perspective, he was indeed in the business of healing. In the late Han Dynasty, the imperial physician Ji Ping resolutely embarked on the path of assassinating Cao to cure the heart ailment of the country's uncle, Dongsheng. At that time, Cao, the dragon slayer turned tyrant, had long shed the passionate youth who once proclaimed, "My ancestors served the Han. I shall not be different from beasts." Had Ji Ping succeeded, he would have not only healed Dongsheng, but also salvaged the foundation of the great Han Dynasty, a legacy spanning 4 centuries. Regrettably, he failed. This illustrates that traditional Chinese medicine has never been confined to rigid dogma. It is an experiential science, and prescribing medicine is merely a secondary strategy. The remedy for Zhou Yuan lies in eradicating corrupt factories. Without environmental pollution, the body's metabolism would naturally expel those heavy metals. To outsiders, this prescription may seem beyond the capabilities of a mere physician. Yet, should Zhou Yuan turn a blind eye to the suffering inflicted by these factories, it would render his medical education utterly futile. Dear netizens, while you often express yourselves with frivolity and humor, I recognize the passionate hearts that dwell beneath your playful facade. As Mr. Lu Sun once articulated, may the youth of China break free from indifference, striving ever upward, ignoring the words of the self-despondent. Those who can act shall act. Those who can speak shall speak, and let a spark of warmth illuminate the darkness, without waiting for a torch. If there are no torches thereafter, you and I shall be the final light. The usually irreverent host suddenly adopting a serious demeanor left the audience astonished, though with a sense of comfort. Truly, they are fans of the ancient sage. Their principles are commendable. Who would have thought that the often jocular Dr. Zhou, known for his risque humor, would appear so strikingly earnest? I am definitely on board with this movement. Yangqing's official account, here I come, in a profound ethical quandary. If sacrificing a few could ensure the happiness of the majority, how would you choose? Some have already chosen. Those factories in Yangqing clearly intend to sacrifice a portion of the populace. Does employing inhumane methods truly lead us to technological advancement? I cannot believe it. Meanwhile, on the main stage of the live-streaming show, a host and 4 guests provided real-time commentary on the participants' broadcasts, drawing in a considerable audience. The host, Ling Shan, donned a light blue suit paired with a matching pencil skirt and stockings, her voice clear and lively, yet composed. Among the guests was a Meituan delivery rider, a perennial champion in the field, earning an impressive 500,000 annually, truly a master of the trade. However, it appeared that he had encountered a significant predicament. The large screen displayed the rider's live stream. When I was 8, I met a fortune teller who claimed I would don a yellow robe by 20, feasting on lavish meals every day. What a joke. You old rascal. Your predictions are eerily accurate. His strong Guangxi accent lent a comedic flair. Yet this delivery was fraught with trouble. The customer demanded, "Brother rider, I paid for a punctual delivery service. If you're half an hour late, I'll claim 30 yuan compensation, and I'll share it with you." The rider was incensed. Damn it, this customer's brain must be smooth as glass. Shouldn't she consider where that 30 yuan compensation is coming from? However, despite attempts at communication, the customer insisted on a delayed delivery, threatening a poor rating otherwise. Our champion rider faced a veritable Waterloo on the very first day of the program. The customer, a petite fairy, proved formidable, and soon they were exchanging insults heatedly. The perspective shifted back to the main stage, where Ling Shan struggled to suppress her laughter, glancing towards the judging panel. "Mr. Yuanfang, what are your thoughts?" Li Yuanfang, an acclaimed actor and this episode's judge, took the microphone with a serious tone. The imbalance in platform mechanisms, coupled with the lack of rights for riders, has led to this frequent occurrence. The plight of Meituan riders has been long-standing. He recounted a friend from his acting days who was a rider, lamenting the absence of basic benefits like insurance. The other 3 judges nodded in agreement, one of whom was the renowned writer Yulin. He humorously remarked, "However, we must acknowledge the silver lining. While this gentleman faces hardship, his live stream's popularity has surged, turning misfortune into fortune. Indeed, that customer is utterly unreasonable. I'm just glad I was fired from my retail job for being lazy. Otherwise, I might have to deal with such foolish customers regularly." His sudden outburst of candidness filled the live stream with laughter. Despite being a prominent author, Yulin showed no restraint in his critiques, demonstrating that literary figures can be refreshingly candid in real life. Next, they prepare to showcase another guest's live stream. However, before doing so, allow me to build some suspense. This participant was someone the program director had pursued multiple times to secure their appearance. Prior to this, he had a standalone live stream with a celebrity, generating a wealth of laughs. Indeed, he was the contemporary abstract master and practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Zhou Yuan. As Ling Shan's words concluded, the director switched the camera to Zhou Yuan's live stream. Yet, mere seconds later, the smiles that had graced Ling Shan and the other judges' faces vanished, replaced by shock. Was this man truly so fearless? What was he saying? He was boldly voicing concern for patients, directly confronting the factories. Chapter 69. Unexpected yet reasonable? What an astonishing turn of events. Zhou Yuan, who is typically known for his humor and witty remarks, often eliciting memorable moments during consultations, has today expressed himself with such earnestness. Observing the scene, it appears that numerous netizens and fans are responding enthusiastically, seemingly in support of Zhou Yuan and Oppo's actions, inundating the chat with messages advocating for the closure of unscrupulous factories. You are a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Aren't you supposed to heal the sick? Why are you confronting factories instead? This is quite a leap. This unexpected shift has left the host, Ling Shan, the four esteemed judges, and many viewers utterly perplexed. Could we possibly rewind to review the footage? I'm suddenly curious as to why everyone is calling for the closure of these unscrupulous factories, suggested teacher Li Yuanfang. The other three judges nodded in agreement. With the audience's interest piqued, Ling Shan, as the moderator, naturally obliged. She activated the live stream's rewind feature, accelerating the playback for everyone to witness Zhou Yuan's consultation process. What they discovered was indeed shocking. When Ho Wanli first entered, the atmosphere was quite jovial. Zhou Yuan's low emotional intelligence remarks left him at a disadvantage, and the clever village chief suggested they should secure loans for payment. However, as Zhou Yuan continued to inquire and probe, the grim reality of Laolai village was gradually unveiled. Local factories, disregarding the health of the community, have been discharging vast amounts of waste and effluents near Laolai village. The unscrupulous factory owners, masquerading as experts, deceived the villagers, claiming that their discharges were harmless and even bribing them into silence. This led to nearly every household in the village suffering from cancer. In their desperation to survive, they had to resort to loans, earning the village a notorious reputation as a haven for debtors. Having grasped the entire narrative, the audience finally understood why Zhou Yuan had adopted such a serious demeanor and why he was rallying his fans to collectively demand the closure of these unscrupulous factories. Upon reflecting on the incident, I found myself both astonished and yet feeling that it was, in a sense, entirely reasonable. Yulin removed his reading glasses, sighed, and took out a cloth to clean them. Though his actions appeared casual, the tone in which he spoke was notably solemn. Oh, sitting at the far end of the judges' table is a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, strikingly beautiful and poised. She now poses a question filled with curiosity. Teacher Yulin, why do you consider it reasonable that such a morally reprehensible event could transpire on this land? Judging solely by her appearance, one might perceive her as a fresh university graduate with a bit of charm. However, to judge merely by looks would be a grave error. The nameplate on the table reveals her true identity, Cui Yike, a contemporary prodigy who began appearing on variety shows at the age of 6, displaying remarkable talent in both singing and dancing. At 12, she won the championship in a poetry competition. By 16, she was specially admitted to Tsinghua University, during which time she published numerous papers and appeared on the most formidable brain challenge shows, a quintessential academic powerhouse. Director Su Lacun founded the show masters in every field with the aspiration of creating a high-caliber reality program. Not only did he invest effort in selecting competitors, but the invited participants are also elite figures in their respective industries. Each of the 4 judges was meticulously chosen. Teacher Yulin, a renowned modern writer from Longhua, was met with astonishment from many students who thought he had long since passed away. Li Yuanfang, a celebrated actor of the highest caliber, has left audiences enchanted with numerous unforgettable roles, some of his classic lines still circulating as popular memes. Cui Yike, a paragon among scholars, is exceptionally young with a promising future ahead. The final judge, seated at the center of the panel, is a figure of considerable significance, albeit with the least public recognition. This is none other than Zhou Yuan, a retired official who once held a prominent position within the system. His lack of public presence does not imply a deficiency in capability. This esteemed elder was invited by Su Likun after considerable persuasion. At this moment, Zhou Yuan gazes at Yulin with a hint of confusion. Despite his robust physique and youthful appearance, he is indeed in his advanced years, having surpassed 80. With over 2 decades since his retirement, he is somewhat out of touch with contemporary realities. Little you, what do you mean by this? Why do you assert that it is reasonable? Is our current environment truly so deplorable? Yulin adjusted his glasses, a signature smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a playful puppy. While writing a book, I had the opportunity to investigate a village akin to Laolai Village, which also bore a notorious moniker, AIDS Village. This revelation plunged the audience into deep contemplation, prompting netizens to express their thoughts enthusiastically. Is it as chaotic as I imagine? Is the village truly riddled with AIDS? Could someone enlighten me on what AIDS is? I'm not too familiar. AIDS is a sexually transmitted disease, also known as HIV. In the current medical landscape, it remains incurable with a mortality rate of 100%. The virus devastates the immune system, leading to a multitude of diseases that ultimately result in death. For additional context, AIDS is transmitted through 3 primary routes: blood, sexual contact, and mother-to-child transmission. Everyone must exercise caution. The entire village is infected, including children? That is terrifying. They're fated to have such a short life from birth. Teacher Yu, I have a hunch about the situation in this village. Please delve deeper into the specifics. Cui Yike, youthful and impatient, interjected. I doubt you could fathom the true circumstances of this village. Yulin chuckled softly and continued. This village can be seen as a byproduct of its era. Although advancements in technology have allowed AIDS patients to live for several additional decades, they are destined to lead lives distinct from those of the healthy. They are certainly subjected to judgmental gazes. However, I believe the most agonizing aspect for them is that the cause of this calamity is entirely unrelated to the victims themselves. They are utterly innocent. The entire situation stems from a heartless owner, much like what transpired in Laolai Village. Chapter 70. To leap or not to leap? Some young viewers might be unaware that blood was once a commodity that could be sold. During times of economic hardship, many individuals relied on selling their blood to support their families. The tale I speak of unfolds in a remote village known as Shantou Village. The name itself suggests its impoverished and underdeveloped nature. During seasons of meager harvests, the villagers often faced hunger, where a full meal became a luxury and starvation was the norm. One fateful day, a white vehicle emblazoned with the Red Cross symbol arrived in their village. A man clad in a white coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and speaking in a cultured tone, emerged from the car, brandishing a large megaphone. He extolled the virtues of blood donation, asserting that not only was it beneficial to one's health, but that a single donation could yield 200 yuan on the spot. The villagers, upon hearing this, were astonished. Could blood truly be exchanged for money? They were already in a state of deprivation, and the prospect of earning money from donating blood seemed too good to pass up. Thus, many villagers boarded the vehicle and accompanied the man to the city to sell their blood. For a time, they enjoyed the luxury of full bellies, even affording to purchase a pound of meat each month. However, this newfound prosperity was short-lived. Years later, illness began to plague the villagers, with some succumbing to mysterious ailments and others dying in horrifying ways, some even children. It was only after pooling their resources to visit a city hospital that they discovered the grim truth. They had all contracted HIV. The source of this affliction lay with the cultured man who had collected their blood. To cut costs, he had repeatedly used the same syringe, which had become contaminated with the blood of an HIV-positive individual. ultimately spreading the virus throughout Shantao village. As Yulin spoke, his throat parched. He lifted his teacup to his lips and added meaningfully, I dare say, the plight of AIDS villages in the Forsaken is not an isolated incident. After taking a hearty sip of tea to quench his thirst, the other guests fell into contemplation. They understood that Yulin spoke a harsh truth. Yet none dared to continue the conversation, fearing that voicing their thoughts could lead to dire repercussions, jeopardizing their careers. Only Qin Yongnian, a former official, sighed heavily. This phenomenon must be rectified. Though I am aged, my face still holds some weight. I must raise this issue. In the production room, the director and Oppo's team expressed concern. These topics are rather sensitive. We need not delve into such matters. The risks are too great, remarked Assistant Director Li Qingshan. Su Liqiu shared his unease. The social issues raised by Zhou Yuan were highly topical and broad in scope, potentially allowing their program to transcend its youthful audience and achieve widespread recognition. Yet, the risks loomed large. A single misstep could lead to cancellation, effectively ending his directing career. High risk, high reward, Su Liqiu exclaimed. Let us not gamble. It would be wiser to proceed cautiously. I'll send a message to Zhou Yuan, advising him to steer clear of this topic and instruct Ling Shan to maintain control. As he reached for his phone to execute his plan, Li Qingshan halted him. Wait, have you ever heard the phrase all in? I believe Zhou Yuan is my beacon. I've decided to go all in and trust that he will soar. Are you serious? Li Qingshan gazed at his companion as if he were a fool. Regret washed over him for introducing such a talent to Su Liqiu. Zhou Yuan's charisma had utterly captivated him, to the point where he was willing to gamble his entire directing career. Li Qingshan reluctantly opened his phone, searching for his sister-in-law's number, realizing that only she could dissuade Su Liqiu at this point. However, upon opening his phone, a barrage of notifications dazzled his eyes, including congratulatory messages from colleagues. Qingshan, you're about to take off. The momentum Zhou Yuan has generated is extraordinary. It's resonating across all industries. Congratulations on becoming a top director. Don't forget to treat your friends to a drink. Qingshan, I admit I was too immature to let you go in the past. Now that your program is a hit, do we have a chance to reconcile? What is happening? The directors have been engrossed in their program, oblivious to the outside world. Now, they were confronted with a flurry of trending topics online. At that moment, the internet buzzed with hashtags. I am reportedly Ping. I am publicly exposing the chemical plant in Yangqing. Share a light, give off warmth. Yangqing's official account responds promptly, stating an investigation team has been established. Numerous prominent bloggers claim that local investigations are ineffective and demand an external inquiry for justice for families affected by cancer. A single consultation with a traditional Chinese medicine doctor can create ripples. Breaking news. The mayor of Yangqing has been invited to participate in a governmental forum. The plight of the deadbeat village and AIDS village is not an isolated case. We must address these issues and not evade them. Meanwhile, the program's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, attracting a significant portion of the audience watching the live stream. All in, all in, all in. Li Qingshan exclaimed, his excitement palpable, repeating the phrase. Indeed, all in was a form of wisdom. Su Liqiu's decision to refrain from intervening was fortuitously astute. In this age of explosive information, the authorities are highly concerned with maintaining online credibility. Under the scrutiny of millions of netizens across the nation, it was believed that a viable solution would emerge. On another front, at Zhou's traditional medicine clinic, a patient named Ho Wanli, after concluding a phone call with his great-uncle, bowed deeply to Zhou Yuan. Dr. Zhou, my great-uncle is rallying everyone to demand accountability from the factory. I must join them. Coming to you for treatment was indeed fortuitous. No amount of money spent at a Western hospital could match your compassionate care. Once this matter is resolved, I'll propose that the village chief dedicate a page in our ancestral hall's genealogy to you. A page in the genealogy? Zhou Yuan waved his hands, incredulous. I merely did what was right. The true driving force is the collective pressure from individuals across various sectors. They are the ones you should be grateful to. Additionally, regarding your visit to the factory, will it not escalate into a confrontation? That shouldn't happen, right? Ho Wanli looked at Dr. Zhou. slightly bewildered by his apparent eagerness for conflict. Not at all. I merely worry about the potential for violence without a physician present. If I accompany you, I can assist anyone who is injured, enabling us to press on. In truth, Zhou Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment for not receiving any reward for this incident. He contemplated whether he could follow in Ho Wanli's footsteps and reap some rewards. In addition, he harbored another suspicion. If the factory were to indeed shut down, would it not be somewhat related to him? With pollution alleviated and the environment improved, some genes remaining unmutated, and patients not yet afflicted with terminal illnesses would gradually recover. This too could be regarded as a form of healing. If that were the case, might the system bestow upon him some form of recompense? Meanwhile, in the office on the 5th floor of Hongguang Factory, Jin Dehai, the factory owner, was besieged by a slew of disheartening news. As he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, his face was etched with indecision. The distance from the 5th to the 1st floor, a mere 10 meters, felt suffocatingly significant. Should he leap or refrain from doing so? Chapter 71. The Joy of the Wealthy, Beyond Imagination. In a bid to cut costs, the factory has been discharging a significant amount of chemical waste over the years, leading to numerous cancer cases among the neighboring residents. This shocking revelation has been brought to light by the media, capturing widespread attention across all sectors of society, transcending age and gender, making it a matter of national awareness. The nation is in an uproar. At this moment, Jin Dehai has learned all the details surrounding this affair. As the instigator of these actions, he had contemplated the possibility of being reported and facing the righteous judgment of the law. Yet, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly and in such a dramatic fashion, exposed by a doctor broadcasting live. Indeed, times have changed. The internet has developed to such an extent that this matter has spread far and wide within just a day. Had this been a decade ago, a simple phone call would have sufficed to stifle the story. With a heavy sigh, Jin Dehai opened the window. A gust of cold wind rushed in, awakening his senses. In the final moments of his life, his memories spun like a whirlwind. As a prominent owner of several factories, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years, to the point where it would not be an exaggeration to say he was fabulously rich. Should he desire French cuisine, his assistant would summon the head chef from a 5-star Michelin restaurant in France, flying him in on a private jet to cater to his whims. While others dread returning home for the new year, for Jin Dehai, it was a moment of reverence and adoration. In the annals of the region's history spanning thousands of years, there has never been a figure quite like him, one who has so profoundly benefited the local community. Every year, upon his return to his hometown, he would prepare a dozen boxes filled with cash, summoning all the villagers to gather in the square. Once they assembled, he would soar above in a helicopter, showering them with money. Such scenes are beyond the wildest imaginations of most, let alone reality. As the bills twirled in the air, the villagers, resembling ants below, raised their hands high, jumping in excitement. A perverse sense of satisfaction enveloped Jin Dehai, as a small expenditure could elicit immense gratitude from those who once looked down upon him. Some would even kneel, weeping uncontrollably. Jin Dehai, lacking formal education and known for his rough demeanor, would describe this feeling as more exhilarating than a wedding night. People earn money to live. Yet when one accumulates wealth beyond spending, mere existence is no longer sufficient. One must truly live. Why is it that the impoverished can never fathom the joy of the affluent? Jin Dehai indulged in bottled water costing 3,000 yuan, consuming 2 bottles a day, equivalent to a month's salary for others. He employed over 20 chefs in his home, not only covering the 8 major cuisines, but also hiring specialists for various regional delicacies. His collection of antiques rivaled that of the Forbidden City, boasting exclusive pieces that could surpass even its treasures. He had tested the waters with numerous A-list celebrities, while the countless B-list ones had long since lost their allure. In his youth, Jin Dehai had watched an anti-corruption program, which targeted corrupt officials, many of whom were egregious offenders facing the death penalty. One particular official left a lasting impression on him. Despite knowing his fate, he exhibited no fear, only an acceptance of his circumstances. "I have lived sufficiently," resonated in Jin Dahai's mind for 30 years. Now, he thought, I too have lived sufficiently. Gazing down, Jin Dahai sighed. In truth, he need not have taken such extreme measures. He was merely a businessman. If these actions were uncovered, he would face fines and perhaps a few years in prison, with his assets liquidated. However, the individual who had paved his way, facilitating his ascent, would likely face dire consequences. To repay one's benefactor is to distinguish oneself from beasts. He mused. Without that individual's support, he would never have achieved his current stature or indulged in such a lavish lifestyle. I have implicated too many. If I am caught, they will all fall, Jin Dahai resolved. If I sacrifice myself, they might care for my family. With a determined bite of his teeth, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Several uniformed officers rushed in. Why are you here so soon? Did I not instruct Assistant Liu to hold him at the door? If that fails, he was to call me. Jin Dahai and Appo's astonishment morphed into fury. Jin Dahai, we are from the Investigation Bureau, and we are here to conduct an investigation, one officer announced, urging him to remain calm. Stay back. If you take another step closer, I will jump. Jin Dahai threatened, leaning dangerously over the window. If I go down, your achievements will vanish, and you will face consequences. Think wisely. If circumstances were ideal, he would have leaped without hesitation. However, damning evidence still lay in his safe, and if it remained intact, the investigation team would trace back to his accomplices. Liu Kong, you treacherous wretch, how could you betray me? Jin Dahai raged internally. Liu Kong had been his trusted aide for over a decade, yet he had failed to protect him even in this critical moment. Step back and close the door. Otherwise, I will jump. Jin Dahai feigned desperation, attempting to intimidate the investigators. The officers exchanged worried glances. Jin Dahai must not die. He was crucial to the case and needed to face trial. Moreover, the web of interests entwined with him was likely complex, and if they could unravel it, significant rewards awaited. After all, who in positions of power does not aspire for advancement? Calm down. It's better to live than to die, the lead investigator urged. Your situation does not necessitate such extremes. Jin Dahai countered. Isn't it your force that has coerced me into this? Your people barged into my office, inducing fear. Who knows what fate awaits me in your hands? You have been tasked with handling this monumental issue. If you drive me to my end, you know the consequences. The lead investigator's eyes widened in anger, yet he refrained from reacting, merely glaring at the subordinate who had kicked the door. The standoff persisted, with Jin Dahai remaining by the window, seeking an opportunity to retrieve the documents and shred them. Meanwhile, below the factory, villagers, fueled by the pleas of his great-uncle, had gathered, brandishing placards and protesting vociferously. Curse it! I was just learning a foreign language from some lovely ladies when I heard about this. I was so furious that I canceled my lessons. If I do not demand justice from this factory, I shall never find peace. Fellow villagers, the world should not be this way. Uncle C stands amidst the crowd, fervently delivering his speech. Ho Wanli and Zhou Yuan, bearing a medical kit, arrive fashionably late. In such situations, not rushing to the scene to observe is simply unacceptable to the onlookers. Zhou Yuan himself feels a certain void in the atmosphere. After all, should any conflict arise, as a physician, he could promptly render aid. The investigators are remarkably swift. They have already confronted Jin Dahai. Alas, it seems rather precarious. I can hear Jin Dahai and Appo's shouts as he threatens to leap from a height, and the situation remains tense. What if our boss is apprehended? Wood and Appo's that leave us unemployed? Are you foolish? Jin Dahai still owes us 6 months' wages. If he is caught, wouldn't settling that debt be preferable to working without pay? After all, our jobs yield no income. A few factory workers engage in idle chatter amidst the crowd. Witnessing the misfortune of their exploitative capitalist employer brings them a sense of joy. Zhou Yuan, with his keen ears, picks up on their conversation. A faint smile graces his lips as he reaches for the medical kit. It seems the time has come for my entrance. Chapter 72. A retrial resulting in a 20-year sentence. What is the host talking about? What does it mean that it's time for you to take the stage? Damn it. Zhou Yuan, are you trying to steal the spotlight again? If you can say something like that, Your family must be calling in Zhou Yuan for consultation. I've only heard them talk about it. But I had no concept until Zhou Yuan arrived in Yangcheng. Now I realize how severely this place is polluted. Indeed, the sky here is gray, the air is murky, and the rivers we passed are all dead, likely emitting a very pungent odor. This place has been utterly destroyed by factories. I just want to say, let us hurry up and bring the heartless factory owner to justice. We can't let that guy jump off a building. He must have some sort of protection behind him. Don't worry, brothers. Zhou Yuan will take care of everything. Not just the viewers in Zhou Yuan's live stream are anticipating the outcome. Experts from various fields are also supporting him. Ling Shan, microphone in hand, stated, "Given the current situation, our official inspection bureau is indeed acting swiftly, aiming to bring the factory owner to justice. Unfortunately, this owner shows no remorse and even resists, attempting to threaten the investigators with suicide. Just when the standoff seemed inevitable, our contestant Zhou Yuan boldly stepped forward, declaring his intention to intervene. What does Zhou Yuan intend to do? The judges may as well take a guess. Li Yuanfang was the first to speak. While I acknowledge Zhou Yuan's impressive medical skills and strong sense of responsibility, I believe it would be wiser to engage a negotiation expert for such matters. After all, he is merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Cui Yai concurred, adding, "Indeed, if we follow logic, Zhou Yuan's presence will not be of much help. If he were to say something overly provocative, it could incite the factory owner and lead to unforeseen severe consequences." However, at this point, Cui Yai smirked, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. My intuition tells me that Zhou Yuan is no ordinary person and cannot be assessed by conventional logic. Perhaps he might indeed resolve the current impasse. The three seasoned judges, Li Yuanfang, Yu Lin, and Chen Yongyan, fell into deep contemplation, struggling to envision how a small traditional medicine practitioner could make a difference. Yu Lin humorously remarked, "I believe Zhou Yuan is better off staying below. Once the medical personnel arrive, they can lay out inflatable rescue mats below. Even if the factory owner were to jump, Zhou Yuan could still provide emergency care." It is clear that our esteemed judges have reached a divergence of opinion at this moment. Ling Shan smiled and continued, 3 against 1. Only Cui Yai believes Zhou Yuan will play a decisive role in the negotiations above, while the other 3 rationally think it would be better for him to wait below to save lives. What will unfold next remains to be seen. The camera at the main station returned to Zhou Yuan. At that moment, Zhou Yuan, along with a middle-aged man in a suit, entered the elevator. Their destination, the 5th floor. "Hey, young man, you know there's a standoff on the 5th floor, right?" The man inquired first. Zhou Yuan nodded. "Of course I know. I'm going to the 5th floor to resolve this confrontation and bring that unscrupulous factory owner to justice." "Wow, you're also a negotiation expert? What a coincidence. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Yang." Zhao Yang flashed a standard smile and produced a business card from his suit pocket. A few seconds later, he realized something was amiss. "Wait a minute. Is the investigation bureau doubting me? Why have they brought in another expert like you? I am an experienced specialist. Last time, a kidnapper held the boss's daughter for a ransom of 10 million. With my persuasive skills, I managed to get the kidnapper to retract the demand, saving the boss 10 million. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, praising him. "Impressive, brother. How'd you manage that?" "Well, the kidnapper got so enraged by my words that he ended up tearing up the ransom note. The investigation bureau is in for a disaster. This negotiation expert seems overly confident. It's akin to an administrative pioneer, Zhang Wei, boasting about his achievements as a lawyer. The plaintiff demanded 2 million in damages. But thanks to lawyer Zhang's negotiations, we ultimately won the case and all fines were waived. Retrial resulting in a 20-year sentence." "Ha ha ha, you can't be serious. It seems your fellow expert isn't very bright. I have nothing to fear regarding my reputation." Zhao Yang noticed Zhou Yuan's peculiar gaze, seeing him as if he were a fool, and couldn't he help but laugh uncontrollably. "Can you believe this? Thankfully, I don't hold grudges. If this happened to someone who did, wouldn't your negotiation be a disaster?" Zhou Yuan sneered internally but replied, "You need to worry about that. I am a doctor." Ding dong, the elevator doors opened, and they had arrived at the 5th floor. "Oh, a doctor? Then there's no problem. Just watch my performance." Zhou Yuan stepped out of the elevator and headed straight for the office. As a professional negotiation expert, he possessed unique skills in negotiation. Thus, bang! While he contemplated and rehearsed his lines, a loud bang interrupted him. Looking up, he saw Zhou Yuan kick open the office door with effortless grace and stride inside. Inside the office, Jean Dehai was taken aback. "Are your subordinates this reckless? God knows how miserable I will be if I fall into your hands." The leader of the investigation bureau felt his heart shatter. Chapter 73. My patient is ill because of you. I am here to heal him just moments ago. Due to the recklessness of those beneath him, the head of the investigation bureau found himself ensnared by Jean Dehai after forcefully kicking open the office door in a display of bravado, leading to a tumultuous negotiation. Little did he expect that there were other skilled individuals present. Contemplating this, he turned and glared at the intruder. "Who permitted your entry without command?" "Xiao Zhu, Xiao Wu. Escort these two out immediately." At this moment, Zhao Liang, the negotiation expert, was utterly bewildered. It is well known that the foremost rule of negotiation is to never provoke the counterpart, especially when their mental state is already taut. A slight provocation could trigger a rash response, leading to unpredictable consequences. Thus, he had meticulously crafted his words prior to entering, intending to disarm Jean Dehai's wariness through the charm of language. Yet, who could have anticipated that this audacious doctor would kick the door open, sending Jean Dehai into a state of agitation? "Young man, you truly are my savior. Aren't you a doctor? Why would you kick the door? This is my job," Zhao Liang exclaimed, his voice rising in a final desperate plea. "Commander, please don't rush us out. I am a negotiation expert. Allow me to converse with Jean Dehai." In a live stream, the spectators were equally flabbergasted. This host is completely disregarding the norm. He comes in with such intensity. Does he not fear that the unscrupulous boss might flee in terror? So what if he does? The malevolent capitalist deserves it. True. Yet he must first relinquish his ill-gotten gains and expose his protectors before he meets his demise. Indeed, we in Long will believe that a person's death is akin to extinguishing a lamp. Should Jean Dehai perish, the case may never be resolved. What is Zhou Yuan doing? His actions seem counterproductive. You so-called fans, do you not recall the host's first consultation when he treated that mentally ill student? He utilized a marble, instantly rendering the muscular man powerless without any show of force. Later, it was deduced that Zhou Yuan's technique involved applying force to a specific acupuncture point. Perhaps this time, Dr. Zhou can render Jean Dehai unconscious in an instant, commented a netizen known as Superman when unhappy. As this analysis unfolded, many began to grasp the situation. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed shrouded in mystery. The concept of acupuncture points suggests that the human body contains hundreds of such points, each yielding different effects upon stimulation. Once, Western civilization had questioned this doctrine, deeming meridians and acupuncture points as figments of imagination. For despite exhaustive scientific endeavors, they failed to uncover the true essence of meridians, even under microscopic scrutiny. Thus, traditional Chinese medicine was labeled as pseudoscience, a notion that flourished for a time. However, this criticism is merely an attempt to tarnish the reputation of traditional medicine. Not only did the legitimate successors of traditional Chinese medicine, like Zhou Yuan, refute this, but even those newly acquainted with it could counter the arguments. For indeed, utilizing the ancestral knowledge to stimulate meridians and acupuncture points proves to be effective. During the live stream, Zhou Yuan had shared numerous acupuncture points and their remarkable applications while casually chatting with the viewers. The most notable was the technique of pinching a specific point to revive someone who had fainted. The folly of the Western critics lies in their assertion that what they cannot find does not exist. It is akin to a dog believing that feces is the finest delicacy, while humans regard such a notion as utterly foolish. In this light, Zhou Yuan's audacious entrance surely indicated he possessed some hidden prowess. After all, the realms of medicine and martial arts have long been intertwined. One could never be certain of the unique skills he might hold. With this thought, many began to anticipate how Zhou Yuan would address this unscrupulous capitalist. What nonsense about negotiation experts. You all better leave, or I will leap from this window. If I die, None of you will inherit my vast wealth and connections. Jean Dehai declared, perched precariously on the windowsill, poised to jump. It was evident that he was devoted to shielding his former superior. If he could merely buy a few minutes to shred the documents in a safe, he would consider his mission accomplished. After his heroic sacrifice, his family, colleagues, and assets would remain secure. Do not act impulsively. Consider your family, who would not wish for such an outcome. If you confess and provide information about others, your sentence may not be severe, and a bright future still awaits you. Come now. Choose life over death. We can negotiate your terms. Zhou Yuan coaxed, his magnetic voice imbued with a persuasive charm. However, Jean Dehai and Amp, Oppo's, resolve was unyielding. I require solitude for 10 minutes to contemplate. I shall provide you with an answer. His request for solitude was a ruse. His true intention was to destroy evidence before making his escape. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang's eyes brightened, and he glanced towards the head of the investigation bureau, who hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to give in, a voice interjected. Do not believe his deceitful words. Jean Dehai is full of tricks. He intends to lead you astray. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, his tone calm. Who are you? Jean Dehai seethed, furious at this interruption as he neared his goal. I forgot to introduce myself upon entering. Zhou Yuan adjusted his collar and approached. I am Zhou Yuan, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. My patient suffers due to you. I am here to heal him and amend the very fabric of Yang City. As his words echoed, astonishment enveloped the room. A mere doctor, aspiring not only to heal the sick but to restore an entire city? How remarkable! Meanwhile, those who had reprimanded Zhao Liang for his entrance now found themselves envious, wishing they too had made such a bold entrance. The leader of the inspection team, upon recognizing Zhou Yuan's identity, was equally taken aback. After all, the impending storm over Yang City was orchestrated by this seemingly youthful individual. So it is you? No wonder I felt an aversion upon first seeing you. You are the reason behind Yang City's current plight. It is you who has brought about this turmoil. Jean Dehai retorted angrily. It appears that rotten fruit indeed speaks foully. Zhou Yuan pointed at Jean Dehai, retorting, the reason everyone enjoys a good life, able to eat and dress well, is due to their own hard work, not your influence. Without you, they would still thrive, while without them, you would be naught but a mere remnant by the roadside. Chapter 74. No worries, I will intervene. Oh my, Zhou Yuan's words are profoundly insightful. I nearly fell prey to Jean Dehai's manipulation, thinking his statements held merit. I can only say, when observing the successful, one must not adopt a singular hero worship perspective. The true creators of wealth are the countless individuals like us. Indeed, the notion that we owe our sustenance to the benevolence of capitalists is utterly misguided. We must not harbor such gratitude towards bosses or capitalists. Avoid empathizing with your employer, for it shall lead to discontent. I am utterly exasperated. This wretched Jean Dehai has ruined so many lives, leaving families in disarray, and he dares to claim he benefits Yangshan? Truly despicable. Zhou Yuan, swiftly impose severe retribution upon this scoundrel. I will send you rockets of support. If the event returns, I shall be the first to hang him from streetlight. Go forth, Zhou Yuan, and resist the forces of evil to the end. You must be both a healer of individuals and a healer of nations. The netizens in a live stream were equally incensed upon hearing Jean Dehai's deceptive rhetoric. This avaricious employer, who seeks to save costs and amass wealth, shamelessly cloaks his exploitation under the pretense of urban development. He is a parasite among humanity. Such individuals must not be allowed to escape justice. At the judge's table, Chen Yongnian slammed the table in fury, nearly succumbing to high blood pressure. The elder generation, who witnessed the fervor of socialism, could scarcely tolerate the grotesque visage of capricious capitalists. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated Zhou Yuan teaching Jean Dehai a lesson, making him experience the consequences of his actions. TSK, our nation has developed at such a rapid pace, achieving in 40 years what took the West 4 centuries. The stark divide is evident. On one side, the wealthy, detached from the struggles of the poor, indulging in a life of excess. On the other, the impoverished, unable to earn a living, lamenting their lack of effort while living in squalor. Yu Lin, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. It will improve, especially with a healer like Zhou Yuan leading the way. I firmly believe that all will turn out well. Li Yuanfang voiced his thoughts candidly. At this moment, under the collective gaze of the masses, Zhou Yuan advanced step by step toward Jin Dahai. Panic gripped Jin Dahai. Don't come any closer. Do you believe I will jump right now? The imposing presence of Zhou Yuan unsettled him, a foreboding sense of impending dread looming over him. In desperation, he continued to threaten, attempting to intimidate Zhou Yuan into retreat. He contemplated that if pushed to the brink, he could simply shout, "It was Zhou Yuan who forced me," before leaping off. Such a declaration would implicate Zhou Yuan in his demise, potentially leading to an investigation or even imprisonment. He would take them both down. Previously, the actions of others had little to do with him, but Zhou Yuan was the one who had cornered him to this extent, with no opportunity to destroy evidence. He resolved to enact his revenge. With this thought, Jin Dahai prepared to leap from the 5th floor at any moment. Just then, Zhou Yuan swiftly reached into his satchel with his left hand and, in a flash, hurled something forward. Jin Dahai felt a sudden chill, 3 silver needles piercing his neck. A wave of numbness coursed through him, gradually robbing him of sensation in his limbs as if a critical acupoint had been sealed. In an instant, Zhou Yuan lunged forward, seizing Jin Dahai by the collar and forcefully slamming him onto the floor. This brief exchange transpired in mere seconds, leaving the investigators in a state of astonishment. Hiss, is this not a scene from a martial arts novel? Are you serious? The elegance of Zhou Yuan's needle-throwing technique resembled a scene straight out of a wuxia drama. Wait, isn't he a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? How could he possess such skills? Negotiation expert Zhao Liang felt as if the sky had fallen, his shock rendering him speechless. If I could perform such a maneuver, I wouldn't need to utter a word. I would simply dispatch my opponent with a seamless series of strikes. Thank goodness you are merely a doctor and not a negotiator. Otherwise, my job would be at risk. By the way, do you take apprentices? I wish to learn. Zhou Yuan merely smiled in silence. His profound understanding of human acupoints and adept techniques were why he dared to confront the situation directly. He never intended to sway Jin Dahai through words. The man's heart was too corrupt. He doubted that appeals to emotion or negotiation would yield any results. Sometimes, force is the most effective means to resolve conflict. Moreover, he had not come unannounced. Prior to ascending, he had informed the officers maintaining order at the factory, ensuring that no extreme actions would arise from the villagers advocating for their rights. In principle, unauthorized individuals were not permitted upstairs. However, upon learning he was Zhou Yuan, the officers sought approval from their superiors and granted him passage. The superiors recognized that public trust had already eroded. Allowing Zhou Yuan to ascend with a live broadcast would demonstrate the capabilities of their investigative team to the viewers, potentially salvaging the situation. Little did they know, the spotlight would shine entirely on Zhou Yuan. At this moment, the head of the investigation team approached hastily, extending his hand in greeting. "Mr. Zhou, we are grateful for your assistance. I am Shun Jun, the leader of this investigative team. We will take Jin Dahai into custody for thorough interrogation, ensuring that we provide the citizens of Yangsheng with a satisfactory resolution." He gestured for his subordinates to proceed with the arrest. The investigators moved swiftly, producing handcuffs to secure Jin Dahai. Zhou Yuan then posed a question. "What do you think about the difficulty of interrogating Jin Dahai and investigating the matter?" Xin Yun, paused, was unsure of Zhou Yuan's intent. However, unwilling to speak falsely in Zhou Yuan's presence, he instinctively articulated his genuine thoughts. Difficult. There are numerous factors involved. Jin Dahai is a cunning individual, and it will require considerable wit and strategy to confront him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan displayed an expression of knowing anticipation. He smiled slightly. "No worries, I will intervene." Chapter 75. Must not be killed by students' crickets? What do you want to do? Don't come over here. At this moment, in Jin Dahai and Appo's eyes, Zhou Yuan resembled a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell. Terrifying indeed, Zhou Yuan declared. My patience is limited. Quickly divulge everything you need to confess. Jin Dahai spat. Are you dreaming? While I am no paragon of virtue, I am well-versed in loyalty and righteousness. I shall remain mute. Oh, you possess quite the audacity? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan silently shut down the live stream and approached Jin Dahai. The viewers, witnessing their screens go black, were momentarily stunned. The broadcaster you are following has ended the stream. Please visit again next time. Upon seeing this notification, the hundreds of thousands of viewers erupted in chaos, flooding the chat with comments. What the hell? Why did it stop streaming? What on earth is Zhou Yuan up to? This is pure hunger marketing. Refund me, for heaven's sake. Aside from adult websites, no one dares to play with me like this. Zhou Yuan, you truly are something. What is happening? Why did Zhou Yuan shut down the stream? Can someone explain? Could Zhou Yuan be attempting the great memory recovery technique? That technique is terrifying. Once employed, criminal suspects are bound to face justice, without exception. What? Is that really so powerful? How does one use it? I know. Shut the camera and get started. 6666. I see you are shutting the camera to initiate action. No wonder it and oppose. S8 guaranteed confession. Even if they aren't guilty, suspects will admit guilt at this moment. The most supportive episode for the broadcaster. Scoundrels like Jin Dahai deserve a severe beating. Seeing Zhou Yuan approach Jin Dahai ominously after shutting down the stream, Shen Jun quickly interjected, Mr. Zhou, we do not condone torture in our line of work. Moreover, while you reported this matter as an ordinary citizen, you lack the authority to enforce the law. I understand Jin Dahai is utterly despicable and deserves punishment, but you must remain calm. Huh? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Who is torturing? I am a law-abiding citizen, aside from occasionally bypassing restrictions to check daily competitions. I would never engage in any improper conduct. Noticing the peculiar expressions around him, Zhou Yuan realized they had misunderstood him. I'm a doctor. How could I resort to such crude methods? I have a strategy that will compel Jin Dahai to reveal his innermost thoughts. I shut down the stream to prevent him from disclosing everything and inciting public unrest. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So that's the plan. What is it? Can you teach me? If I knew that, why would I bother studying psychology? Negotiation expert Zhao Liang looked on enviously, feeling that all his years of study had been in vain, crushed by Zhou Yuan's unexpected brilliance, prompting him to consider a career change to traditional Chinese medicine. It's quite simple. A mere tap will suffice. Zhou Yuan extended a finger and pressed firmly on Jin Dahai's acupoint. A wave of indescribable discomfort coursed through Jin Dahai, followed by excruciating pain. At that moment, he felt an intense agony throughout his body, yet he could not articulate where it hurt, tormenting him thoroughly. The sound of Jin Dahai's anguished cries echoed throughout the office. Isn't this torture? I could hardly bear to watch, yet it is satisfying. Jin Dahai has caused countless individuals to suffer from terminal illnesses, and he deserves every bit of this pain. I genuinely believe this isn't torture, as Zhou Yuan merely pressed on him and then released his finger, leaving no marks and undetectable by any examination. Does this mean Zhou Yuan can operate outside the law, inflicting torment while evading current detection methods? A few investigators stood in the corner, whispering among themselves as they observed Jin Dahai's unrestrained screams. Downstairs, a crowd was protesting, and in their fury, they contemplated storming the building to confront Jin Dahai, only to be blocked by police officers. They too heard the agonizing, pig-like shrieks. Ho Wanli exclaimed, "The netizens were right. Zhou Yuan is taking action against Jin Dahai. How exhilarating." "What did you say?" "I said our benefactor, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, is now avenging us by dealing with Jin Dahai. He just shut down a stream to engage in some hands-on action. Oh my! This doctor is truly a great benefactor to our village. We must discuss erecting a monument in his honor with the village chief." The armed police officers exchanged glances, bewildered. Team Leader Liu, it seems there's some torture occurring upstairs. Should we intervene? Team Leader Liu replied without hesitation, "What torture? This is merely the apprehension of the suspect Jin Dahai, who is resisting arrest. For the sake of justice, it is only natural that we encounter some friction. No wonder he was able to become the captain. Such is the art of language. Under ordinary circumstances, when someone breaks the law, the police apprehend them. However, when capturing a suspect like Jin Dahai, it is typically a supervisory department that intervenes directly. Given the higher authority of the Management Bureau, local police often refrain from involvement. Yet, even if they wanted to intervene, they would be powerless, as Zhou Yuan had only touched him lightly. And no scientific investigation could uncover any wrongdoing on Jin Dahai's part. This acupoint technique is quite intriguing. When stimulated deeply, it can be fatal, yet with controlled pressure, it can yield varying degrees of pain. How does it feel? Is it not akin to a journey through hell? As a master of acupuncture, Zhou Yuan possessed an intimate understanding of human acupoints. His mastery over the pressure applied to these points was exquisite, a skill unattainable by the average person. Jin Dahai felt utterly drained. After his first billion, he celebrated by hiring 10 women for a cruise, reveling for 3 days and nights. Yet he had never felt as exhausted as he did now. Moreover, the pain was deeply rooted in his bones. If given a choice, he would never wish to experience such agony again. Please, no more. I will confess everything. The password to my safe is 197,879, containing numerous evidences of my dealings with them. I seek 10 minutes of calm to dispose of the evidence in the shredder, and then I will jump, severing all links to the evidence. Unexpectedly, this brainless negotiation expert agreed, yet Zhou Yuan emerged instead. I have divulged everything. You must let this doctor leave quickly, Zhou Yuan. Please go. Jin Dahai had spilled all his secrets, fear evident in his eyes at the mention of Zhou Yuan. It was clear that Zhou Yuan's mere touch had left him psychologically scarred. Having confessed completely, he merely sought for Zhou Yuan to depart hastily. Shinjun promptly opened the safe and retrieved a thick stack of documents. The more he examined them, the more alarmed he became. Jin Dahai had held sway in Yangsheng for over a decade, with a complex web of relationships and deep-rooted interests. Were it not for this incident, in the live broadcast hosted by the renowned streamer Zhou Yuan, which attracted an audience of millions, a scandal emerged that captivated the entire nation, drawing the attention of influential figures far away in the capital. This predicament proved to be quite challenging to resolve. Having gathered such substantial evidence was indeed a significant accomplishment. As Shun Jun felt a sense of relief, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had nearly consented to let Jin Dahai be alone for 10 minutes, which could have resulted in the destruction of such crucial evidence. Had that occurred, with the suspect erasing evidence and subsequently taking his own life, Shen Jun's career would have been irrevocably devastated. Mr. Zhou, we owe you our gratitude. Without your assistance, we could never have achieved such remarkable results. Although Shen Jun had previously treated Zhou Yuan with politeness, there was a noticeable shift in their rapport, with his address evolving from the informal you to the more respectful you. This transformation did not go unnoticed by those present. Negotiation expert Zhao Liang, upon hearing Jin Dahai's confession, was nearly paralyzed by fear. If his negotiation decisions led to Jin Dahai's demise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I implore you, Master Zhou, teach me the art of traditional Chinese medicine. I could support you in your old age, Zhao Liang pleaded. Zhou Yuan looked at him with disdain. You are older than I am. If you cannot take care of your health, you might not live longer than I do. What did you possibly do for me? With the situation successfully concluded, Zhou Yuan showed no signs of lingering, promptly picking up his medical bag. Ignoring the pleas of those around him, he strode out decisively. As he walked, he even began to run. It was not a display of heroism or humility, but rather, he realized that he was on the verge of being late for his first lecture at Luocheng University, where he was to engage with the students. The journey back to Luocheng still required another half hour, and Zhou Yuan certainly did not wish to be the instructor who arrived tardy on the very first day of class. After all, as a public figure, he could not afford to be ridiculed by his students. Chapter 76, Treating College Students as Fools. At the University of Luocheng, in Building C12, Classroom 601, a standard lecture hall buzzed with activity. Typically, when obscure instructors teach, it is considered a triumph if the back rows are filled. Conversely, when popular courses are offered, the seating arrangement often reflects a scattered attendance. However, today was markedly different. Groups of students flowed in, swiftly occupying the back rows. It is well known that college students tend to avoid the front rows like the plague. Yet the sheer volume of attendees compelled even the most undesirable seats in the front row to be begrudgingly occupied. The spacious classroom was now brimming with people. With insufficient seats, latecomers seeking to audit the class were forced to fetch stools from elsewhere. Fortunately, I had the foresight to have my girlfriend reserve a spot for me, allowing me to perch on her lap during the lecture. My friend, I fear you may find yourself in a rather awkward predicament. I noticed a few instructors also arriving to claim seats. Is this course truly that popular? As the clock ticked down to 5 minutes before class, the lecture hall was already filled, with more students bringing in their own chairs. I eagerly anticipated Zhou Yuan's lecture, curious about the amusing antics he might conjure. I wondered aloud, if I were to suddenly stand up and belt out I should be in the rivers and lakes, how joyful it is. During Dr. Zhou's lecture, would I achieve fame? My friend, I would rather shoot a film than do that. It would be utterly mortifying. In the southwest corner, Lin Yu and the mask-clad Zhao Xiaoying began to whisper to each other. Zhao Xiaoying remarked, I never imagined Zhou Yuan would become such a prominent live streamer. When we visited him for consultation, he was merely a moderately well-known doctor. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Xiaoying, you played a part in this too, as did your grandfather, the crispy little old man. By the way, Zhou Yuan is still in Yangsheng dealing with unscrupulous bosses. Do you think he can make it here in time? I have no idea. He abruptly ended his live stream, and I wonder what he is up to, she replied. Ding, ding, ding. 5 minutes later, the familiar sound of the school bell echoed. Yet, Zhou Yuan was still nowhere to be seen at the podium. This was rather peculiar. Surely, he wouldn't cancel on us? Please, not the live streamer. I specifically skipped class to attend this lecture. The fact that Zhou Yuan had also turned off his live stream left us in the dark about his whereabouts. Regardless, let into Oppo's rally, my fellow students. With the teacher absent, the students quickly became restless, though they managed to restrain themselves for a time. 10 minutes into class, Zhou Yuan still had not arrived. Some began to squirm in their seats, contemplating leaving. Perhaps he was still preoccupied with matters in Yangsheng, off to the dormitory to catch some sleep. Then, how disappointing. Just as a few raucous students attempted to exit, they swung the door open, only to be met with a startling sight. Zhou Yuan stood outside. Teacher, you're here? Zhou Yuan entered the classroom with a serious demeanor, surveying the room. Did you think I arrived late? In truth, I was here all along, merely waiting outside. Do you know why? He posed the first question, prompting the students to ponder. Observing Zhou Yuan's stern expression and his proactive inquiry, it was evident that his tardiness was not due to traffic delays. This line of reasoning was swiftly dismissed, leading to speculation about his late entrance. Soon, a voice broke the silence. Did you trip and injure yourself? Another chimed in. I know. It was to ensure there were no assassins lurking in the classroom. Teacher, how was the Yangqing incident resolved? Is your delay related to that? I suspect it was because someone let out a fart. The answers flowed freely. But the truth was that Zhou Yuan had indeed arrived late. Damn it. That wretched taxi driver took me for a fool, making me traverse 5 kilometers for a mere one. His expression remained grave, but internally he seethed with frustration at the driver. However, such an embarrassing reason could not be disclosed in front of his students. As a distinguished figure invited by Professor Lin Yaoqing, a promoter of traditional Chinese medicine, how could he possibly reveal such an ignoble excuse? Thus, he cleverly devised a plan to shift the blame onto his students. He had already formulated a rationale. Apologies. Dear students, but the driver took me for a fool, and thus I must treat you as such. With this thought, he declared, alas, it pains me to see the esteemed students of Luocheng University reduced to this. Chapter 77. On-site consultation. Upon hearing these words, the group of university students present fell into a state of confusion. How could Zhou Yuan start off with such a formidable statement? The most perplexing aspect was that many of them were bewildered. Zhou Yuan's demeanor was incredibly serious, as if he had encountered a grave situation. What could possibly be wrong with us university students that warranted such gravity from Zhou Yuan? Dr. Zhou, we feel quite well. We respect our elders, care for the young, honor our parents, and unite with our classmates. Surely, we haven't done anything wrong? The host urged, Please, don't keep us in suspense. If you have something to say, just say it. Otherwise, you know our methods. Indeed, I am one of those university students. Well, you can joke around with me. If you truly provoke me and touch upon my sore spot, you will witness the consequences. At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhao Xiaoying exchanged glances, murmuring, Xiaoying, can you decipher what Zhou Yuan is scheming? As a student who had previously experienced public embarrassment due to Zhou Yuan, Zhao Xiaoying possessed ample experience and was all too familiar with his tactics. She was already experiencing a physiological response. One thing was certain. Whenever Zhou Yuan displayed that ambiguous smile, it signified someone was about to face social ruin. Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed, even feeling an impulse to flee, fearing the consequences might extend to him as well. On the podium, Zhou Yuan surveyed the group of naive but earnest university students, most of whom were rendered speechless by his words. He nodded in satisfaction, retrieved his phone, set on a fixed stand, and quietly initiated a live broadcast. During his previous conversation with Lin Yaoqing, he had clarified his requirements. He could conduct the course, but it must not interfere with his live broadcast of there are experts in every field. He intended to pursue both paths. The students below, mostly fans of Zhou Yuan, displayed little resistance to this turn of events. As the live stream commenced, the viewer counts surged from 0 to several thousand in an instant. Zhou Yuan then addressed the audience, stating, "There's a popular meme circulating online, claiming that today's university students are akin to fragile creatures, specifically nestle crispy sharks, both delicate and hard to defeat. Initially, I regarded this as mere jest, but upon arriving at Luoqing University, it became evident that there might be some truth to this assertion. Do you acknowledge that since entering university, your physical constitution has drastically declined, along with your reservoir of knowledge?" Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Oh no, the host has hit the nail on the head. At my peak, I could perform 12 pull-ups, but now I can barely hang on the bar without collapsing. I get winded from walking, feel faint when running, and nearly succumb to a bed frame just the other day. This is the reality I face. My sleep schedule is more chaotic than a dog-s. My health resembles that of Lin Daiyu. My courage exceeds that of Lu Zhishan. Yet my life is as resilient as a cockroach. Coughing, another voice chimed in. My peak knowledge reservoir was during high school. Now, I find myself incapable of grasping anything and lack the desire to engage my mind. University students are comparable to elementary school children. As the students eagerly expressed their thoughts, Zhou Yuan surveyed the room filled with seemingly healthy individuals, who were in fact at risk of illness due to poor lifestyle choices. He felt compelled to select a representative case to counsel them effectively. In order to help you experience the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine firsthand, I will require a volunteer for a pulse diagnosis. Is there anyone willing to assist? Upon feeling Zhou Yuan's gaze, the students in the front row immediately recoiled, their faces reflecting resistance. They had been seated in the front row out of necessity, as they arrived late and found no other seats available, not because they were eager to interact with the teacher. Meanwhile, the students in the back row, free from such concerns, eagerly awaited Zhou Yuan to pick a misfortunate soul from the front row, content to observe the unfolding drama. However, no one anticipated that Zhou Yuan would deviate from the expected course. His gaze bypassed the front row and settled on the back. He quickly identified a student who was laughing the hardest. "You there? Yes, you in the white shirt. Would you be interested in coming up for a consultation or pulse diagnosis?" The student in the white shirt stammered. "Huh? Me?" He was genuinely taken aback that Zhou Yuan had chosen him, as he was seated in the southwest corner of the classroom, far from the spotlight. Yet, despite the obscurity of his position, he found himself summoned. For some inexplicable reason, he could not bring himself to refuse Zhou Yuan's inviting smile and instinctively stood up, making his way to the podium. Recognizing their classmate, his peers erupted in teasing. "Huh, Li Dongyang, this is my roommate. He's definitely going to face social embarrassment. Isn't that Li Dongyang, the one who always talks the most nonsense?" He.s. Zhou Yuan's #1 critic, claiming his live streams are scripted. Zhou Yuan, catching wind of the commotion, turned to the student in the white shirt with a bemused expression. "So you believe my live stream is scripted?" "And no, I never said that. Those were just my roommates joking around. Li Dongyang stammered, his face flushed as he waved his hands in denial. Such is the nature of critics. They can be vociferous online, but in person, wow. You're Zhou Yuan? Can I take a photo with you? There was a previous instance with a prominent streamer who encountered a fan at an offline event, only to discover that this overly enthusiastic admirer was actually his most vocal critic online, constantly spreading rumors in an attempt to undermine him. Zhou Yuan, unfazed by his critics, remarked, "All right, let us start with a brief introduction so everyone can get to know you better." The student clad in the white shirt hesitantly responded, "Hello everyone. My name is Li Dongyang, and I'm a student in the class of 2023, majoring in Chinese language and literature." After uttering these words, he lowered his head and fell silent. Zhou Yuan probed further, "Dongyang, have you ever had a girlfriend? How do you feel about your current health?" Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this question, Li Dongyang felt somewhat guilty. "Well, I believe my health is quite good. I eat well and sleep soundly." As for girlfriends, Chapter 78, the words of the steel wire ball, signifying endurance and affluence. Dr. Zhou suggested avoiding such sensitive topics, expressing a sense of embarrassment. "I'm still Xiao Chunan," Li Dongyang replied somewhat sheepishly. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan regarded him with a profound glance. That singular gaze sent a shiver down Li Dongyang's spine. He realized then that experiencing a live broadcast online was entirely different from face-to-face encounters. The oppressive aura of Dr. Zhou was overwhelming. However, it was not solely Dr. Zhou's demeanor that instilled such pressure. It was also because Li Dongyang was harboring secrets within. After a brief pause, Zhou Yuan spoke. "From your complexion, I deduce the following. You are not Xiao Chunan, and you have indulged excessively. As for the extent of this indulgence," he paused momentarily, drawing an analogy from a video game. "Imagine you are controlling a character whose health points are capped at 100. Yet, feeling overwhelmed, you resort to excessive consumption of potions, which, ironically, diminish your maximum health to 60. This analogy resonated with a few astute students in the audience, instantly comprehending the implications behind Dr. Zhou's words, while the majority remained bewildered, failing to grasp the connection between potions and Li Dongyang's situation. As whispers of realization floated through the crowd, Zhou Yuan raised his hand for silence, redirecting his focus back to Li Dongyang. "Do you not feel particularly lethargic? After eating, you crave sleep, and upon waking, you still wish to doze off. Your mind feels foggy, and even a short walk leaves you utterly exhausted. Furthermore, there are moments when your complexion flushes, your heart races, and your vision blurs. If this continues unchecked, your life force may soon dwindle." The gravity of the situation dawned on Li Dongyang, who was taken aback as Dr. Zhou accurately enumerated his ailments without a hint of inaccuracy. He could now acknowledge that Dr. Zhou's live session was devoid of scripts or sensationalism. It was entirely genuine. Yet, the price of this revelation came at the cost of his social standing. However, in light of his deteriorating health, such concerns seemed trivial. "Alas, the wealthy have led me astray," Li Dongyang lamented, shedding his facade to seek Dr. Zhou's assistance. "To earn some extra cash, I took a part-time job at a bar near the university town. There, I encountered a wealthy woman who, weighing over 200 pounds, was more imposing than the infamous Northeast Rain sister. Initially, I had no intention of entertaining her, but the financial incentive was simply too tempting. As he recounted his experiences, tears glistened in his eyes, perhaps recalling the unpleasant memories. Earning money is arduous, and catering to the whims of a wealthy patron is no easy feat. She has peculiar tastes, insisting I don a maid outfit to serve her and frequently summoning her friends to trample upon my spirit. They are like bottomless pits, forever insatiable. I'm utterly overwhelmed." He continued. "Then they force-fed me Viagra, as if it were candy, shoving it into my mouth. A few weeks later, I found myself utterly exhausted, my body now in this deplorable state. A perfectly healthy body was exchanged for a mere 50,000 in my bank account. A truly regrettable trade." As Li Dongyang finished recounting his ordeal, the previously bewildered students began to grasp the situation. No wonder he spoke of diminished health. It was indeed a consequence of excessive substance use. Overindulgence had led to symptoms such as facial flushing, rapid heartbeat, and nausea. Some, unfortunately, had suffered fatal consequences due to their body's inability to cope. At that moment, viewers in a live stream could hardly contain their laughter. Were those who claimed their stomachs were weak and needed to rely on others. Step forward. Goodness, if he's endured such a fate, he certainly deserves that money. Does no one understand the allure of the Northeast Rain Sisters' hefty feet? It strikes my peculiar fancy. You too could earn such money. Go forth and prosper. What was that saying? The language of the steel wire ball signifies endurance and wealth. One must bear what others cannot to amass great fortunes. After hearing Li Dongyang's tale, I will no longer casually express a desire to be supported by a wealthy patron. It is far from a pleasant circumstance. Li Dongyang, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, breathed a sigh of relief, finding solace in sharing his burdens. The secrets he had bottled up caused him distress, and fearing embarrassment, he had refrained from seeking medical help. After all, he had been surrounded by several imposing wealthy women, enduring their relentless demands, an experience that was difficult to articulate. Fortunately, with Dr. Zhou's presence at the university, he was able to voice his struggles before an audience, while also receiving potential treatment for his ailments. Everyone anticipated that once the cause of his affliction was revealed, Dr. Zhou would spring into action, ready to provide remedies while imparting wisdom about traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhou Yuan remained still, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Dr. Zhou, are you not going to prescribe me some medication to begin treatment? Li Dongyang could no longer restrain his curiosity and interjected. At that moment, Zhou Yuan wore a mysterious smile, leisurely seated at the podium. You have only disclosed part of your story. There are still other matters left unspoken. After all, you have indeed diminished your health points, unless you reveal all your issues. I cannot proceed with your treatment effectively. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The revelations regarding Li Dongyang's entanglement with several hefty wealthy women were already shocking enough. But it appeared that there was still more to uncover. Chapter 79. It seems I must resort to some extreme measures. How fortunate I was to choose this class. Dr. Zhou's consultations are akin to a suspense drama, filled with constant twists. I once thought being supported by wealthy women was outrageous, but could there be even more absurd events awaiting us? Pay close attention, everyone, don't blink. Brothers, quickly grab your phones and record videos for Douyin. It feels like the plot of this class is destined to go viral. I could film a video and invest a bit in advertising, and just like that, I could debut. No need to spend money, just featuring Dr. Zhou would garner at least 10,000 likes. The students in the audience were fully engaged, excitement evident on every face. Typically, during lectures by the old scholars, they showed no interest at all. Generally, during non-major courses, each student clutches their phone, and those fortunate enough carry a portable charger. 8 of them gather at a table, activating gold shovels. They merely aim to accumulate credits and leave. However, Zhou Yuan and Appo's teaching style was explosively captivating, resembling a thrilling blockbuster, continuously casting hooks to capture everyone in Appo's attention. Consequently, in this vast auditorium that accommodates hundreds, the attendance rate was a staggering 100%, with students even hauling in chairs to squeeze into the classroom. On the podium, Li Dongyang's expression changed drastically upon hearing those words, leading him to cough violently. Cough, cough. That follow-up content shouldn't be important, right? After all, I worked hard to earn 500,000. Can I enjoy it? Zhou Yuan gently advised. Enjoyment must also be lawful and ethical. I suggest you reveal everything. After confessing your secret about the wealthy women, your demeanor relaxed significantly. Maintaining a tranquil mind is also a remedy. I advise you to be forthright. It would spare you from future suffering. Zhou Yuan emphasized the phrase confess for leniency with a significant weight in his voice. Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang felt inexplicably that Dr. Zhou's words held considerable truth. After all, having already socialized himself to death, he had nothing to lose by continuing the narrative. Given the atmosphere, it would be a pity not to conclude the story. Thus, Li Dongyang steeled himself and began recounting his experiences after parting ways with the wealthy women. Ever since I catered to those affluent ladies, I've noticed a change in myself. I now tremble at the sight of women, to the point of feeling nauseous at even the sight of pork. Initially, I thought that with my newfound wealth, 500,000, I could indulge in life, visiting KTV and foot massage parlors. I envisioned ordering the most beautiful female technicians and the finest singers to soothe my wounded spirit. But then, I uncovered a terrifying truth. The experience with the wealthy women has left me utterly disinterested in women, regardless of their beauty. I finally earned money, yet I can't enjoy a beautiful life. This is more distressing than death itself. As he spoke, Li Dongyang gritted his teeth in frustration. If given another chance, he would return to the bar and fiercely confront the wealthy woman resembling the famed Northeast Rain sister. He would wield a bottle with lightning speed, swinging it 10 times in a second. To swing less would be to disrespect his current predicament. Later, during a particularly low moment, he took a cab to a bar to drown his sorrows and ended up being taken home by a male friend. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom gasped in surprise, immediately recalling a popular meme. Brother Jia, Away, let me see how you've developed. Away. No, that's inappropriate. Brother Jia. Brother Jia removed his glasses with a mischievous smile. Let me see. Quickly. Away covered himself. No, Brother Jia, please. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chatter. What a twist. How did this suspense narrative suddenly morph into a comedic play? It's explosive, truly captivating. Please continue. Li Dongyang's misfortune at the hands of wealthy women, his poor mood leading him to the bar, only to be picked up by a scheming male friend. What a bewildering plot. I toiled daily, crafting skits to become an internet celebrity, yet I find myself outshined by a naturally gifted individual like Li Dongyang. It's quite the struggle. Meanwhile, at the recording site of Masters of Their Trades, host Ling Shan struggled to suppress her laughter while watching Dr. Zhou's live lecture on the big screen. It was incredibly challenging for her. Mispronouncing words or breaking into laughter would cost her wages. Yet, the comedic effect of Zhou Yuan's live stream, coupled with the audience's comments, was simply too amusing, making it hard for her to contain her laughter. Among the judges, Professor Yu Lin chuckled aloud. While the host needed to maintain decorum, the judges had fewer restrictions. Whatever brought entertainment was welcome. This Zhou Yuan might just be the legendary troublemaker, wherever he goes. Chaos ensues, much like the infamous Detective Conan, who leaves a trail of demise in his wake. As a seasoned netizen, Yulin kept up with trends and was well-versed in various memes. The young prodigy Cui Yike and the award-winning actor Li Yuanfang exchanged helpless smiles. Typically serious individuals, they found themselves caught off guard by the absurdity of Zhou Yuan and Oppo's consultation with the college students. The desire to earn money thwarted by wealthy women, leading to a bar escapade only to be picked up by a male friend. This plot was utterly confounding. Why can't AI replicate human creativity? Even if AI churned out stories all night, it could never produce such a ludicrous narrative. How intriguing. If there are more surprises ahead, I shall cast my vote for Zhou Yuan as the day's best performer. I concur. The judges resolved to continue watching Zhou Yuan's consultation with the students. If it held their attention, they would cast all their votes for him. At this moment in the auditorium, even Zhou Yuan felt a bit bewildered. This narrative was awry. He intended for Li Dongyang to confess his criminal activities. How did the conversation veer off course? His diagnosis revealed that Li Dongyang had excessively consumed addictive substances, specifically the flower sold by Uncle Tazai. Zhou Yuan speculated that Li Dongyang, having lost interest in women, began seeking other thrills, and with his recent earnings of 500,000, he was introduced to purchasing illicit goods. As a citizen of Longhua, it is likely that everyone has vowed never to associate with gambling and drugs. Thus, Li Dongyang's actions indicated a complete loss of ideals and beliefs. Zhou Yuan initially aimed to subtly guide him, hoping Li Dongyang would realize he was being scrutinized and voluntarily confess to his misdeeds, potentially leading to a lighter punishment. However, he did not expect Li Dongyang's lack of comprehension. It seemed he had not grasped the hints and was merely rambling. It appears I must resort to some extreme measures.